Chapter 1. Heresy. Shao never anticipated that upon awakening, she would find herself transported back to the time before the apocalypse, to an era when everything had yet to transpire. In her previous life, her parents had perished right at the onset of the apocalypse, and her fiancé, whom she believed would support her, had long since entangled himself with her cousin. They betrayed her, tormenting her for 3 years, ultimately casting her into a horde of zombies, sealing her fate. Hao Jingye recited the novel with a serious tone as if struck by a thought. Shao retrieved the bracelet her fiancé had stolen and gifted to her cousin in her previous life, cutting her finger to let her blood drip onto it. Indeed, the ancestral jade bracelet upon her wrist harbors a space, vast and magnificent, resembling another world. As the jade bracelet vanished, a faint mark remained on her wrist. Recalling her cousin's spatial abilities from her past life, Shao gritted her teeth this time. She must. Sheng An raised her hand to interrupt, spitting out a cherry pit before tossing another in her mouth, her voice muffled. Summarize it. It's giving me a headache. It was indeed a feat for someone like her to sit patiently and listen to a novel. Hao Jingye quickly flipped through the pages, summarizing. Eventually, Shao exacted a fierce revenge on her ex-boyfriend and the cousin who betrayed her. Her cousin led a miserable life, ultimately being thrown into a horde of zombies and meeting a gruesome end, while her ex-boyfriend, filled with regret, suffered in despair, meeting an equally tragic fate. In contrast, Shao encountered a dashing and powerful male protagonist with abilities, and in the end, the two retreated to a secluded life, thriving with their space, living in love for eternity, and even welcoming a child. Sheng An. Her expression became complex in an instant. After a pause, she asked what happened next. Hao Jingye looked up in confusion. That's it. Sheng An. Hao Jingye glanced at her expression and tentatively asked, Sister Sheng, you didn't like it? Sheng An's lips twitched slightly before she suddenly stated with seriousness, do not read such romantic tales, they are unhealthy. Hao Jingye paused, cautiously responding. This website is quite wholesome. It doesn't delve into anything inappropriate. Sheng An smiled faintly. I mean, it makes my spirit unhealthy. In a world where rebirth and apocalypse existed, possessing a vast space with mountains and rivers, a realm that could alter the scorched earth. Yet the owners still indulged in love and hate, fixating solely on emotions. For someone of her temperament, it was a source of headache. Sheng An took a determined bite of her cherry, striving to maintain her patience. Hearing her, Hao Jingye began to search silently. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This is from another website, a rebirth narrative focused on building a career. Sheng An exhibited some interest, spitting out the cherry pit, and continued eating. What's the content? Hao Jingye read swiftly. Su Qingqing was reborn. In her previous life, when the apocalypse struck, she plummeted from a wealthy heiress to the lowest of commoners. Her bank account evaporating, her house, car, and company losing all value. She vowed to hoard supplies frantically, ensuring she would never go hungry. At that moment, Su Qingqing discovered she had acquired a golden finger space. After selling her car and house, Su Qingqing amassed 100 billion, beginning to stockpile supplies. Rice, flour, oil. She intended to convert all 100 billion into resources, ensuring a prosperous life during the apocalypse. Sheng An paused mid-bite, casting a peculiar glance at Hao Jingye. Hoarding? Hao Jingye nodded earnestly. Yes, it's a hoarding narrative, quite popular on this website. Most stories revolve around stockpiling, buying frantically. Later, when the apocalypse arrived, chaos ensued, but the female protagonist lacked for nothing, living in seclusion in the mountains, occasionally returning to human settlements to confront side characters, living quite comfortably. Sheng An furrowed her brow. What about the country? The government? The military? How could one purchase 100 billion worth of supplies without attracting attention? Hao Jingye contemplated before explaining. When disaster struck, the country fell into disarray, and order collapsed, hence it is termed an apocalypse. In other words, none of it mattered anymore. Sheng An. She remained silent for a moment before asking, what about the 100 billion worth of supplies in the space? Hao Jingye replied. The protagonist feasted, and the remaining supplies stayed in the space until the conclusion. Sheng An regarded him with a blank expression. Without needing to articulate her thoughts, Hao Jingye understood. That was 100 billion worth of supplies. in Sheng An's hands, even in a chaotic world, that could suffice to unify the realm. After all, it was just a novel meant for enjoyment. However, Sheng An was a civil servant, and the type of rebirth narratives she sought was not of this nature. Sheng An, let's switch to another book. After a moment, she added, change the website too. Hao Jingyan nodded, swiftly finding another text. When the apocalypse arrived, Zhang Aoyan awakened formidable dark powers, retaliating against those who looked down upon him, ascending from a mere figure to a formidable overlord of the apocalypse, gathering followers in a harem, claiming dominion over the entire apocalyptic world, becoming. Sheng An lost her appetite for cherries, tossing the paper bag aside, pushing open the car door, and stepping out. She appeared to be around 25, tall and slender, standing at 1.70 meters, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, devoid of makeup, with delicate features. Her complexion was not the trendy pale white, but rather a healthy wheat tone, exuding vitality. Clad in a simple windbreaker, she moved with grace, emanating an air of authority, her striking phoenix eyes scanning the surroundings with an inherent sharpness. Hao Jingye gathered his laptop, tablet, and various materials, hurrying to catch up. Sister Sheng, are you not continuing with the rebirth narrative? He lowered his voice, though he was not younger than Sheng, and the term sister came out naturally. Sheng An, no more rebirth narratives, let's get straight to the point. Hao Jingye's expression grew serious, his gaze instantly focused. The two hastened to the base of a residential building. Hao Jingye reported in a hushed tone, Jianyu resides in Block 3 of Jiaqing Bay. Yesterday, we received reports from the residents that for the past 5 days, Jianyu has exhibited peculiar behavior, first replacing the glass, installing thick security doors, and then purchasing iron gates. At the same time, there have been other abnormal occurrences surrounding this individual, heightening suspicions of her being an aberration. An aberration, someone exhibiting supernatural phenomena. Sheng An, is this the 5th one? Hao Jingyan nodded. Their newly established Apocalypse Special Affairs Department was indeed quite unique, possessing the highest authority. It also meant they were destined to interact with aberrations. Sheng An, let's go. First find the complainants. Jiaqing Bay was an old community, but its greenery was well maintained, often frequented by local elderly ladies who gathered to bask in the sun or seek shade. The complainants were among these 2 elderly women. Hao Jingye presented his police credentials. When dealing with ordinary citizens, the identity of a regular police officer was the most effective. Indeed, the elderly ladies, initially curious about them, became friendly upon verifying the photographs on the credentials. Sheng An smiled, inquiring, may we speak with you 2 ladies to understand the situation? Of course, cooperating with the government is our duty, one of the elderly women replied. Sheng An, do you recall the girl who installed the iron door in Block 3? Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiangyu was inventorying her belongings. Upon her rebirth, her first act was to sever ties with the scoundrel. However, the latter had sneakily taken her ancestral jade bracelet when he left, and sensing something amiss, Jiangyu retrieved it. To her astonishment, the bracelet was a space. Initially overwhelmed with joy, she soon broke down in tears, realizing the space truly belonged to her. In her past life, everything that Chun Jiaojiao had enjoyed through that space was at her expense. Their happiness was built upon her suffering and blood. Heaven is indeed fair, granting me a second chance to exact revenge on that scoundrel, and time to hoard supplies, ensuring I never face the dismal fate of my previous life. Who could have predicted? In just 21 days, this seemingly perfect world would descend into chaos. Fortunately, she had been reborn. She would absolutely not succumb to the tragic end of her past existence. As memories of her previous life flooded her mind, Jianyu shuddered. Fortunately, there are still 21 days remaining, yet only 21 days to prepare. The first action Jianyu undertook in anticipation of the impending apocalypse was to replace the windows and doors. In her previous life, their community was a sanctuary, allowing it to endure even amidst calamity. Her decision to change the doors and windows was not for her own residence, but rather to prevent anyone from vandalizing the home bequeathed to her by her parents. To that end, she also purchased iron railings, which she planned to install in the corridor when the end times arrive, ensuring no one could approach her abode. She delayed this renovation until the very eve of disaster to avoid drawing attention. Simply replacing doors and windows would likely go unnoticed. In these times, who truly cares about the affairs of others? Downstairs, Sheng An and Hao Jingye listened intently as Sister Zhang and Wu spoke with fervor. A group of elderly men and women returned from their dance, and one inquired, "What are you two discussing?" Sister Zhang, known for her candidness, replied, "These two are police officers. We were just talking about the household in Unit 605 of Building 3. Upon hearing this, the elderly crowd perked up, gathering around. Retirement is a time for amusement, especially for their generation. It's not gossip, it's enthusiasm. Is it that young girl? Oh my, she seemed perfectly fine before, but recently, something has changed dramatically. She even broke up with her boyfriend. That's because he was unfaithful. How do you know? A man and a woman came to confront her a few days ago. I overheard something about a bracelet. She's quite peculiar. She even replaced her doors and windows to fend off that couple. Surely, it wasn't necessary to replace them with such expensive ones. Did she order from the building materials market? Yes, from Xiao Zhao's place. Old Zhao interjected. Not only did she replace the doors and windows, but she also ordered an iron railing, customized for our corridor, the sturdiest available, even bomb-proof. My nephew's shop lacked what she needed, so she contacted the manufacturer directly, who found her requests quite unusual. Could it be she's been influenced by some doomsday rumors online? It's quite possible today's youth are often quite strange. Upstairs, Jianyu reflected on her personal space and felt a surge of excitement. Having such a space is incredibly convenient. For instance, that iron railing, heavy and robust, she instructed to be placed in the unmonitored basement, where she could discreetly retrieve it when no one was watching, expending minimal effort. Jianyu even mused that if she were to encounter danger, releasing the iron railing could potentially be lethal. Truly, it is an indispensable asset for both home and travel. As long as she uses it cautiously, who could possibly discern her secret? Downstairs, someone asked, why hasn't she installed the iron railing? Who knows? No one has even seen her. Sister Zhang leaned closer to Sheng and whispered, the building materials staff delivered it to the basement. It took several people to lift such a large, heavy item. The girl didn't even move it before it vanished. It's rather odd. Sheng An's gaze flickered, an eyebrow raised in curiosity. Back upstairs, Jiangyu surveyed the supplies within her space. In this day and age, shopping is a breeze. She places orders online and has delivery drivers bring everything right to her door, promptly stowing it away once they depart. By ordering from multiple stores, she discreetly accumulates her provisions without drawing any attention. A smile spread across her face. Thank goodness for this space, otherwise, where would I store all these supplies? My home would be overflowing and conspicuous. It's much better this way. Even if something unexpected occurs, I can simply clap my hands and vanish. She had witnessed the fate of those who lacked skills yet hoarded vast amounts of supplies in her past life. When the time comes to venture elsewhere, a mere backpack will suffice. It's inconspicuous and allows her to meet all her needs through her space. Who could possibly know the extent of her supplies? Downstairs, another elder approached the police officer, Sheng An, with an astonished tone, declaring, "Officer, you won't believe it, that girl bought an enormous quantity of goods. Just yesterday, she purchased 135 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds. An elderly lady in dance attire chimed in, "Yes, I saw it too." Several delivery drivers took turns running errands. It was quite a sight. Yesterday, she also bought 120 bags of flour, 5 boxes of salt, 5 boxes of sugar, and just in bottled water alone, Old Chun delivered 100 barrels. Who buys like this? How could she possibly use it all? Surely, her room is overflowing. Upstairs, Jianyu thought, who could possibly sneak into my space to count everything? Downstairs, Sister Zhang stated, I can count every single item. She's purchased a total of 160 bags of rice, 120 bags of flour, 100 packages of salt, 100 packages of sugar, along with star anise and other spices. Upstairs, Jiangyu thought, even if the apocalypse arrives, no one would suspect me. Downstairs, Sister Wu concluded, Officer, we suspect she might be a spy. Chapter 2. The Countdown to Apocalypse. After their inquiry, Sheng An and Hao Jingye found a secluded spot within the community to sit down. Sheng An held a cigarette between her fingers, unlit, her brow slightly furrowed as she fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye was tapping away at his computer. After a brief moment, he pursed his dry lips, his expression notably complex. Sheng An glanced at him and prompted, "Speak." He was a professional talent. now endowed with the necessary authority, and could ascertain any information in a remarkably short span. Hao Jingye reported, from the surveillance footage retrieved, the allegations are indeed valid. Furthermore, Jiang Yu has made numerous purchases at the wholesale market. After vanishing into a surveillance-free area with her large bags, she re-emerged empty-handed. This is, in fact, a seemingly secure yet profoundly perilous behavior. To buy items at the wholesale market, then dart into a narrow alley and emerge within 10 minutes without anything. Is this not suspicious? Sheng An nodded in agreement. Hao Jingye continued. In addition, the iron bars in the basement were not removed by anyone. Nor was there any truck traffic. Only Jiang Yu entered the basement once in the early hours of yesterday. Hao Jingye took a deep breath. Jiang Yu, a potential heretic who may be aware of the impending apocalypse. Sheng An calmly summarized. A reborn individual with spatial abilities. The novels they had previously read were not in vain, and they understood each other in an instant. Hao Jingye's breathing became rapid as he looked at Sheng An, his eyes reflecting both tension and unease. Sheng An returned the cigarette to its case, smiling. Little Hao, weren't you already aware that the apocalypse was approaching? Why the look of disbelief? Her tone was playful, yet she understood him well. Hao Jingye was an exceptionally rare talent, and had been assigned as her assistant upon reporting to their Apocalypse Special Affairs Office. Accepting information and confronting reality were two distinct matters. Sheng An herself occasionally found her mind wandering. She recalled the information she had received 6 months ago when scientists monitored a batch of meteors, calculating that they posed no threat to Blue Star. However, 3 months ago, those meteors altered their trajectory. This news sent shockwaves around the globe, capturing everyone's attention, with scientists working tirelessly to analyze and detect. Discussions about the meteors proliferated across various social media platforms, yet no one believed they would have a significant impact. Until 9 days ago, when a nation discovered the first heretic. This was an individual with the ability to manipulate water, who suddenly found himself soaked in the middle of the night. Assuming he was ill, he called for emergency services, only to be discovered by the authorities. Naturally, to prevent panic, the information was classified. While this heretic astonished the nation, the subsequent discovery of a second heretic instilled fear. That was a reborn individual who claimed to have returned from the apocalypse. In the wake of the meteor shower, the global death toll soared to 90%, and he was one of the deceased. His evidence lay in his prophecies regarding an assassination of a national leader, an earthquake in a city, and a sudden car accident in the capital occurring days later. This immediately drew the nation's heightened attention. The emergence of the third and fourth heretics prompted the government to initiate emergency protocols. The third heretic possessed the ability to conjure fire, while the fourth was an internal operative, also a heretic, known as Qiuyu. With 4 heretics identified and the scientists' conclusions regarding the meteor impact, the nation that appeared lively and stable began to tremble internally. As the higher-ups deployed disaster response plans and issued special directives nationwide. Simultaneously, they clandestinely established the Apocalypse Special Affairs Office, responsible for managing heretics, directly under the authority of the state, endowed with the highest level of clearance. Sheng An was one of the leaders of this organization, tasked with gathering these heretics who were destined to fight on the front lines against the apocalypse. Regardless of how novels portrayed such scenarios or how the world might change, as long as the nation endured, it would strive to maintain order, even in the face of an apocalypse. Moreover, they were already forewarned, were they not? Hao Jingye promptly adjusted his demeanor, directing his gaze at Sheng, and Jiang Yu is not an ordinary heretic. She is the reborn individual we urgently wish to engage with. Wu Ji is also a reborn, but his data is rather limited. Although the higher-ups have initiated their plans, they do not fully trust the situation, making Jiang Yu's presence crucial. Sheng An nodded, acknowledging the importance of Jiang Yu. Wu Ji had perished on the very day the apocalypse began. If Jiang Yu indeed returned after the apocalypse, her insights would be invaluable. Furthermore, according to Wu Ji, they had only 21 days left. While stockpiling was feasible within that time frame, the urgency of deploying disaster response measures was pressing. Hao Jingye's expression turned serious. Should we capture Jiang Yu immediately? There is no time to waste on pleasantries with the heretics. In such extraordinary times, Immediate capture and interrogation to obtain information was paramount. Although the outside world appeared tranquil, the government had already mobilized. Otherwise, someone like Sheng An would never be present in such a setting, as she only undertook the most critical and confidential missions assigned by the state. Sheng An regarded him, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Little Hao, why the term capture? Jiang Yu is your future colleague, a member of our Apocalypse Special Affairs Office. Let's be more amicable. Hao Jingye looked at her in confusion. Not capturing? Sheng An replied, first, report to Old Zhang. Hao Jingye promptly nodded. Old Zhang was their superior, and only Sheng An dared to address him as such. The others were required to show utmost respect. Indeed, Sister Sheng, he mused. Sister Sheng's insights are always on point, considering matters more comprehensively than I do. For instance, her suggestion to treat Jiang Yu amicably is quite reasonable. After all, Sheng An continued, gather more personnel to secure Jiaqing Bay, especially Building 3. Given that she is a reborn individual with spatial abilities, we must remain vigilant against any other means she may employ. Ensure everyone is adequately armed and prepare some tranquilizers. If she is uncooperative, we shall escort her forcibly. Rising to her feet, she displayed a smile. Let us go have a chat with Miss Jiang Yu. Hao Jingye, bewildered, exclaimed. Amicable, armed, and tranquilizing. Amicable? Truly, it was still the same Sheng An. Chapter 3. Rebirth. Jiang Yu was perusing the internet for supplies, simultaneously assessing her remaining funds. She had already purchased a considerable amount of resources, leaving her with little money in her pocket. Reluctant to sell her house, especially with only 21 days remaining, she pondered the possibility of stockpiling non-perishable items to barter for food once the apocalypse arrived. The thought of her insufficient funds gnawed at her, and she felt a surge of resentment towards that scoundrel, Yu Litian. Jiang Yu had been in a relationship with Yu Litian during their university days. Unlike her, a native of Beijing, he hailed from a small town, embodying the archetype of a phoenix man. Yu Litian was handsome and charming, attracting many admirers. Yet he had always pursued her with fervor, once considered the ideal boyfriend. She had once believed herself the happiest woman in the world. However, she now realized that Yu Litian had merely been after wealth. Though Jiang Yu's appearance was unremarkable, she had inherited a substantial fortune from her deceased parents, along with her apartment in Beijing. Their acquaintance had blossomed through her university roommate, Chen Jiaojiao, who was a fellow townsfolk of Yu Litian. Naturally, after Yu Litian began dating her, he and Chen Jiaojiao grew close. She had never minded being the third wheel, accompanying them on meals and trips, unaware that she was, in fact, the true third wheel. Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao were former lovers, and his relationship with her had been solely motivated by monetary gain. Throughout her university years, she had supported the two of them, and even after graduation, they continued to rely on her. Over the years, she had squandered nearly all her inheritance. How could she have once thought herself fortunate? Jiang Yu slapped her forehead, finally realizing, I truly was a fool. By the time she had come to this realization in her previous life, it was too late. She had perished in agony, consumed by hatred. Fortunately, she had been reborn. In this life, she was determined to alter the outcome of her past, ensuring she would never again descend into that fate. She envisioned Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao enduring the hardships she had once faced. She would not allow them to escape her vengeance. The thought of torturing them filled her with resolve. In time, she would possess a space of her own, ample supplies, and live a leisurely life, relegating those two scoundrels to the depths of despair. A glint of malice flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes as she tightened her grip. In her previous life, Chen Jiaojiao had wielded a space ability, living a life of adoration. In this life, she would not fall short. She resolved to convert all her money into supplies. If she lacked sufficient funds, it mattered not. When the apocalypse arrived and chaos reigned, she could resort to zero-cost shopping. The mere thought of it ignited a spark of excitement within her. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock interrupted Jiang Yu's reverie. Frowning, she called out, "Who is it?" A female voice responded from outside, "Delivery." Rising to answer the door, Jiang Yu recalled her numerous recent orders, takeout and packages arriving incessantly. It was dinner time, and she had just placed an order. How could they arrive so swiftly? Without overthinking, she opened the door. However, upon seeing the individuals outside, her brow furrowed once more. A tall woman leaned against the wall, accompanied by a bespectacled, refined-looking man, while an inconspicuous yet muscular man stood behind them. To the side, two more men completed the group. They had effectively blocked her doorway. Jiangyu cast a suspicious glance at Sheng An. "Who are you?" This was clearly not a delivery. The woman exuded an air of authority, using the guise of delivery to gain entry. Instinctively, Jiangyu grew wary. Sheng An smiled, stepping forward gracefully, her long legs gliding silently down the corridor. Once she reached Jiangyu, she halted. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, she radiated an imposing presence that made Jiangyu, barely over 1.6 meters, instinctively take a step back, her demeanor increasingly defensive. Sheng An remained unfazed. Extending a document towards her, Sheng An spoke in a languid, husky tone. "Ms. Jiangyu, we are from the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. My name is Sheng An, and I would like to discuss the secrets you harbor." As she uttered the word discuss, she revealed an arrest warrant. Buzz! In that instant, Jiangyu's mind exploded with chaos. She stood there, dumbfounded, her thoughts swirling in confusion. The Apocalypse Special Affairs Department? Since the meteor news 6 months prior, various speculations had circulated online, yet no one took them seriously. Being reborn, she was acutely aware that no one would perceive the impending doom until it was too late. Despite the discussions surrounding the meteor, no one believed it would herald a cataclysmic disaster. And her secrets. At this moment, Jiangyu's only thought was, "It's over. I've been exposed. What should I do? Kill them? No, there were too many. Hide in the space. That wouldn't work either. Damn it." Her space required her to emerge every 24 hours and remain in the same spot. She couldn't hide indefinitely. If she revealed herself to these individuals, it would spell disaster. After all, the apocalypse had yet to arrive. Jiangyu felt her mind spiraling, overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts. In this urgent situation, she found herself devoid of a plan. Yet, rationality regained control, and she steadied her voice. "What secret? I don't understand what you're saying." Perhaps she had misunderstood. After all, how could anyone guess matters concerning space and rebirth? Sheng An regarded her with a knowing smile. "Ms. Jiang, you possess a fair share of secrets." Pausing, she continued, her voice slow and deliberate, "such as your space and your rebirth." The girl appeared clever, yet her expressions betrayed everything. It wasn't just Sheng An. Even Hao Jingye could discern her thoughts and hidden truths. The existence of space was certain, while rebirth lacked direct evidence. However, her reaction spoke volumes. Jiangyu's body trembled slightly. She indeed knew. In an instant, Jiangyu felt as though she were collapsing, her fingers digging into her thigh to maintain composure. Her eyes wide with disbelief. "I don't understand what you're talking about. Space, rebirth? Have you read too many novels?" Raising her chin defiantly, she scoffed, "If you're unwell, seek treatment." "What apocalypse? Have you lost your mind? I have no time to converse with lunatics. Goodbye." With that, she attempted to close the door. Sheng An, however, deftly positioned her hand against it, and despite Jiangyu's utmost effort, she could not shut it. Shocked, she stared at her. This woman possessed immense strength. Furious, Jiangyu demanded, "What do you want? You claim to be from the government, but who knows who you really are? Moreover, I haven't committed any crime. On what grounds do you question me?" Her voice echoed loudly. Oddly, not a single person came to witness the commotion. Jiangyu's face flushed with anger, her eyes blazing as she adopted a defiant stance. Observing this, Sheng An cast her a glance before withdrawing her hand. Just as Jiangyu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Sheng An produced an object from her waist, a gun. With a gentle tap against the door, Sheng An spoke softly, "The Apocalypse Special Affairs Department holds the highest authority. During missions, we are permitted to eliminate non-compliant subjects. My aim is quite good. A single shot to the head ensures the victim feels no pain." She aimed the gun, almost imperceptibly, at Jiangyu. Sheng An smiled slightly. "By the way, what did you just say?" Jiangyu stammered, swallowing hard. "I said, every citizen has an obligation to cooperate with the government. Please come in." Chapter 4. "You must join us." Sheng An reclined on the sofa, while Hao Jingye sat at the adjacent dining table, surrounded by an array of devices. including a camera mounted on a tripod, capturing events in real time. As for Jiangyu, she perched nervously on a bench opposite the sofa. 3 plainclothes officers were stationed nearby, one at the door, while the other 2 flanked her, observing her every move without respite. Jiangyu felt a chill run down her spine, her discomfort palpable as she shifted uncomfortably. Glancing at the camera, her unease intensified. "Do we still need to film?" Jiangyu's voice was barely above a whisper. She had been exceedingly busy lately, her hair unwashed and greasy, her face bare of makeup, and sitting across from the stunning Sheng An only exacerbated her awkwardness. Sheng An replied, "Yes, let us document this." Upon hearing this, Jiangyu could only reassure herself that they were merely recording her interrogation. Surely, it couldn't be anything more sinister. Meanwhile, on the other side of the live feed, over 100 officials and personnel filled a vast conference room, all fixated on the large screen. They clutched notepads and pens, their gaze riveted on Jiangyu as if they sought to scrutinize every strand of her disheveled hair. Unbeknownst to her, Sheng An prompted, "Go on, speak." Jiangyu stammered, "WH what?" Sheng An placed a firearm on the table, its barrel still directed at Jiangyu. Whether by design or coincidence, she toyed with the pen, chuckling lightly, "Jiangyu, I have no time for trivialities. My presence here signifies that I possess all your information. You have no alternatives. Concerning reincarnation and spatial anomalies, I believe you would prefer to divulge the details yourself." A pang of anxiety gripped Jiangyu. To disclose the information herself implied there were alternative methods to extract it. Her scalp prickled, yet she was reluctant to concede, gritting her teeth. "I truly have no idea what you're talking about." Sheng An turned to Hao Jingye, who immediately adopted a stern demeanor, stating with precision, "Jiangyu, 24 years old. A recent graduate, orphaned 5 years ago, living alone. You had a boyfriend, Yu Litian, from whom you recently separated due to infidelity. Throughout your 4 years in university, you supported both Yu Litian and your roommate, Chun Jiao. Jiangyu turned her head sharply, her expression one of terror directed at Hao Jingye. Few would feel comfortable being stripped of their privacy to such an extent. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. "You truly are a fool." Jiangyu could only remain silent. She was acutely aware of the implications of his words. Hao Jingye continued, "However, 5 days ago, you began to exhibit certain changes, installing steel doors, replacing with bulletproof glass." Jiangyu interjected, "I was merely afraid my ex-boyfriend and his mistress would cause me trouble." "What of it?" Sheng An shook her head with a smile. "Of course. That is understandable. But do enlighten me. What has become of the iron bars? They were in the basement. Yet after you visited empty-handed, they vanished?" Jiangyu gasped, her breath hitching. Hao Jingye persisted. "In the past 2 days alone, you have purchased 135 bags of rice, 120 bags of flour, 5 boxes of salt, 5 boxes of sugar, along with various items from the supermarket." Sheng An surveyed the room, a sardonic smile playing on her lips, where, pray tell, have you stored all these provisions? Jiangyu was at a loss, her mind racing in turmoil. How could they possibly know the quantity of her purchases? Who had the time to count such trivialities? Silenced and overwhelmed, she clamped her mouth shut, her entire being unraveling under the pressure. The evidence was evidently stacked against her, and her mind whirled with confusion, unable to devise a plausible explanation. The disappearance of her belongings was an undeniable fact. Perhaps she had stealthily relocated them? A quick glance at Sheng An indicated that this woman was no simple adversary. Yet, Sheng An's demeanor shifted. She sighed and regarded Jiangyu with a focused gaze. "Jiangyu, I possess 100 ways to compel you to speak, yet I have chosen the path of peace. My aim extends beyond mere information. I wish for you to join us in our fight against the impending apocalypse." The phrase "fight against the apocalypse" nearly made Jiangyu question her hearing. Her expression turned cynical. Humanity can truly withstand an apocalypse? Do you comprehend what an apocalypse entails? How could one utter such a notion? The audacity was laughable. These individuals were oblivious to the catastrophic nature of what lay ahead, yet they spoke of resistance. How utterly presumptuous! The thought of the impending calamity sent shivers down Jiangyu's spine. Unfazed, Sheng An maintained her calm. "You may perceive our mission as hubris, but if we remain idle, The events of your past life will inevitably repeat, leaving our homeland in ruins and civilization on the brink of extinction. With billions of lives at stake, retreat is not an option. Acknowledging the truth compels us to act with utmost diligence. Jiang Yu retorted, diligence alone will not yield results. I am aware. Sheng An replied slowly, in 21 days, a barrage of meteors will strike, delivering a devastating blow to our planet, followed by relentless natural disasters. With each word she uttered, Jiang Yu felt her body tense further. Were there other reincarnators? Did the state truly possess knowledge of the impending doom? The government knows far more than you can imagine, Sheng An continued, and has taken substantial measures. Extending her hand, Hao Jingye promptly passed her a tablet. Sheng An placed it on the coffee table, facing Jiang Yu. 9 days ago, we identified the first abilities user. 7 days ago, the first reincarnator. 6 days ago, the government formulated an emergency plan, establishing a special division for the apocalypse, and 5 days ago, preparations commenced across the nation. She articulated each jaw-dropping revelation with an unflinching calmness. Jiang Yu, you must have noticed the rising prices of food supplies during your recent stockpiling, correct? Sheng An prompted. Jiang Yu instinctively nodded. The prices had not merely increased, they had doubled. However, since the news of the meteors broke, the internet had been ablaze with various reports, and many continued to purchase rice and salt. Thus, while the price hike was peculiar, she had not given it much thought. Could it be? Yes. It is the state stockpiling resources while simultaneously procuring from abroad, Sheng An confirmed. As she swiped through the screen, images materialized, not only in terms of food, but 5 days ago, shelters were being constructed across the nation atop existing air raid shelters. In 21 days, every city will possess multiple shelters, each stocked with food and essential supplies. The communications department is tirelessly assembling devices for these shelters, ensuring connectivity, even amidst the destruction of satellites. Thousands of shelters will form a cohesive network, coordinated by the government. Leaning in closer, Sheng An fixed her penetrating gaze on Jiang Yu. Tell me, Jiang Yu, do you still believe the government plays no role in the apocalypse? Jiang Yu felt her thoughts grind to a halt. Her breath caught in her throat as she absorbed the shocking revelations. Sheng An continued to press forward, her sharp gaze laced with complex emotions, evoking a profound response within Jiang Yu. The government's current response is largely due to the impending meteor strike. Information on reincarnators is scarce, and the nature of the apocalypse is not yet fully confirmed. You are the pivotal piece in this puzzle. Her eyes bore into Jiang Yu's, seemingly piercing through to her very soul. If we can ascertain more definitive information from you, the remaining 21 days could allow the government to implement even more effective strategies against the impending disaster. Relocating the core factory underground, hastily harvesting grain, relocating the populace. Jiang Yu, as a reincarnator, cannot afford to remain complacent in a corner. Your rebirth holds the potential for greater deeds. It can yield immense value, representing the lives of countless individuals and the hope of the nation. Under the intense gaze of Sheng An, Jiang Yu found her body trembling uncontrollably. In her mind, two thoughts seemed to tear her apart. I cannot admit it. She possesses a space. What if acknowledging it leads to being subjected to research? Yet, if she confesses, could it truly bring hope? She is merely an ordinary person, a tad selfish, yet not one to revel in disaster like a sociopath. Moreover, under Sheng An's earnest gaze, her heart stirred uncontrollably. Neither in her past life, nor this one has she ever been regarded with such significance. Sheng An spoke with fervor. You need not worry about anything else. Join us. You will be our comrade, protected by the nation. She extended her hand, clasping Jiang Yu's cold, trembling fingers, offering a gentle smile. Jiang Yu, even if your situation is unique, none of us would ever harm you. Being an anomaly or a sign of deviation may not be a negative description. It could very well be a blessing. The capture order is a last resort. You are the hope of the nation. Thus, I sit here, in your home, communicating with you in a manner that brings you comfort. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with inner turmoil. She wished to speak, yet fear held her back. Rebirth and her space were her greatest secrets. Should she truly reveal them? Sheng An continued, Oh, by the way, the state is stockpiling supplies. If you join the Special Operations Department, your living conditions in the apocalypse will undoubtedly surpass those before the end times. Regardless of how much you hoard, you will have to manage it yourself. In the Special Operations Department, there are state banquet chefs and an abundance of resources from the National Warehouse. The state will protect you and provide for you. Jiangyu. She felt a strong temptation. During these extraordinary times, special policies apply, and the Special Operations Department has the authority to apprehend individuals, such as those who incite disturbances or obstruct your missions. Within reasonable and lawful parameters, you may handle them as you see fit. Sheng An elaborated. Jiangyu was perplexed. Sheng An smiled slightly. For instance, Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao. Jiangyu. That was a direct strike at the heart. Sheng An withdrew her hand, sighed, and sadly remarked, "Well, if you are unwilling, we shall not force you." On the surface, Hao Jingye appeared serious, yet internally he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Truly, Sheng Jie is remarkable. Gentle? The gentleness of a gun's muzzle. First, they wield power and then resort to compassion, lamenting their plight, invoking righteousness while portraying individuals as hope and the future of the nation, followed by temptation, and finally retreating to advance. This was a tailored interrogation strategy for someone with Jiangyu's temperament. Sentimental, soft-hearted, indecisive, and naive, yet having experienced the apocalypse and rebirth. Jiangyu's character could not be swayed by harsh interrogation. Not forcing? What a jest! If Jiangyu truly refused to speak, Sheng Jie could easily force the issue. Her gun was loaded. Indeed, Jiangyu felt the warmth of Sheng An's hand leave and instinctively grasped it. Then, she stammered, "For the nation, I'm willing to tell you everything and join you." Chapter 5. The Apocalypse Before Rebirth. Having been reborn a year after the apocalypse, I spent that year in a world transformed by chaos, as Jiangyu recounted. This statement made Hao Jingye sit up straight in an instant. On the other side of the camera, in a professional conference room, countless individuals wore solemn expressions, fixated on the screen displaying Jiangyu. Even Sheng An's gaze sharpened. Unbeknownst to Jiangyu, she was being scrutinized by many. Her eyes were directed at Sheng An, yet unfocused, as if lost in contemplation. Her voice grew distant. In truth, I could not be certain if it had indeed been a year, for each day felt like an eternity. 21 days later, the meteorite struck, and on that day, at least 90% of the world's population vanished, with numerous coastal nations engulfed by tsunamis triggered by the impact. Our country, too, was reduced to ashes, akin to the devastation wrought by countless atomic bombs. Beijing was fortunate not to be directly impacted by the meteorite. Most cities that were struck vanished entirely. Beijing, though affected, experienced devastation akin to an 8-point earthquake, with countless residential buildings collapsing. Our community was relatively fortunate, still standing, albeit designated as a hazardous structure. At that time, every neighborhood was a danger zone. Sheng An's fingers traced the sofa, listening intently, where her phone glimmered to life. "Old Zhang, inquire about the recent meteorite." Sheng An asked, "Little you, do you know where the latest meteorite fell? Or rather, do you remember any meteorites?" Jiangyu pondered for a moment before confidently responding. "It should have fallen in Shur. There were so many meteorites landing all over the world. I remember hearing that the largest meteorite landed in the Pacific, drowning several neighboring countries, leaving almost no survivors." She shuddered as she spoke. Continuing, Jiangyu asserted, "Do you think the disaster just begins 21 days later? No, that is merely the prologue. Those who perished on that day were fortunate because every subsequent day was fraught with calamity." Her voice trembled, fear evident upon her face. Sheng An poured her a cup of warm water, soothingly stroking her head. Jiangyu felt an unexplainable sense of comfort and smiled at Sheng An. As Sheng An returned to her seat, her phone illuminated once more. "Old Zhang, just now, Academician Sun and the others verified calculations, combining them with prior research findings. Jiangyu is correct. The meteorite that fell closest to Beijing is highly likely to have landed in Shur. Her words may indeed hold truth." While old Zhang and the leaders prepared for disaster and sought confirmation, Sheng An was already convinced beyond doubt. Jiangyu had not lied. Her every action and expression were genuine. She had indeed been reborn from a year in the future, and what she spoke was a true prophecy. Sheng An regarded her. The arrival of meteorites will inevitably bring corresponding disasters. You are right. The apocalypse 21 days later is merely the prelude to the end of days. All calamities are just beginning. Hao Jingyan nodded gravely. The sudden strike of meteorites upon Earth is akin to the explosion of countless atomic bombs. It will undoubtedly cause tremendous tremors, and the impact on the geological plates will lead to frequent geological disasters in the future. Earthquakes will be far from rare. Moreover, the meteorite impact will generate intense heat and fire. The entire world will be bombarded by meteorites, turning firefighting into a luxury. As raging flames will leave the world in ruins, obliterating civilization in an instant. The total destruction of the planet will surely compromise the ozone layer, and the thick smoke will result in extreme pollution. The air may become toxic, and acid rain will become a norm. Furthermore, the meteorites may not be devoid of other threats, such as radiation. Each word he spoke in a calm voice sent shockwaves through Jiangyu. Her eyes widened in realization. Yes, his deductions were entirely accurate. The meteorite impact may only occur 21 days later, but the endless calamities of the future had never ceased. Even when she perished in her previous life, it had not yet come to an end. Sheng An, noticing her unease, smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Now that we are aware, we shall find ways to cope. The machinery of the state has its merits. It will not be like in your last life, at least. Not entirely. Yet Jiang Yu's face remained pale. She trembled slightly, her voice hoarse and obscure. This is only a portion of it. For a powerful supernatural being can wreak havoc, and there are even more terrifying crises. Sheng An's gaze sharpened. Leaning forward, she fixed her eyes on Jiang Yu. The emergence of supernatural beings is inherently discordant. It is absolutely not a catastrophe that nature could bring forth. Is there something amiss with that batch of meteorites? Jiang Yu marveled again at how much sharper these individuals were than she had anticipated. Nodding, she dropped a bombshell. Meteorites not only bring disaster, but also mutation. In her previous life, she had heard at a temporary base that some facilities were studying meteorites, confirming they contained certain fragments capable of awakening supernatural abilities in certain individuals. The principle remained unknown, but it was said that ordinary people who stayed near the fragments for an extended period could become supernatural beings, while those already endowed with abilities would grow even stronger in proximity to the fragments. In her past life, everyone had been scrambling for these fragments. She had merely been an ordinary person, never having witnessed one. The room fell into profound silence. Everyone awaited her next words, for if the fragments could empower supernatural beings, what then could be the greater crisis? The other. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. The influence of the fragments extends beyond supernatural beings. It may also lead to the emergence of the other. Zombies? Hao Jingyan inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yu shook her head. No, it is a different and far more powerful existence. They appear identical to ordinary humans, possessing human intelligence and memories. Some are supernatural beings, others merely ordinary individuals. Yet they kill and consume humans, hiding among us, striking suddenly, devoid of emotion and humanity. Anyone could be their target, even family. The room grew even quieter. Hao Jingye felt as if his breath had ceased. Instinctively glancing at Sheng and remained silent. The greatest calamity in this world does not stem from external forces, but from within ourselves. Regardless of the disaster, humanity can always find a way to survive if united. However, the crisis brought forth by the other threatens to dismantle the trust among humans. Who would dare collaborate with others? Who would not fear waking to find a knife raised against them? Each individual would only dare to fend for themselves. The other is indeed humanity's greatest catastrophe, capable of annihilating civilization. Sheng An gently closed her eyes, then reopened them, her gaze sweeping over the now fearful Jiang Yu and Hao Jingye, her eyes deep and unfathomable, gradually regaining calmness. Her tone turned cold. There are no insurmountable dilemmas. We shall always find a way to discern the other. Beyond earthquakes, raging fires, toxic mists, and acid rain, we must also consider viruses. The other is In essence, a virus. As long as humanity is not instantaneously infected and transformed into others, it is not without solution. Sheng An's composed tone brought Jiang Yu and Hao Jingye back to their senses. Anxiety is futile, and they would not passively await their demise. There were others like Sheng An, calm amidst the storm. Her phone lit up with a new message. Old Zhang, proceed. Sheng An turned to Jiang Yu. Now that we have discussed the disasters of the apocalypse, let's talk about your space. Chapter 6. The essential space. After Sheng An finished speaking, Jiang Yu visibly stiffened. It was clear that this was not a topic she wished to discuss. She was reluctant to reveal anything regarding her personal advantages. Sheng An looked at her, smiled again, and spoke kindly. Jiang Yu, let me reiterate. We have no intention of harming you. You must recognize that there are many future ability users, and space manipulators are not unique, correct? She was not extraordinary, so there was no need for fear. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu remained hesitant. In truth, she was somewhat unique. Hao Jingye, catching on, regarded her with suspicion. Could it be that you are not a space ability user, but possess space for other reasons? His mind raced back to the information he had gathered earlier downstairs. His eyes widened. The jade bracelet you retrieved from your ex-boyfriend. Is it a space? His insight was alarmingly acute. Jiang Yu. How could they possibly know? Jiang Yu's astonishment was evident. Her reaction spoke volumes. Sheng An wore a peculiar expression. Your ex-boyfriend betrayed you and joined forces with others to seize your space. Thus, in your past life, you met a tragic end. But now you have returned to reclaim your space and vowed to ensure that the scoundrels suffer dire consequences? Jiang Yu. No. How did they know everything? Or had she inadvertently leaked information? She had been exceedingly cautious. Sheng An seemed to understand, nodding and looking at Hao Jingye, concluding with a single name, Shi Xiao. Hao Jingye nodded in agreement. Confirmed, it is indeed the protagonist, Shi Xiao. At that moment, a message popped up on his phone. Lao Zhang, who is Shi Xiao? Jiang Yu, who is Shi Xiao? Sheng An explained, a rather unhealthy individual. Jiang Yu. What is this connection? Sheng An collected her thoughts, cleared her throat, and continued, if you are not a space ability user, your space should differ from an ordinary one, correct? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's demeanor collapsed. She emphasized, though I am not a space ability user, the space is indeed within me. The jade bracelet has entirely vanished. Even if you wish to seize it, you cannot. Sheng An maintained a stoic expression. Rest assured, no one will attempt to take it. Space is the same for everyone, as long as they can utilize it. That is sufficient. Jiang Yu's voice was weak. It is somewhat different. It pales in comparison to other space ability users. Although the space just awakened is small, it can grow, whereas I'm uncertain if mine can expand. Furthermore, their spaces can maintain a flow rate, preserving items, while mine mirrors the outside world exactly. Inside, it is merely barren black earth. Items placed within will eventually spoil, rendering it incapable of storage. She seemed dissatisfied, yet Sheng An's expression turned serious. Hao Jingye sat up straight, raising his voice, barren black earth. Jiang Yu nodded in confusion. Sheng An fixed her gaze upon her. How large? Jiang Yu replied. Quite large. The borders are shrouded in mist, and I have no exact measurements. Sheng An slowly exhaled. Hao Jingye sighed. So your space is barren black earth, matching the outside flow rate, and it is quite expansive, yet you only intend to use it for storage and complain about its inability to preserve? His gaze was one of incredulity. Jiang Yu was even more perplexed. Hao Jingye, exasperated, turned to Sheng An. Having already been taken aback by Shi Xiao, Sheng An now seemed more enlightened, stating blandly, Shi Xiao is indeed the one. Wasn't that precisely what Sheng An found distasteful about Shi Xiao? That barren land could indeed be cultivated in a post-apocalyptic world. It was the ideal experimental ground for scientific planting. Sheng An and Hao Jingye exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing each other's intentions. Jiang Yu sensed that they were not speaking favorably. Yet, due to her space, she recalled her previous life. You are not me. You cannot comprehend my plight. You Litian and Chan Jiaojiao, those two wretches stole my space and relentlessly trampled me down. You have no idea what they did to me. At this point, Jiang Yu's emotions frayed, her eyes ablaze with fury. When the apocalypse struck, Chun Jiaojiao hoarded food using the space, while Yu Litian thrived alongside her. In my past life, I failed to notice Yu Litian's true nature. We were still together when the world fell into chaos. They brought me along, treating me as a slave. Her body trembled violently, her voice hoarse and fragmented. They denied me food. Whenever I desired something, I had to scavenge like a dog. And they offered me to various ability users for humiliation. I attempted to flee, but was always captured and beaten mercilessly. Later, during an outbreak at the temporary base, Chun Jiaojiao pushed me in front of the gunfire, only to be torn apart by the creatures. I barely escaped, but they deemed me useless and cast me to the monsters. How could she not harbor deep resentment for those scoundrels? Sheng An approached, placing a hand on her shoulder. Jiang Yu was crumbling, leaning against her, feeling the strength of her presence, finally catching her breath. Sheng An's hand patted her reassuringly. Jiang Yu, tears streaming down her face, spoke with fervor. On the day of my rebirth, I almost killed them outright. If not for my remaining reason, I would not have stifled my rage, merely exposing their affair and breaking up with Yu Litian. The world had not yet collapsed. I could not resort to random acts of murder. Yet, the frustration was unbearable. Sheng An gently ruffled her hair, affirming, "Of course, you can hate them. You deserve to take revenge. They have it coming." Her tone was one of assurance. Jiang Yu gazed into her eyes, finding a depth that seemed to embrace all her emotions. This feeling of being understood and supported warmed her heart. Jiang Yu leaning closer, as if drawing strength from her. Sheng An continued to pat her shoulders soothingly. Hao Jingye's lips twitched slightly. Sheng Jie. Truly, she could be fierce when she wished, gentle when she desired, instantly earning trust and breaking down defenses. Impressive, my sister. After a moment of adjustment, Jiang Yu took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and asked, "I have spoken all that I know, and I am not a true space ability user. What else do you require of me?" A notification chimed on her phone. "Lao Zhang, bring it back." Sheng An ignored it, gently holding Jiang Yu's hand, her phoenix eyes gazing at her tenderly as she softly inquired, "One last question. Can people enter your space?" As her words settled, the room fell silent, the tension palpable. Meanwhile, those in the conference room fixated on the screen. This was a critically important question. The extent of Jiang Yu's space utilization hinged on whether it could accommodate others. If not, that barren land would merely remain soil. Jiang Yu contemplated, and in the trust-filled gaze of Sheng An, she steeled herself and declared, "I can enter, but others cannot." After a brief pause, she added, "If others could enter, I would certainly drag Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao in, obliterating them." She looked at Sheng An. "You must believe me." Sheng An gazed deeply into her eyes, then smiled faintly. "Of course I believe you." Her sincerity was palpable, brimming with trust. Under her unwavering gaze, Jiang Yu's eyes flickered, diverting her gaze, a turmoil of conflict and guilt lingering beneath. Sheng An seemed oblivious, shifting her focus. Hao Jingye frowned, as if about to speak. Sheng An shot him a cold glare, prompting him to immediately fall silent. Jiang Yu is lying. Yet it was of little consequence. The barren land would be utilized, and with ample space to cultivate, the truth would inevitably surface. Sheng An remained unfazed, and the conversation reached a natural pause. "Let us exchange contact information. Would you like to accompany us to the Special Affairs Department? If you prefer not to go, you may rest at home for a day and return tomorrow." Sheng An took out his phone. Jiang Yu hesitated, asking, "What purpose would I serve there?" Sheng An smiled gently. "There are certain items that need to be stored in your space." Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. Indeed, now that she had aligned herself with the state and joined the Doomsday Special Affairs Department, she need not prepare supplies on her own. The state would provide for her. The provisions supplied by the state would undoubtedly be more comprehensive than her own. Moreover, certain controlled items could only be stored through state channels. Firearms, ammunition, various medications. What could the state not procure? With this thought, Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement. She was almost eager to speak when suddenly footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a male voice calling, "Little fish, are you home?" Jiang Yu's expression shifted, her demeanor turning fierce. "Yu Litian?" Sheng An inquired. Jiang Yu nodded bitterly. "Shall we meet him?" She gently ruffled Jiang Yu's hair, adding, "If you wish to avoid him, I can ensure you never see them again. No, I seek vengeance. I must witness their suffering firsthand." Taking a deep breath, she stood resolutely, declaring, "Let him in." Why should she endure a year of torment, while they could easily escape before the apocalypse? She must ensure they experience the agonizing reality of the end times. Jiang Yu was determined to let him enter. Sheng An remained neutral, merely respecting her decision. Chapter 7. Speed processing of scum. Sheng An instructed everyone to stow away their equipment, assuring them, "Leave this to me. You need not worry." She addressed the camera. Jiang Yu, perplexed, inquired, "Who are you speaking to?" "To the leaders at all levels, as well as the researchers," Sheng An replied nonchalantly, not lifting her head. Jiang Yu was taken aback, her hand instinctively brushing through her unkempt hair, struggling to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, a deep voice emanated from the computer before Hao Jingye, welcoming Jiang Yu to the End Times Special Affairs Office, inviting her to join the fight against the impending apocalypse. Hao Jingye turned the computer around, revealing a vast conference room filled with countless heads. Jiang Yu recognized the leaders she had only seen on television, who nodded at her, stunned into silence. The screen blacked out, and Jiang Yu remained in a daze for an extended period. Suddenly, a thunderous shout reverberated through the building. "Ah? I haven tea, wash my hair." Despite the imminent doom, she felt a sense of honor to converse with such influential figures. Yet, the reality of her unwashed hair weighed heavily on her mind. Only a woman could understand the significance of appearing presentable. Sheng An looked at her in confusion, unable to fathom her sudden outburst. Jiang Yu's gaze was filled with resentment. By the time Yuli Tian arrived, she was still lost in her thoughts. He appeared in her line of sight, a remarkably handsome man, resembling Hao Jingye in his glasses. While Hao Jingye exuded a serious demeanor, Yuli Tian was youthful and charming, reminiscent of a popular student from their school days. "What is wrong with you, Xiaoyu?" he asked, eager to engage as he entered the room. But his words faltered when he noticed the presence of others. Yuli Tian furrowed his brow, scanning the room. 3 inconspicuous plainclothes officers blended into the background, while Hao Jingye exuded an air of authority that set him apart. Yuli Tian's gaze lingered on Sheng An, captivated by her exceptional beauty. As he spoke, Jiang Yu was jolted back to reality, her thoughts racing. How could she have ever found him appealing? "What do you want?" she retorted bitterly. Yuli Tian, momentarily disregarding Sheng An and the others, looked at Jiang Yu with a sorrowful expression. "Xiaoyu, how long will you continue to sulk? You have misunderstood my relationship with Chun Jiao. We are merely fellow townspeople." His acting was convincing enough to deceive anyone but Jiang Yu, who had been reborn and was no longer susceptible to his manipulations. Jiang Yu scoffed, "Yuli Tian, cease your charade. Your tricks hold no sway over me now. I wish nothing more than to strip you of your skin and shatter your bones." Over the years in college, she had sensed something amiss, but had been easily lulled into complacency by Yuli Tian's sweet words and Chun Jiao's disdain for him. Reflecting now, she felt utterly foolish. Her eyes were cold and filled with hatred, emotions that had never graced her visage before. Yuli Tian hesitated, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Yet, recalling his objective, he pressed on. "Xiaoyu, what has transpired? Were our years together a lie? Do you not cherish the 5 years of youth we shared? How dare you bring that up? For 5 years, you played me like a fool, reveling in your deceit." Jiang Yu clenched her fists, seething with rage. Longing to strike him down, Yuli Tian feigned hurt. "How could you think that of me?" He stepped closer, grasping her hand, his eyes reddened. "Xiaoyu, I would never deceive you. Do you not recall our promises by the sea? Climbing the Great Wall, when you could not walk, I carried you. You vowed to be with me for a lifetime." At that moment, Jiang Yu forcefully withdrew her hand, disgust washing over her. She realized that she was perpetually astonished by this man's audacity. Had she not been reborn, his words would have undoubtedly stirred her emotions. However, during that fateful year of the apocalypse, she had overheard him and Chun Jiao plotting behind her back, relishing in the happy moments they had stolen from her. How shameless could he be to utter such words? Sheng An and Hao Jingye observed the unfolding drama. Sheng An mused, "Who footed the bill?" A soul-searching inquiry. Yuli Tian faltered. Sheng An lamented, what a fool. Jiang Yu was exasperated. She truly wished to never hear those words again. Jiang Yu glared at Yuli Tian, seething. I know everything about your past. You were with that wretched girl in high school, and when you ran out of money in college, you turned your sights on me. After we traveled and dined together, you swiftly returned to her, reveling in your romance. Did you truly think I was oblivious? Sheng An and Hao Jingye exchanged glances, astonished. Yuli Tian's facade cracked momentarily, but quickly returned to arrogance. Jiang Yu, I cannot comprehend your accusations. Do you possess any evidence? He suddenly shifted his demeanor, sneering. Perhaps you are the one who strayed, and now blame me? His gaze swept across the room, settling on Hao Jingye, accusingly pointing. Is it him? Hao Jingye, bewildered, pushed up his glasses and calmly replied, Buddy, even if you are being supported, you ought to maintain some integrity. To have a mistress while being kept is truly unethical. What did you say? Yuli Tian fumed. Hao Jingye surveyed him, shaking his head. With your demeanor, the only thing you've gained is a fleeting youth worth a pittance. After all that money spent, why are you unsatisfied? His eyes were filled with disdain and reproach. Yuli Tian was beside himself with rage. You're speaking nonsense. You're the one who is a kept man. Hao Jingye shrugged. I've never taken advantage of my girlfriend. You, on the other hand, are the one who lacks morals. You, Jiang Yu interrupted, pointing towards the exit. Yuli Tian, leave. A cold smile graced her lips. My letting you go now does not mean I will always do so. Prepare yourself for reckoning. When the end times arrive, she would ensure these two scoundrels face the consequences. Yuli Tian inhaled deeply, turning back to Jiang Yu. He was baffled by her transformation. After all these years, he had perceived her as an easy target to manipulate. Jiang Yu, you proposed a breakup and unjustly accused me of betrayal. If you cannot provide evidence, you must compensate me. Otherwise, you will not escape cleanly. Yuli Tian's gaze glinted with greed. Hao Jingye interjected, TSK, TSK. He shook his head, making a sound of disapproval. Yuli Tian shot him a glare before returning his attention to Jiang Yu. She was incredulous. Are you threatening me? You initiated the breakup. If you wish to part ways, then compensate me. Yuli Tian, undeterred, asked, what do you want? He was eager to see how far Jiang Yu would go. The bracelet you took, he replied. Jiang Yu gasped, fury engulfing her as memories of the apocalyptic year flooded back. Her eyes blazed crimson as she fixed her gaze on Yuli Tian. You want that bracelet? You have always desired that bracelet? It seems you were aware of its true value. No wonder you stealthily took it when you departed. This is no ordinary bracelet. It is a cherished heirloom of their family, a remarkable stroke of fortune. As the apocalypse approaches, the significance of possessing a space is self-evident. These wolves are utterly repugnant. Jiang Yu's chest heaved with rage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was you who proposed the breakup. If you are unwilling to return the bracelet, then monetary compensation shall suffice. Yu Litian, with a brazen disregard, declared, otherwise I shall expose you in the class group and to your company. Suddenly, Sheng An rose, retracting her phone, capturing the attention of all. Her brow furrowed, her expression exuded impatience, as if her tolerance had been entirely exhausted. Jiang Yu, you claimed that after your separation, he took your bracelet? Jiang Yu, stunned, nodded instinctively. Yes. Yu Litian exclaimed. She has taken it back again. Sheng An, ignoring him, continued to gaze at Jiang Yu, inquiring, how much is your bracelet worth? Jiang Yu stammered, my grandmother gave it to me. Understood, an heirloom. A priceless treasure of immense value. Sheng An nodded, summarizing. She cast a glance at Hao Jingye, pondering the implications of theft and extortion. Hao Jingye's eyes brightened as he stood with his computer, proclaiming, in the absence of a familial relationship, this constitutes a theft of significant value, potentially warranting a sentence of 3 to 4 years of imprisonment. Extortion of substantial amounts could result in a sentence of up to 3 years. Sheng An smiled slightly. Then let us take action. Yu Litian, Jiang Yu. Chapter 8. The Doomsday Special Affairs Department. Jiang Yu was utterly perplexed. Staring blankly at Sheng An remarked, your time is precious, but mine is even more so. You have already squandered 12 minutes. She felt somewhat exasperated. Did this girl not realize that the apocalypse was merely 21 days away? Why waste time bickering? Was it truly amusing to watch a wretch flail about? Jiang Yu remained in a daze. Sheng inquired, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to eliminate him directly?" After some contemplation, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Decisive action is warranted in extraordinary times. That could work. Then, she hurriedly interrupted, "Wait." Shaking her head, she insisted, "No, he cannot die just like that. He must survive until after the 21st day. In my previous life, everyone claimed it was a blessing to perish before the end. I refuse to let you Litian and Shun Jiaojiao die so easily. Otherwise, I would be tormented by memories of their cruelty without being able to retaliate, and that would drive me mad." Sheng An's expression conveyed a mix of confusion and respect. She waved her hand dismissively, "As you wish. As long as you cooperate with the state, such inconsequential matters are yours to decide." Her tone was almost indulgent. Yu Litian, bewildered, only began to grasp the situation when two plainclothes officers restrained him. "What are you doing? On what grounds are you arresting me?" Sheng An dismissed his protests with a wave, and the officers dragged him away like a dead dog. Outside, a woman's cries erupted. "Litian, what happened to you? Why are you arresting him?" Jiang Yu ground her teeth. "Chun Jiaojiao." As the words left her mouth, a woman rushed over and threw herself at Yu Litian. She turned to Jiang Yu. "Why did you let them arrest Litian?" "You." Sheng An interrupted. "Oh, there's another thing." Her demeanor was calm, and her tone devoid of emotion. "Yu Litian, did Chun Jiaojiao instruct you to steal the bracelet?" Yu Litian opened his mouth, but Sheng An was already before him, twisting his hand forcefully. "Ah, is that so?" The pain was excruciating. Yes, it was Jiaojiao who told me." Sheng An released his hand, her expression still impassive. "Accomplice, take him away." With that, another officer seized Chun Jiaojiao. The three of them dragged the two away, their cries fading into the distance. As police sirens wailed and patrol cars sped away, Jiang Yu was left in utter bewilderment. What has transpired? From Chun Jiaojiao's appearance to her being taken away, it had been less than a minute. In a lawful and compliant manner, resolving issues should have been straightforward. Why did no one consider calling the police? Sheng An shot her a glance. Jiang Yu hesitated. "I never thought of that." Her expression was conflicted, but the apocalypse is imminent. Even imprisonment would be futile. Sheng An sighed. "Oh, foolish child. The end is nigh, and the state will announce stockpiling. Where do you think they will store their supplies? After the 21st day, without money or food, won't they fall into your hands?" She was quite exasperated. With Jiang Yu's disposition, even with a second chance at life and a space of her own, she could only seek revenge against Yu Litian. She was unlikely to achieve much beyond that. Was this truly the reason why Xiao ended up in a loving retreat with a male protagonist? Sheng An attempted to comprehend. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Hao Jingyan nodded in agreement. "If you seek revenge, do not allow them to enjoy their freedom for the next 21 days. Rest assured, I will make arrangements for their care while in custody." Sheng An sought to understand, yet remained perplexed. She raised her hands in resignation. "I believe resolving it directly would be more efficient, but if you insist on keeping them alive, I respect your decision." Her face still bore the expression of confusion, yet respect. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Hadn't they just mentioned legality and compliance? This outcome was indeed the best under the circumstances. Jiang Yu had envisioned tormenting them during the apocalypse, but allowing them to frolic about for these 21 days was equally repugnant. Sending them to a detention center to suffer was preferable. It would be out of sight and out of mind. During these 21 days, she could focus on stockpiling supplies. With this thought, Jiang Yu's gaze towards Sheng An sparkled with excitement. Sheng An affectionately ruffled her hair. "Good. By aligning with the state, Sister Sheng will protect you. Just serve your country well and refrain from overthinking." The implication was that she did not appear particularly clever. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously, her voice ringing clear. "Understood, Sister Sheng." She was thoroughly convinced by Sheng An, who, despite not being much older, inspired genuine affection. Sheng An smiled. "Let us go report to the Special Affairs Department." Jiang Yu's eyes glimmered as she nodded emphatically. After reporting, would she not finally fill her space with supplies? She eagerly rubbed her hands together. Sensing her cooperation, Sheng An was very satisfied. "Jiang Yu, A girl with an excess of romantic notions had officially joined their ranks. On the way back, Hao Jingye shared everything he could with Jiangyu. She was already aware of the impending apocalypse, but remained shocked by the turmoil hidden beneath the surface of tranquility. Reflecting on the other four heretics, Jiangyu mused, I thought I was the most unique, yet there are other reincarnators, and there are also those with powers. Even before the apocalypse arrives, abilities have already manifested, something that was utterly unheard of in my previous life. Sheng An tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, her gaze profound as she murmured, Indeed, the emergence of so many reincarnators and those with abilities. One instance could be coincidence, but such a multitude is undoubtedly not. She harbored no belief in mere chance. Hao Jingye felt an unsettling weight in his heart, sensing a persistent unease. One chosen one could be considered normal, but multiple chosen ones? Powers could be explained by the approaching meteor, but reincarnation? Jiangyu shook her head, unable to comprehend. Nonetheless, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She had thought herself the chosen one, yet it seemed she was but one of many, and still a chosen one under someone else's guidance. Jiangyu stole a glance at Sheng An. It seemed she had recalled something, her curiosity piqued by the way. Do the other four heretics fall under Sister Sheng's command as well? Hao Jingye shook his head, no. The Doomsday Special Affairs Department was divided into two teams. Sister Sheng oversaw Team B, while the other team was under the authority of the ability users. Qiuyu, with the remaining three heretics also under her jurisdiction. The two teams must cooperate to combat the apocalypse, yet they would operate separately and not interfere with one another. Qiuyu? Jiangyu inquired, intrigued. Hao Jingye glanced at Sheng An and, seeing her lack of objection, realized he could share this information with Jiangyu. Qiuyu was one of the heretics and was originally in charge of the Doomsday Special Affairs Department. However, both she and her direct superior, Li Lao, were rather radical, causing those in charge to hesitate to entrust the entire department to them for fear of losing control. Thus, they assigned Sister Sheng to oversee Team B, hoping she could keep Team A in check. After a pause, Hao Jingye added, Of course, Team A also seeks to suppress Team B. Jiangyu felt a headache coming on. She was more concerned about Qiuyu's abilities. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and slowly explained, Her power is puppetry. She can manipulate the abilities of others. Jiangyu gasped in shock. She instinctively raised her voice. With such a unique ability, can Sister Sheng really suppress her? Hao Jingye chuckled softly. You don't know, but both Sister Sheng and Qiuyu hail from Team Zero. Before their falling out, Sister Sheng consistently kept Qiuyu in check, and even after their fallout, Qiuyu has never managed to surpass Sister Sheng during their missions. Moreover, the autumn rain merely signifies an early awakening of latent abilities. Given someone like Shang Jie, do you truly believe she would lack powers after the apocalypse? Hao Jingye rubbed his chin, filled with anticipation. I am quite eager to discover whether I possess any abilities, and if so, what they might be. Jiangyu inquired with curiosity. Did they fall out? Were they not very close before? Hao Jingye pondered for a moment, uncertain, and replied, I suppose so. They both emerged from Team Zero, which has always functioned with remarkable synergy, allowing each member to entrust their lives to one another. Sheng An remained silent, her thoughts drifting to the past. Memories cascaded back to several years ago. Both she and Qiuyu were raised by the state, subjected to rigorous training from a young age, and were among the only two women to become members of Team Zero. Unlike Sheng An's consistent rationality and restraint, Qiuyu had always exhibited a frigid exterior concealing a warm heart. She would frequently wash and mend Sheng An's clothes, and often, in the dead of night, she would stealthily prepare midnight snacks for her, saving her own share from the finest meals, much like a devoted wife. Of course, that was in the past. Jiangyu, with a gossiping expression, speculated, could it be that they both loved the same man, leading to betrayal and a tumultuous entanglement of emotions? Sheng An cast a glance at her through the rearview mirror, exasperated. Is it possible for you to contemplate anything beyond mere romance? Her demeanor remained composed, and in the face of Hao Jingye's equally inquisitive gaze, she remarked softly, it was due to a mission. Having spoken, Sheng An fell silent once more. Hao Jingye withdrew his curious gaze, aware that Sheng Jie clearly wished to refrain from further discussion. Jiang Yu still yearned to ask, but felt an inexplicable hesitation upon gazing at Sheng An's profile. Therefore, she redirected her inquiry to Hao Jingye. Didn't you want Sheng Jie to suppress Qiuyu? Why then distribute the other anomalies to her? Is it because of her abilities? Jiang Yu expressed her discontent. Yet, Hao Jingye smiled, pushing up his glasses, and replied, "What are you joking about? Our Sheng Jie would never concede without reason. There must be other factors at play." Jiang Yu leaned forward, intrigued. Such as? Chapter 9. You want me, the reborn, to farm? This question was answered by Sheng An. I requested the captain of Team 0, Qi Lingwu, and all three anomalies were assigned to Group A. Team 0. The mention of this term stirred her thoughts. Recalling what Hao Jingye had just said about Sheng An and Qiuyu both coming from Team 0, she widened her eyes in confusion. What exactly is Team 0? Is it formidable? Extremely formidable, Hao Jingye replied with a look of reverence. When I was in the information team, I eagerly anticipated collaborating with Team 0. To put it succinctly, Team 0 is a group of omnipotent individuals, dedicated to executing the nation's most secretive and challenging missions. He paused, encapsulating them with a phrase. Human-shaped weapons, flesh and blood combat machines. Jiang Yu's breath hitched. Human-shaped weapons. Flesh and blood combat machines. Such a terrifying description. She instinctively glanced at Sheng An, who presented a cold and sharp profile. Doubt filled Jiang Yu's mind. Sheng Jie appears rather fragile. Is she truly that powerful? Hao Jingye perceived her skepticism and rolled his eyes. Jiang Yu, never doubt Sheng Jie. Over time, you will come to understand. Hesitantly, Jiang Yu nodded. Is that really true? Half believing, she shifted the topic. If Team 0 is so formidable and Captain Qi is their leader, he must be exceptionally strong, right? Hao Jingye nodded, pride evident as he lifted his chin. Of course, Captain Qi is a legend in his own right. He is a top-tier sniper. We privately assess him as the limitations of vision are not the limitations of range for a sniper. Captain Qi knows no bounds. Jiang Yu felt an unexplainable awe. Hao Jingye rubbed his hands, a hint of satisfaction apparent. Captain Qi joining Group B signifies that Sheng Jie can command the entire Team 0. Don't you think Sheng Jie has struck gold? Instinctively, Jiang Yu shook her head. Sheng An, driving lazily, remarked, I've encountered those two elemental anomalies. Believe me, even in the future, they will not stand a chance against Team 0. Anomalies can be incredibly powerful, but Team 0 is already exceptionally strong. They're a charming yet terrifying group of individuals. She hails from there. Jiang Yu had another question. She leaned closer to Hao Jingye, her eyes sparkling. Since Captain Qi is so impressive and represents Team 0, how can Group A's leader, Qiuyu, be so accommodating? Group B aims to suppress Group A, just as Group A seeks to suppress Group B. Hao Jingye suddenly chuckled, but quickly composed himself, adjusting his glasses seriously. Well, what can we say? Captain Qi is our Sheng Jie's lover. Even if Qiuyu were to steal him away, she would fear being betrayed by Captain Qi. Jiang Yu exclaimed. She instinctively glanced at Sheng An, hardly able to believe that this person actually has a partner. Wait, why is it a lover and not a boyfriend? Hao Jingye sighed. That is a question for Sheng Jie. Jiang Yu turned to Sheng An, blinking her eyes with starry fascination. Sheng An glanced at her through the rearview mirror, curling her lips into a smile. Stop prying. Don't let your mind wander too much into matters of love. Stay healthy. Jiang Yu pouted. Is dating unhealthy? She rested her head on the front seat's backrest. Gazing at Sheng and Sheng Jie is truly beautiful, more captivating with each glance. I can hardly fathom who would be worthy of her. Hao Jingye shot her a disdainful look. Honestly, it's only the first day, and you've already become Sheng and S little fan. Hey, don't forget when Sheng Jie had her gun pointed at you. As they engaged in light banter, the trio returned to their unit. The so-called unit was essentially a temporary camp situated on a mountainside, secluded yet heavily guarded, surrounded by several experimental bases and office buildings. Given the presence of anomalies, the space must be ample enough to accommodate their abilities. Jiang Yu scrutinized her surroundings, marveling, after living in the capital for so many years. I never knew there was a mountain here, nor what lay within. Hao Jingye replied, of course. How could a place of such secrecy be accessible to ordinary people? Sheng An led the two into the building shared by groups A and B, which housed several laboratories and numerous researchers. Thus, they might encounter members of Group A at any moment. Hao Jingye lowered his voice. Jiang Yu instinctively leaned in to look around. Hao Jingye pulled her back. Don't look. Group leader Qiu is out with 3 members of Group A, searching for other anomalies. They want to be here now, but perhaps we'll see them tonight. Jiang Yu withdrew her gaze. Are there still anomalies? Hao Jingye confirmed. Of course. Every unusual individual must be investigated. You are the 3rd one we are assessing today. The previous 2 were misunderstandings, but you are indeed an anomaly. Moreover, a rather rare one. Jiang Yu felt a pang of disappointment. Realizing she was not the unique destined one left her somewhat disheartened. Yet curiosity sparked within her. So, does this mean we will continue to investigate other anomalies? Is there a target? Hao Jingye nodded. There are a few. Sheng An swiped her card and led them into the elevator, pressing a floor button. The logistics team has been preparing along the way. You need to report in and undergo a health check. Then, come with us to store your items in the space, along with some additional arrangements for you. Sheng An instructed. Jiang Yu, brimming with excitement, momentarily forgot her curiosity. She had only stored supplies, and her space still had vast emptiness. Although items might expire, filling it to the brim would be splendid. If she could store weapons and controlled substances, that would provide an immense sense of security. Ascending the stairs, she was examined thoroughly, photographic records taken, blood samples drawn, and even a pot of black mud extracted. Finally, she was respectfully escorted out. Fearing being sliced, she was comforted by Sheng An's presence throughout the process. Just looking at Sheng An reassured her. Once everything concluded, Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. Let us go store the items right away. Sheng An nodded, speaking as they walked. You can retrieve items from your space. The nation is stockpiling supplies, ensuring you won't go hungry, even in an apocalyptic scenario. Pausing, considering that Jiang Yu had just joined the Special Operations Unit and might not fully trust the nation. Sheng An added, never mind, just leave it here. Your supplies are minimal, and it will put your mind at ease. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. This is wonderful. The nation would surely provide her with a plethora of supplies. Otherwise, why would they have her clear space? Shang Jie even thoughtfully allowed her to keep her supplies. Jiang Yu felt a surge of gratitude. Yet, simultaneously, a twinge of guilt surfaced. Sheng glanced back, instantly noticing Jiang Yu's mixed emotions of excitement and guilt. A smile played on her lips. Jiang Yu's thoughts were easily readable. She had told a fib. Her space could accommodate more than just herself. After all, it was her golden finger, and it was only natural to conceal a bit. Sheng An understood such minor concerns, but her eyes sparkled with amusement as she walked with a light and unhurried stride. Sheng An led Jiang Yu to a warehouse adjacent to the camp. Upon seeing the enormous warehouse door, Jiang Yu's eyes brightened, nearly bursting with joy. As they approached, a middle-aged man emerged from the warehouse, his expression stern. Sheng An, the supplies are ready. They're all in the warehouse, and the researchers have gathered. Sheng An nodded. Jiang Yu puzzled asked researchers. As they neared, she finally caught sight of the vast array of items inside the warehouse. Tractors, tillers, seeders, sprinklers, fertilizer spreaders, fertilizers, seeds, along with an assortment of small seedlings and peculiar plants. Nearby stood a group of elderly researchers in white lab coats, handling everything with great care. Ah, at last, someone has arrived. These precious items must be handled with utmost care. Hurry and plant them in the ground. An elderly man sprang up, beckoning to them. Jiang Yu inquired, what does this mean? She glanced at Sheng An, puzzled. What about the supplies she was to store? Sheng An returned her gaze, a smile illuminating his face. This is what you must store in your space. Your task now is to nurture the hopeful seedlings and experiment with the hopeful seeds, ensuring your space yields a bountiful harvest. Even if the earth becomes a barren wasteland, your realm shall remain vibrant with life. His words were somewhat convoluted, leaving Jiang Yu feeling rather dazed. She murmured, seedlings, seeds, harvest, vibrant life. Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing her pupils to tremble. Pointing at herself, she looked at Sheng An in disbelief. So, you want me to Cultivate the land? Sheng An beamed brightly. This is called nurturing hopeful seedlings. That vast expanse of black soil must serve a purpose. Although it lacks the mountains, waters, and worlds of Shurxiao space, it will suffice for our needs. Jiang Yu protested. Isn't that still farming? At that moment, an elderly man approached, visibly excited. Is this young lady the space ability user? Oh, finally you have come. After receiving the apocalypse notification, we old folks have been quite worried. Thankfully, we found you. As the world turns to ash, your space is our last hope. Quickly, let me teach you how to cultivate these. Who are you? Jiang Yu replied, impatiently. Sheng An smiled slightly. Academician Zhou from the Academy of Sciences. One of the most authoritative botanists in the world. If you lack knowledge and cultivation, they will be your teachers, guiding you in planting the seeds. Jiang Yu was taken aback, nearly convinced she had misheard. Sheng An grasped her hand, his smile radiant. They are experts in this field, and in the future, research on barren land cultivation and survival in the apocalypse will depend on your space. They are your teachers, and they will accompany you. Jiang Yu was bewildered. What does this mean? They are my responsibility? Sheng An reassured her. Rest assured, as an esteemed contributor, the food you receive will be more than sufficient to sustain them. Jiang Yu exclaimed, is that really what I meant? Wait, so I toil to cultivate the land merely to feed a group of people who will instruct me on how to farm? Sheng An shrugged, feigning regret. Alas, what can be done? Your space only allows you entry. Jiang Yu was left speechless, suddenly grasping the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Chapter 10. Who among us is normal enough to build a fortress? Jiang Yu opened her mouth, seemingly poised to speak. Sheng An glanced at her, patiently awaiting a response. After a moment, Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and declared, fine, I shall go and tend to the fields. Is it not merely farming? Can it be any more arduous than in my previous life? The space she possessed was her golden key, her ultimate trump card. Should others discover that her space could be accessed by anyone, it would undoubtedly be subjected to relentless scrutiny. She remained uncertain as to why there was a space within her bracelet, nor could she ascertain if it could ever be transferred to another. After all, this was not her innate ability. In such circumstances, keeping the space concealed would provide her with greater peace of mind. Jiang Yu resolved, to safeguard this secret, she would learn to farm. Upon hearing her words, Sheng An raised an eyebrow slightly, nodding in agreement. Very well. You may remain here and diligently learn alongside your teacher and the others. We shall reconvene in the evening. Jiang Yu instinctively looked skyward. Was it not already evening? The sky was nearly dark. Sheng An, with a knowing expression, remarked, there are only 21 days left. Did you think our respite would arrive so soon? Press on, little fish. She patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. At that moment, Hao Jingye rushed in, his tone urgent. Sister Sheng, another heretic has made significant moves today. Sheng An's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she turned to leave. Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued by the terms heretic and significant moves. She grasped Sheng An's sleeve. Sister Sheng, take me with you. I wish to see what the other heretics are like. Sheng An coldly declined. No, you have your own tasks to attend to. What if I complete my tasks? May I then come find you? Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sheng An's gaze shifted slightly. Completing her tasks? She replied with a hint of amusement. Yes. As long as you finish your work, I will send someone to fetch you. The emphasis on your work did not escape Jiang Yu, yet she nodded eagerly, filled with determination. All right, Sister Sheng, wait for me, she exclaimed. Sheng An departed with Hao Jingye, the hem of her jacket fluttering as she strode away, her silhouette exuding grace. Upon hearing the retreating footsteps, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and turned. So, what must I do? First, you shall undergo foundational training. If you know nothing, we cannot allow you to handle these seeds and plants, Academician Zhou explained, gesturing to the items being brought in by several researchers. Begin by reading these books. I will highlight the key points for you. Also, go through these videos and materials. Jiang Yu followed his, spotting 2 large boxes filled with thick volumes. On the table lay stacks of documents as high as her arms, and an open computer displayed a folder occupying 1 terabyte. Academician Zhou continued, tonight, focus on finishing this material, and we shall proceed with more tomorrow. Jiang Yu's vision darkened momentarily. A modest vehicle navigated the roads. Sheng An drove with both speed and steadiness, while Hao Jingye occupied the passenger seat, reporting Yu Litian and Shun Jiaojiao have already been interrogated. The desire for the bracelet appears to be coincidental. Shun Jiaojiao believes Jiang Yu's ancestral bracelet holds considerable value. She nodded, signaling him to continue. Hao Jingye swiftly perused the information at hand. Li Wanyun, 23 years old, lost her parents a year ago, inheriting a substantial fortune. 7 days ago, she was embroiled in a dispute with her cousin over her parents' company. 3 days ago, she abruptly proposed selling her shares for $3 billion. On the same day, she began liquidating her vehicles and properties, all in a rush, having already accrued $1 billion, with another billion worth of assets currently on the market. Sheng An nodded. Proceed. Hao Jingye continued. Today, $3 billion was deposited, along with $10 billion from the liquidation of fixed assets, monitored by bank transactions. $40 billion remains in her bank account, with no expenditures recorded. His computer flashed a screen. Hao Jingye glanced at it and added, just now Li Wanyan contacted a professional broker, urgently requesting the swift processing of her assets, hoping to liquidate everything within 7 days to recover cash. Her repeated requests indicated she had sought this many times. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. As the apocalypse approaches, could she be hoarding $50 billion to purchase supplies in preparation for the end? Hao Jingye's expression was complex. If Li Wanyan were also a reborn individual, then she was playing her cards close to her chest. Sheng An interjected the script of Su Qingqing. Jiang Yu existed within the narrative of rebirth in the apocalypse, the overlord's affection. Thus, Li Wanyan resided within, starting with $50 billion. I lack for nothing in the apocalypse. What has Li Wanyan been doing these past 3 days? Sheng An inquired further. Hao Jingye promptly responded, 3 days ago, Li Wanyan had a fierce altercation with her grandmother and cousin's family, to the point of bloodshed. Yet, she suddenly proposed selling her shares to her cousin, demanding $3 billion. Suddenly, the information gathered suggested an abrupt change, raising suspicions of abnormal circumstances, rebirth. Hao Jingye's tone was precise, embodying a work-oriented demeanor. Sheng An nodded. Hao Jingye continued. Li Wanyun and Li Jinli failed to reach an agreement over the $3 billion. That same day, she contacted other businessmen, expressing her intent to sell her shares for $3 billion. Simultaneously, she secretly reached out to a professional broker to liquidate her assets. It was evident that Li Wanyun was in a hurry 3 days ago. Selling her stocks while immediately liquidating other assets indicated a frantic effort to gather funds, most likely confirming the news of the impending apocalypse. The following morning, Li Jinli consented to the transaction, giving her only 2 days to secure the funds. Today, she had to ensure the $3 billion was deposited. Otherwise, she would sell to someone else. Li Jinli employed various means to procure the $3 billion for her, indicating that the stocks were worth far more than the stated $3 billion. Thus, Li Jinli's agreement made sense. The day before yesterday, after agreeing to purchase the stocks, Li Wanyun began liquidating her assets, even parting with some jewelry and luxury items. Sheng An's brow furrowed slightly. That evening, Li Wanyun dined at a restaurant, consuming an unusually large meal, quite unlike her usual appetite. Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An, turning the screen toward her. She glanced briefly at the surveillance footage, capturing a long-haired woman in a high-end restaurant, completely disregarding her image as she devoured her food with fervor, as if the dishes before her held a fatal allure. Sheng An smiled, noting her resemblance to reborn individuals. Having tasted hardship and endured hunger, she exhibited signs akin to PTSD. If it were merely asset liquidation to consolidate liquid funds, one could not discount the possibility of having received advance notice. With the government taking such drastic measures, it was improbable that the truth remained entirely concealed. Although the information was temporarily under wraps, some people would inevitably receive or deduce the reality through various means. Intelligent individuals have always been plentiful. However, certain details concerning Li Wanyun raised suspicions of heretic behavior. For instance, her sudden change in attitude towards the company's shares during the argument, or the inexplicable gluttony exhibited by a wealthy offspring. Hao Jingye concurred. Indeed, while we lack direct evidence, My intuition tells me Li Wanyun is a heretic. He paused, quietly adding, this girl bears an uncanny resemblance to Su Qingqing. When he read the novel to Sheng An, he had glanced through it himself. Li Wanyun and the female protagonist, Su Qingqing, who hoarded 100 billion worth of supplies, struck an identical first impression. What did she do yesterday? What unusual activities occurred today? Hao Jingye recalled that he had mentioned the heretic had made significant moves today. At this, Hao Jingye's expression turned complex. Sheng An inquired, what happened yesterday? Hao Jingye replied, after signing the sales contract, Li Wanyun sought out a group of people to renovate a villa. Having invested a substantial amount of money, she had been working tirelessly from last night until this afternoon, and the transformation of her house had begun to take shape. As the car approached its destination, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, causing Sheng An to furrow her brow. She did not pause, pressing on further inside. As she drew closer, the sounds of workers laboring diligently became distinctly audible, accompanied by the operation of heavy machinery. The renovation of a villa was akin to a large construction site. Hao Jingye pointed ahead, his tone laden with complexity. Sister Sheng, just take a look. Sheng An lifted her gaze, momentarily taken aback. The villa ahead was undergoing renovation, illuminated brightly by the site's floodlights, which cast a warm glow upon the exterior. The structure of the villa was now clearly visible. Sheng An's lips twitched in disbelief. What on earth? Chapter 11. Another reborn individual whose residence has suddenly been transformed into such a state? Li Wanyun increasingly resembles a reborn individual. Her sources of information are likely not from the state. Sheng An's voice resonated with certainty. Hao Jingye nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Anyone who receives information from the state, regardless of the method, is undoubtedly intelligent. No one would dare act so brazenly. The direct commissioning of a bunker suggests a familiarity with a world devoid of state systems, or perhaps a complete disregard for such constraints. While definitive evidence remains elusive, Sheng An is already convinced. Yet another reborn individual. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, synchronizing with the sounds of the construction site ahead. In this still-developing villa community, apart from the construction workers, no other souls could be found. Only a stray calico cat peeked out from the greenery before boldly crossing the road in front of the car. She gently closed her eyes, her face shrouded in darkness. The beams from the construction site's floodlights streamed through the car window, casting her visage in a play of light and shadow. Her voice, gravelly, broke the silence. This place I have seen the planning map. It is designated as a core refuge area by the state, is it not? This newly constructed community, located in the outskirts of the capital, commands a high price, resulting in very few properties being sold. Moreover, it has only just begun selling with minimal promotion, let alone handing over the keys. Thus, when they first drove in, the community was shrouded in darkness. The villas lined the front, while larger apartment buildings and high-rises occupied the rear, culminating in a vast expanse of land. The houses were built to a high standard, and the underground parking garage was notably robust. In the plans, the basement was intended as a refuge, and reinforcing the underground garage, while coordinating with the surface structures, makes it an ideal location for a sanctuary. Hao Jingye inhaled deeply and nodded. Indeed. For a moment, both fell silent. The state, through extensive calculations and projections, had determined that this location could potentially serve as a safe zone during an apocalypse. The positioning of core refuge sites within the capital was critically important and still under deliberation, with no construction yet undertaken. Even the state could not guarantee this place's safety. Yet, Li Wanyun had precisely chosen it. This was a community that had yet to hand over its properties, and she had already orchestrated renovations. She had survived the apocalypse. Hence she knew this place was safe. Another reborn individual, and yet another who had returned from the post-apocalyptic world. Even Hao Jingye could not help but exclaim, there are indeed many reborn individuals. If we discover a few more, it would seem as though the world has been riddled with them. Wu Ji, Jiang Yu, Li Wanyun. These three were all from the capital. Outside the capital, the existence of reborn individuals was undeniable. The density was alarming. Indeed, it is alarmingly dense, Sheng An agreed. There is always a reason behind unusual occurrences. In the face of reborn individuals and those with extraordinary abilities, Sheng An felt little concern. Her only thought was how to harness their potential for the benefit of the state, preventing any descent into chaos. Yet, she could not comprehend the reasons behind the proliferation of reborn individuals. Suddenly, Sheng An felt an urge to smoke. She produced a cigarette and placed it between her lips. With a flick of her fingers, a lighter appeared. Click! The lighter sparked to life. Just as she brought it to her mouth, she hesitated, extinguished the flame, and slowly lowered it. Sheng Hao Jingye queried, puzzled. The way she held the cigarette was undeniably cool, both fierce and beautiful. He found himself momentarily entranced. Yet, she restrained herself. Sheng An returned the cigarette to the box and tossed it to Hao Jingye. I'm quitting. Hao Jingye. Moments ago, Sheng An had suddenly thought of Qi Lingwu. They had both received news about the impending apocalypse simultaneously. That night, they remained on the line, words unspoken. Both were psychologically resilient individuals. Yet faced with the impending alteration of the world and the immense challenges confronting the nation they guarded, tranquility was unattainable. For half an hour, they exchanged no words. Finally, Qi Lingwu broke the silence. Sheng An quit smoking. It won't be as convenient in the apocalypse. Sheng An had chuckled lightly. Do you think I won't be able to find cigarettes in the apocalypse? Or is it that you lack the ability to procure them for me? Qi Lingwu had laughed in response. In that simple exchange, they both accepted the reality that the apocalypse was imminent. Just before hanging up, Sheng An suddenly declared, "Then I'll quit." She was inherently rebellious. In the past, when executing missions, she rarely cared about her own survival, focusing solely on task completion. But when the wretched world threatened human extinction, her rebellious spirit surged. She did not want to die. The craving for cigarettes, while perhaps not a grave concern in the apocalypse, ultimately offered no advantages. Hao Jingye received the cigarette box. Somewhat astonished, he obediently stowed it away. If Sheng Jie said she was quitting, then she likely would not smoke again. Is there any other news? Sheng An inquired. Not at the moment, Hao Jingye replied. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he added, "Oh." Li Wanyan purchased a ticket for tomorrow from the capital to a major grain-producing province in the northeast. And she also bought a ticket for the night after to the grasslands. Furthermore, she browsed tickets from the grasslands to the southwestern region and coastal cities. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Is she stockpiling supplies? Hao Jingye responded. After all, it is 50 billion. Sheng An laughed. She is dreaming. Hao Jingye was taken aback, then enlightened, laughing as well. Yes, she was indeed dreaming. Where's Li Wanyan residing? In a hotel, as her luxurious residence was on the market. Sheng An flexed her fingers and started the car. Let us go see the luxurious house that Li Wanyan is selling. Hao Jingye nodded. To see what she has left behind? Sheng An affirmed. Hao Jingye understood. Li Wanyan was selling the house left to her by her parents, filled with remnants of their presence. If she possessed a space, she would likely have taken the belongings with her. Those who have a space and stay in hotels would not engage in the laborious task of moving things. Such an endeavor would be a waste of time and energy. If Li Wanyan were thorough, her house would not have been remodeled into a bunker-like structure. Should we not capture her right now? Hao Jingye asked. Sheng An replied, let us first probe her cards. After a brief pause, she smiled slightly. If she also possesses a space, one that can hold 50 billion in supplies, then I have other plans for her. Hao Jingye noticed the smile at the corner of her lips and felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Send a message to Old Li. The selection for this core refuge can be confirmed. After all, the reborn individuals have already facilitated this. Haven't they? Chapter 12. The initial 50 billion Li Wanyan could hardly contain her laughter. Today, Li Jinli had transferred the money to her, and the old matriarch, that stubborn old woman, immediately called to threaten her to sign the documents and relinquish the company. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Wanyan signed on the spot. Ha ha ha, how amusing. In just 21 days, the stocks and the company would all turn to dust. Why should I hold on to it any longer? It serves no purpose. Embracing several bank cards, Li Wanyan collapsed onto the bed in laughter. She could hardly wait to witness the regretful expressions on that family's faces in 21 days. They tormented her in her past life, and in this life, it was only right that she return the favor. Yet, the smile on Li Wanyan's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, in different gaze filled with hatred. She had been reborn 3 days prior, in a desperate attempt to defend the company left by her parents. She had been embroiled in a bitter feud with her cousin's family. That despicable cousin, Li Qiansheng, had pushed her, causing her to collide with the doorframe and injure her head. Li Wanyan raised her hand to touch the wound on her head. That impact had awakened the Li Wanyan of 2 years hence. In her previous life, she had suffered similarly, which only deepened her hatred for her uncle's family, making her unwilling to yield. They had continued to fight over the company until the very end. However, 21 days from now, the apocalypse would arrive, and everything would turn to nothingness. She would have nothing left as she stepped into that desolate world. Originally, her uncle's family was in the same predicament. But then, the wretched Li Qiansheng awakened his powers and became a water-type ability user. With that, Li Jianli's family instantly ascended to a different status. Li Jianli and his son, Li Qiansheng, despised Li Wanyan, believing that her refusal to relinquish the company had led them into conflict, preventing them from noticing the signs of the impending apocalypse. What a joke. That was the company her parents had painstakingly built. Why should she hand it over to them? In her previous life, once Li Qiansheng awakened his abilities, his family had pursued her relentlessly, leveraging their status as ability users to steal her hard-earned supplies, beating her mercilessly, and even attempting to kill her. By some stroke of luck, Li Wanyan survived. She fled to another city, and 6 months into the apocalypse, she finally awakened her powers, space. How extraordinary it was to be a space ability user. Despite enduring hardships and suffering, Li Wanyan managed to live a semblance of a normal life by the 2nd year of the apocalypse. But then, that detestable uncle's family reappeared. The old matriarch, relying on her status as Li Wanyan's grandmother, insisted on being supported by her, while Li Jianli and Li Qiansheng sought to benefit from her as well. Later, Li Wanyan's breath quickened, and her gaze turned increasingly frigid. Out of a sense of obligation to blood ties, she merely incapacitated Li Qiansheng, but spared the rest of the family. To her astonishment, Li Jianli spread rumors about her possessing supplies and colluded with several ability users to attack her. Ultimately, Li Wanyan met a tragic end in the 2nd year of the apocalypse. Not all space ability users have abundant resources. On the contrary, Li Wanyan had always possessed very little, having awakened her powers too late. Fortunately, she had been reborn, returning everything to the beginning. This time, she would become the wealthiest person. The thought of her vast space brought her to tears of joy. In her previous life, her space had grown only gradually, reaching the size of a football field by the time of her death. However, upon her rebirth, for reasons unknown, despite her powers being at the beginner level, her space was immensely vast, perhaps as large as 10 football fields. How fortunate she was! Not only had she been granted a second chance, but she also possessed such a magnificent boon. In this life, she would undoubtedly thrive. In this life, she would ensure that Li Jianli and his family paid the price. Contemplating the 50 billion and the enormity of her space, Li Wanyan burst into laughter. Such an opportunity likely had no parallel in this world. The so-called chosen ones could hardly compare. Who would dare provoke her? Stepping on ability users and kicking down villains. This was the treatment befitting a chosen one. Ha ha! Meanwhile, Sheng An and Hao Jingye stood within the empty mansion that Li Wanyan was selling. The house was barren, devoid of any furnishings. Sheng An's expression remained impassive. Xiao Hao, tell me, how large must the space be for someone with 50 billion to clear out all the furniture? Indeed, Li Wanyan had stripped the entire villa of its furnishings. 50 billion could stockpile countless supplies. Why waste space on her parents' belongings? Hao Jingye swallowed hard, muttering, "The space is vast, very vast." The repetition of vast served both as a description and an exclamation, yielding another crucial piece of information. Confused, Hao Jingye asked Sister Sheng, how did she come by such a space? She shouldn't be a space ability user, right? But I haven't heard of any ancestral inheritance either. According to their current understanding, space ability users typically began with a small space. If Li Wanyan's space was indeed vast, it contradicted the established logic of ability users. Sheng An shot him a glance. With so many reincarnators around, do you think logic is necessary? These so-called chosen ones don't require logic for their advantages. Hao Jingye replied. That makes a hell of a lot of sense. Her space was indeed immense, and her urgency to raise funds, coupled with the fact that her flight destination was a region rich in both crops and livestock. It was highly probable that her space could preserve supplies. Space ability users have their time frozen within their spaces. Thus, the likelihood of her being a space ability user was significant. The extraordinary size of her space remained a mystery, which could only be unraveled by her. It was also possible she herself was unaware of it. From her various actions, it was evident she had been reborn and had suffered greatly during the apocalypse. In this life, with the apocalypse yet to arrive, she must be a space ability user. Therefore, in her past life, she must have also been one. In the early days of the apocalypse, food beneath the ruins had yet to be contaminated. Early awakeners of space abilities would not have struggled too much. She likely only awakened her space abilities 3 months into the apocalypse. Sheng An concluded succinctly, Su Qingqing, or rather, Li Wanyan, a space ability user reborn from the apocalypse, with an immense space. In her past life, her abilities awakened 3 months after the apocalypse, and she endured considerable hardship. In this life, she is gathering 50 billion to stockpile supplies. The two piece together the puzzle, methodically deducing Li Wanyan's circumstances. Hao Jingye inquired, Sister Sheng, you mentioned your plans for Li Wanyan's space? Sheng An smiled, a knowing look in her eyes, an excellent arrangement. Let's head back first. Once we confirm Li Wanyan's situation tomorrow, we can set our plans in motion. Hao Jingye felt a twinge of confusion, but refrained from asking further, following Sheng An back to the Special Operations Center for the Apocalypse. Jiang Yu vowed she had never struggled so much during her senior year. A group of so-called academicians and experts droned in her ears like a chant. Heavens, I've explained it twice, and you still haven't remembered? Who can memorize the content of half a book after only 2 listens? Just look at this. Do you remember what was discussed in the video earlier? What is this plant? Thank you very much. That video was 2 hours long and introduced 100 different plants, even fast-forwarded. Then you must know this one, it's basic biological knowledge. Your basic knowledge revolves around plant diseases and pests. Jiang Yu cradled her head. I can't take it anymore. Subsequently, she was met with a disdainful glance from everyone present, then another disdainful glance. Academician Zhou sighed, expressing his disbelief at having encountered such a dim-witted student. Academician Liu offered words of consolation. Oh, Zhou, bear with it. Did you think I had the privilege of teaching anyone more astute? Dr. Cheng, speaking from the heart, lamented. Her IQ may not even exceed 120. Jiang Yu thought to herself, what happened to the so-called chosen one? Why, in this new life, is she still subject to disdain? It was during this moment of despair that Sheng An returned. With tears brimming in her eyes, Jiang Yu cried out, Sister Sheng, please help me. Chapter 13, The Reborn. Study hard. The scene before them was entirely expected. Sheng An remained remarkably composed as she gently ruffled Jiang Yu's hair, smiling. Little fish, what's the matter? With tear-filled eyes, Jiang Yu lamented. Sister Sheng, I don't want to study anymore. It's just too painful. She wondered why being the chosen one was even more arduous than her university days before her rebirth. Sheng An consoled her. You are suffering, but there is no choice. Only you can enter the space, right? You must study hard. Academician Zhou and the others aim to train you into a professional in planting within 15 days. Jiang Yu sighed internally, feeling as though she were shooting herself in the foot. During her university years, she was preoccupied with romance, barely managing to obtain a degree. The major she pursued was trivial. Yet now, a group of esteemed academicians was attempting to inundate her with knowledge at an astonishing pace. After just one night, her mind was overwhelmed. This was not the treatment befitting a chosen one. This was the plight of a struggling student. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth. No, I can't do it. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just, she was ready to quit. What could the state possibly do to her? Sheng An, unfazed by her words, slowly revealed a smile, her voice soft. I'm afraid that's not an option. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? Is the state really going to force me to do something I don't want to? Sheng An replied, her smile unwavering. Of course not. However, the state might decide not to entrust Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao to you. After all, they are citizens of the state, and it is possible the state will provide for them, ensuring their survival even in the apocalypse. Naturally, if they work hard, they might even manage to stay fed and clothed. Jiang Yu exploded. No, this absolutely could not happen. It was a matter of life and death. Each word was a dagger to her heart. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth. I will study. Allowing Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao to live comfortably was more unbearable than death itself. Behind Sheng An, Hao Jingye cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Yu. Was she truly foolish enough to believe that Sheng An had arbitrarily decided to control Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao? This was Jiang Yu's Achilles heel. Now that this girl had fallen into Sheng An's hands, did she still dare to hope for freedom? Did she think Sheng An was merely a kind sister? Jiang Yu, filled with frustration, was dragged away by the anxious academicians. It was not until the following morning that Sheng An saw Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu appeared like a wandering spirit, drifting into the temporary camp's cafeteria, her eyes darkened, muttering as if reciting something. Sheng An waved, "Little fish, come eat." Jiang Yu glanced at her, her gaze filled with resentment. She floated over, her voice hoarse. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Not bad," Sheng An replied. "What happened to your voice?" Jiang Yu sighed. "I was cramming." She continued in a melancholy tone. "I didn't sleep well. They only gave me 2.5 hours of sleep and played recordings by my side, insisting that I shouldn't delay my studies even while sleeping." Sheng An said gently, "Endure a bit. After all, it is your space that only you can enter." Each time she comforted Jiang Yu, she used this phrase. It held profound meaning, yet Jiang Yu's mind never seemed to grasp it. Jiang Yu opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Sheng An looked at her, her eyes expectant. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll eat. I can bear this hardship." Nearby, Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses. Slightly exasperated. Is it really necessary to wear such a long face over learning how to farm? Jiang Yu, unable to vent her frustration at Sheng An, seized the opportunity to unleash it on Hao Jingye. "You must not understand the depth of knowledge involved in farming. Do you think it's as simple as just planting seeds? I used to think farming was easy, but those damned academicians said many research plants are precious and require special cultivation methods. Each one is different, and I must memorize them all. And there's something about using the space as an experimental field, and I have to learn to compare." Hao Jingye, expressionless, interjected. "You need to compare the growth of different grain species in the same environment, as well as the growth of the same grain species in different environments, and the growth of different grain species in various conditions, analyzing survival of the fittest, even human intervention, to cultivate the desired plants." Jiang Yu. She looked utterly bewildered. "How do you know this?" Hao Jingye, maintaining his calm demeanor, pushed his glasses up again. "While pursuing my doctorate, I was bored and casually studied applied biological sciences." At that moment, his glasses seemed to gleam. Jiang Yu muttered in confusion. "Bored? Casually?" Hao Jingye replied, "Indeed. I learned quite a bit. I must have studied over 20 different subjects. Later, I was specially recruited by the state and focused on a few directions, even mastering over 10 languages." He sighed, "But with the apocalypse approaching, all those languages will be useless." Jiang Yu, her head tilted in disbelief, her face a canvas of confusion and astonishment, her mouth twitching. She suspected she had misheard. Sheng An added, "Don't compare yourself to him. He has a photographic memory." Jiang Yu, is that even possible? There are people who can remember everything they see. Why wouldn't there be? If I didn't have a special talent, how could I be assigned to assist Sister Sheng in managing such a critical department during the apocalypse? Hao Jingye rolled his eyes. Jiang Yu. Before today, she had never realized how formidable Hao Jingye truly was. Looking at Hao Jingye, then at Sheng An, and recalling the group of researchers who criticized her for not having an IQ of 120. What kind of absurdity was this? Wasn't she the reincarnated chosen one? Why did she suddenly feel so ordinary and mediocre? This was simply unscientific. Jiang Yu spiraled into self-doubt. She felt utterly deflated. Her spirit dampened. Sheng An nodded towards the food. "Eat up. Academician Zhou specifically arranged this breakfast for you. You can choose what you want for lunch. Upon hearing this, Jiangyu gazed at the meal before her. A bowl of rice accompanied by several exquisite dishes, both meat and vegetables, even featuring expensive ingredients, steaming as if freshly prepared. It was evident a skilled chef had crafted this, pleasing to the eye and palate. Jiangyu swallowed hard. She felt inexplicably touched. At least he had a conscience. Was this an attempt to make amends for the torment she had endured? She would not forgive him. Sheng An, swallowing her food, casually remarked. He said you were too slow-witted and should eat more to nourish your brain. Jiangyu, I'll let it all end. Her despair was beyond comprehension. Hao Jingye had already finished his meal quickly, tapping away at his tablet, then turned to Sheng An, Sister Sheng. Li Wanyan boarded a plane early this morning and is currently en route to the northeast, with Lao Zhao and the others accompanying her. Sheng An nodded, chuckling lightly. What a wasted trip. Hao Jingye then asked, should we follow her? Sheng An replied, no need. You can control her phone and access surveillance from various locations. With Lao Zhao and the others, we can ensure her safety, and we'll wait for her return in the capital. Jiangyu, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, what are you talking about? Sheng An explained, your future colleague, the spatial ability user Li Wanyan. Yes, she could be considered a member of their future team. Jiangyu. So, there was already a spatial ability user. Jiangyu felt inexplicably disheartened. As though recalling something, she inquired, why return empty-handed? Hao Jingye responded with a mischievous smile, casting a sidelong glance at Jiangyu, because, in the face of the state apparatus, all individual endeavors are rendered futile and powerless. Jiangyu replied, couldn't he articulate something she could comprehend? May I join you? Jiangyu implored eagerly. Sheng An smiled gently, no. You should focus on your studies and nurture the seeds of hope. Jiangyu felt a surge of tears. Farming is farming. No need to elevate it to such lofty ideals. Hao Jingye, puzzled, asked, what do you plan to do this morning? Jiangyu, with a blank expression, replied, learn to operate a tractor. Chapter 14, with an initial capital of 5 billion and no inventory to speak of. Jiangyu found herself wanting to delay matters after Sheng An and Hao Jingye had departed. However, she was promptly seized by academician Zhou and others, who insisted on teaching her how to operate tractors and other agricultural machinery. It seemed that the entire Apocalypse Special Affairs Department was extremely busy. Jiangyu had arrived just the day prior, yet she had not encountered a single member of Group A or Team 0. She hadn't even had the time to inquire about Sheng An. Although the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department appeared to be understaffed, its scope of influence was vast. For instance, Jiangyu, as an individual, was intricately linked to the entire agricultural research system that, while not directly part of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department, still constituted an integral part of it, not to mention the national armed forces at their disposal and the pervasive information retrieval capabilities. Seated on the tractor, Jiangyu curiously asked, where has Group A gone? And Team 0? Why have I not seen a single one of them? Academician Zhou, sitting beside her with an impassive expression, directed her, focus on your driving. Jiangyu replied, Professor Zhou, there's no need to be so stern. It's merely driving a tractor. How difficult can it be? Just as she spoke, she carelessly veered off course, plunging the tractor into a ditch. Surrounding them, echoes of Tang's sung, reciting scriptures filled the air. There were still 20 days until the impending apocalypse. Sheng An and Hao Jingye had numerous tasks to attend to, diligently managing their responsibilities while simultaneously overseeing Li Wanyan's activities. Jiangyu was no longer required to fret over matters, for Li Wanyan was only just beginning her endeavors. At this moment, Li Wanyan had disembarked from her flight and was making her way to procure supplies. To avoid drawing attention, she had rented a large truck for her journey. However, unbeknownst to her, she was already under surveillance. The vehicle she had rented adjacent to the airport had been fitted with monitoring devices by their operatives. On the screen, Li Wanyan's excitement was palpable. She was a woman of stark contrast to Jiangyu in temperament. While Jiangyu was mild-mannered, Li Wanyan, despite her gentle name, exuded an air of arrogance, her eyes betraying a fierce intensity. This was a woman who had not shied away from bloodshed in a past life. Sheng An calmly withdrew his gaze, while Hao Jingye sifted through information beside him. "What have you found?" Sheng An inquired. Among the individuals who had issued apocalyptic warnings yesterday, how many were deemed suspicious? Heterodox individuals did not appear all at once. Information circulating online required daily scrutiny. At midnight, the information department intercepted anomalies for preliminary examination. Subsequently, from midnight until 8 in the morning, background checks were conducted as a secondary filtering process. By the time the information reached them, the number of individuals was significantly reduced. Out of over 200 who had posted related content yesterday, 9 had been identified as persons of interest, Hao Jingye promptly reported. 9 was not an excessive number, merely suspected individuals. The information department aimed to eliminate any potential oversight. If certainty could not be achieved, they would forward the case to Sheng An and Hao Jingye. Most often, none of them were a genuine threat. "Are there any anomalies?" Sheng An pressed. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses and summarized. "There are 2 peculiar posts. One was a warning of the apocalypse published in an internet CAF in Dong'an district, precisely predicting the event to occur in 21 days. Due to the meteorite reports, the world remains relatively stable, yet various rumors abound. Speculations regarding the end of days are rampant, but most can be easily dismissed upon screening. However, pinpointing an exact date certainly raises suspicions. This individual may well be a heterodox suspect." The second post was even stranger. The author claimed to have encountered Iron Man, who warned him that the apocalypse was imminent and urged him to stockpile supplies. As Hao Jingye recounted this, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. After all, with the impending apocalypse looming, he, as Sheng An's assistant, was accustomed to receiving a plethora of bizarre information daily. Yet today's revelation was particularly hard to digest. Sheng An nodded, maintaining his composure. "What about this post caught your attention?" The first reason was the author's background check. He was a rational researcher who had abruptly begun stockpiling supplies. Firmly convinced he had seen Iron Man, the police had interrogated him, and though his claims sounded nonsensical, he did not appear to be lying. Hao Jingye stated with gravity. Sheng An understood. This indicated that regardless of the truth, the researcher genuinely believed he had encountered Iron Man. If true, the possibility of him possessing special abilities could not be ruled out, Sheng An concluded. "Iron Man? A metal type, Esper?" Sheng An's brow furrowed slightly. Hao Jingye had also arrived at the same conclusion. "What about the second reason for suspicion?" Sheng An inquired further. Hao Jingye continued. "The author resides in the same community. Last night, a resident reported a burglary, claiming it had disturbed their child. The family had been out, leaving only the child at home, with all doors and windows secured. However, upon returning, they found the child leaning out of an open window. Did the child open the window?" Sheng An questioned. "Unlikely," Hao Jingye replied. "The child could not reach that height, and furthermore, it was confirmed that the window had been opened from the outside, with a smudge left behind that bore no fingerprints." Taking a deep breath, Hao Jingye elaborated. "The family lives on the 21st floor of a 32-story building, making it nearly impossible for someone to access their window from above or below. Additionally, the child claimed to have seen Iron Man, 2 individuals in the same community claiming to have seen Iron Man in a window with no fingerprints. The implications were substantial. Is there any surveillance footage?" Sheng An inquired. Hao Jingye shook his head. "Currently, no footage has been captured." Sheng An frowned. This meant there was no direct evidence. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "What did the family report as the reason for the burglary? What was taken?" Hao Jingye's expression shifted awkwardly. "They reported a few Ultraman figurines belonging to the child. According to the child, Iron Man had asked him whether he believed in light before making off with his collectibles." "What?" Sheng An exclaimed, her expression morphing into one of incredulity, her lips twitching in disbelief. If all of this were true, was it possible that Iron Man believed in light? After a prolonged silence, Sheng An finally said, "Let us investigate the first individual further. However, let's reach out to the poster who predicted the apocalypse in 21 days first. The second case, I'm not particularly eager to pursue." Just then, Hao Jingye's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced at it, his expression revealing a mix of emotions as he looked back at Sheng and Sister Sheng. "Group Chio has already gone to monitor the first suspect." This meant that only the second heterodox individual remained for them to scrutinize, the one who believed in Iron Man, Sheng, and fell into contemplation. In the northeast, after traversing mountains and rivers, Li Wanyun finally arrived at her destination. Her intention to stockpile supplies was immense. Purchasing from a wholesale market was out of the question, and placing online orders or takeout was impractical and exorbitantly priced. Priding herself on her cleverness, she devised the optimal plan, stockpiling directly from the source, at the most favorable prices. She aimed to amass as much as possible. With the apocalypse looming, what did she have to fear? However, what? There's no food for sale. Li Wanyun exclaimed incredulously, her voice rising. How can there be no food? No rice? No flour? No sorghum? No corn? This is absurd. She had journeyed so far to procure supplies, only to find none available. The owner of the private farm she had approached simply scratched his ear, remaining utterly unfazed. There's none left. Everything has been bought out. Who bought all? It's all sold out? Li Wanyun stepped closer, pressing for answers. Yes. The boss waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the granaries had been completely emptied long ago. Li Wanyun gasped in disbelief and inquired urgently, Boss, what can I possibly procure grain now? The boss replied, if you need a small amount, you can find it at supermarkets and wholesale markets. However, if your demands are substantial, then it's futile. There's none to be found, as all the grain has been purchased. He seemed disinclined to engage further, waving her off before turning away. Breathless, Li Wanyun had no choice but to depart. She hastily visited several private farms, state-owned farms, and even approached middlemen and rural households. Yet, she received the same disheartening response. There was nothing available. Li Wanyun wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom why all the grain had vanished and who had bought it all. At long last, someone clarified, it's the Grain Bureau. All grain is managed and allocated by them to local supermarkets and middlemen. Li Wanyun fell silent, known for her decisiveness. She clenched her teeth and made her way to various breeding farms and slaughterhouses. If purchasing grain in bulk proved impossible, she would initially acquire meat. Consequently, she promptly booked a flight to leave. However, she was taken aback upon discovering that purchasing over a ton of meat necessitated a permit from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Chapter 15. The international courier, the owner of the breeding farm, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the new documents have emerged. What are the requirements for obtaining a permit? Li Wanyun appeared perplexed. What do you intend to use the meat for? Typically, such large quantities are unnecessary for the average person. For those in business, presenting a business license along with previous transaction records should suffice for approval from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the boss stated matter-of-factly. Li Wanyun remained silent, her predicament evident. She possessed nothing. Drawing a deep breath, she inquired, is it possible to purchase 900 kilograms instead, given that a permit is required for over 1 ton? The farm owner scrutinized her with narrowed eyes. What do you need such a large amount of meat for? Never you mind. I will pay the market price, no? I will add 20% to acquire 900 kilograms. Additionally, could you assist me in contacting other farms for the same purchase? Young lady, the farm owner interrupted. Don't trouble yourself. Our meat is already allocated. Any surplus has been sold, and the remaining stock is reserved. If we were to sell to you, we would breach our contract. Although she was willing to pay more, the profit from 900 kilograms would hardly justify the risk of default. The owner was not foolish. Why would he agree to her proposal? Li Wanyun's breath quickened. What she had initially envisioned as a fruitful stockpiling plan had encountered hurdles right from the onset of her meat and grain purchases. Refusing to give in, she continued her relentless search. If the larger farms were unyielding, perhaps the smaller ones would be more accommodating. Meat? It has long been reserved. All upcoming production is claimed. The owner of a smaller farm stated. Wait, who exactly has managed to secure all the stock so thoroughly? Is there no room left for survivors? Li Wanyun spent an entire day running around, her legs growing weary. She had managed to gather a mere 2 million's worth of goods. Standing bewildered on the street, she realized her expectations had been grossly miscalculated. 2 million in a day? At this rate, she would never spend a fraction of her 50 billion. Moreover, this 2 million represented a hodgepodge of various items, Purchasing a single type of resource in bulk would necessitate a permit, unless she resorted to buying minute quantities from supermarkets and shops. Yet even then, no amount of running would suffice to amass what she required. Why was the government suddenly regulating grain, oil, and meat? Had they uncovered something? Damn it, how was she supposed to spend her 50 billion? She paced in circles, her mind racing. Regardless of the reasons behind the government's control over food supplies, she could not afford to dwell on them. Her pressing priority was singular: stockpile, stockpile, stockpile. Yet, at present, she found herself utterly incapable of acquiring supplies from the market. On the screen, the street outside the hotel displayed her indecisiveness as she shifted between standing and squatting. Hao Jingye couldn't help but exclaim, how could she possibly stockpile 50 billion worth of goods? Not to mention the government is currently consolidating food and supplies. Just think about the purchasing power of that 50 billion. If she were to spend it, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Sheng An remained silent. Both of them had anticipated this outcome. Suddenly, on the screen, Li Wanyun stood still, her gaze lifted as if a solution had dawned upon her. Her eyes sparkled in the darkness, and she murmured, if I cannot buy domestically, then I must turn to foreign markets. Yes, she could procure grain abroad. While the domestic market was under government control, overseas conditions were different. There are not only farmers, but also black markets where anything could be acquired. She had originally planned to venture abroad to stockpile weapons, and now she could also gather food and meat. Li Wanyun's smile returned, radiating the confidence that she would not be thwarted in this second chance at life. Such trivial obstacles could not deter her. A renewed sense of pride graced her features. Meanwhile, Sheng An removed her headphones and turned to Hao Jingye. Her tone measured. The bait has been set. Arrange for her to go abroad, and do so promptly. Once it became evident that Li Wanyun's capabilities were vast, she was prepared to facilitate her overseas journey. This was her plan for Li Wanyun. Hao Jingye was taken aback, then quickly grasped her intention. Sister Sheng, you want her to assist in purchasing supplies abroad? He inhaled sharply, contemplating the implications. Indeed, with only 21 days until the apocalypse, our country's extensive procurement from abroad cannot go unnoticed. Many nations, albeit confused, instinctively oppose us. If Li Wanyun has the capacity, then she should procure supplies for us. However, Sheng An shook her head, a content expression on her face that is merely one aspect. Hao Jingye was puzzled. What else could there be? Sheng An chuckled, her gaze meaningful. Have you forgotten what Team Zero is up to? Hao Jingye's eyes widened in realization. Oh. He paused for a moment. Then his expression shifted as understanding dawned upon him. Sheng An had already dialed a number. On the other end, the voice of Yuan Wan, responsible for communications within Team Zero, came through. Sister Sheng? Why the sudden contact? His breath was rapid, and he deliberately lowered his tone. What is it? Sheng An inquired, her brow furrowed. Sighing, Yuan Wan continued, this shipment of arms is substantial. Someone's bound to notice. After a brief pause, he added cheerfully, Captain Shi is here, and he'll handle it shortly. Sister Sheng, just hold on. You can speak with him. It's fine. I can talk to you just as well, Sheng An replied nonchalantly. Please don't. Yuan Wan protested. Sister Sheng, do us a favor and wait for Captain Shi. Every time you contact us, Captain Shi is elated for days. And if he misses speaking with you, my life will be miserable. Yuan Wan's voice was laced with exasperation. Nearby, Hao Jingye watched in amusement, while Sheng An sighed in resignation, knowing that without Yuan Wan's consent, she could not unilaterally end the call. The connection was not kept waiting. A cold voice resonated through the phone. Who is this? Captain Shi, it's Sister Sheng. Yuan Wan chuckled. There was a slight pause in the breath on the other end, before the cold voice returned, softer yet still gravelly, as if whispering in the ear, what is it? Hao Jingye could not help but rub his face in disbelief. My goodness, is this really Captain Shi? Sheng An rested her chin on her hand, casually asking, how are things on your end? Her tone was nonchalant. Quite well. Qi Lingwu replied softly. As soon as he spoke, Yuan Wan interjected, what do you mean well? You're being chased daily, and bringing back this massive shipment of arms is no simple feat. Qi Lingwu ignored him and turned to Sheng An. And how are things with you? Sheng An smiled. All is well, and I have found you a helper. You need not worry about that shipment of arms. It will be returned swiftly. Before Qi Lingwu could respond, Yuan Wan leaned closer to the microphone, excitement evident in his voice. Really? Sister Sheng, what is your plan? This shipment is enormous. If we weren't here keeping watch, it would have been discovered long ago. How will you manage to bring it back? Sheng An's gaze settled on the exuberant Li Wanyun on the screen as she replied slowly, the space-type ability user. Team Zero had been stranded in America due to a shipment of arms. This was a stockpile so vast it bordered on the unimaginable, and their mission was to transport as much as possible back before the apocalypse arrived. Due to the growing unrest domestically, the U.S. had recently stepped up its scrutiny. Old Zhang was even considering giving up. Little did they know, when opportunity knocks, fortune often follows, and Li Wanyun had emerged to save the day. Hao Jingye couldn't help but smirk at the unfolding events. On the screen, Li Wanyun's account received an influx of over 10 million. She walked with a light step, her demeanor exuding arrogance and contentment, utterly oblivious to the fact that she had been designated by Sheng An as an international courier. Chapter 16, somewhat clever. But not much without further ado, Sheng An hung up the phone. Hao Jingye's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Sheng and Sister Sheng. Shall we not contact Li Wanyun first? No, Sheng An replied with a slight smile. Li Wanyun possesses a different temperament from Jiangyu. She is not easily persuaded. People tend to be particularly attentive when safeguarding their assets. Therefore, let her take the initiative to run this errand for herself while we await the swift return of Team Zero. Different approaches are required for divergent characters. Jiangyu can play on emotional strings, but Li Wanyun cannot. She turned to Hao Jingye, her posture straightening. Now, let's assist our courier in successfully commencing his duties. Hao Jingye immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, upon confirming her departure overseas, Li Wanyun promptly searched for visa processing on an online marketplace. She clicked on the most popular listing and inquired, "Can you handle A.U.S. visa? The United States is the largest grain producer and its gun control is lax. Perhaps she could procure some firearms from the black market." A customer service representative named Xiao Hao quickly responded, "Dear, yes, we can. Please contact the agent Xiao Hao at this number, 152. Without hesitation, Li Wanyun dialed the number. "Hello, dear. I'm delighted to assist you. I'm the agent Xiao Hao. May I ask if you need a U.S. visa?" A youthful male voice chimed from the other end. Li Wanyun lay on her hotel bed and replied calmly, "Yes. How long will it take to process?" She could not afford any delays, as she would need time to purchase supplies and find a way to acquire weapons from the black market. 2 days, dear. So soon? Li Wanyun was taken aback and sat upright. "Indeed, dear. And how much will it cost?" "Only 99, dear," the agent Xiao Hao smiled. Hao Jingye remarked, 99 for a 2-day processing time. You must be tempted." Li Wanyun scoffed, "Scam." With that, she hung up the phone. Hao Jingye muttered, "Oh no, I overplay my hand." He cast a guilty glance at Sheng An, who maintained a neutral expression, smiling at him. An inexplicable chill ran down his spine. He quickly turned to his computer, pretending to focus intently. On the other end, Li Wanyun sneered, "Do they really think I am that gullible? Securing A.U.S. visa is quite complicated. To claim it can be done in 2 days for a mere 99 is absurd. Do they take me for a fool? I'm not so easily deceived." She reopened the online marketplace, still on the search interface. Dismissing the previous listing, she clicked on the second and third options, sending inquiries. In quick succession, both responded, "Dear, yes, please contact the agent Xiao Jing at this number, 135, and of course, click the link above to view the required documents for A.U.S. visa. If you're in a hurry, you may also contact agent Xiao Yi at 139. Li Wanyun chose the second option, Xiao Yi. The call connected instantly. "Hello. May I ask if you need a U.S. visa?" A deep male voice inquired. Li Wanyun got straight to the point. "How much?" For a normal process, which includes one-on-one expert guidance, phone training, and assistance during the interview, the VIP price is $29.99, dear. Li Wanyun felt a bit reassured and asked, "How long will it take?" "Approximately 25 days for the standard procedure. I cannot guarantee it." 20 days until the apocalypse arrives. Li Wanyun stated calmly. "What is the fastest option?" "Dear, if you opt for VVP service, It will only be 49,999, and we can complete it in 3 days. Is that certain? We only charge if we fail, dear. Li Wanyun hesitated not a moment. All right, proceed with the application immediately. Suddenly, the agent Xiao Yi added, if you are particularly anxious, you can pay an additional 99999 for the VVVIP process, and you can receive your visa tomorrow. For an additional 599999, we can arrange a private jet to the U.S. Li Wanyun sat up in surprise. You can really have it done by tomorrow? How is that even possible? Xiao Yi replied. That is why we need you to add funds, dear. As long as you pay, we can manage anything. Our travel agency has certain connections to ensure you receive the visa, and you can pay afterward. We operate with integrity. Li Wanyun remained skeptical. What kind of travel agency has such connections? She switched to another interface and saw the store's name, Special Travel Agency. At least payment could be made afterward, and they promised to resolve it by tomorrow. Li Wanyun replied coolly, then add 99,999. I need the visa by tomorrow. With 5 billion at her disposal, she was not concerned about that amount. As for the private jet, she had no need for it. Her priority was safety. What if these people saw her wealth and targeted her? All right, dear, please add me on WeChat. I will send you the required materials. Feel free to contact us for any needs. We can do anything, both domestically and abroad, including large loans. Li Wanyun's interest was piqued. Wait, large loans? Yes, dear. Is it reliable? Rest assured, we adhere to banking protocols. Li Wanyun felt a stir of temptation. However, the reliability of this agent was uncertain. She needed to see if they could secure the visa before making any decisions. As for fear, a space ability user who fears death has nothing to fear before the apocalypse. When the end comes, her fears will be even less. Then I shall not disturb you further. Feel free to reach out anytime. Good night. After hanging up, Hao Jingye turned to Sheng An, saying, Sister Sheng, the task is successfully completed. He exited the online marketplace interface and could not help but exclaim, Li Wanyun is quite wary. She is much harder to deceive than Jiangyu. Sheng An, without lifting her gaze, replied, somewhat clever but not much. She sent a message to the contact. All set. She will definitely reach out to the agent once she arrives in the U.S. You should get in touch with her. The response came quickly. Received. Thank you. Sister Sheng, you're the best. Hao Jingye stroked his chin and mused. Although Li Wanyun has not yet mentioned the loan, she will likely bring it up once her visa is secured. How much shall we allocate for her? Li Wanyun remains unaware that her journey abroad is as a cross-national courier. Bringing more funds to stockpile supplies is also a form of national assistance. The amount we provide her is inconsequential. After pondering, Sheng An shook her head. Do not offer too much. We do not want to arouse her suspicion. Let us allocate 5 billion. Hao Jingye replied. Honestly, 5 billion is rather suspicious. Yet, his task was to ensure the target remained unsuspecting. Sheng An's assessment of Li Wanyun was quite accurate. Somewhat clever, but not much. She tends to overlook details. Of course, it could also be that as a reincarnated ability user, her confidence in her invulnerability leads her to act recklessly. With Li Wanyun's affairs settled for the moment, Sheng An inquired, has anyone spotted Iron Man's community? Do we capture anything today? Hao Jingye quickly checked the feedback. He then shook his head, reporting, no. After reviewing all the surveillance, there are no leads on Iron Man. Merely the 2 anomalous witnesses and some fingerprints outside the window. Sheng An rose and headed outside. Let us proceed to meet the 2 witnesses, one large and one small, to gain insight into the circumstances surrounding the Iron Man who believes in the light. Chapter 17. The Iron Man who believes in light. It was already nightfall when the police arrived, and the interviewee was remarkably cooperative. During the actual questioning, the officers remained outside, while Sheng An and Hao Jingye stayed inside the room with the interviewee. The researcher who had posted the information was named Song Linwei, and his face was flushed with excitement. Before Sheng An could begin her inquiry, he eagerly interjected, is it confirmed that the apocalypse is coming? The police don't believe me, but you must be of a higher authority, right? Sheng An remained impassive and did not respond, instead casually asking, do you truly believe in this so-called Iron Man? Song Linwei chuckled. Your repeated attempts to verify my claims indicate that there is something unusual, doesn't it? If everything were calm, that post would hardly have garnered your attention. A post predicting the apocalypse had indeed attracted scrutiny, and although the police were skeptical, they continued to interrogate him. That night, they had brought in individuals with evidently higher authority for further questioning, leaving the three of them inside. Could there be no issues with this arrangement? Sheng An lifted her gaze to him. He was astute and remarkably lucid, based on his reactions. He was entirely capable of controlling his consciousness. This implied that he was neither mad nor speaking nonsense. Sheng An placed her notes on the table and suddenly inquired, "What research do you conduct?" Song Linwei seemed taken aback by her question. After a brief pause, he candidly replied, "It's related to physics." Sheng An nodded and continued, "Then you must be a man of science. I am curious. What led you to believe in this Iron Man?" She leaned forward, fixing her gaze intently on him. Song Linwei responded, "His very existence defies scientific explanation." He gestured toward his eyes. "I witnessed it with my own eyes." Sheng An remained non-committal, slowly reclining back against the sofa, a smile gracing her lips. "Very well, Mr. Song. Might you describe what this Iron Man looked like?" Song Linwei's smile faltered. He furrowed his brow, saying, "I've already told the police. I wish to hear it from your lips." Sheng An insisted with an unwavering smile. Song Linwei sighed and shrugged. "All right, I will recount it once more. Yesterday morning, just before I left for work, I noticed something flash by outside my window. Being somewhat sensitive, I went to take a look. I saw the Iron Man, a being entirely adorned in gold. No, it would be more accurate to say a humanoid figure. He was clinging to my window, and we were face to face. Couldn't he see his features?" Hao Jingye pressed on. Song Linwei shook his head. Rather than a golden person, he appeared more like a humanoid metal. If you saw him even once, you would recognize the anomaly. He was extraordinary. "What did you say to him?" Sheng An asked. Song Linwei recounted, "I was understandably startled and instinctively retreated several steps, grabbing a broom to strike him. But he suddenly spoke, declaring himself to be Iron Man." Sheng An's brow twitched, and Hao Jingye furrowed his brow in concern. "He truly resembled Iron Man? Real iron?" I said I was going to call the police, and he responded that the apocalypse was upon us, questioning the purpose of calling for help. Instead of wasting time, he suggested hoarding supplies. Song Linwei sighed. "So you firmly believe the apocalypse is imminent?" He continued, "Such aberrations have occurred, coupled with the meteorite issue. Is it unreasonable to suspect the end of the world?" "No, it is not unreasonable. You are quite perceptive." Sheng An shook her head. "Can you discern the gender of the Iron Man? What about his age?" Song Linwei replied, shaking his head, "I couldn't determine his age." He sighed again. Looking at Sheng An, "I've shared all I know. The Iron Man is real, and anyone who sees him will be astonished. But we haven't seen him." Sheng An gently smiled, her gaze inscrutable. "Do you truly have nothing more to add?" Song Linwei shook his head no. As if recalling something, he leaned forward, a troubled expression on his face. "The Iron Man seems quite confident that you cannot capture him. Do you believe you can?" Sheng An countered. "Do you wish for us to catch him?" "Of course, I wish to know more, whether the apocalypse will truly arrive." He glanced at them, pressing his lips together, and softly inquired, "So, can you tell me, is the apocalypse real?" His tone was cautious and filled with trepidation. Hao Jingye was about to shake his head when Sheng An suddenly proclaimed, "Yes, in 20 days, a meteorite will descend, heralding the apocalypse, and the world will face catastrophic disaster." Song Linwei's pupils contracted in shock. Hao Jingye was equally astonished, clearly unprepared for Sheng An's declaration. In an instant, Song Linwei lost his composure, his face a tapestry of shock, confusion, and a dawning despair. He slumped, his voice hoarse. "So, is true?" Sheng An inquired. "Now that you are aware, what are your plans?" Song Linwei shook his head, his gaze blank. "I don't know. With the apocalypse approaching, what plans could there be?" He took a deep breath, licking his dry lips. "Rest assured, I will keep this confidential." He had exhausted all inquiries. Sheng An stood. "Then we shall take our leave. Mr. Song, should any further information arise, please remember to contact us." Song Linwei nodded, escorting them out. Hao Jingye, his face a mask of confusion, whispered as soon as they stepped outside, "Sister Sheng, why did you tell him? The news of the apocalypse is still under wraps. It shouldn't be disclosed so casually." With a police officer nearby, Sheng An shook her head and offered no reply. They were then led to another residence. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Is it the neighboring building? Hao Jingye nodded, lowering his voice. Yes, it is the adjacent building, which lends some credibility to the sightings of the Iron Man. This household contained a child, and Sheng An asked few questions. Little one, what did the Iron Man look like? She gently probed. The child thought for a moment, then pouted. He was nothing like on TV. He was quite annoying. Oh, in what way was he annoying? He stole my Ultraman. The child was on the verge of tears. He was so unreasonable. Sheng An squatted down, producing an exquisite Ultraman from her bag, and smiled. Would you like this Ultraman as a gift from your aunt? The child's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted it. He looked at Sheng An, his eyes sparkling. Thank you, sister. Sheng An affectionately ruffled his hair, her smile growing warmer. You are so adorable. Can you tell me exactly what he looked like? Also, what did he say to you? Share everything, and we will help you find him and reclaim your Ultraman. Upon hearing this, the child's eyes sparkled even brighter, and he tightly clutched the Ultraman, nodding vigorously. The child earnestly began to recall the details. However, his logic was still nascent, and his thoughts were fragmented. From the snippets of information, Sheng An and Hao Jingye pieced together. Yesterday, the child had been locked inside his home when he suddenly heard a commotion outside the window. Unable to open the window, he pulled back the curtains. He saw a dazzling Iron Man. He asked, "Who are you?" A bold move, showing no fear. The Iron Man, upon hearing the voice, directly opened the window. He leaped inside, causing the child to scream in fright. The Iron Man ignored the child's cries, simply stating, "Stop crying. You're so annoying." At that moment, he noticed the Ultraman figurine on the wall. The Iron Man asked the child, "Do you believe in light?" The child, already terrified, continued to wail. The figure smirked, muttering something unintelligible, and walked away, clutching the child as Ultraman. Hao Jingye pressed once more, "Little one, do you truly not recall what he said?" The child shook his head, preoccupied with his tears and unable to remember. Hao Jingye sighed. Sheng An gently patted the child's head, then glanced at the handprint before leading Hao Jingye away. Upon exiting the community gate, the two bid farewell to the police and entered their respective vehicles. Hao Jingye remarked, "Their accounts overlap significantly, and these two individuals are strangers to one another, having had no prior interactions. Although the child's words differ slightly, the crucial information remains consistent and truthful. It appears that Iron Man might indeed be real. It was already a reality, a practitioner of golden abilities." Sheng An started the car, her expression serene. "Continue investigating Song Linwei. Examine his living conditions, family background, and relatives. Compile a list of individuals he has interacted with over the past 3 days and present it to me." Hao Jingye, taken aback, inquired, "Do you suspect him?" He straightened in his seat, urgency in his voice. "Is there something wrong with Song Linwei?" But no matter how many times I ask, the answers remain consistent, and he does not seem to be lying. Sheng An's revelation about Song Linwei and the apocalypse had already astonished Hao Jingye. Hearing her current words, he noticed her unusual reaction. Sheng An smiled. He has indeed not lied, but he has certainly chosen to conceal certain details. Could he possibly be that practitioner of golden abilities? Hao Jingye speculated boldly. Chapter 18. Hoarding goods abroad. Sheng An remained silent, pondering. Can you not think a bit further? She gazed ahead, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. A faint smile gracing her lips. He was not the one, but if her intuition served her right, he was aware of the identity of that adept in golden abilities. Song Linwei actually knew who it was. Hao Jingye's breath quickened in an instant, and he urged, "Sister Sheng, aren't you going to press further?" Sheng An shook her head. This is a clever individual. He has not uttered a single lie from beginning to end. He understands that he would be scrutinized and knows how to avoid leaving traces of deceit. They're all experts in interrogation. The moment Song Linwei lies, it will be evident. Thus, he has chosen to conceal the truth, presenting only what he wishes to convey, with a flawless logic that makes it nearly impossible to detect any irregularities. Such a sagacious person is exceedingly difficult to interrogate. We possess certain methods to elicit his words, but to do so would damage the harmonious relationship we have built, which is not the optimal choice. There is no rush. I have other means. Hao Jingye ceased his insistence, his gaze intricate, and inquired, "Sister Sheng, how did you discern this?" He was undeniably a genius, yet just moments ago, he had failed to perceive what she had. Remarkable. If only he could acquire such skills. Sheng An replied, "Intuition. How Jingye?" Well, that was something he could not learn. Countdown, 19 days. The government intervened, and Li Wanyun's visa was swiftly arranged. Hao Jingye met with her. Li Wanyun exclaimed in astonishment. It was resolved so quickly? No interview required. Hao Jingye smiled knowingly. "I mentioned that we have connections. Otherwise, how could we dare to charge you 150,000 yuan? Such a fee for merely processing a visa is quite steep." Li Wanyun remained skeptical. Hao Jingye produced a contract and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "You are a straightforward person. Your willingness to spend 150,000 yuan on a visa indicates that you possess considerable wealth. We are not concerned about you defaulting on the agency fee. You may opt to pay once you arrive in the United States." This indeed reflected sincerity. Li Wanyun examined the contract, finding its contents simple and transparent, devoid of any hidden clauses, merely stating that she could choose to pay after reaching the United States. Should the visa not facilitate her smooth entry and exit, no payment would be required. Of course, it also emphasized that she must purchase a plane ticket to the United States within 2 weeks. Everything was reasonable and logical. She scrutinized it repeatedly, confirming that this individual was indeed reliable. The contract was a safeguard to alleviate her concerns, allowing her to pay later. Li Wanyun remarked, "The service is quite commendable." Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, his demeanor friendly. "Indeed, although our prices are exorbitant, we strive to provide the best and most impeccable service to our clients. This is our travel agency's principle." Li Wanyun signed the contract, taking her copy. At this, she felt a stir in her heart. Hao Jingye also retrieved the contract and intentionally asked, "Dear, do you have any other requests?" Li Wanyun lowered her voice. "Can I exchange for currency?" "Of course." Hao Jingye replied with an unwavering smile. "Entirely official. This is all part of our plan." After a brief hesitation, Li Wanyun inquired, "The amount is substantial. Are you certain you can manage it?" Hao Jingye assured her, "Certainly, as long as the agency fee is settled. Everything can be arranged. Even 50 billion? Hao Jingye feigned a gasp, raising his voice dramatically. 50 billion? Li Wanyun's expression remained calm, her eyes glinting behind her sunglasses. "Yes, 50 billion. Can it be exchanged? And it needs to be done swiftly." Hao Jingye hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "It can be done. But the agency fee is quite high, and the exchange rate will be lower than the official one." Li Wanyun maintained her composure, though internally she sighed with relief. Wonderful. They could indeed facilitate her exchange. As for the exchange rate, if he were to claim they could provide the official rate, she would find it suspicious. His current stance only reinforced her suspicions that this Xiao Yi stemmed from an unorthodox yet capable channel. Was she afraid? How could someone intending to purchase illicit weapons abroad be fearful? In fact, this affirmation only bolstered her faith in their capabilities. Accomplishing such feats in such a short time, departing abroad, exchanging 50 billion currency, would be impossible through regular channels without privileges. Hao Jingye. "Thank you. We are indeed privileged." Li Wanyun smiled. "No problem. How do we proceed?" Hao Jingye escorted her to an official bank. In less than 3 hours, 50 billion was exchanged into currency, minus the agency fee, all neatly deposited into her account. The speed was astonishing. This special travel agency exceeded her expectations. Li Wanyun was taken aback, her expression somewhat dazed. She murmured, "What on earth is your travel agency's background?" Hao Jingye smiled subtly. "Our boss has connections." Li Wanyun suddenly understood. Confused, astonished, and then overjoyed, she gazed at the currency resting in her account. Lowering her voice, "What about loans? How much can you secure for me?" After a pause, she added, "Rest assured about the agency fee." Hao Jingye looked at her, also lowering his voice. "Dear, the amount you have dictates how much we can loan. However, if the sum is excessively large, our loan term will be brief." Li Wanyun nearly burst into laughter. With the apocalypse looming in 19 days, as long as the loan term exceeded that, who could demand repayment from her? Suppressing her smile, she asked, Can you truly loan 50 billion? This 50 billion has specific arrangements and cannot be pledged. Hao Jingye reassured her, no worries. As someone with 50 billion, you certainly have ample means to generate income, so there's no concern about repayment. As long as you can accept high interest rates and provide collateral, I can arrange for 50 billion. Li Wanyin scrutinized him, catching the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. She understood. She possessed 50 billion. Hence Xiao Yi and his associates believed in her assets and earning potential. They were extending high-interest loans, hoping to keep their golden goose close. They might even be plotting to seize her 50 billion. Realizing this made the prospect of a 50 billion loan seem less incongruous. Perhaps they did not believe she would swiftly expend 100 billion in high-interest loans? With the apocalypse arriving in 19 days, everything would be nullified then. Li Wanyin smiled. Let us proceed. Hao Jingye subtly revealed a smile. Sister Sheng was correct. Although their plan had many flaws, Li Wanyin, having experienced the apocalypse and rebirth, was not one to consider gains and losses from another's perspective. She preferred to assess matters from her own viewpoint. Thus, as long as it benefited her and fulfilled her demands, she would rationalize everything to expedite her advantageous objectives. 3 hours later, she had mortgaged her property and borrowed 50 billion from the official bank. Furthermore, Xiao Yi had exchanged it all into M currency, quietly resting in her overseas account. Naturally, she had also mortgaged her only property, the villa she had transformed into a fortress. She had invested considerably into that villa, but it was far from worth 2 billion. She had not incurred a loss. Moreover, when the apocalypse struck, everything would be voided, and it would still be her house. Li Wanyin possessed that confidence and assurance. Gazing at her balance, she murmured, "You truly possess remarkable abilities, managing to accomplish anything, and to think that 5 billion has arrived so swiftly." Hao Jingye smiled subtly. As long as money is involved, we can achieve anything. He added, "Of course, we only cater to premium clients. You are a VVVIP. Hence, I have the authority to assist you in your application. We would not entertain ordinary customers." Li Wanyin understood. They were after her wealth. Nevertheless, it mattered not. This time, they were destined to return empty-handed. After all, the apocalypse was approaching, and she was a reborn being endowed with spatial powers. A smile crept upon Li Wanyin's lips. She felt fortunate to have found the right channel. Was she truly the chosen one? Though procuring supplies was challenging, alternative methods immediately materialized, and everything she desired came to her. It was precisely due to the difficulties in securing provisions that she had amassed a fortune of 100 billion. Worth it. The heavens had not allowed her rebirth to be in vain. With everything settled, and feeling uneasy about Xiaoye, concerned about potential mishaps with the money, she decisively purchased a last-minute flight to the United States. Stockpiling resources and acquiring weapons, she needed to expend this wealth swiftly. Xiaoye drove her to the airport. Li Wanyin waved her hand, carrying nothing, and gracefully boarded the plane. As the aircraft prepared for takeoff, she gazed down at the land below, her radiant smile finally breaking through. Everything had changed. Returning from her rebirth, indeed, everything was proceeding smoothly. She could procure supplies worth 100 billion to stockpile in her space. When the apocalypse struck, she would be the wealthiest person in that desolate world, effortlessly dealing with Li Qiansheng and the others. Her space was replete with everything she required, and she would lead a life entirely distinct from her previous existence. In this rebirth, she would be the protagonist of the world. This was the treatment befitting the chosen daughter of destiny. In this realm, who dared to rival her? Li Wanyin lifted her chin and casually tapped her phone, noticing that a recent friend request had been accepted. "Hi, darling. Read the message from the local guide in the United States, Xiaowan." Meanwhile, Hao Jingye deftly drove to pick someone up. Sister Sheng, Li Wanyin has boarded the plane, and Lao Zhao is on board to ensure her safety. Team 0 is also awaiting her arrival. Brother 1 has successfully made contact with her, and everything is proceeding smoothly. Hao Jingye's voice brimmed with excitement. Sheng An calmly nodded. Clearly, she did not regard this matter with great concern. Li Wanyin had become a fish in their pond. Unable to escape, they would execute their plans meticulously. When she returned with the goods, it would be time for them to net their catch. Her fingers glided across the tablet, her brow slightly furrowed. Sister Sheng, is something the matter? Hao Jingye inquired, puzzled. Chapter 19. No nonsense, direct capture on this day. He had been running errands for Li Wanyun, oblivious to what Sister Sheng had been up to. Sheng An, I am reviewing the investigation results on Song Linwei. Hao Jingye sat up straight, eagerly inquiring. Any findings? There's a slight peculiarity, Sheng An replied, scrolling through the screen. She had tasked the investigation with examining Song Linwei's living environment, family background, relatives, and the individuals he had interacted with over the past 3 days. This was an extensive web of information. However, Sheng An had managed to clarify matters throughout the day. Song Linwei's background was impeccable. His parents were university professors, currently reemployed, still working at the institution. His sister and brother-in-law were successful in business. He himself graduated from the nation's finest university and engaged in research related to physics. The entire family resided in the capital and was diligently pursuing their respective careers. Additionally, Song Linwei had a 16-year-old nephew who was currently in his second year of high school. The investigation revealed that this family possessed amiable dispositions. Song Linwei, in particular, was exceptionally intelligent, receiving high praise both in academia and at work. His living conditions were comfortable, the familial atmosphere harmonious, and each relative had achieved their own successes. There was no discernible flaw. Moreover, since he posted, Song Linwei had been absent from work, taking leave to stay at home. Over the past 3 days, apart from visiting family, he had remained secluded within his residence. Monitoring his communications revealed nothing unusual. Furthermore, his contacts during these 3 days were minimal, consisting of a delivery person, a courier, and a supermarket clerk. Everything seemed utterly normal. One could assert that, based on the investigation results, Song Linwei exhibited the most mundane behavior imaginable. Hao Jingye expressed his astonishment. It appears quite normal. Sister Sheng, what do you find strange? Sheng encountered, what kind of person do you think Song Linwei is? Without hesitation, Hao Jingye responded, a good person, intelligent. His assessment of intelligence stemmed from past encounters and background checks, while his view of him as a good person was due to the apocalyptic warning post he had shared, intending to alert others. Sheng An smiled. Let us reverse our reasoning. If my intuition is correct, and he harbors issues, then the absence of any anomaly might suggest he is even more astute than we presume. Hao Jingye nodded. If that is the case, why would such an intelligent individual post a notice that serves little purpose beyond attracting our attention? Sheng An narrowed her eyes, her expression enigmatic. Hao Jingye gasped. Indeed, that presents a contradiction. Moreover, we can further speculate. If Sheng An's intuition is flawed and Song Linwei is innocent, then in his encounter with Iron Man, would a wise researcher post online or seek help from authorities? He would seek assistance. He would promptly notify the government of Iron Man's existence. The act of posting itself seems inconsistent with the behavior of an intelligent individual. Hao Jingye inhaled sharply. Thus, if Song Linwei truly has issues, what could his objective be? What is he concealing? If he is not Iron Man, then who could it be? The investigation into Song Linwei continued. Do you know what today's findings are? Sheng An teased. Hao Jingye shook his head, his gaze eager. Sheng An continued. Prior to today, his parents, sister, brother-in-law, and nephew were all attending work and school as usual. However, today, they have all taken leave to return home. Hao Jingye was taken aback. After a moment, his mind raced, and he slowly spoke, so he confirmed the apocalypse only last night. That post. Sheng An tilted her head slightly, whispering, yes, one who believes in the light must be someone close to him. He is protecting that individual. As for the post, Song Linwei is fishing. He is angling for the government's attention. He aims to ascertain whether the apocalypse is imminent and seeks to engage with them for information. After a pause, Hao Jingye exhaled slowly. Indeed, Song Linwei is remarkably astute. His plan is sound, but unfortunately, he has encountered Sheng, and Hao Jingye glanced at Sheng An, suddenly understanding why the government had appointed her as one of the heads of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. They trusted her to suppress those heretical elements. Perceptive, intelligent, and formidable, she already had the capacity to manage the aberrant without possessing any supernatural abilities. What might she accomplish if she awakened to a powerful ability? Hao Jingye felt a surge of anticipation. The Song family, after a day of digesting the information, finally accepted the news. The apocalypse was approaching. Song's father furrowed his brow, appearing aged. Song's mother, equally bewildered, questioned, how could this be the apocalypse? Song Linwei's sister, Song Linlin, asked him, why did you post to attract the government's attention? What if the government? Song Linwei sighed and explained, I wanted to confirm the existence of the apocalypse. It was merely a commonplace post. Unless the government was already monitoring, it would have gone unnoticed. However, their immediate response indicates they have been vigilant. They are not focused on who posted the apocalypse notice, but on identifying those exhibiting anomalies. They're searching for individuals with special abilities. Last night, he had gleaned the answer he sought from government personnel, a terrifying yet anticipated revelation. Song Linlin inquired, has the government already taken notice? Will they discover Shao Xin? Song Linwei shook his head. They likely will not. There were no vulnerabilities throughout. I merely revealed the existence of individuals with special abilities, not exposed Shao Xin. In the car, Hao Jingye asked, Sister Sheng, who do you think it is? Sheng An pointed to a name, her expression calm. Li Xian, Song Linwei's nephew. Her tone was not speculative but assured. Song's mother expressed concern. Your post was too specific. It exposed Shao Xian's abilities, which is quite dangerous. He must remain hidden to avoid government detection. Li Xian's father, Li Huai, shook his head. The government is searching for individuals with special abilities. Shao Xian need not remain concealed indefinitely. If the apocalypse is imminent, those with extraordinary abilities may have a greater chance of survival than ordinary individuals. Song Linwei concurred. Yes, this is precisely why I highlighted Shao Xian's abilities in my post. If the apocalypse is truly coming, then Shao Xian should not be the most unique, but certainly possesses significant uniqueness. He gazed toward the closed room, inhaled deeply, and continued, we can use this to negotiate with the government. Of course, we must do so before they discover Shao Xian's abilities. Time is limited. We have only 19 days. Song Linlin appeared troubled. You are considering Shao Xian's well-being, but he is reckless and disobedient. Song Linwei asserted, I must advocate for his rights. Shao Xian is indeed special, and I believe it will not be too difficult. Sheng An remarked, if I am not mistaken, Song Linwei has exposed his nephew's metal-based abilities to negotiate with us, seeking to secure his nephew's rights. This simplifies matters. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses. Isn't it all about negotiation? As long as we can uncover. Sheng An interrupted, no, not negotiation. Hao Jingye was taken aback. Sheng An chuckled coldly. This heretic seeks negotiation, and so does that one. The I isn't enough time for such trivialities. Once they enter my department, they must comply. She raised her hand and tapped the steering wheel. Let us return first to review Shao Yu's learning progress. And tomorrow we will capture that believer in the light. Iron Man capture? Hao Jingye's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time Sheng An had ever used that term. Chapter 20. Why are you crying? Upon returning to the camp, it was already midnight. Shortly after their arrival, Jiang Yu finished her day's classes, her legs feeling unsteady as she floated into the dormitory. The dormitory for the aberrants was situated on the same floor, featuring a hotel-style suite layout, equipped with smart amenities, making it relatively comfortable for the residents. Sheng An and Hao Jingye had also moved into this building. You, finally, came back. Jiang Yu's expression was blank, her eyes devoid of life. Hao Jingye was taken aback, exclaiming, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yu managed a faint smile, learning. Hao Jingye's expression was complex. Is it really that difficult? Isn't it just acquiring some knowledge? Jiang Yu turned her head away, unwilling to converse with a top student. Ahead, Sheng An beckoned. Come here. Jiang Yu obediently approached. Sheng An inquired, how is your progress? Will you be able to transplant the seeds before the apocalypse? Can the experimental fields be properly planned? Jiang Yu's voice was weak. I don't know. We transplanted a batch today, and old Zhou and the others are planning the experimental fields. Once I am proficient with the agricultural tools, I can formally start farming. She tugged at her oily hair, which had been washed due to her busy schedule, and lamented, Sister Sheng, I really can't take it anymore. Farming is incredibly arduous, and I have so much to do. Between studying and farming, she felt utterly exhausted after just 2 days. This was nothing like the rebirth she had envisioned. Jiangyu clutched her head in frustration. She was on the verge of losing her sanity. No one should disturb her in her madness. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated. Comrade Jiang, your dedication to the nation is noted, and we all see your efforts. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Thank you for your hard work. Rest assured, the country will not neglect you. Jiangyu froze. Who was that? She looked around in bewilderment, then lowered her head. Sheng An was seated on the sofa with a computer in front of her, and it appeared there were figures moving on the screen. Jiangyu instinctively leaned closer to see clearly. Then, she found herself face-to-face with a group of elderly men on the screen. Jiangyu blinked. Before her were the familiar faces she had seen on television, leaders of the nation. This was her second encounter. The first had been at her home, where they had exchanged greetings. Jiangyu. Jiangyu. Suddenly, her pupils contracted in terror. Oh no, she and T wash her hair again. On the other side, an elder hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Sheng An, perhaps we should send a few professional psychologists over to assist you, Comrade Jiang. The pressure seems quite substantial. This was the first time the leaders witnessed a young person losing their composure at home, so they were concerned about her mental state. Jiangyu. Her pupils initially glazed over, but then gradually focused, only to begin trembling in despair. With a wail, she dashed back to her room. What happened to Comrade Jiang? Old Jiang asked, puzzled. Sheng An waved her hand dismissively. Don't mind her. She'll be fine in a bit. Well, as long as she was attending to business. They felt reassured. Before Jiangyu returned, Sheng An had been discussing the operations of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department with the leaders. At this moment, Old Jiang continued from where he left off. After the apocalypse, the number of supernatural beings will increase, but none will hold the same significance as the current aberrants. Sheng An nodded, understood. The presence of an additional supernatural being at the moment the apocalypse strikes would mean an increase in strength, preserving more resources and saving more civilians. Your department is of great importance, and with 19 days left, do your utmost to recruit more talent. Old Jiang rubbed his temples. It wasn't just Jiangyu who hadn't slept well. The leaders were equally burdened. Each had numerous tasks to attend to, and time was running short. Sheng An nodded in agreement. After discussing some other arrangements, the brief video conference concluded. Jiangyu, with her damp hair, burst out of her room, only to find Sheng An shutting down the computer. She was incredulous. Is it over? Sheng An glanced at her clean hair and nodded. It's done. Jiangyu clutched her head in exasperation. How infuriating. I appeared on video with greasy hair, and they didn't even see me after I finally washed it. How infuriating. Jiangyu was utterly disheartened. It's time for a late-night snack, came Hao Jingye's voice as he opened the door. The logistics team wheeled in a hot pot cart, laden with delectable and expensive ingredients. Jiangyu's attention shifted, and she felt puzzled. Why such a lavish feast? They usually had good meals, but never such a grand late-night treat. Moreover, the camp cafeteria leaned towards healthier options. While this extravagant hot pot clearly came from an outside order, Sheng An took a seat. If she didn't charge the girl, she felt it was dishonest. So she could only charge for the expensive options. Jiangyu was astonished. She had that much money? Sheng An had already begun eating. While stirring the pot, Hao Jingye replied, 50 billion, plus what the government gave her, totals 100 billion. Jiangyu. She set down her chopsticks, feeling sour. Why did the government give her 50 billion? That's unfair. Sheng An, not looking up, replied. She went out to procure for the nation. Li Wanyuan. Thank you. Jiangyu. I'm farming for the nation? Eating the hot pot beef, she felt dejected. Farming didn't sound grand at all. She sighed. My space is truly useless, especially compared to other space users. Others can stockpile goods, while mine is only good for farming. Just hearing the words farming gave her a headache. Looking at another space user, who could spend 100 billion freely, how enviable was that? And then there was her, toiling with a hoe, only to be scolded by old Joe for doing a poor job. Comparisons made her want to scream. Sheng An suddenly looked up at her, a smile playing on her lips, her voice cheerful. Who said your space isn't useful? As I mentioned before, compared to other space users, yours holds greater value. Under Jiangyu's gaze, she continued to stir the pot, casually adding, there are many types of supernatural beings. including earth and plant elementals. If your space could accommodate people. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. How? Jingye quietly added, then you could bring people in? The earth elementals could use their powers to till the land, plant seeds, and the water elementals could irrigate, while the plant elementals could activate their abilities. Jiang Yu's spirits soared with excitement. Yes, how had she not thought of that? Sheng An, noticing her expression, smiled wider, continuing at that point. Your space could yield crops in batches, likely requiring trucks for transport. It could serve not only as an experimental field, but also sustain a large base. Jiang Yu's face brightened with joy. Indeed, her space could work in conjunction with plant and earth elementals and water elementals. It was an invincible source of production. She was so excited her face flushed and her eyes sparkled. Sheng An and Hao Jingye exchanged knowing glances. Sighing, Sheng An remarked, "It's a pity your space can't accommodate others." Jiang Yu instinctively began to respond, but her voice trailed off. Sheng An looked at her expectantly. Jiang Yu tightened her grip on her chopsticks. No, she couldn't reveal her trump card. This was her golden opportunity. How could she disclose her advantages entirely? What if they bypassed her and took her space away? No, absolutely not. She had to endure, to keep this secret hidden. Sheng An blinked her eyes. What were you about to say? Jiang Yu lowered her head to eat hot pot. Her voice weak. I want to say it's such a pity that earth-type and plant-type ability users cannot enter my space. Sheng An smiled faintly. Indeed. What a pity. Thus, such vast fertile land can only rely on your gradual planting, nurturing, and harvesting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's hands trembled, her legs shook, and tears streamed down her face. Hao Jingye asked, "Why are you crying?" Jiang Yu lifted her head, her eyes misty, and after a long pause managed to choke out 2 words, spicy. Sheng An and Hao Jingye exchanged glances. Hao Jingye inquired, "Shall we not press her further?" Sheng An remained expressionless. Let us see how long she can hold it in. The plant-type ability user has yet to appear, so there is no rush. That night, Jiang Yu cried as she devoured a pot of hot pot. It was not about transforming sorrow into strength. Rather, farming required considerable effort. Chapter 21. Embarking on a global rescue mission. Doomsday Countdown. 18 days another day commenced with the break of dawn. Before venturing out with Hao Jingye, Sheng An made certain to rouse Jiang Yu from her slumber. Jiang Yu, sporting dark circles under her eyes, appeared to be floating rather than walking. Hao Jingye inquired with bewilderment, "Why do you seem so sleep-deprived? You should have had at least 6.5 hours of sleep, which is quite substantial." Jiang Yu, with a listless gaze, retorted, "Don't you ever browse your phone while in bed?" Hao Jingye responded, "I do not." Jiang Yu exclaimed in disbelief, "Really?" She instinctively glanced at Sheng An, who, with an impassive expression and a faint smile, affirmed, "Indeed, I do not." None of them possessed the contemporary phone addiction. Their phones served as tools for work, not entertainment, and their models differed from conventional ones. They were all military-grade, customized phones with high levels of confidentiality. Jiang Yu lamented, "You're all fiends." In the subsequent moment, Sheng An entrusted Jiang Yu to academician Zhou and his colleagues, and departed with Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Where have team leader Qiu and the others gone? Why haven't any of them been around for days?" Sheng An, engrossed in reviewing feedback on her phone, responded without looking up, "They must have discovered exceptional ability wielders in other regions, possibly more than just one." Hao Jingye, with a complicated expression, appeared conflicted. "What exactly is team leader Qiu planning?" Sheng An remarked, "She may appear gentle, but she is inherently proud, particularly when it comes to me." "You are correct in your assumption. She is preparing a grand entrance to impress us all." Hao Jingye, now visibly agitated, asked, "Aren't you concerned, Sheng Jie?" Sheng An, remaining composed as she navigated through the interface, replied, "Not in the least." Hao Jingye, about to say something, swallowed his words upon seeing her countenance. "It seems I am more anxious than the person in charge." Sheng An, stowing her phone, declared, "Preparations are complete, and the SWAT team has cordoned off Fuan residential area. Let's go and meet the Iron Man who believes in the light." Following her issuance of instructions the previous night, other departments had collaborated with the Doomsday Special Affairs Office to finalize arrangements by 6 a.m. that morning. By 7 a.m., The SWAT team had discreetly surrounded Fuan residential area. Everything was in order. Hao Jingye, hearing this, immediately straightened up and transitioned into work mode. Understood, Sheng Jie. I have arranged for the assembly of a metallic ability wielder interrogation room, ready for use upon Li Xian's arrival. Sheng An nodded and entered the vehicle. The inconspicuous black car proceeded towards Fuan residential area. Before 8 a.m., the car arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Sheng An rendezvoused with the SWAT team and accepted the case they brought. Upon examining its contents, Hao Jingye, with a complex expression, remarked, Sheng Jie, Li Xian is potentially our future teammate, and the Song family seems quite cooperative. Are we certain we need to resort to a violent apprehension? He was, after all, concerned about damaging team relationships. Sheng An understood his concern. However, with a faint smile, Sheng An responded, Do you honestly believe that a 16-year-old boy who believes in the light and proclaims himself Iron Man, upon acquiring superpowers, would heed his parents' words and willingly cooperate with us? In truth, having Song Linwei or Li Xian's father as the metallic ability wielder would be preferable to Li Xian. At least the former two are calm and can be reasoned with. But Li Xian, a teenager with delusions of grandeur, is the most unpredictable and difficult to control. Who knows what bizarre notions occupy his mind? If metallic abilities weren't so invaluable, Sheng An would have chosen to disregard this anomaly. A metallic ability wielder who snatches children's Ultraman figurines is a headache to contemplate. Hao Jingye conceded, understood. Elsewhere in Fuan residential area, at the Song residence. Since Li Xian's return, Song Linwei had remained at his parents' home instead of returning to the Huayu residential area. Song Linlin's family was also present. Matters of career and employment seemed insignificant in the face of the impending apocalypse. Following a period of calm reflection and discussion the previous day, they reconvened early that morning to continue their deliberations. Song's mother inquired, Has Shao Xian not risen yet? Song Linlin shook her head. Not yet. He tend to sleep until 11 a.m. during vacations. Let him be. Song's father asked Song Linwei, When shall we negotiate terms with the government? Song Linwei replied, Let us wait a couple more days, gather some intelligence. I will contact the government officials first. Sheng An appears to possess considerable authority. I have her assistant's contact information, which is convenient. Just then, a resounding bang echoed as the room door was abruptly forced open. Everyone startled and turned to look. The metal of the doorknob had melted, and a spirited young man emerged, full of vigor. Adorned in gold attire, the youth sported gleaming mechanical arms, a metallic mask concealing his face, and a metallic helmet atop his head. His elaborate attire gave the impression of a metal man. However, his youthful voice betrayed his age as he exclaimed, Why contact the government? I refuse to be studied or controlled. The apocalypse is imminent, and as the chosen one, I shall dominate the world and reign supreme in the post-apocalyptic era. His words reeked of adolescent grandiosity. The Song family was rendered speechless. Song Linwei massaged his temples, his voice laced with resignation. Shao Xian, why must you behave this way? I cautioned you not to casually use your special abilities, lest the government discover you. Li Xian retorted, Call me Iron Man. He slammed his palm on the table, shattering it instantly and sending dust billowing. Cough, cough. Li Xian, unprepared, coughed awkwardly. However, undeterred, he quickly regained his composure, raised his chin, and proudly declared, Discovery is inevitable, for the apocalypse is upon us. Moreover, a superhero fears no nation. He patted his chest with his mechanical hand, producing metallic clangs. I am no longer the Li Xian of the past. I am the superhero Iron Man Li Xian. And I am omnipotent. Even bullets cannot penetrate my indestructible body. Beneath the mask, his face beamed with pride. Even without seeing his expression, one could imagine his arrogance from his boastful tone. Song Linlin felt a throbbing sensation in her head. Li Huai's hands itched, yearning to grab a weapon. Li Xian, flexing his mechanical arms, proclaimed, Fear not, for I shall protect you from this day forward. However, a superhero belongs to all of humanity. With that, he turned to leave. Li Xian, what are you doing? Li Huai could no longer contain himself and roared. Li Xian, standing by the window, turned back with a conceited smile. Saving the world. With that, he flung open the window and leaped out. In truth, he had longed to do this. The day after awakening his abilities, he skipped school to boast to his uncle and casually strolled around the neighbor's house. Upon learning of this, his uncle ordered him back to school, which he refused. However, his uncle insisted on verifying whether the meteorite would truly bring about the apocalypse. Sheng An acquiesced. Now that it had been verified and confirmed by officials that the apocalypse was indeed imminent, and that the government was concealing the truth from the masses, he resolved to no longer hide his powers and to save the world. Chapter 22. The Arrest. Song Linlin gasped, rushing towards the window. The members of the Song family were visibly shaken. Sheng An, come back, Song Linwei shouted, his complexion pale. However, it was futile. Sheng An had already leapt out of the window. Song's mother was so frightened that she nearly fainted. Song Linwei also rushed to the window, looking down. He understood Sheng An's abilities. By jumping out of the window, he could skillfully slide down the metal railings outside, reaching the ground without trouble. With metal at his disposal, he felt invincible. Of course, even if he fell straight from the 17th floor, his indestructible adamantine body would prevent him from meeting a fatal end. This scene merely appeared alarming. But the issue was, this was broad daylight. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. Song Linwei felt himself on the brink of collapse. Below, the golden figure resembled a gecko, twisting and turning as it descended the outer wall, growing ever more distant. Song Linlin clung to his sleeve, her arm trembling uncontrollably. What should we do? Linwei, what should we do? Song Linwei took a deep breath, his face ashen. Go after him. Jumping down in broad daylight would surely attract significant attention. Sheng An claimed he wanted to save the world. Who knew what else he might do? Song Linwei bolted outside. Sheng An's home was in Building 9, on the 17th floor. Since yesterday, the family had remained indoors, venturing out only in shifts to gather supplies. Hao Jingye remarked as they walked. Sheng An walked beside him, carrying a suitcase. The Song family had learned of the impending apocalypse, and faced with such a reality, ordinary people had no means of defense. Stockpiling food and supplies was merely a primal instinct. Their family lacked space and had not purchased much. Suddenly recalling something, Sheng An quickened her pace. We need to hurry. The night before last, Song Linwei learned of the apocalypse, and yesterday he notified the Song family for a discussion. From yesterday to today, Sheng An has been cooped up, and he could erupt at any moment. At first glance, the Song family appeared to be harmonious. The grandparents were highly educated intellectuals, still teaching at the university. The parents were formidable business people, dominating the commercial world. Even the uncle was a distinguished researcher, engrossed in his work. Such a family easily overlooked the needs of a child. When it was confirmed yesterday that Sheng An possessed metal-based abilities, Sheng An reviewed the investigation results in detail. Aside from that, his grades were abysmal. The pressure from such accomplished relatives was palpable. Typically, pressure breeds rebellion. They needed to capture him before he caused any major disturbances. Hao Jingye's expression turned serious as he quickened his steps. However, in the next moment, someone exclaimed. Simultaneously, a loud bang echoed. A golden object fell mere 5 steps in front of Sheng An. She halted. As the golden object landed, a hand pressed against the ground, half kneeling. The scene was remarkably dramatic, the atmosphere perfect. Who can stop me? The youth spoke amidst the gasps, his tone arrogant, brimming with confidence and excitement, his blood ablaze. He lifted his head, meeting Sheng An's gaze from 5 steps away. Sheng An watched him, completely still. Sheng An grinned, slowly rising to his feet under her scrutiny. At that moment, he felt as though he was soaring to unimaginable heights, becoming valiant and powerful, radiating more brilliance than a superhero from the silver screen. Woman, am I captivating you? Yet, there are no screams, no shock, and certainly no inquiries. The young lady standing before him raised a hand to her forehead, appearing somewhat speechless. Perhaps even pained, her gaze toward him exceedingly complex. This reaction, Sheng An was taken aback, bewildered. Aren't you afraid? Sheng An inhaled deeply, gazing at him, and spoke slowly. Sheng An, why are you up so early climbing around? He had awakened far earlier than usual. However, it was fortunate that he had arrived just in time. Sheng An, This question seemed rather odd. From behind, it sounded almost insane, but Li Xian, do you know me? He glanced down at himself, completely enveloped in golden light. Even his uncle did not recognize him at first glance. So how did this woman know who he was? Moreover, Li Xian, who are you? Sheng An smiled slightly. Your future superior. Despite the glimmering mask, Li Xian's confusion was evident. At such a young age, possessing extraordinary superpowers, he was the top dog, yet suddenly a woman appeared, declaring herself as your superior. Li Xian still wanted to utter those 3 words. Who are you? The first was bewilderment, and the second was skepticism and annoyance. Are you out of your mind? He quickly dismissed Sheng An, attempting to leave. Sheng An blocked his path. The 16-year-old was not short, standing even taller than Sheng An, and with a shimmering golden aura and helmet, he appeared even more imposing. Yet, she stood before him, unyielding, exuding an aura of reverence. She produced a badge from her pocket, raised it, and stated calmly, Leader of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Division. Sheng An. Li Xian paused momentarily, then abruptly comprehended. So she was with the government. But so what? Don't obstruct my way. Step aside. He retorted dismissively. Step aside. Hao Jingye's lips twitched. Sheng An remained unfazed, her expression calm as she continued to gaze at him. Li Xian, come with us. She took a piece of paper from Hao Jingye's hand, holding it up for Li Xian to see. This is your arrest warrant. Li Xian. He was both infuriated and amused, his tone haughty. You want to capture me? Dream on, you lack the capability. With that, he exerted force beneath him, leaping and sticking to the outer wall of the building. In the distance, someone gasped. Li Xian looked down at Sheng An. Her mask obscured her expression, but he could hear the arrogance in his voice. Ha ha ha, come on, catch me. Sheng An remained stationary, unperturbed, watching him, just as Li Xian thought she was helpless. Special police officers had already surrounded the area, guns raised, encircling both Building 9 and the adjacent Building 10. The dark muzzles of their weapons were aimed directly at him. Li Xian's heart raced. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Do you think guns can threaten me? Ha ha ha, I fear nothing. He continued to climb, scaling the metallic railings of the building like a gecko. He was utterly unafraid, even provoking Sheng An and her team. Below, shots rang out in his direction. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was silenced, but the bullets struck the metal, producing a clattering noise. It had no effect on him whatsoever. Above, Li Xian continued to ascend, laughing as he climbed. Ha ha ha. I am the indestructible Iron Man. Your weapons are useless against me. You pitiful humans. Do not hinder my quest to save the world. Indeed, the bullets posed no threat to him. Hao Jingye's expression turned serious. No wonder this boy was so arrogant. He certainly possessed some abilities. Meanwhile, Sheng An remained composed, entirely unsurprised by the ineffectiveness of the bullets. She squinted at Li Xian, then slowly raised her hand to don her goggles, retrieving an item from the box she held. At that moment, Li Xian had already ascended to the 10th floor. He was reveling in the might of his extraordinary abilities and the helplessness of national weaponry against him. Chapter 23. The shattered dream of a superhero at this moment. Li Xian's confidence reached its zenith. The nation's advanced weaponry could not harm him. He was the superhero of this world, the pinnacle of strength. Who among us has not harbored a dream of heroism? He believed himself to be the favored child of fate, destined for greatness. He could recklessly embody the hero, realizing his aspirations. Ha ha! Li Xian laughed heartily. Hao Jingye turned to Sheng An, urgently exclaiming, Sister Sheng. Sheng An remained composed, securing her firearm and aiming it at Li Xian, her voice steady. Li Xian, the notion of an indestructible body originates from Buddhist scriptures, while Iron Man is a creation of Western comics. Do not conflate cultures. It only reveals your lack of sophistication. As her words settled, Sheng An pulled the trigger. This time, the metallic clashing sound was absent. Instead, a different sound emerged. Ah! It was Li Xian's anguish wail. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by his scream, he plummeted from the heights and crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. Sheng An calmly stepped back. Li Xian writhed on the ground, clutching his arm, which had been struck, the metallic limb now bearing a significant hole. emitting a hissing sound as if something corrosive was eating away at the metal. Overcome with pain, Li Xian cried out, what have you done to me? Sheng An crouched beside him, looking down from her elevated position. She observed his agony with a slowly blossoming smile and leisurely spoke. If I were you, I would withdraw my powers immediately and sever that metallic arm. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's helmet and mask vanished, and the golden sheen enveloping him receded. One of his mechanical arms broke off, reverting to his human hand, allowing him to regain his composure. His true form was now fully exposed to Sheng An, a striking 16-year-old boy, youthful and rebellious, with wide, furious eyes and hair that slightly obscured his brow, clad in a bear-patterned pajama. Gasping for breath, Li Xian was about to speak when in the next moment, a gun was aimed at his forehead. Sheng An smiled subtly at him. Li Xian stiffened, frozen in place. After a moment, the metal where the gun was pointed transformed. Just as he contemplated resistance, Sheng An maintained her smile, stating, if it were skin, this gun might prove ineffective, but if you transform into metal, then this weapon will be of use. Li Xian froze. In the following instant, the metal under the gun vanished, reverting to his ordinary flesh. Ultimately, he was still afraid of pain and death. Surrounding them, special police officers had encircled the duo, their weapons trained on Li Xian. At that moment, whether he remained metallic or reverted to his human form, he was entirely at their mercy. Through gritted teeth, Li Xian demanded, what kind of gun is this? How can it harm me? This is impossible. I am invulnerable. Sheng An replied, a metal manipulator can control metals and even transform them into their own body. You have already become an element of gold. Judging by your hue, most of the metal you have transformed into is copper and gold. Copper is manageable, but gold is more troublesome. Your confidence in being bulletproof suggests there are additional elements enhancing your metal's hardness. Li Xian was bewildered. What is she talking about? Sheng An continued, but worry not. Your level of education is rather limited, and the metals you produce are mostly common elements. Common metal elements are not difficult to handle. The bullets contain a chemical substance of my own making, a mixture of concentrated nitric acid and concentrated hydrochloric acid in a volume ratio of 1:3, commonly known as aqua regia. Li Xian's eyes glazed over, a look of confusion adorning his face. It seemed she was mocking him, yet he lacked proof. Sheng An smiled slightly, tapping the barrel of her gun against his forehead. So, young man, perhaps you should read more before attempting to be a superhero. Li Xian was taken aback. Was she mocking him? His mind buzzed, leaving him dazed. He had prided himself as the chosen one, boasting of his invincible powers. He never anticipated that Sheng An would defeat him using the most basic concepts of chemistry from high school. Copper, gold, concentrated nitric acid, concentrated hydrochloric acid. How familiar these subjects felt. Before him crouched Sheng An, aiming the specialized bullet gun at his forehead, surrounded by the special police. He realized escape was no longer an option. Through clenched teeth, he declared, I will not cooperate with you. If you have the capability, kill me. Defeated, the boy felt a sense of frustration, yet more so, a surge of anger. He raged against the humiliation, attempting to resist till the end. Sheng An's smile remained unwavering. Oh, is that so? You refuse to cooperate? Then I shall have to make your parents and family cooperate instead. She glanced toward the building's entrance. Li Xian's heart raced as he turned abruptly. The elevator had been secured by the special police, yet the Song family could emerge. At this moment, they stood at the entrance, fearfully witnessing the scene before them. Song Linwei felt his head might explode. They had witnessed Li Xian's arrogance and Sheng An's decisive action. Had the situation not been so delicate, he would have lost control and given Li Xian a sound thrashing. Undoubtedly, he was not alone in this sentiment. Song Linlin and Li Huai yearned to intervene as well. You dare to threaten me? Li Xian's eyes blazed with fury. If it were only Sheng An, he might have resisted or even considered eliminating this villain. But with the special police present, they could easily overpower his parents. Sheng An responded, you may think so, but I believe I am merely analyzing the situation for you. Li Xian clenched his fists, cursing, Sheng An, you are shameless. In that moment, she resembled the quintessential antagonist obstructing the hero's path. Sheng An replied nonchalantly, indeed, I am shameless. Her smile remained unchanged. But what about when you snatched a child's Ultraman figurine? Li Xin fell silent, feeling inexplicably guilty. Sheng An straightened up, addressing the Song family with a gentle demeanor. Children should not be overly indulged. It leads to unruliness and potential disasters. Just now, it was a clear case of lifting the roof. Li Xin had descended from the 17th floor. After taunting Sheng An, he had audaciously climbed back up to the 11th floor, scuttling about like a gecko in plain view, shouting defiantly. The Song family had witnessed it all. Li Huai, breathing heavily, had casually grabbed a broom before descending. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he charged forward. Li Xin, if I do not beat you today, I am not your father. Ah! Li Xin screamed in agony, momentarily forgetting to revert to his metallic form. Father, why are you hitting me? Ah, they're the ones stopping me from saving the world. It hurts, please stop. Sheng An calmly holstered her weapon, no longer observing the father-son conflict. She turned to Hao Jingye, instructing, I will take this one away first. You handle the aftermath. Hao Jingye nodded silently. Countless contingency plans raced through his mind. Today's commotion was considerable, and managing the aftermath would be no simple task. Of course, all of this could be blamed on this delusional boy who insisted on defying gravity. Hao Jingye cast a glance at Li Huai mercilessly thrashing Li Xin, a smile of satisfaction emerging on his face. Want to be a superhero? You should have consulted your father first. Li Xin was reprimanded, and Sheng An led the dejected young man away, followed closely by the members of the Song family. Special police escorted them, while Li Jingye and his companions remained behind to handle the aftermath. Thus, the dreams of the superpowered hero Li Xin, belonging to the Jin faction, were shattered before he even left the neighborhood. Chapter 24. The shattered pride upon entering the vehicle. Sheng An was absorbed in responding to messages. The members of the Song family wore expressions of trepidation, maintaining a tense silence. Li Xin, unable to contain himself, wished to speak. Yet Li Huai shot him a fierce glare, causing him to immediately wilt, his spirit deflating. Song Linwei felt a twinge of headache and inquired of Sheng An, is it troublesome to handle the aftermath? Will it have any negative repercussions on society? This was indeed a reasonable response for any rational individual. Their family had suddenly become embroiled with a superpowered individual, creating such a commotion, and they still needed to reside in this community. If the fallout were too severe, the state would not hesitate to act decisively. Sheng glanced at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. He was indeed a perceptive individual, possessing a rare sense of the larger picture. Fortunately, they could simply state that they were filming a movie and the information department would manage the videos circulating online. Sheng An replied nonchalantly, for it truly was not a grave matter. Li Xin had been swiftly apprehended before he could cause a greater uproar. Even if someone did post a video, the information department was more than capable of handling such situations, having garnered ample experience in the past. Even if they used the excuse of filming, surely some residents would speculate otherwise? Song Mu was filled with anxiety, claiming it was merely a film could fool the majority. But with so many witnesses today, some would inevitably see through the facade and refuse to believe it. Sheng An continued to type away, not raising her head as she remarked, if they don't believe it, then so be it. The state will eventually notify the public about the impending apocalypse. It is not a significant issue. The end of days is merely 18 days away. It cannot be concealed for long. Li Xin gasped in disbelief, his voice rising in pitch. What? The state will notify the public. He had always assumed that the government would keep such matters hidden from the populace. Hence, he felt compelled to save the world and inform everyone that the end was nigh. Now, however, he was confronted with the revelation that the state would actually notify them. Sheng An was at a loss for words. She looked up at him, her expression devoid of emotion. What purpose would it serve for the state to hide such information from a populace? Does it benefit them if the people perish? Of course, it is an urgent notification. Arrangements will be made to ensure that more individuals survive. Young man, refrain from creating nonsensical theories. Li Xin, Song Linwei shot him a glare, prompting Li Xin to shrink back into his seat. Song Linwei then turned to Sheng An, his expression one of confusion. How did you end up here today? Wait, Did you already suspect that Shao Xin was that Iron Man? Is it not easy to deduce? The only ones you would go to such lengths to hide would be your family. Except for Li Xin, the rest of your family are quite clever. Naturally, only Li Xin would engage in the absurdity of snatching a child's Ultraman figurine. Sheng An paused before adding, if we weren't here today, who knows how much larger the mess he would have created. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Song Linwei fell silent, his gaze toward Sheng An growing intricate. He believed he had concealed his identity well, only to discover that the other party had already guessed it. Of course, Li Xin was also to blame. Song Linlin, incredulous, exclaimed, what? You stole a child's Ultraman. When did that happen? At this, Li Xin shrank back once more. He hesitated for a moment before muttering softly. Who told him not to believe in light? I just wanted to give him a small lesson. Li Huai was once again on the verge of grabbing a broom. Song Linwei stopped him, exasperated. I know he went to someone else's house afterward, worried that his superpower might not be concealed any longer, which is why he decided to post online as bait. Due to the meteor incident, many have claimed that the apocalypse is approaching, and Li Xin is one of them. He even became reluctant to go to school after hearing this, only to be beaten by Li Huai and sent back to school. Later, when Li Xin awakened his abilities, he became even more convinced that the end was near, believing it was his time to save the world and showcase his prowess. Song Linwei was uncertain and chose to bait the situation. To his astonishment, they had indeed caught a fish, albeit a shark that swallowed them whole. Having spoken, he cautiously glanced at Sheng, and seeing her lack of reaction, he tentatively inquired, what is the current situation? Shao Xin, what do you plan to proceed? Sheng An replied, isn't he eager to save the world? Naturally, he will join us in our quest. She lifted her gaze to Li Xin, a half-smile gracing her lips. Young man, how about joining us in saving the world? Li Xin instinctively raised his chin, a defiant expression etched on his face. He scoffed, if you point a gun at me, I won't be so easy to deal with. Sheng An interrupted him with a gentle smile. I am merely notifying you, not negotiating with you. Li Xin, he could hardly believe it, nearly leaping from his seat as he raised his voice. Hey woman, I am Iron Man. What kind of attitude is this? Sheng An discerned his arrogance. This boy, even when captured, still believed himself to be impressive. Perhaps it was due to his possession of superpowers. However, Sheng An had no tolerance for arrogance in her presence. She arched an eyebrow. Do you truly believe yourself to be extraordinary, a chosen one with special abilities, set apart from others? Li Xin fell silent, yet his chin remained defiantly lifted. The Song family tugged at him, but he remained unmoved. He was indeed impressive. If the state wished to win him over, they should adopt a friendly demeanor and elevate him. How could they treat him in such a manner? Especially this woman before him. He was determined to make her bow. Sheng An smiled slightly. Oh, you are mistaken. You are not special at all. You are merely a metal-type ability user. With the arrival of meteors, countless ability users will emerge globally. The powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are not the most formidable. There are also those who return to ancestral forms and mutations. Abilities related to space, healing, darkness, and others exist as well. Li Xin, his expression shifted slightly, yet he still held his ground. So what? They have not appeared yet, have they? I possess superpowers right now. This boy was surprisingly quick on the uptake. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Who said they have not appeared? What do you think this special department for the apocalypse is for? Aside from you, many other ability users have emerged, water type, fire type, and so on. Li Xin stubbornly retorted, they are not stronger than me. His fists clenched tightly, embodying the last remnants of youthful defiance and pride. Sheng An smiled faintly. There are also several reborn individuals. Li Xin, what is that? There are actually reborn individuals. Isn't that something only found in novels and television shows? However, reborn individuals, they seem more like protagonists than ability users. Li Xin had to concede this point. Just a few days ago, a teammate named Jianyu joined them, having been reborn 1 year after the apocalypse. She possessed a vast space filled with fertile black soil suitable for cultivation. Sheng An spoke in a neutral tone. Li Xin. Sheng An regarded him, her eyes twinkling. Oh, and there's another teammate named Li Wanyun, a reborn individual with spatial abilities. Not only does she possess an immense space, but she also started with 5 billion and is currently aiding the state in stockpiling supplies. Furthermore, there are other unknown powerful ability users, and our other team is fully deployed. Snap! Something shattered. Oh, that was merely the boy's pitiful pride. Chapter 25. Sister Sheng. My only sister, deeply disheartened, Li Xen trudged back to the camp, slumped in his seat, a look of dismay etched across his face. How could this be? He was supposed to be the indestructible Iron Man, a superhero. How could he not be the protagonist? How could a multitude of reincarnators emerge? If they were all reincarnators, then who was the true hero of this world? Li Xian was profoundly disappointed. Song Mu cast a concerned glance at him, while Song Fu calmly remarked, he needs a dose of reality to prevent him from becoming unruly. This boy certainly requires discipline. In the past, we could still pretend during our occasional meetings. But now, with his newfound abilities, Li Xian's true nature has been laid bare. He then admonished Song Linlin and Li Huai. You two, as parents, should know better than to neglect your child's education. What on earth are you so busy with every day? Both attempted to retort, but fell silent. Li Huai shot Li Xian a glare. Hearing this, Sheng An nodded in agreement. This boy certainly lacks proper upbringing. If you cannot manage him, perhaps it would be better to hand him over to the state. After all, serving the nation is paramount. If he engages in any misdeeds, handing him over would be. Li Xian interjected. He wanted to protest, but the Song family glared at him in unison, leaving him no choice but to endure it. Quietly, he shot a resentful look at Sheng An, grinding his teeth in frustration. Clearly, he still found her utterly intolerable, yet Sheng An feigned ignorance. As the vehicle entered the camp, Sheng An led them directly to the interrogation room. This room was unlike any other. It had been specially modified by Hao Jingye the previous night, making it unique. Their return was perfectly timed for its use. Sheng An opened the door. At first glance, the room appeared desolate, devoid of any furnishings. However, one could immediately sense its unusual nature from the walls to the floor. Sheng An pointed inside. Li Xian, step in and wait. I need to have a word with your family before I come back for you. Li Xian protested. Why should I be the one to wait alone? Sheng An smiled faintly, because I said so. With that, she effortlessly pushed him inside. Fuming, Li Xian attempted to resist. Sheng An coldly chuckled and raised her hand. Bang! With a resounding thud, Li Xian was unceremoniously tossed into the room like a chick. In the next moment, Sheng An decisively shut the door. Inside, amidst cries of pain, Li Xian cursed. Damn it! How can this woman be so strong? Sheng An ignored his outburst and led the Song family in another direction. They exchanged glances, but ultimately remained silent. Li Xian could indeed use some discipline, they collectively mused. Inside the interrogation room, after enduring his discomfort, Li Xian surveyed his surroundings. The room was stark and empty, lacking even a light. The door was tightly sealed, robust, and seemingly impossible to open. Li Xian suddenly smirked. Huh, you think locking me in here will stop me? He realized he was not as exceptional as he had believed. Yet, he knew that as long as he did not act recklessly, the state would not harm him. This much he understood. Thus, he refused to stay compliant. He thought, if he waited here, it would mean that he had succumbed to the control of that woman. No way could that be allowed. A sly grin crossed his face as he prepared to transform into his metallic form, ready to charge at the door. Ding! The lights flickered on. Then, he was abruptly pulled against the wall, tightly adhered. Li Xian, he struggled, yet his body remained immobile, stuck against the wall. Bewildered, he thought, what is happening? I am not Iron Man. How can I be magnetized? In unison, the four corners of the room echoed with Sheng An's voice. Who told you this is a magnet? The power of science is beyond your comprehension, young man. Perhaps you should read more. Li Xian. Damn it. This woman is mocking me again? Hanging on the wall, he gritted his teeth and transformed back into his human form. With a loud thud, he crashed to the floor. Ow! Li Xian let out a pain howl, his face contorting in agony. His backside. After a moment, he regained his composure and glanced at the surveillance. Gritting his teeth, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Thus, he approached the door. This door lacked a lock and was not metallic. He attempted to manipulate it, but to no avail. Grinding his teeth, he transformed his hands into metal hammers, ready to strike the door. Then, he was yanked up to the ceiling. Stuck there, Li Xian was once again in shock. He blinked, gazing down, realizing he was suspended 3 meters high above a hard floor. If he fell, he would surely be crippled. Li Xian was intimidated. He shouted at the surveillance, "Sheng An, let me down right now." However, the monitors remained silent. In another room, Sheng An wore a satisfied smile. "What is going on?" Song Linwei inquired, puzzled. Sheng An shook her head, clearing her throat. "Nothing. Let us continue our discussion." In the interrogation room, Li Xian bellowed at the surveillance. "You dare to keep me up here forever? If you have the guts, let us settle this with real weapons. This is just a cheap trick, and I refuse to comply. Let me down." Half an hour later, Li Xian seethed. "Just let me down, and we could talk this through." One day, he would make that female antagonist pay. An hour later, Li Xian was disheartened. "You can't possibly hang me up forever, can you? Hey, Sheng An, are you even there?" 2 hours later, Li Xian's spirit sagged. All right, I yield. Just tell me what you want." 3 hours later, Li Xian was in despair. "Sheng An." 4 hours later, dry-throated and weak, Li Xian conceded. "I give up, Sheng An." 5 hours later, Li Xian, utterly exhausted, lamented. "I was wrong, Sister Sheng, my only sister." After a lengthy discussion with the Song family, Sheng An warmly invited them to lunch. Sensing her amiable demeanor, the Song family exchanged relieved glances. Her attitude was quite favorable, indicating that the state's stance towards Li Xian was amicable. In the afternoon, Hao Jingye returned. Sheng An arranged for the Song family to tour the training grounds, dormitories, and cafeteria, while also briefing them on the preparations the state was undertaking. This served as a morale booster, reassuring them to hand Li Xian over to the nation. After all, that rebellious boy was still a minor. Meanwhile, she and Hao Jingye busied themselves with other matters, both seemingly forgetting about Li Xian, never once mentioning him. By evening, Sheng An again invited the Song family to dinner. After the meal, she wiped her mouth and smiled gently. "Let us go see our Iron Man Chapter 26. Sister, I was wrong," as Sheng An opened the door. Li Xian felt as though he was on the brink of collapse. A grueling 6 hours had passed without sustenance or a moment's respite. Fortuitously, he had refrained from drinking anything. Otherwise, his body would have felt like metal, and enduring such a protracted ordeal would have likely resulted in an embarrassing mishap. The room was devoid of any company, and throughout this time, Sheng An had offered him no response. Li Xian's mental state was in shambles. He felt utterly desolate. When Sheng An entered, Li Xian hung silently, motionless, like a lifeless body. Hao Jingye lowered his voice. "Let us hope he is not gone?" Sheng An, with an impassive expression, replied, "Oh, then we might as well just drag him out and bury him." "Wait." Li Xian suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide with realization. "I'm still alive. Don't bury me." Sheng An was not surprised. After all, this young man was an ability user, specifically one with metal-based powers. It was not so simple to extinguish his life. Grinding his teeth, Li Xian exclaimed, "You've gone too far. Doesn't the government want to recruit me? Why treat me like this?" Sheng An corrected him. "That is called gathering, not recruiting. Gathering and recruiting are entirely different concepts. The state machinery does not fear these so-called deviants. My objective has always been to gather them, not to recruit them." Li Xian clenched his jaw in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment. Sheng An asked, "Do you not wish to come down?" Li Xian hesitated. As the saying goes, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. He reluctantly admitted, "Sister Sheng, I was wrong." Starving and parched, he felt he might lose his mind. Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. "All right, come down then." Li Xian was taken aback. "You're letting me come down just like that? No safety mat?" If he could have descended safely, he would have done so long ago. This was not merely a leap. He was suspended above the ground. If he transformed back too suddenly, he would undoubtedly crash face first. Sheng An assured him, "I'll catch you." Li Xian skeptically eyed Sheng An's slender arms and legs. Sheng An, exasperated, continued, "Besides, can't you revert your legs first before transforming your upper body? You're currently suspended. If you revert your legs to normal, they will naturally be below you. At this height, you can simply jump down." Li Xian's mind was flooded with disbelief. How had he not thought of this sooner? At that moment, he felt an urge to smack Sheng An, as well as himself. If he had considered this option earlier, he would not have been hanging for 6 hours. Through gritted teeth, Li Xian concentrated on reverting his legs to their normal state, freeing them from the pole. His feet naturally fell, landing squarely on the ground. He then restored his upper body, which caused him to drop downward. Li Xian instinctively cried out. Having been suspended for so long, as his body suddenly became flesh again, he felt limp and weak, nearly crashing to the floor. Sheng An reached out and caught him, preventing a disastrous fall. With his feet back on the ground, Li Xian leaned against Sheng An, breathing heavily. In that moment, he felt an unexpected sense of reliability from her. A wave of emotion washed over him. Sheng An, maintaining her stoic demeanor, inquired, "So, can you stand on your own now?" Li Xian, momentarily taken aback, complied and stood upright, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. Hao Jingye, observing his newfound compliance, nodded in satisfaction. Li Xian, "Are you now prepared to cooperate with us for some examinations?" Li Xian hung his head in defeat, remaining silent. Sheng An shot him a glance, and, instantly, he felt a surge of discomfort. Raising his hands in surrender, "I will cooperate." The examination of Jiang Yu's space was relatively straightforward due to the nature of the bracelet. However, Li Xian's assessments were far more intricate. He underwent numerous tests, had over 10 vials of blood drawn, and was subjected to various imaging and metal studies. The extensive examinations would span 1 or 2 days. Typically, after each examination, new results would necessitate further research. Of course, Li Xian was not the only subject. The previous water and fire ability users were also included in the studies. "What is the current status?" Sheng An inquired. In the lab, Li Xian, visibly impatient, was being instructed to manipulate metal and create mechanical arms. Each time his patience waned, he would catch a glimpse of Sheng An's threatening gaze from beyond the glass. Li Xian became compliant once more. This female antagonist was formidable. He decided to bide his time. Dr. Yin, beside him, was a cacophony of emotions, finally coalescing into a single statement. "Very strange." "What do you mean?" Hao Jingye asked, intrigued. Sheng An also turned her attention to Dr. Yin. Dr. Yin perused a thick stack of results, his demeanor grave, similar to the 2 water and fire ability users. There are unusual components within their bodies, manifesting in their blood and flesh. The unique substances present in all 3 of their bodies exhibit both similarities and differences. They are unknown materials. With more samples, we may derive further conclusions. At present, we cannot determine how they manipulate elements, but it is undoubtedly linked to these peculiar substances. These materials influence their physiology, and Li Xian is even more exceptional than the other 2. While they can merely control and emit water and fire, Li Xian can transform into a metal being, merging metal with his body. Sheng An and Hao Jingye wore equally serious expressions. Hao Jingye turned to Sheng An, opening his mouth. "Sister Sheng." Sheng An inhaled deeply, responding calmly, "Proceed." Upon hearing this, Dr. Yin continued, "We have taken comparative images of Li Xian in his metal form and his natural state, revealing that he seems to utilize this special substance to facilitate his transformation. Additionally, the examination results are abundant, yet most yield confusion, with few conclusions. The researchers are perplexed by this situation, despite being among the most elite in their field." After a lengthy analysis, Dr. Yin pursed his lips. "We will continue our research. Once we have more samples, we may arrive at clearer conclusions. Furthermore, we will request additional researchers to assist." Sheng An nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. Li Xian and the others will cooperate." Once Dr. Yin finished, he returned to his studies on Li Xian. Sheng An and Hao Jingye stood outside the lab. After a moment, Hao Jingye remarked, "This seems rather peculiar." Sheng An observed Li Xian thoughtfully, slowly articulating, "He has just awakened his powers, yet he is extraordinarily unique. According to the test results, Li Xian possesses an unimaginable command over metal. That is indeed strange." Hao Jingye mused, scratching his head. "Everything about him indicates he has just recently acquired his abilities." Dr. Yan's findings support this. The special elements in his body do not exceed those of the water and fire users. Yet, his mastery over metal is far superior. Sheng An emphasized, it's as if he is already a formidable ability user. Based on current research, ability, users eventually gain control over their elemental powers. Li Xian has already developed abilities beyond expectations. Although he is still uneducated in this regard, once he fully comprehends the elements and their composition, his potential will be beyond imagination. This is not merely Iron Man. It is the metamorphosis of metal. Hao Jingye gasped, a mix of confusion and disbelief culminating in a single thought. Could he truly be the Chosen One? Sheng An remained silent. The Chosen One? Jiang Yu, Li Wanyan, and now Li Xian, whether reincarnated or not, they all exhibited something extraordinary. Li Wanyan's vast space and Li Xian's unparalleled control over metal. Indeed, more samples are required. Sheng An narrowed her eyes, lost in contemplation. Countdown to the apocalypse, 17 days. In the interrogation room, Li Xian dared not transform into a metallic being. Instead, he curled his hands within his sleeves, huddled in the corner, exuding a pitiable aura of utmost distress. Sheng An stood impassively before him, utterly unfazed. Just awakened, Song Lin Wei was summoned, his expression one of bewilderment. What is happening? What has transpired? Chapter 27. Submission to the nation. Sheng An maintained her impassive demeanor, her voice devoid of emotion. It's nothing much, merely that he damaged all the testing equipment during the inspection and nearly harmed the researchers. Song Lin Wei inhaled sharply. Li Xian, squatting on the floor, protested with an air of grievance. This isn't my fault. That lab coat ordered me to reach in and manipulate the gold element. They kept giving me different instructions, and I couldn't hold back. The element went haywire, and the machines broke down. His tone was innocent. Yet under Sheng An's gaze, his voice grew fainter and increasingly timid. Sheng An watched him with calm scrutiny, prompting him to instinctively avert his eyes. Song Lin Wei, recognizing the signs, understood Li Xian all too well. He had undoubtedly grown impatient from lack of rest since yesterday and the incessant inspections. With Sheng An absent, he had purposefully created trouble and refused to cooperate. Ever since awakening his abilities, this young man had fancied himself the Chosen One, a hero, exhibiting extreme arrogance. The thought of damaging the equipment and nearly injuring someone was infuriating. With that in mind, he glared at Li Xian. It must be said that Song Lin Wei's assumption was accurate. Li Xian had not slept the entire night and now found himself confined in the interrogation room. His back against the wall, feeling increasingly irritable. Coupled with a hint of inexplicable guilt, he adopted a defiant stance, puffing out his chest and insisting, I've already apologized to them. What more do you want? It's just a few broken machines. I can compensate you. His tone was extraordinarily stubborn. Upon hearing this, Song Lin Wei felt a jolt in his heart. However, Sheng An merely chuckled, a smile dancing on her lips as she spoke slowly. You wish to repay? Very well, let's settle the accounts. Hao Jingye swiftly flipped through the tablet and soon adjusted his glasses, addressing Li Xian. The machines you damaged are the latest specialized equipment in the laboratory, not available for sale externally. We can calculate the cost price for you, a total of 97 million. How do you intend to make the payment? Li Xian nearly leaped up in disbelief. What? Those things are worth 100 million. What do you think? Sheng An replied, her gaze steady. One must consider the consequences of their actions. Deliberate destruction warrants compensation. Of course, since you are a minor, I'll have to contact your guardian. At this, Li Xian truly jumped up. His parents were business people and reasonably well off, but certainly not wealthy enough to cover 100 million. Moreover, how could he face his family after impulsively destroying property? Li Xian protested vehemently. Why should I be responsible for compensation? I was cooperating with your research. Any losses incurred cannot be blamed on me. Sheng An countered. If the damage was a result of cooperation, you would not be at fault. However, you deliberately sabotaged the equipment and nearly injured someone. The nature of your actions is exceedingly severe. I had no idea it would break so easily. I merely extracted the metal inside. Oh, so you admit it was intentional? Then we can collect the 97 million from the Song family. Sheng An, you can't just say 97 million like that. How we know it's not inflated? On what grounds? Rest assured, we will provide a detailed quote for the compensation, she interrupted. Li Xian gritted his teeth in frustration. The apocalypse is about to arrive. The world is on the brink of destruction. What compensation are you talking about? Has it not yet arrived? Sheng An replied calmly. Li Xian, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding in agitation, itching to lash out. Yet no matter how he argued, Sheng An always had a counterpoint. The realization that he had indeed acted with intent to destroy only fueled his anger, while leaving him feeling somewhat anxious. Sheng An reiterated, Li Xian, one must consider the consequences of their actions. Suddenly, Li Xian's shoulders sagged. He retreated to the corner, head bowed, voice muffled with irritation. Don't contact my parents. I will handle it myself. Oh, and how do you plan to repay? Sheng An inquired, a hint of amusement in her tone. What could he possibly do? As a 16-year-old minor, he was essentially broke, with his pockets only bulging during the new year, but that money would quickly be spent. 97 million? He could barely scrape together 900. After a moment of contemplation, he finally suggested, I could write an IOU? With the impending apocalypse, who would bother redeeming an IOU? After the world ended, money would hold no value. Li Xian's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, convinced that this was a brilliant idea. Sheng An smiled slightly. Li Xian, do you think I am foolish? Li Xian. The light in his eyes extinguished, and he deflated. However, Sheng An suddenly spoke. 3 months. What? Li Xian was bewildered. Sheng An took a slow step forward, crouching down to meet his gaze, her voice steady. You will work for the nation for 3 months. And after that, the 97 million will be absolved. What do you say? Her voice was calm, yet her eyes were filled with persuasion. Work for 3 months? Li Xian was still in a daze, struggling to process this proposal. Sheng An continued softly. That amounts to 30 million a month, with provisions for food, lodging, and clothing. This remuneration is unparalleled. Even Iron Man would envy such a deal. Do you think it's unreasonable? Li Xian snapped back to reality. His expression skeptical. Really just 3 months? No pressure to join your ranks? Sheng An smiled gently, nodding affirmatively. Behind her, Hao Jingye instinctively took a step back, feeling as though Sheng An was digging a deep pit ahead of him. Li Xian's eyes darted around as he added, I still want. Sheng An stood up, her expression cold. Song Linwei, let us discuss the compensation matter. Wait. Li Xian grasped the hem of her clothing, pouting. Must you be so heartless? I agree. Is that enough? This woman was impossible to negotiate with. It was merely 3 months, after all. Li Xian rationalized that since he was already caught by the nation, and his parents were firmly under Sheng An's control, he had no means of escape. 3 months of work didn't seem too terrible. He had initially feared that Sheng An would demand he join the Department of Special Affairs for the apocalypse. Just 3 months. It was manageable. Li Xian emphasized. You promise to keep your word? Sheng An nodded. What I say goes. I am also concerned you might not follow through. Let's draft the contract. Li Xian quickly nodded in agreement. Sheng An regarded him thoughtfully. Li Xian asked, what is wrong? Is there something else? Sheng An coldly glanced at his hand, gripping her clothing, then smiled faintly. Shouldn't you let go? Li Xian awkwardly withdrew his hand. Song Linwei, witnessing the entire exchange, rubbed his temples in exasperation. This foolish boy, did he truly believe that 3 months would be simple? With only 18 days until the apocalypse. The period leading up to it, and the 2 months following would be the most perilous and critical. Sheng An had seized control of this time frame. This naive boy was actually pleased, thinking he had struck a good deal for only 3 months of work. Moreover, Song Linwei discreetly cast a glance at Sheng An. She did not appear to be the type who would release him after 3 months. Song Linwei understood clearly. After a full day of deliberation yesterday, their family had resolved to surrender Li Xian to the state, rather than risk losing control over him, uncertain of what actions he might take. It was better to allow the nation to manage him. Since he was special, the state would not let him perish. Furthermore, Sheng An had even allowed him, as an uncle, to witness the process of enticing Li Xian. Her sincerity was evident. Song Linwei grasped the situation with clarity. Hao Jingye drafted the contract, while Sheng An sat beside him, and Li Xian faced them across the table. Hao Jingye declared, Li Xian has damaged laboratory equipment worth 97 million. You shall work to repay this debt over a period of 3 months. After this period, the debt will be absolved. However, if you fail to comply, He glanced at the two, evidently uncertain about how to conclude his statement. Li Xian, with his chin raised defiantly, scoffed, "I ascend to just 3 months? If I can't manage it, I'll simply repay the money." Sheng An, with her captivating phoenix eyes, cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk gracing her lips. 3 months later, who knows how the world might change? Do you truly believe it will be easy for you to reclaim your current funds? If you fail, you won't need to repay anything. Having dug such a pitfall, how could she allow him the chance to retract his promises when the end of days arrived? This young man was still a minor, exceedingly naive, and his thoughts were as fickle as the wind. What then? Li Xian queried, perplexed. He simply could not fathom how this contract could be crafted to bind him. In the event of an apocalypse, with the world in chaos and himself branded a superhero endowed with formidable powers, he could easily abandon them and flee with his family. What recourse would they have? As this realization settled in, Li Xian chuckled inwardly, envisioning a day when he would have the opportunity to make her kneel and beg for mercy. With a playful glint in her eyes, Sheng An slowly articulated, "Let it be written that if Li Xian fails to fulfill his obligations, he shall no longer be deemed a hero, but rather a faithless scoundrel, a coward who breaks his promises, a monster beaten by Ultraman, an adversary of Iron Man, and, ultimately, a vanquished foe of the Department of Apocalypse Affairs." Chapter 28. You are quite ruthless, Li Xian. How Jingye and Song Linwei. Could this truly coerce Li Xian? As the two pondered this, Li Xian suddenly bellowed, "You are quite ruthless." This woman had struck a nerve. Clearly, the threat was quite serious for him. To deal with someone suffering from delusions of grandeur, one must employ similar tactics, cursing them with ill fate. Such threats were hardly dignified, and Li Xian was not one to take them lightly. For someone who aspired to be a superhero like Iron Man, losing face was the most intolerable of outcomes. Sheng An remained composed, tilting her head. "Will you sign?" Li Xian's expression changed rapidly, a tumult of colors flashing across his face. Finally, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth to utter a single word. "Sign." The agreement was finalized, 2 copies made. Just as Li Xian was about to sign, he suddenly frowned, casting a suspicious glance at Sheng An. "You're not trying to set a trap for me, are you? Did you already know I would sabotage the equipment?" "Hao Jingye, you finally figured it out." "Song Linwei, this child's mind is salvageable." Sheng An blinked innocently. "How could that be? Wasn't it you who destroyed the equipment? How could I possibly have anticipated that?" "You're overthinking it." "Really?" "Indeed." Sheng An shrugged, maintaining her innocent facade. Li Xian snorted, lifting his chin. "That's true. I'm not that easily deceived." With that, he stylishly signed what he referred to as his contract of servitude. No, rather a labor contract. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Sheng An's lips. This delusional individual was evidently not so easily managed. Threats would not suffice indefinitely. He was unwilling to absorb any other form of persuasion. It would be better to dig a pit for him, allowing him to fall into it first. He likely believed it was only for 3 months, thinking he could endure it. But once aboard this ship, there would be no disembarking. After keeping vigil all night, she was keenly aware of his dwindling patience. Content with the agreement she tucked away, Sheng An acknowledged that their department had gained another member, albeit a delusional, underage metal-type ability user, yet still possessing some capability. Li Xian reclined in his chair, legs crossed, his expression brimming with defiance. "Speak. What do you want me to do? Just so you know, I possess extraordinary abilities. If it's merely trivial tasks, don't trouble me. They lack challenge." His face radiated arrogance, as though awaiting pleas for his assistance. Sheng An, uninterested in his bravado, replied, "We'll discuss your matters later." Turning her attention to Song Linwei, who looked back at her in confusion, she continued, "Let us now discuss the terms under which Mr. Song may join us." Song Linwei was taken aback. "Li Xian?" He appeared perplexed. "What do you mean? You want my uncle to join the Special Operations Department?" Sheng An tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her demeanor calm. "Yes, I am inviting Mr. Song to join our Doomsday Special Operations Department as a member of Team B." It seemed she was unaware of the bombshell she had just dropped. Even Hao Jingye looked somewhat astonished. Song Linwei stood speechless for a moment before responding, "I am not an anomaly. I possess no special abilities, nor am I a reincarnator. Sheng An shook her head, regarding him earnestly. The Doomsday Special Operations Department seeks to gather anomalies, but the goal is to combat the apocalypse. We certainly do not only require anomalies. We also need those who can contribute. You are an intelligent man, and your agile mind is your greatest asset. The value of a reincarnator lies in their memories, while ability users are still quite rare. However, once the apocalypse descends, many ability users will emerge. Yet, the number of smart individuals I seek is limited, and you are among them. Sheng An was unaware of the origins of these anomalies, but those she had encountered thus far were each peculiar and brimming with personality, ensuring frequent complications. Furthermore, without keen intellect, one could not fully harness their capabilities. She required clever individuals to help maximize their potential. Hao Jingye was one, and Song Linwei was another. Song Linwei remained silent. Li Xian's expression was quite odd as he leaned forward, unable to restrain himself from interjecting, "Hey, don't think that just because you've won over my uncle, I'll join you." Sheng An looked at him, expression unfazed. "Oh, I never intended for you to join. You are merely a contract worker. Your uncle is the talent I desire within the official ranks. So, young man, could you keep quiet for a moment?" Li Xian, he found himself questioning his very existence. Was it truly not about winning him over, but rather inviting his uncle? Was he truly of no value? Sheng An once more turned her gaze to Song Linwei, her eyes focused. "So, Mr. Song, are you willing to join us?" Song Linwei appeared somewhat dazed. It was evident Sheng An valued him, and not merely because he was her nephew. He could sense this. Yet he never expected to be esteemed in the face of impending doom. This feeling stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. In truth, upon learning of the impending apocalypse, the knowledge that countless ability users would soon arise left him anxious. He wondered whether lacking abilities would render him worthless. Now, Sheng An had conveyed to him that, even without abilities, he still held significant value. This recognition was rare and deeply moving. Would he accept? In fact, there was little to deliberate. Beyond the trust Sheng An had placed in him, what was the Doomsday Special Operations Department? It was a high-level body established specifically by the state, directly under the highest authority of the nation, a core entity in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Once the apocalypse arrived, the nation would combat it, and aligning with the state was the best chance for survival. Moreover, being part of such a unique department, fighting alongside someone like Sheng An at the forefront of the apocalypse response, did he not yearn for that? Song Linwei's breath quickened, his voice hoarse. "All right, I will join." Sheng An smiled, extending her hand. "Welcome, my teammate." Song Linwei reciprocated, grasping her hand, his voice softly uttering, "Thank you, team leader Sheng." Their hands clasped in the air, exuding an inexplicable sense of ceremony. Li Xian was left dumbfounded. This self-proclaimed child of destiny, this superhero, appeared utterly bewildered. So he, the Iron Man, was somehow less than his uncle, an ordinary man? His uncle held a formal position, while he was merely a contract worker. With that 3-month contract in hand, Li Xian felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. Where was the promised Iron Man? Where was the superhero destined to save the world? How had it turned out so differently from his expectations? Sheng An turned to Song Linwei. "How about I arrange work for your parents and sister and brother-in-law? Consider it a benefit of your joining us." She smiled with significant implication. Song Linwei was once again stunned. Then, locking eyes with Sheng An, he had a moment of realization. Song Linwei smiled. All right, this was a benefit for him, yet it was not solely for him. In mere moments, his grandparents, parents, and younger uncle would all have jobs in the apocalypse, and clearly, they were all formal positions. Meanwhile, Li Xian, this Iron Man, remained seated with only a 3-month contract. Looking utterly dazed, unable to contain his frustration, he asked, "What about me? What will I do?" Finally, Sheng An turned her gaze to him, smiling slightly. "First, you should attend class." Li Xian, "What on earth?" Chapter 29, Awakening Abilities Requires Study. Li Xian doubted his hearing. Ever since he awakened his abilities, his first thought had been a drop out of school. However, after being sent back to school by his uncle, he quickly received confirmation of the situation and promptly requested leave to return, preparing to save the world. From that moment on, he He felt that studying had no relevance to him. With the impending apocalypse, who would still focus on learning? Li Xian exploded in frustration. Hey, Sheng An, get straight. The apocalypse is coming. The end of the world, the destruction of everything. What is there to study? A slacker like me can't stand the thought of studying. Song Linwei furrowed his brow and reprimanded him. Li Xian, how dare you speak like that? Have you not been taught manners? Address her as team leader Sheng. Li Xian scoffed, clearly disagreeing. Sheng An, however, paid no mind to the formality. She merely gazed at Li Xian with a slight smile. Do you believe that now that you have awakened your abilities, studying is unnecessary? Li Xian remained silent, but it was evident he thought so. Sheng An continued, do you think learning is pointless? Isn't it? Li Xian's defiant expression conveyed his disdain. The things he learned were of no use in daily life, especially with the apocalypse approaching. Would they still be relevant? Wasn't that a waste of time? Furthermore, with the end of the world upon them, what school would even exist? Sheng An stroked her chin, nodding slightly. Well, you have a point. But that applies to others. When the end comes, others may not need to study, but you cannot afford to neglect it. Why? Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Sheng An raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. Because you're a metal ability user. Li Xian. So being a metal ability user means he has to study. The Research Institute has already provided your report. You must be aware that you can manipulate metals and even transform your body into metal, just as you did before when you became a small golden figure. Sheng An pushed a thick stack of inspection reports toward him and continued. However, due to your limited knowledge and understanding of elements, you can currently only utilize existing metals or convert to the most basic metallic elements. This limits the effectiveness of the metals you can transform into, resulting in significant shortcomings in your combat capabilities. In other words, you must quickly learn and master all metallic elements. Sheng An gazed deeply at him. Li Xian felt confused, somewhat understanding yet still bewildered. He murmured, but I just transformed directly. He transformed directly. What need was there for knowledge and understanding of metal elements? Why should he master them? Hao Jingye could no longer contain himself and rolled his eyes. Let me put it this way. Do you know why the metals you transform into mainly consist of Cu and O, with a small amount of Fe? Li Xian instinctively shook his head, because those are the only common elements you are familiar with. Hao Jingye threw up his hands. There is no such thing as direct transformation. Every change is based on an understanding of matter. The elements within your body allow you to manipulate all surrounding metals. However, if you wish to transform your body into metal rather than using surrounding metals to form armor, you need to comprehend the elements. Sheng An leaned forward, locking eyes with him. Do you truly not wish to learn? Once you master it, you can shift into various metallic states at will, exhibiting different colors in different environments. Li Xian's eyes brightened. Wait, does that mean I could not only become Iron Man, but also a chameleon? Sheng An replied. Moreover, you can utilize different metals based on their properties during battles, sometimes soft as clay, sometimes incredibly hard. You could even fly. Fly? Li Xian was astounded. He could actually fly? Yes, fly. Some metals are very light, and with the help of magnetic fields and your teammates, you can minimize gravitational effects and soar into the sky. Sheng An paused before continuing. Of course, you can also suddenly alter your metallic composition when others target you. If yesterday I had attacked you with aqua regia and you had transformed your body's metal into tantalum or iridium, I would have been unable to capture you. Li Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He held his breath, eagerly asking, Really? Indeed, Sheng An confirmed. Li Xian leaned forward, facing Sheng An directly. Swallowing hard. Are you really willing to teach me how to transform and fly? That is flying. For many young people obsessed with martial arts and fantasy, it is the ultimate dream. Moreover, the last time this woman had effortlessly captured him had left a psychological scar. If he could change, as she described, wouldn't that make him invincible? Invincible. What a wonderful word. Li Xian's eyes shone with brilliance. Sheng An smiled, her voice rich with temptation. Of course, although you're merely a contracted worker during the contract period, the government will design a tailored study plan for you to enhance your abilities and better utilize your metal powers. You will also become a model for future metal ability users to learn from. Li Xian's heart raced with excitement. He even thought that if this woman had told him all this earlier, he might have considered aligning himself with the government much sooner. I'll study. I will. Li Xian's voice was resolute. Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. Then, she took the papers handed to her by Hao Jingye and laid them out before Li Xian. You need to focus on studying mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Mathematics is foundational, facilitating better comprehension of the other two subjects. Physics is essential for maximizing your abilities, and chemistry, needless to say, is crucial for understanding. This is a provisional list of the texts you will study. Li Xian glanced over the titles, which were densely packed. It was enough to give him a headache just by looking at them. Do I have to study this much? At that moment, he felt a bit dumbfounded. Oh, right. Many of these subjects are normally encountered in university, graduate school, or even doctoral programs. But fret not. You will have a professional teaching team to help you catch up on the relevant material and get straight to the core. Sheng An presented another sheet of paper, listing names of professors and academic leaders. These will all be your instructors, tailoring your learning plans specifically for you. Li Xian, he was once again bewildered, staring blankly at the papers. Before he could make sense of it all, Sheng An produced another sheet and placed it atop the others with a gentle smile. This is your current schedule. Morning classes, midday inspections, afternoon training, and evening classes. Your teaching team will adjust the following day's courses and plans based on your inspection reports and training results. You will also serve as a template for future mental ability users. Li Xian, he looked at the schedule, which only outlined the first 3 days. Wake up at 6 a.m., sleep at midnight, and with total rest time during the day not exceeding half an hour after meals. This is truly a schedule that would make even a dog weep. Sheng An explained, because this is a designed evolution template for mental ability users. Your time is quite tight, and the courses are arranged accordingly. But rest assured, the team consists of experienced experts who are quite capable and skilled in teaching. They have means to ensure your focus during classes. Li Xian, he blinked, feeling dazed. Multiple teachers for one student? Would he not even be able to daydream or sleep during class? By the way, Sheng An added, your grandparents are also among your instructors. One specializes in mathematics, and the other in chemistry. Conveniently, your uncle can also serve as one of your physics teachers. Li Xian. So, their job now was to teach him? Sheng An, with a dozen esteemed experts at your service. Naturally, should you remain unsatisfied, we could even assemble a 100-strong team of instructors dedicated solely to your needs. Li Xian. What the hell? 100 instructors. He doesn't want that. Sheng An, your parents will also be working at the camp, regularly monitoring your physical and mental well-being as well as your academic progress. Li Xian. In his mind, a terrifying image emerged of his parents scrutinizing his studies. Sheng An, the apocalypse is approaching. You may not enter your senior year, yet your efforts will be no less than those of senior. Young man, persevere. I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a wave of darkness wash over him, causing him to stumble backward. Sheng An, with an unyielding expression, quickly summoned the doctors for assistance. There is no need to send him to the hospital. That would waste time. Classes commence in half an hour. Li Xian. This time, Li Xian truly fainted. Chapter 30. Life in Hell at Midnight. Li Xian, weary from a full afternoon of classes, felt dizzy and nauseous. After all, he was a mediocre student. In the past, during lectures, he would often slack off, blending into the crowd, which allowed him to occasionally daydream or doze off without attracting the teacher's attention. However, now a multitude of eyes scrutinized him. Previously, when teachers posed questions, they were asked randomly, seldom selecting him. But now, every inquiry seemed directed solely at him. In the past, teachers paced their lessons to accommodate the entire class, ensuring that attentive students could grasp the material. Now, however, the instructors rushed through the content, demanding his undivided attention and high-intensity absorption of information. Li Xian felt like he was losing his mind. This was no less daunting than the final year of high school. In fact, it was 100 times more terrifying. A hellish existence. His grandparents, especially his grandmother, were incredibly affectionate, often showering him with endearing terms like precious grandson and sweetheart. Yet now, just 10 minutes into class, she transformed into a witch, launching a terrifying tirade against him. Once, she would proudly boast about her grandson's qualities, but now she berated him, asking how he could be so forgetful, as if he were no longer her grandson. And then there was his grandfather. That was truly frightening. Xin finally grasped why his grandfather's students dubbed him one of the four great hang gods. It was genuinely terrifying. The power of such teachers was something one should never have to endure in a lifetime. Adding to his misery were a host of so-called experts and researchers, armed with their own textbooks, subjecting him to relentless mental torment. It was a nightmare. Xin could not comprehend how things had devolved to this point. He constantly battled the urge to give up. Yet his parents loomed like two little whips, casually strolling by, ready to suppress any sign of rebellion. The promises of strength and flight dangled before him like tantalizing carrots, while his parents acted as two sticks, forcing him onward. He felt like a donkey caught in between, compelled to endure this torment. At times, he even thought that if he had never awakened his abilities, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. With despair etched on his face, he drifted back to the dormitory, his eyes shadowed and haunted like a specter. His teachers had reminded him to rest early, and he was utterly exhausted, yet he could not succumb to sleep just yet. He had to meet someone, another member of the Doomsday Special Affairs team, Jiangyu. Who was Jiangyu, you ask? She was a reincarnated space wielder. Even if Xin fancied himself the child of destiny, he could not deny that Jiangyu was the daughter of destiny. Rebirth, space manipulation, the ability to cultivate. She was the quintessential heroine of a novel. How impressive was that? Though Xin remained silent, his heart brimmed with envy and admiration. He could hardly wait to meet Jiangyu and witness this legendary figure firsthand. Meanwhile, Jiangyu had spent the day operating tractors and seeders, her mind overwhelmed with agricultural knowledge imparted by academician Zhou and others, leaving her filthy and dust-covered. At this moment, she felt dizzy and longed to collapse into a deep slumber. But she could not. She needed to meet the new member, Xin. Jiangyu forced herself to keep her eyes wide open, hoping to maintain her composure for their encounter. After all, he was a metal-based ability user. During lunch, she had synchronized information from the outside world with that of the Special Affairs team, and upon learning that Sheng An and the others had not returned last night, she quickly inquired about Xion's existence. In her previous life, Jiangyu had been an ordinary person, acutely aware of how exalted and powerful ability users were. A metal-based ability wielder? That was an incredibly formidable power, capable of manipulating metal and achieving the impossible. Not to mention, Xin was exceptionally unique. Having awakened his abilities even before the apocalypse, he was often referred to as an anomaly. Rumor had it he could even transform into a metallic form, a skill reserved for advanced ability users. Sheng An had sought her out to discuss the situation, and she naturally gleaned insights into Xion's circumstances. Newly awakened, yet possessing such a rare ability to metallicize, what might he become in the aftermath of the apocalypse? When meteor fragments descended, surely he would evolve into a remarkable child of destiny. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Jiangyu quickened her pace, eager to meet the future powerhouse. Both individuals, like phantoms, floated in a daze, rushing along the corridor only to collide. Jiangyu was still reeling from the encounter when the boy who bumped into her raised his voice angrily. "What are you doing? Can't you watch where you're going?" Jiangyu, initially inclined to apologize, retorted coldly, "You're the one who isn't paying attention. You clearly ran into me. What kind of brat are you? What are you doing here?" Xin, anxious to meet Jiangyu, felt pressed for time. Having just finished class, he worried she might have already gone to bed. Hearing this woman call him a brat ignited his fury. As a self-proclaimed child of destiny, he detested being referred to as a child or being told he had not matured. This was his Achilles heel. Xin shot back, "And who are you? You look like you just came from sweeping the floor. You're filthy." Jiangyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at Xin. "Who brought this unruly child? You can barely walk straight. Are you glued to your phone? Get out of here before I have someone drag you away." Of course, she had the authority to make such threats. Aside from her studies, the state took good care of her, granting her anything she desired. "Drag me away?" Xin laughed heartily. "You think you have the power to do that? I'm an important figure here. Nobody would dare touch me. It's you who should be worried about being dragged out. Jiangyu scoffed. What kind of child are you? I'm protected by the state. I have them backing me. Neither party was willing to yield, eyes locked in a fierce stare. The state supports me too. I am the child of destiny. A member of the Special Affairs team. I'm also a member of the Special Affairs team, and I am an anomaly personally brought back by Shang Jie. Wait, anomaly? Member of the Doomsday Special Affairs team? Brought back by Sheng An herself? Both halted, confusion and astonishment flashing across their faces. Jiangyu tentatively inquired, "What kind of anomaly are you?" Li Xian hesitated, lowering his voice, a metal-based ability user. "What about you?" Jiangyu replied, "A reincarnated space wielder." Both exclaimed simultaneously, "You are Jiangyu, Li Xian." In that fleeting instant, the world seemed to fall silent. Chapter 31. An opportunity for a free-for-all. Li Xian observed Jiangyu, whose countenance was marred by grime, as if she had been subjected to arduous labor. Dark circles underscored her eyes, and beads of perspiration dotted her face, as though she had toiled in the fields all day. Conversely, Jiangyu scrutinized Li Xian, whose demeanor was listless and dispirited. Shadows darkened his eyes, and his spirit seemed to have waned, akin to a high school senior cramming for exams or a graduate student burdened by immense pressure. "This is not what I envisioned. How could you be like this?" They simultaneously inquired of each other. After a brief pause, Jiangyu offered a wry smile. "Studying." Li Xian wore a mask of anguish. "Studying." Their gazes met, and each perceived a complex array of emotions in the other's eyes. "So you too must study," Li Xian murmured. At that moment, his emotions were a maelstrom of complexity, oscillating between sympathy for Jiangyu, empathy for himself, and a peculiar sense of schadenfreude. Jiangyu was similarly disheartened. She lowered her head, her voice devoid of vigor. "It's not merely studying. I must delve into various aspects of agriculture. Li Xian, I must master the 3 sciences of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. A mediocre high school student like me is expected to advance directly to doctoral studies. Who isn't in a similar predicament? The videos and books are like endless mountains. The textbooks are stacked upon one another. You have it easier than I do. I have a retinue of instructors. The entire research institute is at my disposal, all scrutinizing my every move. I am the more pitiable one. I have a team of lecturers, all of whom are dedicated to overseeing my studies." A team of lecturers? For a student, that is the epitome of torment. I am not only compelled to study, but also to cultivate the land, operating tractors and seeders daily, and installing sprinkler systems. I am tormented by the profound intricacies of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The symbols themselves are enough to suffocate one. I'm a most wretched. I'm a most utterly wretched. They transitioned from boasting about their prowess to lamenting their misfortunes, their fervor increasing with each utterance. Finally, they embraced and wept bitterly. Li Xian, "Sister, isn't the role of a metal-type ability user to save the world and engage in face-slapping escapades? How is it more arduous than my pre-awakening high school life?" Jiangyu, "Brother, isn't space meant for hoarding supplies? At most, growing some vegetables and fruits. So one can live comfortably after the apocalypse? Why must it be so miserable?" "Sister, brother." Tears streamed down their faces as they exclaimed in unison. "This is not how it's portrayed in novels." Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Li Xian released Jiangyu, fixing his gaze upon her and lowering his voice. "Sister, do you not desire to rebel?" Jiangyu was taken aback. Then her heart stirred. She also lowered her voice. "How can we rebel?" Li Xian gritted his teeth. "We can." At that moment, the adjacent dormitory door swung open, and they instinctively turned their heads. Sheng An, clad in pajamas, possessed the same comely visage, yet it was as sharp and aloof as ever, sending shivers down their spines. Her gaze swept over them, making them feel as if they had been caught skipping school by the headmaster, and they instinctively stood at attention. She advanced a few steps, leaning against the half-open door, regarding them with a faint smile. "Not asleep yet? It seems your spirits are high. I shall inform the instructors to increase the intensity tomorrow." "Ah!" They emitted a cry of anguish, then simultaneously released each other and darted back to their respective rooms. Jiangyu, I am weary. I shall retire immediately. Li Exine, the intensity is more than sufficient. I shall retire immediately. Bang, bang. Two sounds echoed. Their room doors had been slammed shut, leaving not a trace of movement. Only then did Sheng An withdraw her gaze, turning around expressionlessly and closing the door. Inside the room, the computer screen displayed a flickering image, indicating an ongoing video call. Wan Yuan, Sister Sheng, what's amiss? Sheng An returned, casually replying. Nothing, just two immature individuals who were congregating late at night to vent their grievances. I've already sent them back. Wan Yuan bared his teeth, sighing. It seems the deviants at the Special Affairs Department are difficult to manage. It's manageable. How is your end progressing? Sheng An countered. While Jiang Yu and Li Exine were lamenting their plight outside, Sheng An was engaged in a conversation with the United States. She was not concerned about Team Zero, but she always had to inquire about Li Wanyun, who had been dispatched, and to inquire about the progress and see when Li Wanyun and Team Zero could return. She was not in charge of Group A, but Team Zero's captain, Qi Lingwu, and Li Wanyun were both members of her group. Upon hearing this, Wan Yuan's expression became exceedingly complex, and he lamented. Li Wanyun's space is indeed vast, and she is undeniably useful, but Sister Sheng, she is also quite a handful. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Wan Yuan offered a wry smile. She is exceedingly arrogant and audacious to an extreme. Upon arriving, she contacted a local guide and immediately demanded to purchase grain and supplies. And she did so with a massive influx of capital, making no attempt to conceal her actions. Sheng An was not surprised in the slightest, and she chuckled softly. She has always been this way, and it is precisely for this reason that I entrusted her to you, so that you may provide her with a safety net. If Team Zero were not in the United States, Sheng An would never have allowed Li Wanyun to venture out. That girl was utterly oblivious to the fact that every nation is particularly wary of foreigners, especially the United States, given their strained relations. Moreover, even if this factor were disregarded, her unreserved expenditure of vast sums of money to purchase supplies would undoubtedly attract attention. If she were to venture out on her own, she would have no chance of returning. Wan Yuan, alas, we have been tirelessly cleaning up after her messes of late. She has nearly been targeted on several occasions, and we have resolved the issues. Captain Qi is speechless. Who told her to possess space? Sheng An was confident in their abilities and continued to inquire. What is the progress with the armaments? Upon this topic, Wan Yuan's spirits were lifted, and a smile graced his lips. It will be completed shortly. We have already sold her a batch at a low price, approximately less than 1%. If we sell her a bit more, even if she is utterly dense, she should take notice. In reality, the money Li Wanyun provided could never purchase 1% of the armaments. They were taking advantage of her ignorance of armaments. However, she has noticed us. Captain Qi instructed someone to deliberately provoke her and offend her severely. As expected, this girl is audacious. She has been purchasing supplies and tailing us. Once she has completed her purchases, we shall stage a scene for her. Wan Yuan chuckled. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. What sort of scene? Wan Yuan. A firefight, and then we shall provide her with an opportunity for a free-for-all, pick up the loot scenario. Chapter 32. Is love so subtle? This indeed resonates with Li Wanyun's thoughts. She certainly would not miss this opportunity to pick up a bargain. As long as her space can accommodate it, this batch of arms can be smoothly transported back. And at that moment, it will be time for her to meet Li Wanyun. There is no such thing as a free gift in this world. If everything goes smoothly, and one gets everything they desire, it is highly likely that someone is digging a pit for you. Sheng An chuckled lightly and cautioned, be careful, don't hurt her. But also don't get hurt yourself. That girl is capable of murder. Unlike Jiang Yu, Li Wanyun is undoubtedly ruthless. Rest assured, we have Captain Qi. Wan Yuan naturally replied. But upon mentioning this name, his expression soured. Sister Sheng, why don't you contact Captain Qi directly? Ever since he reached out to us last time, he has been carrying his phone around. Sheng An smiled. Contacting you is the proper protocol, isn't it? Wan Yuan is responsible for communications. When Team Zero is out on a mission, they all reach out to Wan Yuan, which aligns with the procedure. Although she wished to see Qi Lingwu, there was no rush. Wan Yuan pouted, the world is about to change. Why bother with procedures? Captain Qi has been with me for the past couple of days. And just now you went out on a mission, so you just happened to contact us. After waiting for a few days, Sheng An hasn't reached out. It's quite the coincidence that when we finally make contact, Captain Qi is out. Wang Yuan could already envision Captain Qi's reaction later. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. They had long devoted their lives to their country, and very few sought relationships, for they all understood tomorrow might be their last. Wrapped in a shroud of war, their blood spilled into their missions, ultimately becoming one among countless martyrs' graves, standing solemnly on the land they protected. This was the fate of them all. Every farewell could potentially be the final goodbye. The relationship between Sheng An and Qi Lingwu was quite unexpected, yet akin to flowers blooming on withered bones. It was also heart-wrenching. Throughout the year, they hardly met, especially after Sheng An was reassigned from Team Zero. For a fleeting moment, Sheng An's gaze faltered. In a soft voice, she said, "I will wait for you to return to fight side by side once more." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan immediately broke into a radiant smile. Yes, they could once again fight alongside each other. No matter if the apocalypse loomed, with trusted comrades by their side, they were unafraid. Before hanging up, Sheng An suddenly said, "Tell Captain Qi that foreign forces are investigating us, and it is unwise to linger abroad. It would be best to escort Li Wanyan back as soon as possible." Wang Yuan was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this common knowledge? Why emphasize it? Even after hanging up, Wang Yuan could not grasp the meaning behind Sheng An's words. Upon encountering Qi Lingwu, he relayed their conversation in detail, including the last sentence. Upon hearing about the missed call, Captain Qi's lips tightened for a moment, the atmosphere around him growing tense. Yet, upon hearing the final remark, his brows relaxed, and a smile began to grace his lips. Wang Yuan, puzzled, asked Captain Qi, "What did Sister Sheng's last sentence mean? Is there some hidden message? Or is she conveying something to us?" He suddenly grew anxious. Qi Lingwu glanced at him, and after a moment of contemplation, he pressed his lips together and slowly replied, "It's nothing. That sentence has no relation to the mission." His voice was hoarse, yet magnetic, but those who knew him could discern his good mood. Having said that, he turned and left. Wang Yuan stood there, puzzled, muttering, "No relation to the mission? Wait, did I just realize something?" His pupils trembled as his eyes widened in disbelief. So that sentence was actually meant for Qi Lingwu, with an underlying message. "I want you back soon?" Wang Yuan was astounded. Is love really so subtle nowadays? The single Wang Yuan found this utterly baffling and was visibly shocked. Li Wanyan was enjoying a hamburger by the street, while procuring supplies in America was undeniably satisfying. The food was so subpar that it made her long for the culinary delights of her homeland. Nonetheless, this trip was worth it. Thinking of the massive supplies she had acquired for 100 billion and envisioning her space brimming with stockpiles, Li Wanyan felt an overwhelming joy that nearly made her leap with glee. However, she restrained herself. Moreover, this journey not only yielded supplies, but also the coveted hot-blooded weaponry. Of course, due to the high price of the hot-blooded weaponry, she did not procure much. Originally, she planned to spend her money and return, but unexpectedly, she stumbled upon the warehouse of arms dealers. What did this signify? It meant she could potentially obtain a substantial amount of advanced weaponry, with bunker-like structures, copious food supplies, a vast array of advanced weaponry, coupled with her spatial abilities. Who could rival her? In this apocalypse, no one would dare offend her. Imagining the wealth of resources at her disposal, while others remained oblivious, she could no longer contain herself and let out a low chuckle. Passers-by glanced at her in surprise, but Li Wanyan remained unfazed. She truly is the destined daughter. Being reborn is one thing, but having everything she desires fall into her lap, everything going exceptionally smoothly, it felt as if she was playing on easy mode. What else could one call the destined daughter? Such remarkable fortune would undoubtedly continue into the apocalypse, allowing her to live a life of unparalleled success. Li Wanyan ambled down the street, hamburger in hand, laughing heartily. Not far away, a member of Team Zero remarked, "Fool, countdown to the apocalypse, 16 days. Sheng An inquired, "How's it going?" Hao Jingye withdrew his gaze from the computer screen and shook his head. There are currently no particular subjects requiring investigation. The recent sifting through posts has yielded little, and among the reports I received, There are no signs of heresy. Sheng An nodded, not feeling disappointed. While the number of heretics was not insignificant, they were certainly not common, nor could they be easily found. Especially after gaining experience, many suspects could even be eliminated without investigation. Hao Jingye continued, I've already ordered an expansion of the screening range, including online information and procurement details, among others. Time is of the essence. We have still found too few heretics. Hao Jingye looked at her helplessly. Sister Sheng, there must be people hiding, and they are hiding very well. That's all right. We will sift through it bit by bit. We will eventually uncover some clues. Sheng An seemed to ponder something and added, check the various police reports as well. If they are indeed heretics, they will, like Jiang Yu, inevitably leave some traces. If someone sees them, there's a chance that someone will report it, just like Lixian. Sheng An, also, let's review the wholesale markets again. Reports are most likely to reveal psychics, and the wholesale markets are where reborn individuals frequent the most. The national screening is quite thorough, but these two areas require repeated scrutiny from Sheng and Hao. Jingye nodded and immediately began to edit the information for dissemination. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Report. Come in, what's the matter? Sheng An looked up. The person replied, Team Leader Qiu has returned. Hao Jingye abruptly stood up, staring at Sheng, and Qiu Yu is back? She's been away for several days. She must have brought back some heretics. Moreover, based on Sheng An's earlier deductions, the heretics she brought back would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Hao Jingye hesitated. Shouldn't we go take a look? Sheng An replied, no need. Hao Jingye, this was not the development he had envisioned. Chapter 33. You actually complained? Hao Jingye was quite perplexed. Qiu Yu and Sheng An were colleagues, yet they were also considered rivals, especially since their respective superiors wished for them to surpass one another and gain complete control over the Special Affairs Department. Although the department currently seemed sparsely populated, its significance was paramount, serving as the nucleus for the future community of ability users, whose role in the apocalypse was self-evident. Now that they were both in charge, cooperation was essential, yet competition remained inevitable. Why had Qiu Yu ventured out to seek the aberrant, neglecting her duties? It was merely because Sheng An intended to recruit Qi Lingwu, instilling an acute sense of crisis within her. Now, with Qiu Yu's return alongside the aberrant, it marked a crucial moment. Whether out of concern for the Special Affairs Department or her relationship with Qiu Yu, Sheng An ought to investigate further. Why was she not curious? Hao Jingye's eyes widened. His glasses perched precariously on the bridge of his nose, his expression a tapestry of complexity. In contrast, Sheng An remained relaxed and unconcerned. Qiu Yu's return surely meant she held significant cards. There was no need to watch her perform. As for the aberrant's true nature, Sheng An was untroubled. Qiu Yu would undoubtedly present it before her. Why should she pry? After completing her tasks, Sheng An stood up. Hao Jingye, who had been distracted, immediately followed suit, his eyes lighting up. Were they going to take a look? Sheng An replied, no, it's time for lunch. With that, she strode purposefully towards the cafeteria. Hao Jingye could only respond with a silent. As the two entered the cafeteria, Jiang Yu and Lixian arrived as well. They approached from opposite directions, both bearing the same ghostly demeanor, looking utterly defeated. Upon seeing Sheng An, Jiang Yu's eyes brightened as she hurried over. Lixian gritted his teeth, begrudgingly following. Sheng An, curious, asked, what is wrong? Have you been scolded again? Jiang Yu nodded pitifully, yes. I forgot most of what I learned yesterday and damaged several plants. Old Zhou nearly berated me to death. Sheng An gently ruffled her hair, offering consolation. Be good. Pay more attention next time. Only you can access your space. And you must master these cultivation techniques. Jiang Yu sighed. It's another day of wanting to expose my golden finger. Lixian chimed in, grumbling. You need to get rid of those teachers. They're insufferable. They actually think I'm slow, yet I haven't complained about their teaching skills. They're merely a bunch of researchers. Where are the ability users in the apocalypse? Sheng An, with a calm demeanor, glanced past Lixian and said, Uncle Song, you've arrived. Lixian instantly covered his head, wailing, Grandpa, Grandma, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Behind him, silence prevailed. Lixian paused in confusion. Cautiously looking up, only to discover Jiang Yu suppressing laughter. He whipped around, but there was no one there. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Sheng An!" With a swift motion, Sheng An smacked him on the head, smiling slightly. "If you keep speaking like that, I'll inform your grandparents and parents, asking them if they believe you. An ability user is any more noble than they are." "You actually complained?" Li Xian's eyes widened. "I not only will complain, but I shall do so repeatedly." Sheng An maintained her smile. Li Xian seethed, clutching his head, teeth grinding in frustration. How infuriating! This female tyrant was utterly insufferable. His evolving perception of Sheng An transformed her from a woman to a female antagonist, and finally to a female tyrant. Grasping Jiang Yu with one hand and pulling Li Xian with the other, Sheng An announced, "Let us go eat." "Are you two wasting time because you find lunch too lengthy?" Jiang Yu quickly waved her hands. "No, absolutely not. Lunch is far too short. It's barely enough time to eat." Her sincerity was evident. Li Xian, equally irate, added, "This little time is more terrifying than the final year of high school. That detestable teacher even wants me to eat in the classroom. It's utterly outrageous." Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. "Yes, old Zhou said the same. With so little free time, if it gets taken away, what will we do?" Sheng An shrugged. "Fine, I'll have a word with them. You will still eat in the cafeteria for every meal." It was essential to occasionally loosen the reins when someone was being overly oppressive. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hugged Sheng An's arm. "Ah, thank you, Sister Sheng." Even Li Xian felt a touch of unexpected gratitude. This woman wasn't so bad after all. Behind them, Hao Jingye thought. PTSD? Have you all forgotten who the real culprit is? The four members of Group B sat down for their meal. Their lunch had already been prepared, and as they reached the entrance, the kitchen staff began serving dishes and tea, placing them on the table. A small card bearing their names accompanied the offerings, and the steaming food seemed freshly cooked. Jiang Yu's lunch remained sumptuous, while Sheng An and Hao Jingye had dishes tailored to their preferences. Li Xian, however, faced a meager bowl of clear broth, exceedingly simple. Li Xian was taken aback, glancing between Jiang Yu's feast and his own sparse meal. Then turning to Sheng An, his teeth clenched. "What is going on?" "I demand an explanation." Hao Jingye explained. "This is what the Academy has prepared for you, to monitor the effects of different diets on your current health." Li Xian retorted. "What? Now they're even controlling what I eat." As Li Xian was on the verge of exploding, Sheng An casually picked up her chopsticks and remarked, 3 months. Li Xian fell silent. His simmering frustration receded as he lowered his head and began eating. "Huh, it's actually quite tasty." Although it was plain broth, it was genuinely enjoyable. His pace quickened, and Jiang Yu beside him was equally focused on her meal. They were simply too exhausted and hungry. The cafeteria fell into a hush, but soon a series of footsteps echoed. This was the cafeteria for the Special Affairs Department, typically exclusive to their members. As the footsteps grew louder, everyone, except Sheng An, looked up in curiosity, revealing their confusion. A group of 7 entered, led by a young woman slightly shorter than Sheng An, her demeanor colder, dressed in casual yet refined attire, unlike Sheng An, who casually donned a jacket. She possessed a delicate beauty entirely different from Sheng An's. Accompanied by 6 others, her presence was striking. Jiang Yu and Li Xian watched in awe. Sheng An continued her meal, utterly unfazed, barely glancing their way. Hao Jingye mirrored her composure, focusing on his food. Jiang Yu, puzzled, turned to Hao Jingye. He silently mouthed, "Qiu Yu." Jiang Yu gasped. Having already been aware of the dynamics within the Special Affairs Department, she immediately averted her gaze and resumed eating, while also tugging at Li Xian. He remained bewildered. As the group approached, Qiu Yu halted, and her followers stopped in turn, clearly attentive to her. Qiu Yu surveyed the 4, sneering. "Oh, isn't this team leader Sheng? Finally, you have 2 team members?" The emphasis on 2 was palpable. She then glanced at her own entourage of 6, a stark contrast, her imposing presence seemingly overshadowing Sheng An and her companions. Chapter 34. Taking action. The autumn rain seemed to provoke Sheng An. Jiang Yu could not restrain herself and retorted, "Of course, it's not just 2 people." Qiu Yu cast a cold glance at her, her expression indifferent. "Are the remaining ordinary individuals of any value?" It was evident that she was well aware of the situation in Group B. Currently, aside from the four of them, only Qi Lingwu from Team Zero and Song Linwei represented ordinary people. Neither were reincarnators nor possessors of special abilities. Clearly, Qiuyu did not consider them at all. Jiang Yu fumed. Although she possessed a spatial ability, it was not a supernatural power. Furthermore, having been an ordinary person for a long time in her past life, she understood Qiuyu's lofty attitude all too well. Some supernaturals regarded ordinary individuals as mere waste, believing that only those with abilities deserve to survive in an apocalypse. However, no one could truly claim to be the protagonist in this world. And with the onset of the apocalypse, how many superhumans could there be? Anyone could be an ordinary person among the masses. Just as she was about to unleash a tirade, Qiuyu's gaze met hers. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually lost their focus, and she slowly raised her hand, evidently intending to slap herself. Sheng An reached out and grasped Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, her complexion paling as she cast a terrified glance at Qiuyu. Sheng An also turned to Qiuyu, her expression unyielding. Jiang Yu is a resource of the state and a talent valued by the nation, one of the hopes for survival in the apocalypse. I will report your use of abilities against her. Qiuyu's expression darkened slightly. Then, she coldly chuckled. I was merely joking with Ms. Jiang. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. But it seems my teammate Jiang Yu was rather frightened by you. Jiang Yu was taken aback, then suddenly realized Sheng An's implication. Oh dear, I was just terrified to death. Now my head hurts and my chest feels tight. What should I do? Am I going to die? Will I be unable to attend afternoon classes? Jiang Yu wailed. Song Linwei appeared from nowhere, his face filled with urgency. I'll contact the medical team immediately. Hang in there. Little Yu. His reaction suggested that Jiang Yu was on the brink of death. Oh, it hurts. Jiang Yu howled, evidently determined to make a scene for the day. Sheng An found it amusing. Qiuyu's expression grew colder, her gaze fixed on Sheng An, her voice squeezing out, Sheng An, you really are so protective. It's quite unappealing. Sheng An leaned back in her chair, her hands clasped behind her head. Upon hearing this, she smiled, her phoenix eyes curving. I think I'm rather likable, warm-hearted and kind. Everyone likes me. If you find me unappealing, perhaps the issue lies with you. She turned to Hao Jingye and the others. Isn't that right? Hao Jingye nodded firmly. Indeed. Song Linwei affirmed, yes. Jiang Yu, amid her groans, managed to nod, yes. Only Li Xian remained skeptical. This woman is warm-hearted and kind? Likeable? Li Xian nearly thought he had misheard. However, with Hao Jingye and Song Linwei looking at him, he realized that it was time to unite against a common foe, gritting his teeth to utter, yes. Sheng An spread her hands. You see, it's your problem. Behind Qiuyu, a tall man frowned, wanting to speak. Qiuyu raised her hand, and he immediately fell silent. It was clear that she held absolute authority in Group A. The puppet abilities truly were formidable. Taking a deep breath, Qiuyu ceased her verbal sparring with Sheng An, knowing she could never outmatch her. Since childhood, she had never won against Sheng, and reflecting on the past, Qiuyu momentarily lost herself in thought, her expression growing colder. Sheng An, what does it matter if you win verbally? I have awakened my abilities, while you have not. This time, I emerge victorious. The arrogance of the superhuman was palpable. Hao Jingye frowned. Does being a superhuman make you exceptional? When the apocalypse arrives, Sister Sheng may very well awaken too. Qiuyu laughed. After encountering so many anomalies, do you not understand the uniqueness of pre-apocalyptic awakenings? Hao Jingye's heart sank. It seemed their previous conjectures were indeed true. Abilities awakened before the apocalypse were exceedingly powerful, possessing capabilities rivaling those of high-level superhumans, despite being newly awakened. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, but current estimates indicated that those who awakened during the apocalypse would be inferior to those who awaken now. The reason remained unclear, yet it was likely a fact. For some reason, however, Hao Jingye felt that Sheng An would not be outdone. She had not yet awakened her abilities and even remained uncertain of whether she could. He harbored an inexplicable intuition. Sheng An would not fall short of anyone. This instinct was peculiar, and he chose not to voice it. Having finished her meal, Sheng An set down her chopsticks, unfazed by Qiuyu's words. Calmly wiping her mouth, She stood and stated, "Whether you win or lose is not up to now. You should consider how to explain this to the higher-ups. Regardless of the reason, the higher-ups will not be pleased with your use of abilities against Jiangyu." Qiuyu clenched her fists tightly. Sheng An surveyed the others, raising an eyebrow. "Have you all finished eating? We're done." The group hurriedly set down their chopsticks. "Then let's go." Sheng An stepped forward, calmly heading outside, with the others promptly following suit. Qiuyu's expression darkened. Behind her, the tall man who had been restless could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Stop!" In that instant, a bolt of lightning struck towards Sheng An. Song Linwei happened to turn around, his pupils constricting as he shouted, "Be careful!" Sheng An leaped nimbly, sliding past the dining table to evade the lightning. Where the bolt struck, a pit immediately formed, emitting thick smoke and dust, leaving everyone aghast. One could only imagine the severe injury that would have befallen Sheng An had the strike connected. All were momentarily stunned. It was indeed a lightning ability user. In that instant, Sheng An flipped over the table, sliding to the opposite side. Her hand pressed on the table as her legs wrapped around the man's neck, flipping him forcefully to the ground with a thud, his face contorted in pain. Yet Sheng An did not relent, applying pressure with her hands. With a sharp crack, she twisted the man's arm. "If you don't know how to use it, then don't." Sheng An's voice was calm. "Ah." The man's hand twisted in agony, and with his other intact hand, a lightning orb instinctively appeared, crackling ominously. Sheng An stepped on him, her other hand gripping his neck, her gaze frigid. "You may try to strike me dead now, or I could crush you first." The pressure was significant, and the grip around his throat signaled an imminent threat of death. The man was terrified, his cries abruptly halting. Sheng An glanced at his other hand, smirking. "If you cannot wield your abilities with that hand either, I wouldn't mind breaking it too." Instinctively, the lightning dissipated from the man's hand, his complexion pale and his eyes filled with fear. Behind Qiuyu, another individual grew anxious. "Release Lu Mingwei." Members of Group A glared at Sheng An, their expressions grim. Jiangyu refused to back down, glaring back at them. Song Linwei's face was also filled with rage. Li Xian transformed into a metallic form, his gaze wary. Both sides stood in confrontation. Hao Jingye barked, "Team Leader Qiu, your subordinate has violated regulations by using lightning abilities against Team Leader Sheng. The cafeteria surveillance has already captured it." "What? Are you attempting to eliminate dissenters?" "He injured Lu Mingwei too." On the opposing side, Geng Lich encountered. Taking a deep breath, Song Linwei slowly spoke, "I have reviewed the rules of the Special Affairs Office. The first rule is that no one may take action against another without authorization. Team Leader Qiu, your subordinate has already violated this." The autumn rain clearly did not anticipate this moment, as its expression was decidedly grim. Sheng An continued to grip Lu Mingwei's neck, gazing down at him with an air of authority, as if proclaiming to him and to all present, "Those endowed with extraordinary abilities are not invincible. I have yet to draw my weapon. You may test your luck. It remains to be seen whether you shall claim my life first or I shall execute you." Chapter 35. The prosperity of the era and the peace of the nation. Having finished her words, Sheng An forcefully shook off her hand. Lu Mingwei lay on the ground, writhing in pain, unable to rise. Sheng An stood tall, casting a cold glance over everyone in group, ultimately fixing her gaze on Qiuyu. This time, the group leader would likely have to reflect on her actions. After all, 2 attempts had been made. With that, she turned and strode outside, her silhouette exuding elegance and composure. Jiangyu shot them a fierce glare before following Sheng An along with the others. Their group departed under the furious gazes of Group A. On the ground, Lu Mingwei was helped up by others, sweat pouring down his pale, distressed face. "Group Leader Qiu. She actually broke my hand." Slap! Qiuyu struck him hard across the face. Lu Mingwei was taken aback. Qiuyu glared at him with a menacing intensity. "If you dare lay a hand on her again, I will kill you." Fear gripped Lu Mingwei's eyes. Everyone was acutely aware of Qiuyu's methods, and they trembled in dread of her. She was an ability user capable of stripping away a person's very soul. Outside the cafeteria, Song Linwei frowned. "The members of Group A are too arrogant." Hao Jingye replied, "That's just how Qiuyu is. Her subordinates naturally follow suit. Now you understand why the higher-ups support Sheng Jie even more, right?" Song Linwei nodded slowly. Jiang Yu gazed at Sheng An with starry eyes, exclaiming, "But Sheng Jie was so cool just now." Li Xin instinctively nodded, then snapped back to reality and grumbled, "Why didn't you let me fight them? They're too much. I want to teach them a lesson." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "Are you out of your mind? Look at their numbers compared to ours. Group A has at least 5 ability users. We only have one Li Xin, and he's still a minor. How could we possibly win? Besides, that Lu Mingwei has lightning powers. He's not easy to deal with." Jiang Yu sighed deeply. Beside him, Sheng An also exhaled a long sigh. "Sheng Jie, are you worried too?" Jiang Yu asked. Sheng An glanced at them and spoke softly, "No, I'm pondering why Qiu Yu subordinates are so obedient. Why you all are so rebellious." The group collectively sighed. "Sister, focus on the main point." Hao Jingye, being a diligent worker, had already taken out his tablet, scrolling and tapping away. "I want to see the current situation in Group A." Sheng An gestured, "Let us move over there." They hastily made their way to the outdoor training ground, a vast and open space with a flag standing in the center. They sat on the steps beneath the flag. Sheng An had someone bring over some cola, tossing a can to each of them casually. "At this time, we should be drinking alcohol, but drinking during the day would be a distraction, so let us settle for some soda." Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Sheng Jie, you even know that cola is the drink of the lazy?" Li Xin was equally astonished. Sheng An opened a can, exasperated. "Thank you, but I'm 25 this year, not 250. The two were left speechless, awkwardly touching their noses. For some reason, they often overlooked her age when interacting with Sheng An. Perhaps it was due to her reliability that gave her an air of seriousness, making it difficult to associate her with internet slang. Song Linwei chuckled. Having just experienced a storm, he understood Sheng An's purpose in gathering them together. It was not only to analyze Group A situation, but also to foster team cohesion. Sipping cola while discussing serious matters indeed created a strangely disjointed feeling. Song Linwei shook his head with a smile and took a sip. Hao Jingye, being diligent, began addressing the matter at hand. Group A currently consists of 7 members. Originally, they had 5. Qiu Yu, her assistant Gu Cheng, the reborn Wu Ji, fire ability user Geng Liqian, and water ability user Huang Weiyang. Lu Mingwei, the lightning ability user, and Yang Chuan, the earth ability user, are new recruits brought back by Qiu Yu, whom she regards as strong allies. Lu Mingwei stands out, but Yang Chuan should not be underestimated. Moreover, he is the reborn one who made the post. During the recent screening, 2 had been identified. One was an accurate prophet, and the other was Iron Man. The latter was Li Xin, while the former was Yang Chuan. Sheng An fell into contemplation. Jiang Yu gasped, raising his voice, "There's even an earth ability user." Sheng An arched an eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Yu. "The earth ability user would fit quite well with you if your space could accommodate others." Jiang Yu awkwardly averted his gaze, his voice weak, but can accommodate anyone. Sheng An did not comment further, redirecting her attention. "Indeed, and your best match would be a plant ability user." Li Xin sat up straight, seriousness etched on his face. "Hey, why are you all so calm? Group A has so many powerful members. They occupy 3 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth." Being anxious was futile. Sheng An remained composed. Li Xin was frustrated, gritting his teeth, feeling unwell. It was truly a case of the emperor not worrying while the eunuchs did. Sheng An was unconcerned, yet he was on the verge of panic. Song Linwei sighed. "Panicking won't help. We should expedite our search for the aberrants. There are so many aberrants in the capital. At worst, we can expand our search to other provinces." Seeing their worries, Sheng An shook her head, chuckling lightly. "Don't fret too much. Our group isn't that bad. We still have members who Haven T returned." Jiang Yu's eyes brightened as he raised his voice. "All right, there's Li Wanyan. She is a space ability user. Moreover, she was a reborn space ability user, starting with 5 billion. A clear characteristic of a female protagonist." Li Xin mused. "Is she another destined daughter?" He stroked his chin, contemplating. "True. Although our group has fewer members, they all seem exceptional." Sheng An lightly tapped his forehead, exasperated. "What do you mean by destined daughter? Doesn't T Group A also have reborn individuals and ability users? Doesn't T the lightning ability sound impressive?" Li Xin. "Damn, It indeed sounded more like a protagonist ability. Sheng An continued. The members I mentioned are not just Li Wanyin, but also Team Zero. She gazed intently at Jiang Yu and Li Exan, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. If you underestimate Team Zero, don't blame me for not warning you when you suffer losses. Jiang Yu felt a flicker of anticipation. Li Exan, however, scoffed. They're just ordinary people. What is so impressive about that? They can't compare to us, chosen ability users. Jiang Yu remained apprehensive. While we're searching for people, Group A is searching too. What if they're indeed stronger than us? What will we do in the future? Sheng Jia, aren't you worried? I'm not worried. Sheng An sipped her cola, her tone still calm. I don't believe you're inferior to them. Your abilities exceed your imagination. Moreover, even if Group A is truly strong, it doesn't matter. She is provoking you. Li Exan nearly leaped up, anxious. What if their group is indeed stronger than you? After the apocalypse, what if she takes you down? That one T happened. Sheng An was resolute. Jiang Yu asked, puzzled, why not? Sheng An replied, she may wish to push me aside, but she one T kill me. And the same goes for you all. Groups A and B are rivals, but also teammates. Qiu Yu and I share the same background. We were both raised by the country and will place national interests above personal grievances. Really? Jiang Yu was somewhat skeptical. Sheng An smiled, but offered no further explanation. Some things were beyond others' comprehension because they were etched into the very fabric of one's soul, serving as a pillar of spirit. Li Xian, confused, queried, what are you thinking? The apocalypse is approaching, yet you still express such patriotism? What if the country no longer exists? Sheng An suddenly tilted her head and smiled. What is my name? Sheng An, came the reply. Which Sheng? Which An? The Sheng of blooming flowers, or the Inn of tranquility? Incorrect, she corrected. It is the Sheng of prosperous times, and the Inn of a nation in peace. As she spoke, she rose gracefully and, with a gentle flick of her wrist, tossed the jar with precision into the trash bin. With a light laugh, she stepped away, her figure both elegant and composed, yet her back remained straight, exuding an unwavering determination. Sheng An, may this era of prosperity and peace be embodied in the name Sheng in Chapter 36. The mental state of college students, the term Sheng An, which denotes a flourishing era and a peaceful nation, rendered Jiang Yu and Li Xian momentarily speechless, lost in thought. You should head to class now, Sheng An stated coldly. Ah, they simultaneously exclaimed in dismay. Jiang Yu clutched his head, lamenting, Sister Sheng, my head aches. I was just affected by the autumn rain's abilities. Without looking back, Sheng An retorted, do you think I believe you? Hurry along to class. With that, she beckoned to Hao, Jingye, and Song Linwei come. Let's continue screening for anomalies. Li Xian and Jiang Yu exchanged glances, realizing that Sheng An had indeed been diligently working behind the scenes, contrary to their earlier assumptions about her indifference towards Group A's strength. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei followed Sheng An as she departed, while Li Xian and Jiang Yu remained rooted in place, resembling children reluctant to leave for school. Every moment felt precious. Li Xian grimaced, this life is unbearable. Worse than before I awaken my abilities. Jiang Yu, with a vacant stare, sighed, you are at least a high school student. You don't need to readjust. I've graduated. Yet now I must relive the pressures of the college entrance examinations. What a predicament. Li Xian gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the promise of becoming powerful, I would never endure this life. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. I can barely hold on any longer. It's truly miserable, they both concurred. In the distance, someone called out, Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Hurry to practice your cultivation. Li Xian, skipping school again? Do you want a beating? Get to class. The chosen one and the chosen son exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously sighing, ah, this life is indeed intolerable. Throughout the afternoon, Sheng An led Hao Jingye and Song Linwei in information screening. As Song Linwei gazed at the screen, he appeared lost in thought. Sheng An poured him a cup of water and raised an eyebrow. What occupies your mind? Snapping back to reality, Song Linwei sighed. I was contemplating the impending apocalypse. The thought that the world will change in 16 days leaves me with a complex mix of emotions. Not merely complex, but intertwined with feelings of anxiety and unease. Even a hint of dread. The phrases world destruction and global crisis were enough to instill fear. Sheng An understood well and offered him silent comfort with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Suddenly, Song Linwei asked, Team Leader Sheng, with the apocalypse approaching, "Is there anything you wish to accomplish before that day arrives?" In jest, people often ponder what they would do if the end were nigh. But when faced with the reality of impending doom, many things lose their significance. Sheng An resumed her seat, responding without lifting her head. "We must swiftly gather the anomalies and ensure a smooth transition into the apocalypse. But the apocalypse is not solely about meteor disasters. There are subsequent calamities. Even if we navigate through it successfully, there are still anomalies that could emerge at any moment. Disasters can be dealt with," Sheng An interjected calmly, turning to meet his gaze. "It is merely about doing what we can." A flicker of realization crossed Song Linwei's face. After a moment, he murmured, "Yes. Do what we can and leave the rest to fate." They could only control what was within their grasp, surrendering the remainder to the heavens. Sheng An corrected him, "No, it is simply about doing what we can, not leaving it to fate." She smiled faintly. If the apocalypse were to descend and the heavens demanded death, must they succumb? Her tone, though calm, carried an inexplicable defiance. Song Linwei stared at her, momentarily entranced. In that instant, he began to grasp Sheng An's essence. She was a patriot, engaged in endeavors for the benefit of her country and its people. Yet, she was not a conventional upright citizen. Her demeanor, seemingly languid and composed, belied an underlying fervor. She was, in truth, well suited for the apocalypse. "So, have you completed your tasks?" Sheng An inquired with a slight smile. "Song Daiyu." "Ah." Song Linwei touched his nose. "All right, I shall continue." With work unfinished, who had the leisure to lament over fleeting seasons. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye remained contemplative, silent throughout the exchange. Noticing his demeanor, Sheng An approached him. "What have you discovered?" Hao Jingye replied, "I'm screening reports of alarming situations from the neighboring Shishir. It's quite peculiar. I cannot ascertain if it qualifies as an anomaly." It was submitted in a yellow folder. The folders were color-coded. Red indicated urgent attention, while yellow was for general matters, often submitted by those who could not comprehend the situation. "What is the report about?" Song Linwei inquired, now intrigued. Hao Jingye explained. "A police station in Shishir received a report from a mysterious individual claiming there was something important that required the attention of the authorities. He refused to elaborate, insisting that he had evidence to present only to a leader." Song Linwei furrowed his brow. At first glance, it seemed unusual, but since the information screening began, he had learned how frequently citizens sought to meet with leaders. This was hardly exceptional. Hao Jingye shook his head. "It's not unusual, but I sensed he seemed somewhat pleased." Song Linwei was puzzled. A person filled with anxiety, demanding to meet a leader, yet appearing content? What could explain such a reaction? Sheng An began to examine the accompanying video, replaying it several times. The footage featured a tall, slender young man, a college student based on his self-introduction. Despite his insistence on meeting a leader, he conveyed nothing about the reason for his report, though his demeanor was fraught with urgency. Sheng An remained silent, watching it a third time before pausing the video. With a smile, she declared, "Let's arrange a meeting with him for tomorrow. If all goes well, we may have a new teammate joining us." Hao Jingye and Song Linwei's eyes widened in astonishment. Hao Jingye questioned, "Does he have information? Is he an anomaly? If so, it would explain his apparent happiness." Song Linwei's understanding blossomed. Yet, Sheng An shook her head. "No, he is not an anomaly. If he were, he wouldn't approach the police. Nor would he insist on meeting a leader to voice his concerns." Both men were immediately perplexed. If he was not an anomaly, then perhaps he had discovered one? Song Linwei inquired. They held no doubts regarding Sheng An's judgment, merely seeking clarity. Sheng An nodded, instructing, "Contact him." Hao Jingye promptly issued a notification to the relevant police department. "Curious," Song Linwei asked, "Team Leader Sheng, how did you come to that conclusion?" Sheng An pointed to the screen, enlarging the image of the young man. "What is peculiar about it?" Song Linwei failed to grasp. With a light laugh, Sheng An touched the screen, her fingertip tapping against it. The emotions of anxiety, nervousness, and urgency were evident in the footage. Hao Jingye had claimed he appeared pleased, but it was clear he felt more than that. He was excited. Huh. Song Linwei was taken aback. He had discovered an anomaly, which ignited his anxiety, fear, and urgency, yet also filled him with exhilaration. This eagerness to engage was the very reason he insisted on meeting the authorities. Those below lacked the authority to address such matters directly. Sheng An's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Song Linwei, however, remained bewildered. He understood the tension and fear, but could not fathom the excitement. Who would feel exhilarated upon discovering an anomaly? Wouldn't they be terrified? No, there was no fear. Sheng An's smile was ambiguous, perhaps underestimating the resilience of our university students. Upon encountering heresy, not only do they remain unafraid, but they are also filled with an exhilarating excitement. Song Linwei, Hao Jingye. With the threat of a world in turmoil and the madness of university students, the impending doom has yet to arrive. Yet the mental state of everyone appears to be somewhat concerning. Chapter 37. High Acceptance Rate Doomsday Countdown 15 days. Early in the morning, Sheng An departed with Hao Jingye, leaving Song Linwei behind at the camp to manage internal affairs and continue screening for heretics. After contacting the other party yesterday, he was quite proactive, suggesting that the meeting take place in the capital. Hao Jingye reported the situation. Furthermore, his voice abruptly halted as he noticed Qiuyu, who was also preparing to leave. Qiuyu was not alone. He was accompanied by assistants Gu Cheng and Lu Mingwei, as well as Geng Liqian. Lu Mingwei had his arm in a sling, evidently a result of Sheng An's heavy-handedness the previous day. Both parties were aware of each other as presents. Their gazes locked, and Lu Mingwei's expression darkened instantly. Sheng An remained composed, nodding as if nothing had transpired, and proceeded toward the parking area. Unable to contain himself, Lu Mingwei inquired, "Where are you headed, team leader Sheng?" Hao Jingye mirrored Sheng An's emotionless smile and replied, "Matters concerning Team B need not be reported to Team A, do they? Yet, I hear you have been tasked with writing a reflection. Have you completed it?" Lu Mingwei clenched his good hand, his eyes blazing with anger. Geng Liqian stepped forward. "Speaking gently, do not hold it against Brother Lu. He has a fiery temper, but he genuinely cares for you. Heretics often have unique circumstances, making them difficult to subdue. However, Team Leader Qiu possesses a very special ability. If Team Leader Sheng requires assistance, we are more than willing to help." Though her tone seemed mild, the underlying message was sharp, insinuating that Sheng An was inferior to Qiuyu. Hao Jingye scoffed. "Do you think our team's strength is simply defined by your assessment? Since when has prowess been measured solely by the number of ability users?" Lu Mingwei suddenly laughed, lifting his chin in disdain. "Yesterday's unauthorized action was my fault. But since we're dealing with special situations, predominantly involving ability users, we ought to exchange insights. Last night, we conveyed our thoughts to the higher-ups. An elderly mentioned that, should both parties agree, we may engage in some sparring." He emphasized the last 4 words as if crushing them beneath his heel, his tone both expectant and malicious. Hao Jingye's heart sank at the mention of sparring. Their team truly had no advantage. Besides Li Xian, they had no capable combatants. And even if Li Wanyan returned, her combat effectiveness was uncertain. In contrast, Team 8 boasted numerous ability users. Sheng An smiled, quickening her pace as she approached Lu Mingwei. Her stride exuded confidence, overwhelming him with a sudden sense of pressure. She moved toward Lu Mingwei, who instinctively recoiled, his head ducked, eyes betraying both vigilance and fear. Sheng An tilted her head innocently. "Where are you hiding from?" "I'm merely driving." With that, she pressed the car key, and the vehicle nearby responded with a sound. Lu Mingwei felt a jolt of panic. She was doing this on purpose. Yet, his retreat only made him appear foolish. Regret and frustration flooded through him. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye, beaming with a victorious smile, skipped over to open the door to the passenger seat, his expression gleaming with triumph. Lu Mingwei, jaw clenched, ground his teeth. "Wait. Team Leader Sheng, you haven't team mentioned the sparring yet. When can our 2 teams engage in some practice?" Standing by the car door, Sheng An regarded him silently. Lu Mingwei taunted, "What is the matter? Are you afraid? Your team only has 1 combat ability user. Could it be that Team Leader Sheng is overly protective?" Having suffered a loss at Sheng An's hands yesterday, he had not learned his lesson but had grown only more resentful. eager to reclaim his dignity. Hao Jingye rolled his eyes at the obvious provocation. However, if the higher-ups agreed to their occasional sparring, it would be difficult to refuse. Consistently declining would imply fear. But how could they possibly defeat Team A? As Hao Jingye pondered, Sheng An noticed Lu Mingwei inching closer in a blatant act of provocation. She questioned curiously, "How is your injury?" "Huh?" Lu Mingwei was taken aback, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. "It's fine." Ability users possess physical qualities that ordinary people cannot compare to. This minor injury. A sharp, anguished scream erupted from him as Sheng An grasped his fractured hand, shaking it slightly, causing him to cry out in pain. His recently healed hand was now in worse condition. "Oh dear, it seems you're not quite healed yet. Perhaps it would be best to focus on recovery before considering sparring," Sheng An remarked with a slight smile. She then entered the vehicle, waving goodbye to the three of them as she drove away. All that remained were the pained Lu Mingwei and the supportive Geng Liqian. Team leader Sheng is truly ruthless, Qiu Yu observed, ignoring Geng Liqian as he watched Sheng An's car disappear, his expression inscrutable. Inside the car, Hao Jingye remarked, "Lu Mingwei acts as if he is deranged. He was just reprimanded yesterday, yet today he continues his antics. Team leader Qiu is no fool. Why does he allow him to escalate like this?" Sheng drove on, her expression unruffled. "They're not foolish." Hao Jingye glanced at her in confusion. As the apocalypse drew nearer, the nation required the full force of the Special Affairs Department. The rivalry between the two team leaders was a consequence of the situation, not an optimal outcome, especially given their discord. If the individuals beneath them stirred unrest, escalating tensions would necessitate the removal of one leader. Qiu Yu's tolerance of Team A's provocations was a clear ploy to force the higher-ups into making a choice. Sheng An understood this clearly. Hao Jingye, anxious, questioned, "Is Qiu Yu so confident that the higher-ups will choose her? Because she can control ability users? Her abilities are indeed quite useful." Sheng An replied calmly. Hao Jingye sighed, feeling somewhat helpless in this critical time. They're still playing their games. That is to be expected. As long as it does not impact the larger picture, where there are people, there will be disputes. Moreover, it is Qiu Yu, who has always sought to outdo Sheng An, she stated. Hao Jingye sighed, though it doesn't affect much, and the one at a disadvantage is the other side. Watching Lu Mingwei prancing around is truly vexing. If only someone stronger than him would appear. Sheng An and Qi could manage Lu Mingwei, but he was clearly unyielding, relying solely on his abilities. Among the ability users, the lightning type was indeed formidable. It would likely take someone with an even greater power to silence him. Yet, such individuals were not easy to find. "Let us discuss the person we are to meet today," Sheng An suggested. Hao Jingye promptly cast aside his other thoughts and focused on their work. "Today, we will meet a university student named Zhang Jiaoyang, a local from Shi. His family has some assets, and he is studying in the capital. He left his girlfriend at a mountain lodge 2 days ago and returned to the city on the same day. He entered the police station yesterday morning. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaoyang had arrived at the Beijing Public Security Bureau, sitting in a conference room awaiting the individuals he was to meet. He appeared somewhat anxious, tinged with excitement and apprehension. A police officer entered to pour some water. Zhang Jiaoyang inquired, "What is the authority level of the person I am to meet?" The officer, unaware, shook his head. Zhang Jiaoyang felt a tinge of disappointment. At that moment, the director strode in from outside, his expression stern and his voice grave. "The person coming to see you shortly holds significant authority. It will be prudent for you to have a matter of real importance." Zhang Jiaoyang clutched his phone tightly, sitting up straight, and earnestly replied, "Of course, I assure you, what I have to discuss is exceedingly critical." He possesses not only first-hand accounts, but also concrete evidence. At this juncture, Zhang Jiaoyang fervently hoped that the individual he was about to meet would be receptive and not intimidated by his presence. "They have arrived," someone announced at the door. The director promptly exited. Zhang Jiaoyang's anxiety escalated, his palm growing clammy around his phone. Chapter 38. I truly saw it go soon. Sheng An entered with Hao Jingye. Zhang Jiaoyang glanced behind Sheng An and Hao Jingye, noticing that aside from the director and 2 police officers, there was no one else present. "Where is everyone? Where are the leaders?" At this moment, the director spoke up. This is the person you need to meet. Please share your concerns with team leader Sheng. Zhang Jiaoyang was taken aback. What? So young? Perceiving his skepticism, Sheng An calmly reassured him. Rest assured, this is the Public Security Bureau. No one is deceiving you. Zhang Jiaoyang pondered this. Indeed, this was the Capital Public Security Bureau, and the director had brought him in, certainly someone of higher authority than the director, albeit exceedingly youthful. Moreover, as he was unwilling to disclose anything, the fact that he was meeting someone of greater authority than the director was already a significant limit. It was futile to hope to meet the highest-ranking leader. Seeing him relax, the director closed the door and left. Inside, the spacious conference room was left with only Sheng An, Hao Jingye, and Zhang Jiaoyang, along with the inconspicuous surveillance cameras. Zhang Jiaoyang appeared somewhat anxious, gripping his phone tightly. Sheng An sat across from him, her tone gentle. Can we speak now? Comrade Zhang Jiaoyang, what is the important matter you wish to discuss? Zhang Jiaoyang hesitated slightly. Then, leaning forward, he cautiously inquired, Leader, are you open-minded? Sheng An instantly understood his concern. He feared she might not believe him. Without saying a word, Sheng An gestured to Hao Jingye, who promptly retrieved his credentials, revealing the words Special Cases Division on the cover. This revelation startled Zhang Jiaoyang. Special Cases Division. Surely you can imagine what we deal with? Hao Jingye stated calmly. No matter what you have discovered, feel free to share it with us. It may seem unbelievable to you, but for us, it is not unusual. They had indeed encountered numerous bizarre occurrences, including space manipulators, metal manipulators, and lightning manipulators. What seemed astonishing to Zhang Jiaoyang was not uncommon for them. I saw a ghost, he declared, shocking them with his revelation. Hao Jingye responded with a bewildered expression. Excuse me, I must have misunderstood. He had never encountered such a claim before. The notion of seeing a ghost was indeed beyond his experience. Hao Jingye's expression turned peculiar. His brow furrowed as he asked, Are you certain? Zhang Jiaoyang nodded emphatically. Absolutely, I truly saw a ghost. Sheng An and Hao Jingye fell silent, both at a loss for words. Zhang Jiaoyang, growing anxious, leaned further forward, his tone urgent. Please believe me. It was so strange and shocking that I wanted to report it to the leaders. The idea of encountering a ghost was far too peculiar. If he approached an ordinary police officer, they would surely dismiss him. Naturally, the leaders might disregard him as well. Yet he had evidence. The implications were profound. Unless he faced someone of considerable authority, he dared not reveal the evidence lightly. Hao Jingye turned to Sheng An, blinking in confusion. Could it be that besides aberrations, there are also ghosts? Had he heard this a while ago, he would have scoffed at the idea. However, with the impending apocalypse, it seemed that anything could happen. Sheng An shot him a glance, exasperated. It's clearly a misunderstanding of special abilities. Have your once sharp wits been muddled by Jiang Yu and Lixian? Hao Jingye sheepishly rubbed his nose. Admittedly, in that fleeting moment, he had failed to think critically. His instinctive reaction was, beyond manipulators and reincarnators, could there be ghosts? Clearing his throat, he became serious, placing his fingers on the keyboard to note Zhang Jiaoyang's account. Believing they were skeptical, Zhang Jiaoyang reiterated, I am telling the truth. He placed his phone on the table, his body fidgeting restlessly. Observing his anxious demeanor, Sheng An calmly remarked, What you are saying is indeed subject to doubt. Is it not? After a pause, she continued slowly. However, our Special Cases Division has handled many similar incidents and has encountered some supernatural entities. Perhaps you could recount the details of your ghost sighting? While her first statement agitated him, the latter calmed him. With the information that they had dealt with similar occurrences, Zhang Jiaoyang could no longer hesitate and divulged everything. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions and organize his thoughts, he began, The day before yesterday, I was with my girlfriend. They were already aware of the preceding events. What mattered were the occurrences at the inn. The inn was situated on a mountain, marketed as a retreat into nature, featuring quaint cabins scattered across the hillside, with a dense forest below and a small grove at the foot of the mountain, nearly devoid of human presence. Initially, he had no time to explore, but his girlfriend had gone to take a shower. Bored, He remembered his new phone and decided to take a few photos. While photographing from the corridor, as he zoomed in on the distant scenery, he saw a ghost. As he recounted this, his tone was a mix of terror and excitement, a complex whirlwind of emotions. Sheng An and Hao Jingye refrained from interrupting. Zhang Jiaoyang swallowed hard and continued. My new phone has excellent resolution, so I clearly saw a figure emerge from that grove. A person, no, a ghost. What did it look like? Sheng An inquired. I couldn't see it clearly, Zhang Jiaoyang replied. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. How can you be sure it was a ghost? Because I witnessed it with my own eyes. It emerged from the woods and disappeared without a trace. Hao Jingye frowned. Without a trace? Could it not have fallen or hidden from your view? No. Zhang Jiaoyang vehemently shook his head. Mere disappearance was not frightening. But what terrified him was that in an instant, it reappeared hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye, several hundred meters. Was this not the essence of a ghost? Are you certain? Absolutely. Zhang Jiaoyang nodded vigorously. Sheng An extended her hand, her tone steady. Show me the photos or videos you captured. Huh? Zhang Jiaoyang was taken aback. How did you know? It was evident he had evidence, and he clutched his phone tightly, without a shred of doubt. Sheng An, with the confidence of an authority, prompted him. Isn't it obvious? After a brief moment of confusion, Zhang Jiaoyang quickly unlocked his phone and handed it over. Sheng An glanced through it, her brow slightly furrowed, then passed it to Hao Jingye. He connected the phone to the computer, magnifying the images. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Jiaoyang continued. Had it not been for the photographs, I would have questioned whether I had misperceived it. But the photos serve as irrefutable evidence. Damn it, I truly saw a ghost. After confirming, the ghost vanished on the spot. He widened his eyes and instinctively chose to take photographs. The images were a series of continuous shots taken within 2 seconds, each displaying a blurred figure. Hao Jingye processed the photos while Sheng An regarded Zhang Jiaoyang, gently inquiring, do you have any additional information? Did the figure emerge from the grove? Which direction did it head? Zhang Jiaoyang instinctively shook his head. Then, as if recalling something, he added, I just happened to capture it. I don't know him, but judging by his silhouette, he appeared to be overweight, wearing a hat. The light was dim, so I couldn't discern the direction he went. Sheng An nodded in understanding and proceeded to ask several more questions, to which Zhang Jiaoyang responded in turn. At this moment, Hao Jingye's expression turned serious. Sister Sheng, the photos have been processed, including a 3D map of the shooting location. Please take a look. He repositioned the computer before Sheng An. The processed photographs are strikingly clear. After examining them, Sheng An slowly nodded. Perhaps the expert we have been anticipating has finally emerged. Chapter 39. The imagination of college students is truly remarkable, having just examined the photographs. Sheng An found their clarity lacking due to the subject's blurriness and the considerable distance from which they were taken. However, the processed images revealed much greater detail. In merely 2 seconds, 4 photos displayed the same man. His figure was discernible, yet his features remained indistinct. What was certain, however, was that it was indeed the same individual, as evidenced by his identical clothing and hat. When juxtaposed with the actual location, the 4 images illustrated a perplexing reality. The man had traversed a distance of at least 800 meters in just 2 seconds. The first of the 2 sequential shots captured him beneath a tree, while the second depicted him 200 meters beyond it. It is implausible for an average person to cover 800 meters in such a brief span. The world record for 100 meters is 9.58 seconds. This feat surpassed that record by several times. Hao Jingye's voice was soft as he remarked, the photographs show no signs of alteration. They are all original, and the captured scenes appear authentic. Sheng An nodded, glancing at Zhang Jiaoyang, who looked back at her with eager anticipation. We have comprehended the situation. Thank you for your cooperation. I will arrange for your return, along with a monetary reward, Sheng An stated. Zhang Jiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that all? Yes, that is all, Sheng An smiled. However, should you recall anything further, do not hesitate to inform us. He wore his disappointment openly on his face. Sheng An and Hao Jingye observed him, yet he remained rooted in place, fidgeting with the phone that had been returned to him, clearly reluctant to leave. Is there anything else? Sheng An inquired, feigning ignorance. With a determined expression, Zhang Jiaoyang straightened himself. I was the first to notice the anomaly, and after circling around to inform you, you cannot simply dismiss me with we understand. What is it you seek? I wish to know what is happening. Is he truly a ghost? Furthermore, are there many supernatural phenomena within our nation? Is it a spirit or a creature from before the establishment of the Republic? His questions were numerous. Hao Jingye frowned, contemplating a response. Sheng An raised her hand to halt him, fixing her gaze on Zhang Jiaya. In his expectant gaze, she spoke. He is not a ghost, but he does possess certain supernatural elements. As for other details, they cannot be disclosed at this time, and we hope you can maintain confidentiality. Zhang Jiaoyang's shoulders slumped, his expression souring. Hao Jingye found it peculiar. You are merely an ordinary person. Why are you so curious about such enigmatic matters? Are you not afraid of encountering undesirable consequences? Zhang Jiaoyang replied with fervor. It is precisely the mystery that intrigues me. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. You seem unfazed. Has the government not already mastered knowledge of numerous supernatural entities, akin to what is depicted in novels? Is there not a department for cultivating immortals or a bureau for managing monsters? Perhaps a liaison between the realms of yin and yang? Hao Jingye remained speechless, while Sheng An responded, You are overthinking it. Zhang Jiaoyang, undeterred, continued, Can I join you in your quest to find this ghost? Sheng An shook her head. That is not possible. Our department does not comprise ordinary individuals, and you do not meet the criteria. Thus, he faltered due to his very normalcy? With a serious demeanor, Zhang Jiaoyang declared, I consider myself quite unconventional as well, often experiencing intermittent fits of rage, sleepless nights, and frequent thoughts of madness. My mental state, Sheng An smiled gently. Your condition is suited for the third hospital, not for us. The third hospital, renowned as a psychiatric institution, Zhang Jiaoyang, seeking an alternative, implored. Then may I accompany you in your search for this ghost? My curiosity is insatiable. Curiosity can be perilous. Hao Jingye intoned solemnly. Zhang Jiaoyang retorted, I am human, and in facing such metaphysical occurrences, death would be welcome. Perhaps I could even become a figure of mystique or experience a transmigration of sorts. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Sheng An rose to her feet. Zhang Jiaoyang's eyes shone brightly. Is that possible? I will arrange for your return, Sheng An replied. Zhang Jiaoyang was exasperated. His visit had not only failed to clarify matters, but had instead deepened his confusion regarding Sheng An, the Special Operations Department, and the existence of supernatural phenomena. Yet they refused to enlighten him. Fuming, Zhang Jiaoyang exclaimed, I have captured evidence of supernatural phenomena. Why won't you disclose the truth? If you do not tell me, I shall make it public. I will post it online. A thinly veiled threat. Sheng An's expression remained unchanged. Very well. If you wish to post it, then do so. After a pause, she added, However, if you cooperate with us, I will reveal information to you in 10 days. Really? Indeed, Sheng An assured him. Zhang Jiaoyang thought. 10 days is but a short wait. He would bide his time. Subsequently, Sheng An summoned a police officer to escort him home. He left with an air of determination, prepared to count down the days. Once he had departed, Hao Jingye inquired, When is the government scheduled to announce the final information? In 10 days, which coincides with a countdown of 5 days, Sheng An replied. Hao Jingye mused. Does that not mean we must wait 10 days? At that time, not only will Zhang Jiaoyang be informed, but all citizens as well. This poor lad had been led astray by Sheng An's words. Sheng An's demeanor turned serious as she commanded. Immediately investigate who the heretic is. His abilities are quite peculiar. The photographs, while unclear, would undoubtedly yield results through the utilization of national resources. Intrigued, Hao Jingye asked, What is his supernatural ability? Is it speed-related? If it were merely a speed ability, it would not be particularly alarming, Sheng An replied, shaking her head. I suspect it is something else entirely. To cover 800 meters in 2 seconds suggests a mere shadow, impossible to capture clearly. Though I have never encountered a speed ability, it is evident that such abilities manifest extreme velocity, leaving only a blur behind. These photographs, despite being clearer than before, did not indicate speed. Thus, it must be another extraordinary capability. Hao Jingye gasped. if it is not speed-related and does not fall under the usual elemental abilities. It could only be one of the rare powers. To ascertain specifics, they would need to consult him directly, or perhaps Li Wanyan. Sheng An stepped outside, pondering the limited understanding they possessed regarding supernatural abilities. Among the known reincarnates, Yang Chuan had returned from the second year of the apocalyptic era, though his memories were somewhat disordered and still undergoing clarification. Perhaps Li Wanyan held the most information. Hao Jingye hurried to keep pace. When will they return? If all goes as expected, Team Zero will be back the day after tomorrow, while Li Wanyan will return a day later. Why? Hao Jingye questioned, puzzled. Team Qi is returning before Li Wanyan? Team Zero would be flying back, while Li Wanyan had procured an abundance of supplies and was returning by ship. Hao Jingye responded with a sigh. Chapter 40. The buff is fully stacked. The investigation into the unidentified aberrant abilities requires time, and the two return to the camp. They have just encountered Song Linwei, and before they can share today as discoveries, he preempts them with alarming news. There is a red-marked dossier indicating that the grain depot in Shurshur has been robbed, and it is unequivocally confirmed to be the work of a spatial aberrant. Team A is already mobilized. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, while Hao Jingye's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it a zero-cost purchase? This is the true essence of a zero-cost acquisition, directly targeting the national warehouse for provisions. The apocalypse has yet to arrive, yet they have audaciously taken action. This individual is formidable. Hao Jingye's expression turned serious. Sister Sheng, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow Team A to seize the initiative. Previously, each team had been gathering intelligence and searching for aberrants. However, this particular case was escalated directly as a red dossier, confirming the presence of an aberrant. Share between teams A and B. In other words, first come, first served. Song Linwei nodded in agreement. The individual capable of absconding with the grain from the warehouse must undoubtedly possess spatial abilities. Team A does not yet have a spatial aberrant, and upon receiving this information, Qiuyu immediately abandoned her current tasks and rushed to the scene, clearly intent on securing the prize. Including Jiangyu, they have two with spatial capabilities. Team A, primarily composed of combat specialists, lacks such abilities and is naturally anxious. Sheng An remained composed. To dare to execute a zero-cost acquisition from a national warehouse speaks volumes about the perpetrator's confidence. This person may not be easily apprehended. There's no need to rush. Although Team A has moved first, it does not guarantee they will capture the individual before us. They personally went to the scene merely to gather more information, rather than immediately apprehending the suspect. Sheng An murmured, once again, it is sure. The aberrant they discovered was in Shurshur, and this zero-cost thief is also in Shurshur? Song Linwei, puzzled, asked Shurshur. Right, Zhang Jiaoyang also hails from there. What did you learn today? Let's discuss while we walk. Sheng An said, additionally, provide me with any information regarding the zero-cost acquisition you have. I wish to review the specifics of this aberrant. All information is contained within the dossier. Departments below are actively engaged. The Information Department and the Reconnaissance Department continuously updating the dossier's contents. Sheng An meticulously examined each detail, while Hao Jingye recounted the day's investigative findings to Song Linwei. Since the apocalypse was confirmed, cities have been preparing, not merely for shelters, but also for stockpiling provisions. Previously, Li Wanyan was unable to procure anything due to the government's reclamation efforts. But where are the reclaimed provisions stored? In the face of a global cataclysm, it is inconceivable to consolidate them in a single location. Vast quantities of provisions have been stockpiled across various regions, warehouses brimming and undergoing fortifications, even constructing underground storage facilities to relocate supplies. Shurshur is no exception. However, from Jiangyu, they have received definitive news that Shurshur is slated to be struck by a meteorite. The grain reserves in Shurshur are limited. The capital is being fortified as the nation's safest stronghold, with Shurshur serving as a transit hub due to its proximity. All provisions are stored in ground-level warehouses, with frequent ingress and egress. One such warehouse was robbed today. In the mere moment the warehouse was opened for grain distribution, the provisions vanished into thin air. Those present were all subdued, and the interrogation results from the dossier indicated that both the psychologist and reconnaissance experts were responsible for the questioning. With reports being updated in real time, everyone appeared to be normal. Song Linwei stated, "Until further information emerges, all staff present at the warehouse today are suspects." After all, surveillance footage shows that apart from these few workers, no one else entered the warehouse. The footage provides a clear view of the moment the provisions disappeared. Several workers were engaged in moving the grain when suddenly half of it vanished, prompting startled exclamations from the staff. Naturally, this was not the sole surveillance camera. The footage surrounding the warehouse was also scrutinized. Reports indicate that they have reviewed nearly 3 days' worth of surveillance, finding no unfamiliar faces nearby, while inquiries into older footage are ongoing. Simultaneously, the on-site report was returned promptly, revealing only the footprints of the staff within the warehouse. Under these circumstances, it seems the spatial aberrant is most likely among the workers. Hao Jingye took a deep breath. This must be the reason why Team Leader Chiu Yu rushed to the scene. She aims to engage the staff immediately to identify the aberrant. Sheng An remained silent, her brow furrowed as she repeatedly examined the surveillance footage of the grain theft. Her gaze profound, lost in thought. Hao Jingye inquired, "Sister Sheng, shall we not go to the scene? Chiu Yu has already arrived. If the aberrant is among the staff, she could capture them swiftly, effectively locking down the suspect for Team A. We cannot interfere." Sheng An tilted her head, murmuring, "I have a hunch that the thief of the grain is not among the staff." A hunch. Sheng An's intuition commanded respect. Hao Jingye replied, "But there are no other footprints at the scene. How did this spatial aberrant enter? What could they be hiding? This is perplexing." Song Linwei pondered. Could the aberrant possess another form of ability? Sheng An exhaled, looking up slowly as she spoke. "We cannot dismiss the possibility of a coordinated effort." Hao Jingye exclaimed in surprise. "More than one individual? Are awakened aberrants collaborating with other aberrants? If that were the case, it would imply multiple abilities at play, capable of evading surveillance, absconding with provisions, and leaving no trace. It makes sense, yet it is deeply unsettling." Song Linwei queried, "If it involves 2 individuals or a group, how did they coordinate?" Sheng An did not respond, continuing to peruse the latest transmitted information, then inquired, "What do you think the aberrants targeted the Shurshur warehouse? Is it because they are residents of Shurshur, a matter of proximity?" Hao Jingye speculated. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Sheng An paused, then continued, "However, we cannot overlook the chance that the aberrants are aware that Shurshur will be struck by a meteorite. They may believe that these provisions will be wasted and thus sought to take them in advance." Hao Jingye's pupils dilated, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Song Linwei, both exclaiming in unison, "Reincarnators." Exactly. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. There is a reincarnator, perhaps even one with abilities akin to Yang Chuan and Li Wanyun, reincarnated aberrants. They possess knowledge of who else may awaken abilities and have conducted preliminary screening. Using standard answers for comparison, they successfully made contact with the aberrants who awakened ahead of time. Reincarnators, spatial abilities, and aberrants. This small group is fully buffed. Sheng An smiled. "We must locate this reincarnator, and Li Wanyun as well. I have just realized another utility for her, and I can hardly wait for her return with the supplies." Hao Jingye and Song Linwei instinctively touched the back of their heads, which had grown slightly cold. Strangely, they felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Wanyun. Unbeknownst to her, she was assisting the state with deliveries. Yet to return, she would likely find that Sister Sheng had devised other plans for her, and an enormous workload awaited her. What a tragic fate for the daughter of destiny. Hao Jingye, connect me with the interrogation squad leader via video. I wish to converse with the staff. Sheng An clearly had a direction in mind. Song Linwei wore a puzzled expression. Hao Jingye, equally confused, nonetheless dutifully contacted the squad leader. The video call connected, revealing not only the squad leader, but also a familiar face, Chiu Yu. Sheng An raised an eyebrow and waved her hand in greeting, "Leader Chiu." Chiu Yu's expression was grim. "Leader Sheng, I have been monitoring this situation closely. I remember you had other targets in mind." Sheng An smiled. "If Leader Chiu has already identified the suspect, we shall not interfere. However, it appears that you have come up empty. Am I correct?" Chiu Yu's face darkened further. Sheng An spoke with unwavering conviction. It seems certain that the perpetrator is not a member of the on-site staff. Initially, it was merely her intuition, but now the reaction of Qiu Yu can confirm this assertion. Song Linwei, upon hearing this, was enlightened. Hao Jingye, still somewhat perplexed, quietly inquired, "Why does team leader Qiu's reaction indicate that it is not the staff members?" Song Linwei lowered his voice. "Have you forgotten Qiu team leader's unique ability?" Hao Jingye. He suddenly comprehended. Qiu Yu's ability is that of a puppet master. She could directly manipulate the staff to reveal the truth. If the culprit were among them, Qiu Yu would have already apprehended the individual. Her grim expression was enough to signify that the perpetrator was not present. Hao Jingye looked towards Sheng An with reverence in his gaze. Indeed, she was deserving of a reputation such astuteness. Even Song Linwei appeared to be in awe. How had he ever thought he could deceive Sheng An? Her perceptiveness was alarmingly acute. Though they spoke in hushed tones, their conversation was still audible across the table. Qiu Yu's countenance grew colder, her voice frigid. These staff members are indeed completely oblivious. The vanished grain has nothing to do with them. If team leader Sheng seeks the true culprits of the theft, she should explore other avenues. This was the truth. However, Sheng An smiled serenely. There is no rush. I merely wish to pose a single question to them. A flicker of confusion passed through Qiu Yu's eyes, yet she refrained from intervening. She was uncertain of what further inquiry Sheng An intended, for she had already gleaned all the truths directly through her ability from the staff members. These individuals truly knew nothing. They were neither thieves nor accomplices. At that moment when the grain disappeared, they were left only with shock and terror. Chapter 41. Exploiting national resources, the captain entered the interrogation room with his phone, where the previously separated staff members had congregated, awaiting a remote inquiry from Sheng An. Not only were Qiu Yu and the captain perplexed, but even Hao Jingye and Song Linwei were equally unaware of what Sheng An intended to inquire about. As Sheng An observed the staff through the camera, a smile graced her face as she gently posed a rather peculiar question before the grain disappeared. Did any of you feel a chill at the back of your head? Or perhaps, did any of you encounter a ghost? One odd question. Encounter a ghost? This description felt eerily familiar. Wasn't Zhang Jiaoyang the one who reported seeing a ghost to the authorities? The individuals on the other side appeared equally stunned, their expressions reflecting confusion. Sheng An continued, "This is the final question for today's inquiry. I hope you can recall every detail carefully, as it will aid us in uncovering the truth." The captain promptly added, "Feel free to share anything that comes to mind." Yes, even if it seems like mere delusion or a slight doubt, it is worth mentioning. Sheng An's tone was exceedingly gentle, assuring them that it was perfectly acceptable to speak, as they were all assisting the nation. Upon hearing this, the captain instinctively glanced at Qiu Yu. Unlike Qiu Yu's authoritative demeanor, which instilled fear, Sheng An's approach was calming. Even after a couple of inquiries, Qiu Yu resorted to using her abilities. One must admit that while Qiu Yu was efficient, Sheng An fostered a more relaxed atmosphere. Several staff members began to unwind, their faces reflecting deep thought as they earnestly tried to recollect. Some shook their heads in disbelief, while one individual slowly raised his hand. Sheng An immediately encouraged, "Please go ahead." The individual hesitated momentarily, prompting Sheng An to reassure him. "It's all right. You can tell me anything." With a gentle demeanor, she directed the captain to focus the video on the individual. Seeing Sheng An's smiling face, he stammered, "I think I actually encountered a ghost recently." The group was taken aback. This was indeed intriguing. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei sat up straight, and even Qiu Yu and the captain appeared to take the matter seriously. The individual continued, "Last night, while returning from work, I felt as though something bumped into me. But when I turned around, there was nothing there. I thought I was just fatigued and disoriented. But my mother insisted it was a ghost encounter and even burned talismans for me." Qiu Yu frowned. This incident seemed unrelated to today as theft. She hadn't inquired about it during her questioning, and the others felt it was irrelevant as well. Though she felt conflicted, she refrained from interrupting Sheng An. "At the warehouse today, I seemed to feel a breeze behind me." After a pause, he quickly added, "Of course, I was facing away from the door, so it could have just been the wind outside." Standing in front of the door, one could indeed feel a breeze from behind. Sheng An nodded with a smile. All right, I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. The individual appeared bewildered, lost in thought. Sheng An then informed the captain, I've finished my inquiries. In cases of supernatural phenomena, every detail is crucial. Since he felt the wind, even if it was merely an illusion, we must investigate further. Check his position today and examine the scene closely. The captain responded solemnly, Understood. We will investigate immediately. After saying this, he ended the call. Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, her expression grim. Sheng An was astute. She wasn't foolish. A ghost encounter yesterday and a breeze today. At such a critical time regarding the grain warehouse theft, although the underlying logic remained unclear. This was undoubtedly vital information. Sheng An had personally inquired on-site and yet overlooked this detail, while she had specifically asked about it remotely. It was evident that Sheng An had deduced something significant, perhaps even pieced together considerable information. This time, she had lost again. Xiaoyu clenched her fists. The individual had yet to be located, and she refused to believe she couldn't uncover the identity of the thief using her abilities. She could not afford to be outdone by Sheng An again. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Sheng An leaned back in her chair, hands behind her head, and spoke leisurely. Now we await the results. What about the investigation into Zhang Jiaoyang's report of the heretic? Have we received any updates? To her surprise, she promptly shifted focus to another heretic. Hao Jingye was momentarily taken aback before hastily checking for incoming information. On their return journey, various departments had already initiated investigations based on the received notifications. He quickly organized the real-time investigation data. Song Linwei, however, remained puzzled over the heretic involved in the theft. Unable to restrain himself from asking, Sister Sheng, why did you suddenly inquire if they encountered ghosts? How could you be so certain someone actually did? Who would suddenly think of the term encountering a ghost? In response, Sheng An stroked her chin thoughtfully. I'm not certain, which is why I needed to ask. If someone truly encountered a ghost, it would corroborate my suspicions. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis and requires further investigation, which I will share with you shortly. She then turned to Hao Jingye, who handed her all the documents, saying, It's the same information as before. We retrieved surveillance footage from the guest house and all nearby road cameras, and we are currently comparing and screening them. The surveillance from the spy satellites during the relevant time frames is also being collected. Sheng An nodded, picking up one of the photos taken by Zhang Jiaoyang. Scrutinizing it closely, the photo merely revealed a person wearing a hat and dressed in black. When placed together, it was evident they depicted the same individual, complete with timestamps and locations. By retrieving the nearby road surveillance and the spy satellite footage, locating the individual would be swift. This demonstrated the formidable power of the state apparatus, an insidious force where nothing could remain hidden. Ding ding, a notification chimed, indicating an update to the folder. Hao Jingye quickly opened it. Upon checking the scene based on the position of the staff member who reported the ghost encounter, peculiar footprints resembling shoe prints were discovered. Strangely, there was only one impression in the entire warehouse, which had been overlooked during their initial investigation. Had they not pinpointed this staff member's location for a meticulous examination, they might have struggled to uncover this faint imprint. Both individuals gasped in astonishment as they printed the photo. Sheng An smiled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This individual indeed possessed skills and knew how to leave no trace, displaying far more caution than the heretics they had previously encountered. Jiang Yu was busy ordering takeout in batches at home, while Li Wanyin was raising funds to build a bunker. As for Li Xian, he would inevitably leap into action if they did not apprehend him. Among the discovered heretics, the one involved in the warehouse theft was the most cautious. Of course, far more cautious individuals had yet to be uncovered. Cautious, yet rather audacious. With 15 days remaining until the apocalypse, they had already begun to exploit national resources. Hao Jingye spoke urgently. Sister Sheng, what should we do next? Song Linwei added, This information is public. Team Leader Chio's side has also received it. They will likely commence their own screening immediately, and we must act as well. Upon hearing this, Sheng An flicked the photo of the faint imprint, stating calmly, Prompt them to expedite the use of spy satellites to locate the heretic captured by Zhang Jiaoyang. Hao Jingye exclaimed, Sister, Focus on the priority. He spoke with urgency. Although that individual is powerful, we can afford to delay that for now. There may be multiple heretics involved in the grain theft. We should prioritize this matter. Song Linwei concurred. Yes, we must not allow team leader Chiu to find the crucial information first and lock onto the target. Otherwise, this heretic will be regarded as belonging to Group A. One side consisted of a powerful individual, while the other comprised a small group. Clearly, the latter held greater significance. They needed to compete with Chiu Yu to uncover crucial information first. Only by discovering vital leads could they pinpoint the target heretic. However, Sheng An shook her head. She placed two photographs side by side, one captured by Zhang Jiaoyang featuring a ghost, and the other showing a faint imprint from the warehouse. Sheng An smiled. Indeed, we have found it. Who says they do not overlap? This little ghost is the pivotal figure in the theft. Chapter 42, Brother Long. You are the protagonist of the world what? A coincidence. Upon hearing this, the two widened their eyes in disbelief. They never anticipated that the two heretics they sought were, in fact, intertwined. The ghost captured by Zhang Jiaoyang was also involved in the theft case. The expressions on their faces shifted as they pondered the underlying logic. Soon, they were astonished, realizing their oversight in connecting the dots earlier. Sheng An set down the photograph, lightly tapping it with her fingertip, her tone casual. Both incidents occurred in Shur. I had long pondered whether these two matters could be linked. Why did that individual use their abilities in a desolate area? Most likely, it was a deliberate choice to find an uninhabited spot for training. And training must be aimed at achieving a specific goal, such as stealing food. The unique characteristics of this person's abilities were evident. They could vanish and reappear in another location. Based on the 4 photographs taken by Zhang Jiaoyang, the distance of their disappearance was limited. This indicated that they needed to land at intervals. Hao Jingye struck the table, adding, it resembles speed abilities. As long as one is fast enough, they become difficult to capture on camera. If they activate their abilities consecutively with almost no break, regular surveillance cameras would likely fail to capture them. Song Linwei raised another question. What about the ghost encounter? Sheng An chuckled lightly, her demeanor composed. While one may activate their abilities without a time gap, the spatial ability user must collect the food during the interval, inevitably extending the time gap and causing the two activations to be non-continuous, making it possible for the cameras to capture the action. Propping her chin on one hand, she toyed with the 2 photographs, spinning them with intrigue. Thus, the little ghost needed a blind spot to evade the cameras, implying they had to be aware of the warehouse's layout. Installing a miniature camera on a staff member for real-time monitoring of the warehouse, understanding the surveillance positions and blind spots, became essential. The staff member who encountered a ghost last night was actually being equipped with a camera by the little ghost. And today, sensing a breeze, it was the little ghost retrieving the surveillance. Hao Jingye suddenly understood. As if struck by a thought, he hurriedly opened the surveillance video, fast-forwarding to the precise moment the food vanished, pausing the frame. Song Linwei also glanced over, then pointed to the position beside the staff member, gasping in realization. It was here. The towering stacks of food and the actions of the staff member created a vantage point that the camera could not capture. Hao Jingye nodded, his expression complex. Only a brief moment eludes the camera because that individual would move afterward and the food would promptly disappear. That moment was sufficient for the spatial ability user to collect the food, retrieve the surveillance, and depart. Sheng An pointed at the paused surveillance interface, lifting her chin, instructing someone to analyze the timing, position, and angle. Hao Jingye nodded and swiftly sent out the orders. Song Linwei shook his head. Such clever scheming. Rather impressive. Indeed, Sheng An praised without reservation. What a smart little ghost, with clear objectives and a well-defined operational path from training to reconnaissance, then identifying the person to install the surveillance, and finally executing the plan while erasing traces. Splendidly done. Song Linwei stole a glance at her, his emotions complex, no matter how clear the operational route, or how exquisite the method. It was still uncovered by Sheng and connecting fragmented clues with precision from mere traces. Encountering her truly spelled misfortune for the heretics. Feeling a sense of admiration, Song Linwei mused that the authorities indeed knew how to select their heretical leaders. After sending the notification, Hao Jingye inquired, "Sister Sheng, what kind of ability does the little ghost possess?" Sheng An referred to the little ghost in the same manner. A remarkably powerful ability user, yet the name influenced his aura. Sheng An picked up the 4 photographs taken by Zhang Jiaoyang again, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke cheerfully, a rather unique ability. It could be aptly termed blinking. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei's eyes widened. Just then, a notification chimed, followed by a high-definition photograph and a document emerging from the fax machine. Hao Jingye glanced down, abruptly rising, seizing the photograph and document with a serious expression. "Sister Sheng, we've located the dossier on the blinking ability user. Sure, a certain abandoned factory. Ha ha ha, this has gone exceedingly well. As expected, when the boss takes action, nothing can stand in his way." Ku Jiashua laughed, radiating triumph. A seemingly composed man replied in a calm voice, "My ability is unique. This time we owe much to Zhang Kuin's spatial powers, or we would not have acquired so much food." His tone appeared serene, yet the slight elevation of his chin and confident gaze betrayed his pride. Beside him, a shy man smiled, speaking gently. It's Tianyu's remarkable ability, and it was also Tianyu's perfect plan. Otherwise, I would have accomplished nothing. Let's not be modest. Brother Zhang Kuin, your spatial ability is incredibly useful, and Longu is indeed formidable. An ability to blink. Ku Jiashua exclaimed, eyes sparkling. Long Tianyu, the blinking ability user, was also the core of their team, the one who brought them together. Hearing this, a hint of pride flickered across Long Tianyu's otherwise stoic face before he swiftly masked it, maintaining his composed demeanor. 15 days remain. No, it's almost midnight. So 14 days. The apocalypse will soon arrive, and the world will undergo tremendous changes. We will awaken our abilities before the end, and once the apocalypse arrives, we shall undoubtedly shine brightly. He surveyed the 2 before him, who were the ability users he had painstakingly located and chosen as teammates. Ku Jiashua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although I have awakened my abilities, if it weren't for Longu, I wouldn't have known the apocalypse was coming, nor would I have stockpiled supplies in advance. The shy Zhang Kuin smiled as well, nodding with anticipation. Though the arrival of the apocalypse is terrifying, Longu prophesied it and led us to stockpile food. With ample resources and formidable combat power, we need not fear the end times. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu felt a stirring in his heart. He looked at the 2, growing serious. "You are my chosen teammates, and I trust you. I know you will not betray me, so there are some matters I can now share with you." The 2 immediately displayed curious expressions. "Actually, I am not prophesying the apocalypse. Rather, I have been reborn," Long Tianyu said slowly. "Zhang Kuin, Ku Jiashua, Long Tianyu, will you resent me for having concealed this from you?" "Of course not," the 2 exclaimed in unison. Ku Jiashua grew even more animated, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Longu, I always felt you were extraordinary. I never expected you to be a reborn individual, with such powerful abilities, rebirth. Longu, you must be the protagonist of the world." She was just a recent college graduate, at an age where she loved reading novels. Zhang Kuin nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. It is truly our fortune to follow Longu. According to the laws of the 2-dimensional world, a reborn ability user like Longu must be a chosen one. Following him guarantees prosperity, while opposing him spells certain doom. Ku Jiashua nodded vigorously. Long Tianyu could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips, his face brimming with pride and arrogance. With his powerful rebirth abilities, he felt confident that even if he pilfered food from the national warehouse, no one would discover him. He was the chosen one. Chapter 43. The chosen one with empty pockets before the apocalypse. Long Tianyu found himself devoid of funds. Consequently, their meeting transpired within the confines of a dilapidated factory, where drafts swept through the air. The trio sat upon the ground, a supermarket shopping bag brimming with beer and snacks resting before them. The chosen one was still in a phase of development, living modestly. Nonetheless, the other 2 paid little heed to this, as they too shared the same financial plight. Ku Jiashua munched on chips. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Longu, what transpired before your rebirth? Could you share with us?" Zhang Kuin reached into the bag, seizing a handful of chips, his gaze equally eager. There was no need for concealment. Long Tianyu retrieved a can of beer from the plastic bag, popping it open and taking a hearty swig before slowly recounting the tale of his past life. In his previous existence, he survived until the second year of the apocalypse, having awakened his teleportation ability in the first year. Initially, however, this ability was not particularly formidable, with only short distances achievable, leading to numerous hardships. Yet, as the range of his teleportation extended, he evolved into a perfect assassin, able to appear instantaneously around anyone, striking when they least expected it and successfully executing his targets. He gained a modest reputation as an ability user, joining a formidable team of others like him. Alas, during a mission to seize meteorite fragments, they were ambushed and decimated by a hidden faction of aberrations. Despite exhausting his powers, he fell to their hands, the specter of death looming ominously over him. Nevertheless, he soon lifted his chin, rekindling his fighting spirit. Long Tianyu exhaled deeply. Fortunately, everything had changed. He had been reborn. Using the memories from his previous life, he sought out many former ability users, but regrettably, none had awakened, save for Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan. The water ability user, Ku Jiaxue, was a mere coincidence, while the spatial ability user was his true aim. However, spatial users were exceedingly rare. In his former life, he had encountered only a handful, the most powerful of whom was a woman named Li Wanyan. Yet since his rebirth, he had been unable to locate her, speculating that she was leading a mundane life somewhere, oblivious to the impending doom. Though he had not found Li Wanyan, he had discovered Zhang Kuan. Although Zhang Kuan possessed only an ordinary spatial ability, unlike Li Wanyan, who could wield it in combat, it sufficed for Long Tianyu, who could fight independently. The value of a spatial ability user lay in their capacity to stockpile resources. The thought of battle quickened Long Tianyu's breath. In his previous life, his maximum teleportation range had been 100 meters, and consecutive long-distance jumps would deplete his abilities. In contrast, upon his rebirth, he had grown even stronger, with a maximum range surpassing 200 meters and the capability to teleport 10 times in succession. What did this signify? Within a 2-kilometer radius, he was the supreme ruler. Not only had he been granted a second chance, but he had also emerged more powerful. Was this not the essence of the Chosen One? This was his most formidable advantage. Yet, Long Tianyu pondered, I have been reborn before the apocalypse. My powers have amplified, and yet you too, awakened before the apocalypse, are also remarkably strong. Far more potent than those who had just awakened in my past life. This is indeed peculiar. Could it be that those who awakened prior to the apocalypse differ fundamentally from those who did so afterward? Zhang Kuan ventured hypothesis. That is possible, Long Tianyu frowned, recalling that in his previous life, he had never heard of ability users awakening before the apocalypse. He had approached Joshua back then merely to procure water, during a time when her resources were scarce. Yet in this life, she had already exceeded her former limits upon his rebirth. It was an anomalous occurrence, not just confined to him. Both Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue exhibited similar trends. The trio fell into a contemplative silence. Soon, Ku Jiaxue offered an explanation. It must be due to Long Ji's butterfly effect. Zhang Kuan's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, it is quite possible. With Tianyu's rebirth, following the laws of the multiverse, he is the protagonist, and we are part of his hero's entourage. Thus we have grown stronger too. He shyly smiled, his voice soft. Long Gu, I will always stand by your side, never to betray you. With a chuckle, Long Tianyu smiled in satisfaction, nodding. Rest assured, we are a team. Even as our numbers may grow in the future, I will always place my utmost trust in you. We have been preparing since before the apocalypse. Reminiscing about the supplies they had transported from the granary, Ku Jiaxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having received news of the impending apocalypse before anyone else, we began stockpiling resources and forming an ability user team. Perhaps the apocalypse is our opportunity to shine. Long Tianyu nodded emphatically. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been an ordinary individual awaiting his chance. However, this time, with advanced preparation, a team of ability users and formidable powers, he would undoubtedly ascend to become the king of the apocalypse. Ku Jiaxue exclaimed. Let us name our ability user team. Without hesitation, Long Tianyu declared, the Phantom Ability Squad. Phantom, Zhang Kuan murmured, realizing that their elusive nature mirrored that of a specter, untraceable and untouchable. Ku Jiaxue chimed in. Then Long Gu shall be the Phantom King. Ha ha, how imposing. The Phantom King. Long Tianyu beamed, understanding that this title perfectly encapsulated his abilities. This time, he would certainly earn the title of Phantom King. He raised his can, his spirit soaring. Let us celebrate our first successful mission and the establishment of the Phantom Ability Squad. Cheers! Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan promptly raised their cans, clinking them together with vigor. The trio indulged in a bottle of beer, exhilarated. As the alcohol began to take effect, Ku Jiaxue asked wide-eyed, What shall we do next, Long Gu? Long Tianyu felt a bit tipsy, not solely from excitement, but also from the alcohol. Having lived in a world where scarcity ruled, he had little tolerance for alcohol, and 2 cans were quite sufficient. His cheeks flushed. He replied with a hint of pride, Naturally, we must continue stockpiling resources. In my previous life, the entire city of Shurshur was obliterated. It is only fitting that we gather the supplies from Shurshur. With no funds at their disposal, they would rely on zero-cost acquisitions, taking advantage of the state's resources. Having secured food, the next step was... Zhang Kuan blinked expectantly. Long Tianyu grinned. As you all have said, following me means there's meat to eat. Therefore, we shall stockpile meat. In the camp of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau, the young man with teleportation abilities was identified as Long Tianyu, a societal youth. Hao Jingye succinctly outlined Long Tianyu's life history, from his early schooling, the mistakes he made, others' assessments, to his various jobs and their respective salaries. He even included details gleaned from a thorough examination of his phone, encompassing contacts, chat histories, search records, and purchase histories. Among other things, effectively laying bare the entirety of his existence. Sheng An calmly perused the information. Chapter 44. Sheng An, a trap for the invaders, Song Linwei mused. This individual was previously quite ordinary, lacking the remarkable qualities to ascend or descend the social ladder, possessing ambition but not the requisite strength to match. However, with the emergence of his teleportation ability, he has taken a significant leap forward, proving to be exceedingly useful. Hao Jingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Long Tianyu must have endured considerable time in this post-apocalyptic world. Otherwise, such a transformation would be unfathomable. Upon further reflection, he concluded he bears a resemblance to Li Wanyan. The astute minds among them could readily discern the core issues at play. Sheng An lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her tone languid. It is quite fortuitous. His unique ability holds extensive applications in the aftermath of the apocalypse, and even prior, it could assist us in recalling other ability users. Pairing him with Li Wanyan would yield optimal results. The two exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. Plans were already in motion, awaiting the capture of their targets. Just as Hao Jingye was about to inquire further, a notification chimed, alerting him of an update in the computer files. He clicked to open it, and upon discerning the details, his expression conveyed a knowing affirmation. What is it? Song Linwei leaned in closer. Hao Jingye directed the screen towards Sheng and Sister Sheng. Your hypothesis was indeed accurate. He utilized his teleportation ability to infiltrate the warehouse, and during the moment of teleportation, he must have positioned himself within a blind spot of the surveillance cameras behind the staff. The image had been expertly manipulated, capturing the precise instant of the disappearance. In that fleeting moment, the processed photograph revealed a shadow, now indistinct, where the grain had previously obstructed the view. The shadow was so faint that, without enhancement, it would have been nearly imperceptible to the naked eye in the surveillance footage. This brief interval marked his use of the teleportation ability to exit the scene, and the shadow had been circumscribed, outlining its suspected form. Song Linwei's pupils constricted. This silhouette does not belong to a single individual. Long Tianyu neither possessed such height nor build. Taking a deep breath, he articulated slowly, there are two of them. Long Tianyu is acting in concert with a space ability user. Sister Sheng's earlier deductions were entirely correct. How Jingye interjected. So, this is a duo of anomalous entities? Sheng An suddenly spoke. Who says there are only two? Both men were taken aback, their eyes snapping to her. Noticing the profound expression on Sheng An's face, Song Linwei pondered and then exclaimed, I comprehend now. Their team consists of at least 3 individuals, perhaps even 3 precisely. Although there are numerous anomalies, they are not easily discovered. His tone was resolute. The state apparatus has only identified this many anomalies thus far. How could Long Tianyu uncover a greater number? This trio represents the optimal solution: a teleportation user, a space ability user, and one unknown entity. Hao Jingye remained perplexed. But why is there a third person? Wouldn't 2 suffice? Sheng An chuckled softly, because they require someone to provide cover. She rested her chin on her hand, twirling a pen between her fingers, her voice tranquil. His teleportation ability cannot possibly be without limitations, nor can it lack range. Otherwise, it would defy the very laws of nature. Pausing, she continued. If Long Tianyu possessed an omnipotent teleportation ability, he would not need to evade the warehouse cameras. He could act with reckless abandon, unencumbered by the need for strategy. This necessitates meticulous planning. The fact that he must be cautious indicates that he has yet to attain a level of strength that allows for such audacity. Following this reasoning, Hao Jingye slapped his forehead. His abilities must have constraints, making it impossible for him to bypass all surveillance. There must be someone outside providing assistance. Perhaps someone waiting in a vehicle, ready to aid him and the space ability user in their escape from the warehouse. Realizing the implications, Hao Jingye promptly dispatched a notice to investigate all vehicles within a 10-kilometer radius of the warehouse. Commence the investigation. First, we shall scrutinize Long Tianyu's recent acquaintances and anyone else in contact with him to unearth the identities of the other 2 anomalies. Understood. Both Hao Jingye and Song Linwei responded in unison. Within 3 hours, a comprehensive report emerged, revealing every detail about their targets through the omnipresent surveillance and satellite technology. Moreover, modern individuals find it exceedingly difficult to detach from their mobile devices. Long Tianyu would naturally employ his phone to reach out to the others. It was confirmed. The trio comprised Long Tianyu, Zhang Kun, and Ku Jiaxue, with Ku Jiaxue driving towards the warehouse from 2 kilometers away at the time of the incident. Upon approaching within 1 kilometer, she diverted onto another road and departed. Consequently, it was inferred that Zhang Kun was the space ability user, while Ku Jiaxue acted as the accomplice. The report on Ku Jiaxue indicated that 3 days prior, she had visited a hospital to undergo an examination for any anomalies. Included was her medical report, revealing that her initial conversation with Long Tianyu had also occurred 3 days ago, suggesting that she had awakened her abilities. The timeline for Zhang Kun's awakening remained unknown, but 2 days ago marked the first exchange of contact information between him and Long Tianyu. The documents included profiles for both Zhang Kun and Ku Jiaxue, detailing their interactions. Additionally, records of their conversations over the past 3 days, along with key excerpts from their phone calls, were provided. A detailed route map of their movements was also compiled. At that moment, Long Tianyu, Zhang Kun, and Ku Jiaxue found themselves converging at an abandoned factory in the southwestern corner of Shishir. In less than 3 hours, a plethora of documents and reports had unveiled the trio's every move. Their presumed secrecy was laid bare, revealing every word they had uttered. Under the scrutiny of the state apparatus, there was no escape. Song Linwei swallowed hard. Realizing this was his first experience wielding the highest authority to mobilize national resources for an investigation. And witnessing such formidable power was daunting. How could he have ever believed that they could elude the watchful eyes of the state? Ultimately, he had underestimated the capabilities of the national machinery and Sheng and herself. Hao Jingye, brimming with excitement, asked, Sister Sheng, shall we apprehend them now? However, Sheng An shook her head, dismissing the notion, this individual will not be easily captured. There is no need for haste. This time, we shall adopt a different approach. The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances. With a smile, Sheng An elaborated, they have already pilfered grain from the storage in Shishir, audacious enough to target a state warehouse. With only a few days remaining, do you truly believe they will refrain from further actions? No, they will undoubtedly act again, Song Linwei murmured. They are not in a favorable economic position, and now equipped with spatial abilities, they will likely continue hoarding supplies. Precisely, Sheng An affirmed. They will persist in exploiting the state's resources. Shur is destined for devastation, and their theft is justified in their minds. Both men turned their attention to her as she rose gracefully, her tall frame casting a long shadow. With a smile, she declared, "They have already amassed grain." Following Li Wanyan's pattern of hoarding, their next move will be to stockpile meat. We shall concentrate the meat from the slaughterhouses in Shur, setting a trap for the invaders. Chapter 45. Daring to disturb the Tai Sui? Both individuals inhaled sharply. Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue were relatively easy to apprehend. But Long Tianyu's unique abilities posed a greater challenge. Not because he was impossible to capture, but due to the concern over potential conflicts that could endanger others. The strategy of luring him into a trap and setting up an ambush was, indeed, the most flawless method of arrest. Sheng An had always been adept at gauging the style of her adversaries, selecting the most appropriate approach to handle them. Long Tianyu and his crew were audacious. As long as they concentrated on transferring the meat from Shur, they would undoubtedly strike at this opportune moment to gather as much material as possible in the shortest time. Would they adhere strictly to the plan? There was no cause for concern. Now that they had identified who the little ghost was, they could perfectly monitor all his actions and adjust their strategy in real time. Sheng An remarked, "The resources from Shur were always meant to be transported to a safe zone. Their theft merely assists in the logistics. Spatial ability users are far more efficient than a fleet of refrigerated trucks." Her tone was gentle, her eyes curved in a smile. Yet each word sent an inexplicable chill down the spine of her listeners. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei exchanged glances, both struck by her cunning. It was evident that Sheng Jie maximized the utility of everyone involved, regardless of whether they had joined the Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau. As for the question of willingness to join, it was a jest. They had no choice but to comply. Countdown to the apocalypse, 14 days. While Sheng An dined, she perused the information in her hands. Jiang Yu and Li Xian, having endured a half-day of classes, entered the cafeteria in a daze and took a seat across from Sheng, and noticing her peculiar expression while eating and reading, Jiang Yu inquired, "Sister Sheng, what are you looking at?" At this, Sheng An exhaled a breath, her expression a complex blend of incredulity and resignation. "Just enjoying myself," she replied. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, perplexed, while Li Xian, growing impatient, reached over to snatch the material from her hands. Sheng An did not object, allowing them to see. As they glanced over, their expressions froze in astonishment. Chat records? Each page was secured with a clip, brimming with content. They began from the first page. Realizing it was a chat log from a small group of 3. The group was named Ghostly Abilities Team. Had this been before the apocalypse, they would have assumed it was merely a whimsical chat group had they not received it from Sheng and herself. However, the realization struck them. This was the new heretics Sheng An and her team were recently pursuing. Their minds cleared instantly, and food was forgotten as they hurried to read on. "Ghost King, we will act tomorrow. I will scout today." "Future Water God, is it the same plan as before?" "Spatial Master, all right, Brother Long, I'm organizing the space. There's too much grain, taking up 2/3, and the meat can only fit 1/3. "Ghost King, Future Water God, yes, more or less. There will be some detail changes. I need to find which warehouse has the most meat." "Ghost King, Spatial Master, purchase a ticket to the capital. I'll provide the address. Rent a warehouse, but ensure it's the safest one and store half the grain inside. The grain can remain outside for a while, but the meat must be preserved in space." "Future Water God, understood." "Spatial Master, got it." "Future Water God, Brother Long, I just scouted the wholesale market. The administration is reallocating supplies, likely due to the grain warehouse theft, consolidating the meat." "Ghost King, have you found out where?" "Future Water God, I followed a refrigerated truck to the northern road." "Ghost King, drive over to pick me up. We will discuss in person." "Ghost King, Spatial Master, don't rush. If the meat is already concentrated, it simplifies our task. Once we confirm the location, We will rent the warehouse together. Spatial Master. All right. With Brother Long leading, we can't fail. Future Water God. Of course, he's our leader, the Ghost King. Jiangyu. Li Xian. They exchanged bewildered glances. Jiangyu asked, what does this mean? Are they plotting to steal national resources? Li Xian paused, slowly nodding, indeed. Then, in unison, they exclaimed, are they insane? What does it mean to disturb the Tai Sui? They were witnessing it firsthand. Jiangyu lamented, I merely purchased some extra grain and was caught by Sister Sheng. Li Xian added, I only aimed to save the world and was apprehended before I even left. Where did these individuals find their confidence? Were they courting death? Reflecting on their serious planning to steal national supplies, while Sheng An and her team leisurely examined their chat records as if it were mere entertainment. Jiangyu tapped his chest lightly. For these three heretics, he felt a pang of sympathy. At that moment, Hao Jingye entered the cafeteria, swiftly approaching with a folder. Sister Sheng, the latest news. They have purchased tickets to the capital and are renting a warehouse in the Western District near the core refuge area. However, that area is currently storing national supplies. Sheng An replied calmly, select an empty one to lease to them. How can we not accept their assistance in transporting the grain? Hao Jingye nodded, understood. After a brief pause, he pulled out his phone. This is the content of their meeting. I've only extracted the crucial information. Sheng An nodded, and Hao Jingye sat beside her, clicking to play. Leave 1/3 of the grain, just in case. The rest must be packed as meat is even scarcer. Isn't it true that crops can't be grown in the future? It seems the Capital Academy has developed hydroponics, and plant-based ability users can yield grain. Although the output is low, it exists. Conversely, meat is far more precious. Similar meat can be exchanged for multiple times the grain from plant ability users. So it's settled. Leave only 5 square meters for other items, and pack the rest as meat. With the recent grain warehouse theft, the state has consolidated the meat, and we can simply take it away. Is the cold storage heavily monitored? Certainly, but what is there to fear? We have Brother Long. Ha! The state will never know how those supplies vanished. They might think it's haunted. How amusing. Just imagining their confusion brings a smile to my face. After tomorrow, they will be even more baffled. Yes, we shall demonstrate that in the face of formidable strength, everything is but a paper tiger. The era of the state has passed, and the strong are the future. Upon hearing this, Jiangyu and Li Xian suddenly felt a chill, the hairs on the back of their necks standing on end. They turned sharply to look at Sheng An. Indeed, Sheng Jie was smiling, a gentle smile, her eyes deep and unfathomable, and even though she appeared to be laughing, the air around them seemed to drop in temperature. Both sat up straight, hearts racing. Good heavens! This was the true essence of a warrior. In the presence of their immense power, the state was merely a paper tiger. Sheng Jie, a paper tiger? These three individuals were utterly fearless. Chapter 46. Surely it is because the chosen one is too impoverished. The countdown to the apocalypse reads, 13 days. The small team prepares to embark on their mission to commit a crime, intending to seize a substantial quantity of meat from the national cold storage. Long Tianyu is determined. With the experience from our last endeavor, this time we shall proceed with even greater efficiency, swiftly clearing the cold storage. Zhang Kuan nods emphatically. Ku Jiashue cannot contain her excitement, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Brother Long, Brother Zhang, don't we resemble the heroes from television? Effortlessly scaling walls and acquiring national resources while the government is left powerless? Zhang Kuan responds. The officials are not merely powerless. They're completely unaware of our existence. He rubs his hands together with a shy smile, reflecting on how unimaginable it was that he would one day possess such extraordinary abilities. Long Tianyu remains silent, but his eyes clearly convey agreement. Who could have anticipated their transformation into such formidable figures? Those fantastical scenarios from television and novels are unfolding in reality, and they are the protagonists. Long Tianyu beams, lifting his chin and clearing his throat, adopting a composed demeanor. Let us set forth. We shall first stop by a breakfast shop to procure some food, and we can have breakfast in the car as we head straight to our destination. Ku Jiashue hesitates for a moment before sheepishly inquiring, Brother Long, Brother Zhang, do you have any money left? I spent all mine on renting the vehicle and fueling it. Her words instantly deflate the buoyant atmosphere. Long Tianyu lowers his proud head slightly, his voice dropping. I exhausted my funds renting the warehouse yesterday as well. Zhang Kuan offers a wry smile. I too am out of money. I spent everything on train tickets yesterday. Why is it that his resources only come from exploiting the nation without stockpiling anything else? It is simply because they are impoverished. Long Tianyu. After a moment of silence, he asks Ku Jiashua, do you have nothing at all? What about credit? Ku Jiashua lowers her head. I used everything to pay off my credit card at the beginning of the month. Zhang Kuan rummages through his pockets for a while before producing 5 yuan. Long Tianyu. That will suffice. Let's buy a couple of steamed buns. Ku Jiashua hesitates. Brother Long, food prices have risen. Now a steamed bun costs 3 yuan each, 2 for 5. That is not enough. Long Tianyu. He takes a deep breath and after a pause says, then let us buy 2 and make do for now. At this moment, the three exchange glances, suddenly feeling a bit desolate. Ku Jiashua shakes her head, dispelling the strange thought from her mind. Her voice resolute. We have a warehouse full of grain and soon a space filled with meat. Indeed, Zhang Kuan reassures himself in the apocalypse. We shall be as wealthy as nations. Long Tianyu regains his confidence, lifting his chin. Compared to abundant resources and formidable abilities, what do other concerns matter? Money is merely paper, worthless in the face of the apocalypse. We must set off immediately to gather the most precious resources of this new world. The trio, brimming with confidence, eagerly rushes to the breakfast shop, purchasing 2 steamed buns. Once in the vehicle, Zhang Kuan hands one of the buns to Long Tianyu, who intend to share half of it with him. Zhang Kuan grins widely and produces another bun. I just happened to grab an extra. Long Tianyu gazes at the bun, his feelings complex. Is space meant for pilfering a bun? Something feels off. Long Tianyu. Zhang Kuan. It is best not to use space to steal food from other ability users during the apocalypse. Huh? Why? Zhang Kuan, savoring his bun, looks up in confusion. Long Tianyu explains. When space ability users are driven to the brink of death, they may release some of their stored resources, but if they die, all their resources will be expelled. This indicates that space ability users are prime targets for those in need of food. Zhang Kuan, startled, can no longer enjoy his bun. Do not worry. I will protect you. And besides, it is still before the apocalypse. Long Tianyu reassures him. Zhang Kuan feels somewhat relieved. He is naturally timid and perceptive, deciding to cling tightly to Brother Long's side to avoid being preyed upon. What does food matter? Just think of the supplies we have hoarded. Ku Jiashua bites in her bun, declaring fiercely. Long Tianyu and Zhang Kuan simultaneously smile. The thought of their stockpiles and today's plans makes even the tasteless buns seem delectable. Not far away, a burly man slaps his son, who is observing intently. What are you staring at? Never seen someone eat a bun before? His son withdraws his gaze, scratching his head. They are so strange, strutting around with their chins held high, each with a white bun, munching away. The man bellows, hurry and get to school. Let me tell you, if you don't study hard, you'll end up like those 3 ruffians, gnawing on buns without any side dishes. The son pouts and takes a hearty bite of his sandwich. Meanwhile, before the trio sets out, the Special Affairs Department has already begun its preparations. At the Apocalypse Special Operations Camp, early in the morning, Sheng An dons her combat attire, accompanied by Hao Jingye and Song Lin Wei as they head out. Jiang Yu and Li Xian cling to Sheng An's legs, pleading, Sister, take us with you. Please take us along, sob sob. Sheng An shifts her legs, but they hold on tightly. Her expression remains impassive. Aren't you supposed to be in class today? Li Xian, no classes. Jiang Yu, we can make it up tonight. I want to see. Can we skip today? This is a confrontation with 3 anomalies. Unlike before, this time the anomalies are particularly troublesome, and there may even be a need for combat. From her background checks, it is revealed that Long Tianyu was raised by his grandparents, who have since passed away. Ku Jiashua's parents favored sons over daughters, resulting in a strained family relationship. Zhang Kuan is directly from an orphanage. In essence, they are 3 unattached individuals. To subdue such people, one can only employ forceful suppression. Neither the curious Jiang Yu nor the self-proclaimed Li Xian wishes to miss this spectacle. insisting on joining. Song Linwei frowns. Don't cause trouble for team leader Sheng. Li Xian grins, not daring to contradict his uncle. Jiang Yu retorts. You usually stay behind the camp. Aren't you coming along today to see the excitement? Why criticize us? Song Linwei. Sheng An glances at them and sighs. Fine, let us go. Oh yeah, the two exclaim with delight. She smiles slightly. But if any of you cause trouble for me, your lessons will double. And you want to be allowed to leave the camp. The two shiver, standing to attention. Yes. Chapter 47. She has resources. This was the first time Jiang Yu and Li Xian witnessed the operations of the Special Operations Department. Dressed in combat gear, Sheng An exuded an air of confidence. With a miniature walkie-talkie in hand and a stern expression, she issued commands, prompting the special police stationed at the Special Operations Base to spring into action. Sheng An raised her wrist, her voice calm. Team 1 report. Team 1 here. Came the response over the walkie-talkie, indicating they were in position. Team 2 report. Team 2 is ready, lying in wait around the cold storage. The drone team is also in position. On the screen before Sheng An, a red dot blinked, indicating the location of Long Tianyu's vehicle. Surrounding this vehicle, a web of operations was meticulously laid out, ready to ensnare the target. Li Xian watched in trepidation. He murmured to himself, so this is the extent of the net they cast to capture me. How could I possibly escape? Realizing this, he felt a strange sense of comfort in the inevitability of his capture. Sheng An shot him a sidelong glance, her tone indifferent. When we captured you, we only deployed a fraction of our resources. Li Xian's voice involuntarily rose. On what basis? Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Song Linwei slapped him on the back, unable to restrain himself from scolding. What is wrong with you? Are you upset there were more people to handle you? Under the weight of his uncle's lineage, Li Xian fell silent, sulking in his chair. Sheng An, uninterested, turned to inquire about the arrival of Team 0. Hao Jingye glanced at the time and replied, They should have just landed. Their flight arrived last night. Send the address to Team 0. They should head directly to Sure, Sheng An commanded. Hao Jingye was taken aback. Sheng An's gaze sharpened as she continued. This is our first confrontation with the aberrants. Team 0 is destined to face them in battle. Today is merely a chance to gather experience. She paused, adding, It's also a precaution against the aberrants. Why the heightened alert today? Because the apocalypse looms, and more aberrants are set to emerge. They need combat experience. This is an opportune moment. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant against Long Tianyu. Having returned from the apocalypse, his brutal experiences are unknown to us. With Team 0's arrival, their plans would be even more foolproof. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan disembarked the plane with Team Qi, accompanied by a member of Team 0, Yu Feng. The members of Team 0 were few, with most deployed to escort Li Wanyun for her safety. Thus, only a handful returned. Yu Feng stretched his neck and raised his arms, his voice hoarse from sleep. The business class was quite comfortable and the food was good. Let us hurry back to meet Sheng, and Wang Yuan playfully smacked him, grinning as he whispered, You call her Sheng Jie in front of Team Qi? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yu Feng instinctively straightened up, quickly correcting himself. Oh, right, I meant Sheng Jie. Let us have her welcome us back. Though younger than them, everyone defaulted to calling her Sheng Jie. Of course, behind Qi Lingwu's back, various nicknames emerged, and in Bao, any name could be used. Sometimes Sheng An would scold them, and other times she wouldn't bother. Qi Lingwu was engrossed in his phone, not looking up. Your combat awareness has been declining. I'll help you train harder when we return. Yu Feng exclaimed, What? His dramatic outcry drew countless eyes toward them. Three tall, handsome men standing together created quite the spectacle, and nearly everyone's gaze lingered on Qi Lingwu. A girl approached, her voice flirtatious. Hey, handsome, as she called out. Qi Lingwu glanced up, and upon meeting his gaze, the girl froze, her face paling. Stiffly clutching her phone, she turned to Yu Feng, asking if they could exchange WeChat. Instinctively, Yu Feng replied, of course. Meanwhile, Qi Lingwu had already begun walking toward the baggage claim. Wang Yuan quickly followed suit. After retrieving their luggage, Wang Yuan watched Yu Feng chatting animatedly with the girl and yawned. The madman was right. Today's airplane meal was indeed delicious, clearly prepared by our country's chefs. as the foreign cuisine had been unbearable. It had been a trying time. Shaking his head, Qi Lingwu glanced at him, suggesting he should accompany the target back home. Wang Yuan hesitated, recalling the escort for Li Wanya. Fearing customs scrutiny over the disappearance of 100 million, she had resolutely chosen to drift at sea, taking a boat back. They couldn't reassure her, "Don't worry about customs. Someone has your back." They could only watch as she boarded the boat. That vessel had been a source of dread during their missions. Wang Yuan felt a pang of anxiety, shaking his head vigorously. "Damn, I wonder how Li Wanyan is faring?" Yu Feng approached and chimed in, "Old Zhao and the others are with her. She'll be fine, but she is likely enduring a lot." They exchanged glances, sighing in unison. Originally tasked with escorting arms, they returned in style, having enjoyed their meal and rest, while the courier helping them complete the mission, Li Wanyan, was likely suffering at sea. Poor girl. At that moment, Qi Lingwu received a message. He glanced down, his expression turning serious. "We have a mission. Let us move." On the open sea, Li Wanyan was bewildered. She knew it wouldn't be pleasant, but never imagined it would be this arduous. Staring at the plate of salted fish and seaweed, memories of the morning's meal flooded back, and with the boat rocking, her stomach churned, threatening to revolt. Li Wanyan averted her gaze. Having not eaten well since yesterday, coupled with the stress in America, she felt she was on the verge of starvation. Surrounded by vast resources and munitions, she felt utterly miserable. She hugged her knees, feeling pitiful. The only solace was to mentally delve into her storage space to assess her supplies. It was enormous, spanning 10 football fields with little overhead. Li Wanyan had filled it to the brim with resources and weapons, far exceeding her expectations. In the apocalypse, she would no longer worry about supplies. Rich enough to rival nations? In the apocalypse, she would not only rival nations, but surpass anyone in the world in terms of resources. With this thought, Li Wanyan slowly released her grip. A proud smile crept across her face as she picked up her chopsticks. So what if she was suffering now? She had resources. So what if her situation was dire? She had resources. She had an abundance of resources. Li Wanyan's smile blossomed, filled with delightful anticipation as she took a hearty bite of salted fish. So what if she was eating salted fish? She had resources. Ugh. Perhaps it was best to retreat to the restroom to enjoy the food stored in her space. Chapter 48. No one? Because the state cleared the path for you at 11 o'clock, Long Tianyu and his companions traversed through Anchang Road and Nanshan Road towards the cold storage facility. Laughter and banter filled the vehicle. "Shall we leave some mark at the cold storage today?" Zhang Kun rubbed his hands together. Jiaxue, puzzled, asked, "What do we need a mark for?" Zhang Kun replied, "In anime, when things mysteriously vanish, they leave behind a special symbol. Henceforth, this symbol represents a taboo, something that instills fear due to its power. Essentially, it's just showing off." Long Tianyu pondered for a moment and shook his head. "There's no need to complicate matters. Let's be swift and decisive." However, the ghostly squad could certainly adopt a symbol as an emblem for the future, especially in the apocalypse. Jiaxue exclaimed with excitement. "Dragon Brother, since we'll eventually need it, let us use one this time. They won't catch us anyway, so why not?" Zhang Kuen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as well. Long Tianyu contemplated and nodded in agreement. "All right, but what should the symbol be?" The ghostly squad, naturally, needed something terrifying and ghost-related. "Lightning?" He mused. "That belongs to lightning-type abilities. I think we should use." They began a vigorous discussion regarding the squad's emblem. In the distant sky, several drones hovered from various directions, not only targeting them, but also maintaining a constant distance as they followed. Inside another vehicle, Li Xian listened to their conversation and suddenly fell silent. Jiang Yu, sensing Li Xian's thoughts, remarked with a hint of incredulity, "I truly wonder where their confidence comes from. Discussing what kind of symbol to leave behind. They shouldn't leave anything. We need to leave people behind." Li Xian replied, "Do we really want to team up with such individuals?" Sheng An shot him a glance and replied coolly, "You snatched a child's Ultraman figurine and yet wish to save the world. No matter how you look at it, this ghostly squad is somewhat more normal than you, though admittedly, none of them are truly sane." Suddenly, Li Xian was besieged by haunting memories. Just then, a voice emerged from the computer in front of them. Long Tianyu remarked, strange. Why haven't we encountered any vehicles along the way today? Ku Jiaxue cheerfully responded, Isn't that great? We can move freely, reducing the risk of being discovered. Plus, my driving skills are mediocre, so I prefer the state of having the entire road to myself. Long Tianyu furrowed his brow and muttered, I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss. Zhang Kun suggested, perhaps it's because today is a weekday, and the cold storage is in a secluded area. It's not unusual to see fewer vehicles. Long Tianyu considered this and nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, Sheng An's communicator beeped. Target is 10 kilometers away, entering Anchang North Road. Received, the roadblocks on Anchang North Road have been cleared. Jiang Yu and Li Xin exchanged glances. Wasn't it said there was no one? The state had cleared the entire road for them. At noon, they were getting closer to the cold storage. We're 2 kilometers from the cold storage, Ku Jiaxue announced. Long Tianyu took a deep breath, scrutinizing the images from the miniature cameras he had installed for the workers. On the screen, the workers were inside, sorting through stored meat, the cold air swirling around them, making it even more suitable for hiding than a grain warehouse. Moreover, the workers were all facing away, busy with their tasks, creating a perfect moment. He hoisted Zhang Kun onto his back, lifted his chin, and said, according to the plan, I'll enter the cold storage blind spot in 600 meters. Jiaxue, just focus on driving. Understood, Ku Jiaxue replied, stopping the vehicle behind the cold storage. Sheng An remarked, the target is 2 kilometers away. Action will commence at 600 meters. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses and stated mechanically, at the target speed, we anticipate 1 minute and 28 seconds. All departments, prepare. 600 meters. Long Tianyu commanded, action, action. Sheng An echoed. At that moment, they each executed their tasks, each with their own objectives. Long Tianyu's target was the bait cold storage, while Sheng An's target was the flickering ability user, Long Tianyu. Together, they lunged towards their goal. In an instant, Long Tianyu vanished from the vehicle, taking Zhang Kun with him, the swift disappearance accompanied by a faint gust of wind. Ku Jiaxue was not surprised. She had witnessed this many times before. Yet, each time, she couldn't help but marvel at how powerful Long Tianyu truly was. Such an extraordinary ability was akin to invincibility. She quickly adjusted the vehicle's direction towards a side road, knowing that in a matter of blinks, Long Tianyu might reappear inside the car. However, just as Long Tianyu departed, she had barely adjusted the direction when 3 drones rapidly approached, surrounding her in a triangular formation. Simultaneously, armed individuals emerged from the surrounding brush, clad in military green uniforms. Helmets on their heads, their faces painted with camouflage. The dark muzzles of their guns were pointed at Ku Jiaxue. Get out of the vehicle! Ku Jiaxue froze in place. Everything proceeded smoothly as Long Tianyu executed 3 consecutive flashes, entering the cold storage blind spot. Zhang Kun swiftly cooperated, collecting the cold storage's meat at an astonishing pace. There was so much that his capacity was nearly full, leaving dozens of tons unable to fit. A smile spread across Long Tianyu's face as he prepared to disappear once more. Suddenly, a spotlight blazed above, its glaring light rendering them utterly visible. In that moment, both of their pupils constricted, and their actions came to a halt. The cold storage's main door slammed shut, and several laser guns trained on Long Tianyu. At the same time, a soft female voice resonated. Long Tianyu, can we talk? Both Long Tianyu and Zhang Kun were taken aback, bewildered. What was happening? How had they been found, and how did they know who they were? This is impossible. Long Tianyu instinctively raised his voice. Zhang Kun cautiously descended from his back. Swallowing hard, they stood beneath the spotlight, able to see only the red laser dots on each other's foreheads, nothing else. Outside the cold storage, Sheng An stated, we possess a wealth of information, and your maximum distance is only 2 kilometers. Within 5 kilometers, we have complete control. Can we talk? Dragon brother. Zhang Kun panicked. Long Tianyu felt equally chaotic, squinting to discern the situation. Yet inside the cold storage, there was nothing left. Even the workers had vanished in the instant the spotlight blinded them. Friends, the temperature inside the cold storage is quite low. Please come out. The lights suddenly extinguished, and simultaneously, the door opened. Outside, countless heavily armed SWAT officers in black uniforms aimed their rifles at them, the red dots of their laser guns fixed on their foreheads. Zhang Kuen's legs went weak. Rest assured, we mean no harm, nor do we intend to capture you for dissection. So what do you say, can we talk? The proposition to talk grew ever more intimidating, each iteration more threatening than the last. Zhang Kuen instinctively looked to Long Tianyu, while Long Tianyu gazed at Sheng An and then at the ominous gun muzzles. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, exclaiming, "Want to catch me? Dream on." Chapter 49, Team Qi. Qi Lingwu, how arrogant. Yet he possessed the strength to be so. As his words fell, he vanished from sight. By the time Hao Jingye regained his senses, a sharp alarm blared 200 meters away. The underground sensors emitted a piercing wail, and a crimson circle was swiftly projected onto the ground. In that very moment, the sound of gunfire erupted as drones and special police opened fire at the location where the alarm had sounded, right in the center of the red circle. Sheng An had not lied. The area was completely sealed off within 5 kilometers, and infrared detection covered within 2 kilometers. This was a battle between technology and superpowers, a confrontation between the state and those with extraordinary abilities. It was both a capture and a drill. Long Tianyu's figure appeared, his body flickering. A bullet grazed his arm, and he turned in terror, exhaling deeply. It was a tranquilizer gun. Impressive, he thought, that I was only hit once. Sheng An approached him with the demeanor of a cat stalking its prey, taking her time before ordering another round of shots. Long Tianyu remained vigilant, his voice icy. "That shot caught me off guard. Do you think I can't evade your fire?" Sheng An raised an eyebrow slightly. Hao Jingye felt a jolt of surprise as he exchanged glances with Song Linwei, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. There was no doubt about the sharpshooting skills of Sheng and special police, nor about the speed of the drones, according to their plan. A few shots would surely bring Long Tianyu down. Yet, unexpectedly, he had only been hit once. The man's sudden appearance was accompanied by an incredible speed and agility, which was not solely due to his extraordinary powers, but also a result of his extensive combat experience, something neither Hao Jingye nor the others had anticipated. Sheng An was also somewhat taken aback. It appeared that the power of teleportation also granted an enhancement in speed. It seemed that this ability was an upgraded form of speed power, far superior in potency. During Long Tianyu's teleportation, he was undetectable by infrared sensors. Only when he landed 200 meters away would he be caught, regardless of how swift he was. Sheng An stood before Long Tianyu, calm, as she stated. "You have 6 more opportunities to teleport, a distance of 1,200 meters. You cannot escape our encirclement, Long Tianyu. Can we have a conversation?" Long Tianyu's breath caught in his throat, his mind buzzing momentarily. How could they possibly know? How could they even know how many times he could use his powers? He scanned the sky, filled with drones, the special police surrounding them, and the piercing red circle that confined him like a shackle. He had underestimated the power of the state apparatus. His gaze settled on Sheng An's face, her striking features causing him to pause briefly. He then clutched his arm, his voice hoarse. "You could kill me if you wished, yet you refrain. Are you trying to recruit me?" Sheng An regarded him with indifference, replying, "This is an arrest." Their eyes locked in a subtle contest, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters, both standing their ground. In the distance, Li Exan gritted his teeth, asking, "What are they doing?" Jiang Yu responded, "What should we do? I suddenly feel this guy has the aura of a male protagonist. Arrogant, expressionless, quite handsome, and his powers are formidable." Li Xian retorted, "What male protagonist? Iron Man is the destined one." Long Tianyu appraised Sheng An up and down, suddenly laughing. "I can talk to you, and I am quite willing to accept an official recruitment. I would be delighted to have a companion like you, but I have 3 conditions." He was astute. Given the tight net they had cast, escape was impossible. Moreover, he was curious about what the state knew and intrigued by the woman before him. Long Tianyu's face lit with interest, his chin lifted, his gaze fixed on Sheng An, his eyes reflecting admiration and satisfaction. Sheng An brushed off the dust from her tactical jacket, her voice lazy. "First, you must speak with us. Second, I will be your superior. Lastly, we will not agree to your demands." As her words fell, she raised her hand and gestured, "Proceed." The sound of gunfire erupted as the special police fired in unison, a cacophony of shots ringing out. Long Tianyu's brow twitched, and he instantly vanished from his position. His body became a blur, appearing in various locations. At the same time, his voice echoed from different directions. In long distance, I can only teleport 6 times, but short distance uses far less energy. Sheng An remained unperturbed, coolly stating, "Your powers will eventually deplete." This was merely a drill. They were not concerned about exhausting their resources. After a brief pause, Long Tianyu spoke again. "How about a wager? If you manage to capture me before my powers run out, I will comply with your demands. But if you fail to catch me, you must agree to my 3 conditions." Sheng An remained silent, her eyes narrowing slightly. Her gaze seemed to drift ahead, her brow twitching subtly. Nearby, Song Linwei commented, "What remarkable abilities." Li Xian gasped, suddenly realizing perhaps he wasn't necessarily superior to this individual. His powers were indeed impressive. However, he was Iron Man. As long as he maintained his hard exterior, this guy could never injure him. He could even turn himself into a porcupine, making it impossible for him to retaliate. With this thought, he felt a sense of satisfaction. His recent training had proven useful. He began thinking in the right way, strategizing to maximize his abilities and unleash formidable strength. Meanwhile, Jiangyu was completely entranced. She murmured, "Damn, the more I look, the more I feel this guy embodies the essence of a male protagonist, while Sister Sheng is the female lead. A superpowered individual, a policewoman, this pairing might actually work." Beside her, Hao Jingye observed the scene, mimicking Sheng An's expression and tone, smiling slightly. First of all, Sister Sheng is not a policewoman. She is not even a flower. Secondly, this guy is not the protagonist. Lastly, do you all think that Team Chi is done for? The others fell silent for a moment. The gunfire continued, while Long Tianyu darted about, barely leaving a trace. Occasionally, a muffled groan could be heard, suggesting he had indeed been struck by a tranquilizer, making his afterimages easier to capture. If this continued, he would surely fall. Clenching his teeth, Long Tianyu feigned ease. "What? Afraid to take my bet? Woman, your courage is lacking. Shooting me now, is it effective?" Empty bravado, Sheng An scoffed softly. "I won't wager, but if you lose." She would not gamble with him, but had already pinned his fate. Long Tianyu's breath caught in his throat, gritting his teeth. Then coldly chuckled. "Let me show you just how many short-distance teleports I can execute." He was destined to be captured, yet before that, he needed to make a statement. He could not let them perceive him as a pushover. Long Tianyu charged at Sheng An. Bang, 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 bang. The sequence of 6 distinct gunshots resonated, somewhat muffled yet strikingly clear. Each shot was accompanied by Long Tianyu's grunts of pain, even cries of agony. After the 6th shot, he fell rigidly before Sheng An. 2 bullets penetrated his palms, narrowly avoiding the arteries, embedding into the flesh at the most painful yet non-lethal spots, symmetrically on both sides. 2 bullets pierced through the soles of his feet, pinning him to the ground, while another grazed his head, embedding itself into the earth beside his hair. A gun was lodged firmly in the ground, having grazed the area between 2 legs. Ahead, a man's voice rang clear, "You may only evade once." Before Long Tianyu could discern the figure, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Sheng An lowered her raised arm, arching an eyebrow toward the front. It seemed there was no need for her intervention. Jiang Yu and the others widened their eyes, following the sound. Before them stood a young man towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in a sleek black uniform, with buttons fastened to his neck, accentuating his tall frame. Despite wearing the identical black attire of his fellow special police officers, he exuded an unmistakable aura of distinction. In an instant, he captured the attention of all. Beneath the black cap, his face bore several streaks of camouflage, yet it could not conceal his sharply defined and striking features. His thin lips, high nose, and piercing eyes evoked an involuntary sense of trepidation. In his powerful grip rested a rifle, effortlessly perched upon his shoulder. He walked with an upright posture, unhurried, yet radiating an undeniable presence. Jiangyu supported Hao Jingye, stammering, Who is he?" Hao Jingye inhaled deeply, replying, "He is Captain Qi Lingwu." Chapter 50. A startling realization, a look of shock flickered across Jiang Yu's face, quickly replaced by a dawning comprehension. She had often pondered what kind of man could possibly be Sister Sheng's lover, and how extraordinary he must be to stand by her side. Yet, in this very moment, it was him. There could be no other. In the presence of Qi Lingwu, Long Tianyu was rendered insignificant, his previous aura diminished to that of a mere facade. Compared to the true coolness exuded by Qi, Long Tianyu, whom she had once deemed to possess the demeanor of a leading man, now appeared merely expressionless. Cold yet devoid of pretense, he radiated a captivating charisma. As she gazed at his face, Jiang Yu couldn't help but murmur, "So handsome," even without considering other attributes. That strikingly handsome visage was more than sufficient. Sister Sheng had made a wise choice. Overcome with excitement, she instinctively tightened her grip. Beside her, Hao Jingye winced as she pinched his arm, gritting his teeth. Enough already. Team Qi belongs to Sister Sheng. Stop simpering like that. With a sharp slap, Jiang Yu retorted. What do you know? Her expression remained one of infatuation, her eyes alight with stars, clearly conveying her thrill. Sheng An withdrew her gaze from the fallen Long Tianyu. Her tone indifferent as she instructed, take him back to the camp for treatment. The rest of you retreat. Hao Jingye, take Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue with you. Though he had some ability, his arrogance was reckless, challenging the nation. Such folly would surely lead to ruin. The others were equipped with tranquilizer guns. But Team Zero was not. Long Tianyu would have to learn a lesson. The special police reholstered their weapons and sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan stood side by side, resembling two frightened quails, utterly compliant. Especially after Long Tianyu was pinned down by a few shots, the two swallowed hard, their faces betraying their trepidation. They obediently raised their hands, ready to comply with any orders. Finally, Sheng An turned her attention to Qi Lingwu. From the moment he arrived, his gaze had not strayed from Sheng An, as if she were the only being of significance on this land. Their eyes met across the still form of Long Tianyu. In that shared moment, smiles blossomed upon their faces, their eyes shimmering with mirth. As Long Tianyu was carried away and the others began to withdraw, Qi Lingwu quickened his pace. Sheng An walked forward with measured steps. Upon closing the distance, Qi Lingwu, with his right hand gripping a firearm, effortlessly caught Sheng An with his left, cradling her with a gentleness that belied her weight. It was as if the 1.7-meter tall Sheng An was weightless in his embrace, a feat accomplished with remarkable ease. One raised his chin while the other lowered her gaze, their lips brushed softly, foreheads resting together. It's been a long time, Team Qi. Indeed, it's been a while, Sheng An. How delightful it is to reunite. How wonderful that they were both still alive. Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Beside him, Jiang Yu covered her face, silently screaming. Oh no! How can these two be so inexplicably captivating? Moreover, clad in sleek black special police attire, the tall, formidable man and the languid yet strikingly beautiful woman left her at a loss as to whom she should envy more. Hao Jingye calmly placed a hand over her eyes, ushering her away. Time to head back to the camp. I want to see more. I want to see more too. The former was Jiang Yu, while the latter was Li Xian. However, Song Linwei ruthlessly intervened, dragging Li Xian away. You're underage. Stay away. Li Xian protested. What is the big deal about a kiss? Why can't anyone look? I've kissed my girlfriend before. It was much more intense. Yet, he couldn't deny the beauty of the moment that had just unfolded, despite the restraint displayed. Why did it evoke such inexplicable feelings of warmth and excitement? As Li Xian pondered, he suddenly noticed the silence around him. What? He froze, his pupils dilating. Oh no, what had he just admitted? Song Linwei dragged him away, his expression unreadable. Li Xian, you're in trouble for dating early. Let us go find your parents. Li Xian could only respond with a silent, defeated expression. A mere 5 minutes passed in the vehicle before Sheng An's figure appeared in their line of sight. Tall Qi Lingwu followed closely behind her, maintaining a respectful distance. The sunlight streamed from behind, casting a large shadow that enveloped the smaller one. The sunlight was just right, lazy yet gentle. Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you two going to indulge a little longer? We can wait for you. Sheng An raised an eyebrow and lightly tapped Jiang Yu's forehead, saying, adult matters are not for children to meddle in. We have pressing business. Jiang Yu rubbed her forehead, speechless. I'm only a month younger than you. They were both 25. Sheng An ignored her and climbed into the vehicle. Qi Lingwu followed, remaining silent, casting a glance over the others that rendered them too intimidated to meet his gaze, their spines tingling with apprehension. Especially Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue, their faces drained of color. This was the man who had mercilessly shot their brother Long with 6 bullets. They were seated in the second row, with a space left for Sheng and Qi Lingwu settled behind her, next to Li Xian and Song Linwei, while Jiang Yu and Hao Jingya occupied the front row, with Yufeng driving and Wan Yuan in the passenger seat. Ever since Qi Lingwu took his seat, Li Xian had become inexplicably stiff, struggling to breathe as he fidgeted. Yufeng, curious, observed Jiang Yu and Zhang Kuan with interest. So, these are the reincarnators and the superpowered ones, the destined son and daughter? Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue felt their toes digging into the floor, their scalps tingling. Until today, they had thought the same, but now. Sheng An shot him a glance, no idle chatter, drive. Of course, Sister Sheng. Yufeng obediently complied, while Wan Yuan maintained his gaze forward, his eyes wide with curiosity. Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue exchanged glances, silently reassuring each other. It was fine. They hadn't T-acted yet. Surely, they intended to win them over. However, their leader was too reckless. If they cooperated, they would definitely avoid being punished. Indeed, they were unique, superpowered individuals. Their treatment could not be poor. Both instinctively straightened their backs. Sheng An noticed their silent exchange, but chose not to acknowledge it, allowing their unspoken rivalry to unfold. She inquired, what is the current status of Li Wanyan? The latest news is that she is still adrift at sea. Old Zhao mentioned she keeps sneaking off to the restroom to find some food, feeling seasick and looking pale. Wan Yuan remarked with a sigh. Qi Lingwu, aware of her primary concern, succinctly replied, the target is safe and will arrive smoothly tomorrow evening. Hearing this, Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. As long as Li Wanyan returned safely, the hardships of the journey could be endured solely by her. Beside her, Ku Jiaxue could not contain her curiosity. The restroom. Finding food? Her expression was a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. Hao Jingye retorted, what are you thinking? Use your brain. That's a space manipulator. Zhang Kuan exclaimed, a space manipulator? His recently regained confidence faltered as he straightened his back, only to feel it bend slightly again. So, he had never been special even before the apocalypse? Hao Jingye continued, moreover, her space is far larger than yours. Zhang Kuan, that shred of confidence evaporated entirely, his back slumping in defeat. After a brief pause, Sheng An finally turned her attention to them, her gaze devoid of emotion as it swept over. Compared to Long Tianyu, these two were indeed much more cooperative and perceptive. They had previously thought Long Tianyu was the protagonist, steadfastly clinging to his side, which was also a form of awareness. Now that he had fallen into the hands of the state, they exhibited the same obedience. Ku Jiaxue quickly discerned that among this group, Sheng An was the one in charge. She cautiously extended the bottle of mineral water in her hand, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Sister, please try this. It's my ability, and it's very clean. Sheng An. Indeed, this girl is quite perceptive. Sheng An took the bottle, not to drink, but to toy with it in her hand, her gaze lowered, rendering her emotions inscrutable. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Suddenly, Sheng An spoke. First, you pilfered grain from the granary, and now you're stealing meat from the cold storage. The amounts are substantial, and it is national property. The situation is severe. Do you understand the consequences you may face? Her voice was icy, each word cutting like a blade, devoid of emotion. Chapter 51. Sister Sheng is truly busy. Everyone wants to meet her in an instant. The pupils of the two contracted, their faces as pale as parchment. It was over. The nation indeed knew everything. Behind them, Qi Lingwu raised his hand, the ominous barrel of a gun aimed directly at them, as if he would pull the trigger at any moment. Zhang Kuan slumped into his seat. Ku Jiashue's eyes were red-rimmed, her legs visibly trembling. Sheng An's tone shifted as she smiled slightly. Of course, if you cooperate fully and join our Apocalypse Special Affairs Department, obediently following our arrangements. Then the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. The nation even knew about the apocalypse. Damn, what else was beyond the nation's knowledge? The two were momentarily dazed, questioning their very existence. Sheng An continued. Zhang Kuan assists the nation in transporting goods, and Ku Jiashua cooperates with him. It is only natural. After a pause, she gently inquired, "What do you think?" The two remained silent. Did they even have the right to refuse? As if sensing their thoughts, Sheng An said softly, "Assisting the nation in transporting goods means being a member of our Special Affairs Department, which will be favored by the state. However, should anyone attempt to steal state resources at such a critical time," Hao Jingye interjected, "special circumstances require special handling." Click. Qi Ling Wu chambered around. The two felt an immediate chill run down their spines. Ku Jiashue forced a stiff smile, saying, "I think it's great. It's just as it should be. We are assisting the nation. We are of the nation, and we will do as the nation commands." See, compared to Long Tianyu, how much more agreeable this was. Sheng An's smile deepened as she turned to Zhang Kuan. "And you?" Zhang Kuan glanced at Sheng An's eerie smile, then at the gun aimed at him, and a myriad of eyes around. He swallowed hard. Yes, I'm assisting the nation in transporting goods. Upon arrival, I will unload everything without leaving a trace. What about the Phantom Squad?" Sheng An smiled enigmatically. Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiashue chorused. "There is no Phantom Squad. Only the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department." Damn, the nation truly knew everything. How terrifying. Sheng An, the Master of Space? Zhang Kuan straightened, raising his voice. "That is non-existent. I am merely transferring goods from the national warehouse to wherever they are needed." Sheng An, the future water god? Ku Jiashue replied seriously. "I am the national mobile water supply. At Sister Sheng's command, I can release water immediately." Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. She turned to Jiang Yu and Li Xen, saying, "Look at them. They cooperate so well with our work. Learn from them." Jiang Yu and Li Xen. "Thank you." With Team Chi's gun pointed at our heads, anyone would be exceedingly cooperative. "Come on, continue with the disclosures." Sheng An leaned back in her seat, her hands resting behind her head, sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating her face like a lazy cat, her expression increasingly content. Qi Ling Wu lowered his gun and picked up an orange from a nearby table, peeling it leisurely. The atmosphere instantly relaxed, and the two exhaled deeply. They began recounting everything in detail. Stealing. No, rather, transporting food and meat from the national warehouse was Long Tianyu's idea. "I'm just an ordinary space ability user." Yes, Long Tianyu not only possesses teleportation abilities, but is also a reincarnator. "I am merely a typical water system ability user. I suddenly awakened to my spatial ability. After a nap, I realized I had space. When the water was cut off while I was bathing, I called for water, and I could summon it myself. Long Tianyu found us, and before us, he seemed to have found others. He didn't mention this, but you can ask him. Yes, in his past life, he was a teleportation ability user, and he said in our past lives, they not only sold themselves out, but also sold Long Tianyu, who is currently being treated down the river." Sheng An listened intently while eating the peeled orange, her expression contemplative. Indeed, their speculations were not incorrect. The return to the camp unfolded amidst their revelations. They had said all they needed on the road, and Sheng An instructed Hao Jingye to take them for a routine inspection of the building. From this moment forth, Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiashue would be members of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. Soon, Li Xin was dragged away by his parents for questioning. Jiang Yu, too, wore a sullen expression as he was taken by academician Zhou to work the fields. Leaning against the corridor wall, Sheng An casually draped her legs, while Qi Ling Wu stood beside her. "Has this period been arduous?" Qi Ling Wu asked softly. Sheng An shook her head. "Compared to previous tasks, it is actually somewhat simpler." After a pause, she slowly added, "But there are only 13 days left." A seemingly nonsensical statement. Yet Qi Ling Wu immediately understood. "You are worried that the Special Affairs Department is understaffed." Sheng An gazed at the ceiling, murmuring, "The nation has high hopes for the Special Affairs Department, granting us the highest authority and unconditionally trusting that I can lead the department to fulfill its role when the apocalypse arrives. Is trust, but also pressure. However, the Special Affairs Department is too few in number, and time is critically short. In 13 days, a global catastrophe will occur, as can be inferred from the fragmentary words of the reincarnators. It will entail the immediate demise of several nations, the extinction of civilization. What the Special Affairs Department must do is to assist the nation in surviving such a disaster as best as possible. Beyond that, there are countless civilians. The weight of Sheng An's burden was palpable. Qi-Ling-Wu said nothing, simply standing steadfastly by her side. He understood Sheng An. She was a tenacious individual who could transcend limits. Every task assigned to her, she would accomplish at all costs, never having faced defeat, and he would continue to assist her. Sheng An leaned against the wall, shadows dancing across her face, half illuminated, half obscured. A world that was once normal, a civilization that was thriving, was suddenly threatened by an impending meteor strike. Reincarnators, awakened ability users, future hybrids. Countless secrets lay hidden within this turmoil. It was as if a colossal hand manipulated humanity like pawns, with planets serving as the chessboard, mercilessly guiding them toward a fate already scripted by the puppeteer. Sheng An smiled, lifting her face, her brows furrowed with determination and a hint of madness. Qi-Ling-Wu, this time we may need to undertake something monumental. The more they wish for our demise, the more we must strive to survive and bring more people along with us. I refuse to merely protect myself or seek self-righteousness. It is not about noble righteousness, but rather, I aim to rally people in battle against this fate. The game had already commenced. Only death could exit the stage. Qi-Ling-Wu gazed at her, his deep-set eyes reflecting admiration and indulgence. "All right," he replied, his voice unwavering. At that moment, Hao Jingye hurried over, as if he had something urgent to convey. Upon seeing the expressions of Sheng An and Qi-Ling-Wu, he paused, bewildered. "What happened? Why does it feel like Sister Sheng has changed?" Sheng An raised an eyebrow. "Why the hurry?" In response, Hao Jingye tossed aside his chaotic thoughts and quickly stated, "Two matters. First, Zhang Jiaoyang has come and insists on meeting you. Second, Long Tianyu has awakened and also wishes to see you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Sheng is truly busy. Everyone wants to meet her." Chapter 52 Far ahead, a delicate arch of her brow, Sheng An mused. Qi-Ling-Wu, perplexed, inquired, "Who is Zhang Jiaoyang?" "He was the one who reported Long Tianyu." With a light chuckle, Sheng An replied, "That fellow has quite the audacity. I suspect he couldn't contain his curiosity about the superhumans." "How'd he find out?" Qi-Ling-Wu questioned. This was indeed a pivotal inquiry. Hao Jingye, somewhat exasperated, recounted how, after escorting Zhang Jiaoyang back to Shi, he became increasingly curious about us and Long Tianyu, often wandering about with his phone in hand. This morning, he caught wind of the road closure and stealthily approached the vicinity, capturing images of the drone squadron with his phone. Realizing something significant was afoot, he promptly made his way to the Beijing Public Security Bureau. Hao Jingye shrugged. The subordinates were none the wiser. Upon hearing about special abilities, they reported it to Team Leader Chiu. Team A, believing they had stumbled upon crucial information, brought him to the camp. This was truly theatrical. Zhang Jiaoyang had captured photographs of Long Tianyu, which Sheng An and the others had already reviewed, yet Team A remained oblivious, thinking they had discovered another superhuman and brought him in for questioning. They soon realized this was already Team B's intel, and that the individual was seeking out Sheng An. One could only imagine the expression on Qiu Yu's face at that moment. Sheng An found it amusing as well. She stepped outside, deciding that since they were here, they might as well visit our injured comrades. Zhang Jiaoyang was particularly curious about Long Tianyu. Let him see him then. Long Tianyu lay on the bed, his pallid visage contorted in pain and frustration. Qi-Ling-Wu had struck with remarkable precision. The wound was not fatal, nor would it leave any lasting repercussions. However, the excruciating pain. He could not fathom how, Despite being in a position of assured victory, and with everything meticulously planned, a throng of individuals had suddenly emerged to apprehend him. Where had they come from? How did they discover his whereabouts? Most critically, who was the man who pinned him to the ground with 6 shots? He had been in the midst of a flash. How could he have shot so accurately? As an immensely powerful Flash superhuman, the destined champion, how had he been so easily captured? With such formidable state machinery, how could he ever hope to reign supreme in the future? Consumed by these thoughts, Long Tianyu slammed his palm against the bed in frustration. Yet, he forgot about his injury, the pain causing him to grimace. Ack, he cried out in agony. Dreadful. Even the bed was against him. Just then, footsteps approached, accompanied by a male voice pleading, "Leader Sheng, please let me join. Even if it's in logistics, no, even as a janitor, just allow me to be part of it. Why are you so eager to join us? This is not an easy place, but special. It's a group of superhumans." Long Tianyu had yet to grasp the situation when, in the next moment, Sheng An, Qi Lingwu, Hao Jingye, and Zhang Jiaoyang entered. Zhang Jiaoyang continued his entreaty. Sheng An raised her hand, and he promptly fell silent. Upon their entrance, Long Tianyu swiftly masked his earlier expressions of pain and frustration, adopting an air of arrogance and nonchalance. Sheng An cast a glance at him. "You wish to see me?" Long Tianyu lifted his chin, smirking. "You went through all that trouble to capture me. Surely, you must want to see me. Speak, what is your true intention? What is your attitude towards us?" He attempted to cross his legs, but the pain in his foot forced him to lay flat, too afraid to exert pressure. He then thought lying down was lacking in presence, preparing to sit up. Act so painful. As he moved his hand, he nearly cried out once more. "Is it very painful?" Sheng An queried. "How could it be? I am a superhuman." Long Tianyu smiled faintly, bracing himself on the bed as he slowly sat up. His arm trembled with pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "It doesn't hurt at all. Really not in pain?" Sheng An tilted her head. Long Tianyu had now sat upright, relinquishing the tension in his body. He still held his head high, gazing at Sheng An with a smile. "Of course, do not underestimate us awakened individuals. Once awakened, we exist on an entirely different level. No matter how formidable your armed forces may be." Sheng An offered him an apple with an innocent smile. "Since it doesn't hurt, why not have an apple?" Long Tianyu. He clenched his teeth tightly, trembling as he reached out to take the apple. The moment it touched his palm, pain surged through him, almost prompting him to strike the bed. Yet he restrained himself, the veins on his forehead bulging. Struggling, he brought the apple to his mouth and bit down hard. Zhang Jiaoyang averted his gaze, a complex expression on his face. "Does it really not hurt? Why are you sweating so much?" He looked as if he were in pain. "It doesn't hurt," Long Tianyu replied with a slight smile, his palm bleeding and staining the bandage red. "It's just warmth. Yes, warmth." Hao Jingye instinctively glanced outside. It was raining today, colder than usual. Long Tianyu diverted attention, smiling at Sheng An. "May I ask your name, beautiful lady?" Qi Lingwu shot him a cold glance. Sheng An crossed her arms, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. "What exactly do you wish to ask?" Long Tianyu paused momentarily. Then, the feigned smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "I want to know, how much does the state actually know? How did you discover us?" The first question, "The state knows a great deal. What you know, we know." Sheng An replied with a half-smirk. "Impossible." Long Tianyu's voice rose. Sheng An shot him a sidelong glance. "There is nothing impossible. You are not unique." The words "not unique" struck a severe blow to someone who considered himself the destined one. Sheng An continued, "We will discuss the first question later. I have queries of my own for you." Long Tianyu immediately pressed, "What about the second question?" He had underestimated the capabilities of the state apparatus. Their power could likely uncover every detail about him. However, the state could not monitor everyone at all times. They must first discover something to investigate him. How had they found him? Long Tianyu was utterly perplexed. In response, Sheng An chuckled lightly. "You may ask him yourself." She gestured towards Zhang Jiaoyang. Initially reluctant to allow them to meet, she relented as Zhang Jiaoyang insisted. After all, Long Tianyu had her presence to keep him in check, and she saw it as a reward for his reporting to the state. Zhang Jiaoyang instinctively puffed out his chest. Since entering the hospital room, he had been curiously observing Long Tianyu. Was this the ghost he had seen that day? Long Tianyu cast his gaze towards him. This seemingly ordinary man evidently lacked awakened abilities, appearing even less remarkable than Sheng An or Qi Lingwu, who exuded an air of complexity. Just an ordinary university student, someone Long Tianyu had never regarded, in either this life or the last. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "How did you discover me?" Zhang Jiaoyang answered honestly, "I saw you." Long Tianyu. His confusion and bewilderment were evident on his face. He had flashed, yet someone had seen him. Zhang Jiaoyang produced his phone, approaching to show him 4 photographs. "Look, I even captured images. I almost thought you were a ghost." Long Tianyu. His eyes widened in disbelief. In that instant, Zhang Jiaoyang swiftly reached out and touched him, catching Long Tianyu off guard. The speed was so rapid that he barely registered it, and the force was considerable, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before Long Tianyu could regain his composure, he turned and dashed towards the door, his excitement palpable. "You go out and wait for us. We will find you shortly." Sheng An nodded in agreement. Zhang Jiaoyang nodded emphatically. He had encountered an extraordinary individual, a being endowed with superpowers. Would this encounter alter him forever? Zhang Jiaoyang's face radiated with exhilaration. Long Tianyu's hand throbbed painfully, having just received a forceful slap, nearly causing him to cry out in anguish. Regaining his senses, he momentarily set aside the pain and raised his voice. "No, it's impossible. How could you see me?" I surveyed the surroundings meticulously. There was no one, absolutely no one. Doubt clouded his mind. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Jiaoyang suddenly turned back and inquired, "What kind of phone do you have?" Long Tianyu was perplexed by the question, but furrowed his brow and replied dismissively, "An apple." Zhang Jiaoyang shook his phone, beaming with a triumphant grin. "I am far ahead." Chapter 53. Sheng An, kill him. Long Tianyu. He could hardly fathom that this was the reason. The entire world around him seemed a blur. Zhang Jiaoyang had already exited. His purpose for coming was merely to catch a glimpse of the ghost and, on a whim, to plead with Sheng An for a position in the Special Affairs Department. It was evident that Sheng An and Long Tianyu had matters to discuss, so he wisely chose to wait outside. Long Tianyu sat dazed on the bed, lost in thought. Sheng An lounged in a chair beside him, exuding an air of languor, while Qi Lingwu stood silently behind her, radiating an imposing presence that weighed heavily on others. Sheng An broke the silence, stealing from a national warehouse. "Long Tianyu, you possess quite the audacity." Long Tianyu snapped back to reality. Scoffing, "You seem to know a great deal, having thoroughly investigated us. I assume you're aware that the apocalypse is imminent. How could you utter such naive words? When the end arrives, all those items will be utterly destroyed. We are merely taking them ahead of time, preserving more resources for the nation." What's wrong with that? Sheng An remained expressionless. "So, because Shurshur will be struck by a meteor, you feel justified in your theft?" Long Tianyu was taken aback. "You know?" Sheng An replied, "I have stated before that we possess extensive knowledge. Experts are calculating where the meteors will strike. In 13 days, they will identify locations safe for human refuge, and we are already relocating supplies underground. What you seek to pilfer are still national resources. They are the sustenance for countless lives in the future. They are not unclaimed items, nor will they be destroyed in the apocalypse. Taking them is theft, and you have no right to justify it." Long Tianyu bit his lip tightly. After a moment, he asked, "What else do you know?" He was probing. Sheng An did not hesitate to respond candidly. "Your abilities, the apocalypse, the cataclysm, the anomalies, and even your past life." Long Tianyu exclaimed. His teeth clenched as he cursed. "Those 2 traitors must have sold me out. They are traitors. I had considered them my future allies, the cornerstone of the Phantom Ability Group, and yet, before the apocalypse even arrived, we have already splintered. Oh no, the entire Phantom Ability Group has been wiped out." Sheng An extended her hand, her expression earnest. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Sheng An, the leader of Group B in the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. I welcome you to join us." Long Tianyu contemplated reaching out. However, he hesitated, sneering, "What if I refuse?" Sheng An narrowed her eyes, her gaze laden with danger. Long Tianyu retorted, "Do not threaten me. The nation, being aware of the impending apocalypse, must recognize the importance of ability users. I am not an ordinary anomaly. I awakened early and possess advanced abilities. He looked at Sheng An, a smug smile on his lips. The nation will not eliminate me. The previous events had made this abundantly clear. The state's attitude towards them was serious, but it was not one of annihilation. Long Tianyu felt emboldened. Sheng An remained silent, her eyes still fixed on him. For some reason, Long Tianyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Yet he shook off the feeling and continued boasting. Do not assume that your weapons make you invincible. In the apocalypse, human strength is the most helpless existence. Ordinary people cannot survive. Only ability users have a chance at life. As a high-level ability user, my potential in the apocalypse is immense. How could you bear to kill me? The more he spoke, the more self-satisfied he became. He even began to shake his legs. However, the pain in his feet made him grimace, and he quickly regained his composure. Sheng An regarded him, slowly retracting her hand. Her voice was calm. So, you are certain you do not wish to join us? Hao Jingye immediately stood up, shrinking back into a corner. This is bad. Sister Sheng is angry. Long Tianyu, oblivious, chuckled. Not quite. I've said before, unless you agree to 3 conditions. A powerful ability user like him could never submit to anyone beneath him. The first condition required the nation to acknowledge him as the leader, to be this woman's superior. He could hardly wait to see her expression once he stated his terms. She always wore a calm demeanor. It was time for a change. Sheng An replied softly, I have also stated that I will not agree. Long Tianyu's smile faded, and he huffed coldly. Then this conversation is over. If you want me to join, you must agree to my 3 conditions. Sheng An interjected, kill him. Her eyes were icy, her voice sharp and devoid of emotion. Qi Lingwu drew his gun without hesitation. Bang! In less than a second, from the moment the gun was drawn to the moment it fired. Inside the room, the sound of clattering echoed, as Long Tianyu abruptly moved, knocking over the 4 drip and other equipment. Long Tianyu, his face was a mask of terror. Had it not been for his countless brushes with death in his past life, he would not have dodged that shot. They truly intended to kill him. Long Tianyu raised his hand to his neck. At that moment, under the threat of death, the pain in his limbs was forgotten. His bandaged hand felt the warm blood gushing from his neck. He had come so close. Had it not been for his combat instincts from his past life, and the danger perception retained in his body, had it not been for his short-range teleportation, he would have undoubtedly met his end just now. Thump, thump, thump. Long Tianyu could hear the frantic beating of his heart, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Before he could steady himself or fully comprehend the scene, a click sounded, and he screamed, I will join. Qi Lingwu had already pressed the gun's muzzle against his forehead. Sheng An stood opposite him, her expression cold, the murderous intent on her face unmistakable. Upon hearing his words, she shot him a frosty glance before turning to leave. With long strides, Sheng An's voice was hoarse and frigid. Hao Jingye, take him for treatment, then register him. As her words fell, she had already exited the ward, followed closely by Qi Lingwu. Long Tianyu remained frozen, unable to regain his senses for quite some time. Hao Jingye blinked, entering work mode. Long Tianyu. Welcome to Group B of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. I am Assistant Hao Jingye. Let us go. I'll take you to treat your wounds. And after you're stabilized, we will formally register you. Long Tianyu stiffly turned his head. Stabilized? He was still in a daze, his heart racing nearly out of his chest, his mind buzzing. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped death twice. He was certain that had he delayed uttering the words, I will join by a second. No, half a second, he would have died. That woman truly intended to kill him. He lowered his head stiffly, discovering that his chest was already soaked in blood, the injury on his neck more severe than he had imagined. Yet at that moment, he felt nothing. Long Tianyu's voice was hoarse. Who exactly is she? Hao Jingye looked at him with admiration, stating, She has told us. Her name is Sheng An, our sister Sheng. The last 4 words were filled with pride. Long Tianyu murmured, Sheng An. A woman like this, he had never encountered in 2 lifetimes. Clutching his blood-soaked neck, drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, yet he smiled. This woman was truly fascinating. He slowly spoke. his eyes alight with interest, a devilish grin forming as he wiped the blood splatter from the corner of his mouth. Don't get any ideas. Our sister Sheng has a partner. Hao Jingye shot him a disdainful glance. Long Tianyu's devilish smile froze on his face, and he gritted his teeth. Who is it? Who dares to steal the woman I have my eye on? Hao Jingye replied with a slight smile. The one who almost killed you. Long Tianyu. Chapter 54. The struggle for affection. Long Tianyu raised his voice. Is that the man who just attacked me? Hao Jingye nodded, adding yes. The one who pinned you to the ground with 6 shots this morning. Our team leader, Qi. Long Tianyu was at a loss for words. Being pinned to the ground. Really, there was no need for emphasis. He wanted to boast about challenging that man to a duel, to express his disbelief that Sheng An could have any interest in him. Yet, when he considered the man's physique, his striking features, his marksmanship, and his commanding presence, he had to admit that even before awakening his abilities, he could not hold a candle to that man. After awakening his powers, he had been bested twice and had narrowly escaped death at the man's hands. Long Tianyu's bravado evaporated. His breathing quickened. Hao Jingye, clutching a folder, continued to smile. Calm down. The more agitated you are, the more blood will flow from your neck. Huh? Long Tianyu released his grip and looked down at his chest. It had been dampened earlier, but now more blood was seeping out, pooling on the ground. Good heavens! Was he really that injured? His vision darkened, and he fainted. Hao Jingye, accustomed to the situation, shouted, "Get a medic." Outside, after Sheng An and Qi Lingwu stepped out, they exchanged knowing smiles. Sheng An's eyes sparkled. Well done, Team Qi, still so coordinated. You didn't actually take his life. When a child misbehaves, a little discipline is in order. Long Tianyu resembled a character straight out of a fantasy tale, arrogant and proud. Yet, he possessed a rare quality. He could still trust his teammates. When it came to dividing resources, he would choose to risk everything for what he believed was a lost cause rather than betray his friends. For this reason, Sheng An was willing to mentor him and had no intention of truly harming him. She exuded a fierce aura, yet Qi Lingwu understood her well. With a calm demeanor, he replied, his voice low and gravelly, "You're merely intending to teach him a lesson. I won't be too harsh." Sheng An raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Oh, not too harsh. Qi Lingwu averted his gaze slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. He has a way with words that isn't pleasant. So, I may have gone a bit too far with that shot. Long Tianyu might suffer for a while. Sheng An tilted her head, deliberately scrutinizing Qi Lingwu's expression. He looked embarrassed and turned away again. She stood on her toes, playfully ruffling his hair as she continued to observe him, laughing heartily, as if mocking his jealousy, while also enjoying the spectacle. Qi Lingwu's ears flushed red. He reached out and gently grasped Sheng An's hand. Both of their hands were roughened by their respective experiences. Sheng An from training, and Qi Lingwu from a life spent handling firearms. Their calluses, which they had grown accustomed to, offered a reassuring sense of familiarity. They had witnessed each other through the process of developing these calluses, having shared that journey together. It had become an integral part of their identities. Their fingers intertwined. Qi Lingwu enveloped Sheng An's hand tightly. Sunlight streamed through the corridor, casting their silhouettes against the wall, one tall, the other shorter, elongated in the glow. Zhang Jiaoyang did not wait long. As Sheng An emerged with Qi Lingwu, both appeared remarkably calm. Were their discussions in the hospital truly fruitful? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, was it smooth sailing? Long Tianyu had seemed rather unruly. He didn't strike one as the obedient type. Sheng An nodded. Yes, it went quite smoothly. I was surprised by his cooperation. Zhang Jiaoyang turned to Sheng An, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sister, please, let me join you. I'll do anything. Sheng An shook her head firmly. That's impossible. Our organization cannot accommodate those without the requisite abilities. It would be a matter of life and death. Zhang Jiaoyang opened his mouth to plead again, but Sheng An interjected. You mentioned wanting to meet the little ghost. I've already introduced you. Brother, isn't it time for you to head back? Zhang Jiaoyang met her serious gaze and instinctively silenced himself, ceasing his persistence, though disappointment was evident on his face. Sheng An continued, if you gain special abilities, you can come find me. At that point, I will allow you to join us. Zhang Jiaoyang exclaimed. Really? Is there a chance I could possess special abilities? Why is that? Could it be because he had encountered the ghost? According to the tropes of novels, having an encounter often meant a likelihood of joining in. Sheng An gently probed. Do you read novels? Zhang Jiaoyang blinked, taken aback, then nodded blankly. Sheng An asked, what novels have you read that feature a significant number of awakened abilities? The term special abilities is rather vague, but superpowered beings. Zhang Jiaoyang's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Sheng An. The news he had expected to hear later was revealed to him prematurely. Suppressing his anxiety, he swallowed hard before finally saying, thank you, I'll head back now. The end of the world was approaching, if that were the case. His immediate desire was to return home, to be with his family and ensure their safety. Zhang Jiaoyang hurriedly departed. Sheng An smiled, yet in the next moment, he dashed back, panting, if I become a superpowered being, can I really join you and fight alongside you in the apocalypse? Sheng An paused, then nodded, of course. Zhang Jiaoyang beamed with satisfaction, waved his hand, and skipped away, full of energy. Once he left, Sheng An chuckled, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Our college student may be a bit odd and his mental state concerning, but he is quite a lovable fellow. Qi Lingwu replied, indeed, quite nice. They proceeded to the cafeteria for dinner. As they stepped inside, they heard Jiang Yu call out, Sister Sheng, Team Qi, come here, sit with us. Sheng glanced around. Aside from Li Wanyun, who was still at sea, and Long Tianyu, who was in treatment, Hao Jingye and the entire B team were present. Jiang Yu, Song Lin Wei, Li Xian, Zhang Kuan, and Ku Jiaxue. The members of Team 0, Wan Yuan and Yu Feng, were also there. With her hands in her pockets, she sauntered over leisurely. You all seem to be in good spirits today. She primarily directed her question at Jiang Yu and Li Xian. The two had been thoroughly worn out by farming and studying, appearing like specters during their previous encounters. But today, they seemed lively. Jiang Yu exclaimed excitedly. B-Team has gained 3 superpowered beings, and we VE surpassed the team. How can we not be thrilled? Plus, Jiaxue and I get along splendidly, like long-lost best friends. Li Xian was eager to learn combat techniques from Yu Ge, who had just demonstrated an impressive skill. Li Xian nodded vigorously, clearly in high spirits thanks to his teammates. Previously, it had just been the two of them, both looking like wilted vegetables, sighing upon meeting. Now, with several newcomers around, the atmosphere was vibrant. Yufeng cleared his throat and raised a hand. Let us keep it low-key. We should not boast in front of Sister Sheng and Team Qi. Jiang Yu puffed out his chest proudly. Of course, Sister Sheng. Sister Sheng is the best in the world. Ku Jiaxue chimed in, offering a cup of water to Sheng and with a sweet smile. Sister Sheng, drink up. I saved this just for you. Sheng raised an eyebrow. She accepted the cup and affectionately ruffled Ku Jiaxue's short hair. Good girl. Jiang Yu exclaimed, what the? This guy is vying for favor. This ISNT friendship. It's rivalry. Chapter 55. Everyone wants to be Sheng Jie's number 1 little sister after being affectionately patted on the head. Ku Jiaxue returned to her seat with a beaming smile. However, she soon noticed Jiang Yu's expressionless demeanor, her gaze piercing through Ku Jiaxue. What are you doing? Ku Jiaxue replied with conviction. I'm trying to win Sheng Jie's favor. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth in frustration, lowering her voice. You better be careful and understand the concept of precedence. Ku Jiaxue cast a fleeting glance at her, her expression momentarily conflicted. Jiang Yu, possessing a spatial ability and resembling the protagonist of novels, had initially intrigued Ku Jiaxue before Sheng An's arrival. Yet, it was clear that Jiang Yu would not permit her to take the title of Sheng An's number 1 little sister. What should she choose? Align with the destined daughter Jiang Yu, or with Sheng An? With a bright smile, Ku Jiaxue offered her chopsticks to Sheng An, her eyes sparkling. Sister Sheng. I cleaned your chopsticks. Of course it was Sheng An. The reincarnated Li Wanyun drifted over the sea. The reborn Long Ge lay in a hospital. And the spatially gifted Zhang Kuan remained obediently under Sheng Jie's command. Even Jiang Yu was busy tending to the fields. This group of individuals indeed resembled the chosen ones. Yet, Sheng An was their leader. Ku Jiaxue was quite perceptive. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu, now seething with rage, quickly picked up some dishes for Sheng and from her own plate, vying for attention. Sister Sheng, Try this, it's fresh seafood today. Ku Jiashue interjected. Let us have some vegetables first. Sister Sheng, you should eat this. Sister Sheng eats meat. Sister Sheng eats eggs. The two continued to frantically shove food onto Sheng An's plate, their chopsticks clashing midair, leading to a fierce stare-off as they tugged at each other as hair ornaments. Others observed in bewilderment. The underage Li Xian, utterly confused by the antics of the two women, turned to Sheng An, lifting his chin defiantly. I want a day off. Those classes only last half a day, and I want to learn martial arts from Brother Yu for the other half. He spoke with unwavering determination. Sheng An responded succinctly. No. Li Xian gritted his teeth. Why not? Don't you know about being well-rounded? If I learn martial arts, I'll definitely become stronger. In truth, he simply wished to avoid classes. Anything was appealing as long as it meant skipping lessons, especially martial arts, which was beloved among youths. Sheng An lowered her head to eat, glancing at him briefly. If you study well according to the curriculum, you will become even more formidable. But I want to learn martial arts. He was averse to subjects like physics and chemistry. He wanted to play, to possess the extraordinary combat skills of Yufeng. Without raising her head, Sheng An replied, you can choose to pay attention in class, finish your studies promptly, and then find Yufeng to learn combat. You're being unreasonable. Li Xian was furious. As a powerful ability user, why should he be subjected to such oppression? He felt deprived of his rights. Fuming with humiliation, Li Xian clenched his teeth and transformed his hand into steel, raising it towards the table, seemingly poised to rebel. Song Linwei was about to interject when Shi Lingwu, seated beside Sheng An, raised his head to look at Li Xian, expressionless, and uttered two words. Shut up. This was his first word to Li Xian. Though it was merely two words, the gaze directed at Li Xian immobilized him, causing him to instinctively hold his breath, struggling to breathe. Images of Long Tianyu pinned to the ground by 6 bullets replayed in his mind. Qi Lingwu's unfathomable eyes exuded an overwhelming pressure. He was an ability user. How could he cower? But Long Tianyu was also an ability user. He was Iron Man. What was there to fear? Yet this individual was exceedingly ruthless, pinning a teleporting ability user to the ground with 6 bullets, a sight that was painful to behold. Li Xian was torn between instinctual fear and the desire to save face. He began to speak. Unbeknownst to him, Sheng An had pulled a gun from somewhere and slammed it on the table with a resounding thud, her head still lowered, her voice cold. Eat. Li Xian. He gradually returned his hand to normal, picked up his chopsticks, and angrily bit into his rice, muttering, I'm an ability user. I'll make time, even if it means sacrificing sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Ku Jiashue, still tugging at each other as hair ornaments, obediently continued eating. Zhang Kun didn't dare lift his head throughout. Sheng An glanced at them, silently approving. Good, the team members are quite obedient. Song Linwei's gaze lingered on the gun that remained on the table. He then feigned ignorance and smiled, inquiring of Sheng An, group leader Sheng. How should we arrange the 3 newcomers? Though he lacked abilities, he was sharp-witted. Hao Jingye was Sheng An's right-hand man, responsible for logistics, managing, and distributing these prodigies. Upon hearing this, everyone at the table, despite eating, perked up their ears. Sheng An replied, Zhang Kun will continue with his previous duties, assisting the transport team in moving supplies. A large quantity of goods needs to be stored in a newly constructed underground warehouse. Zhang Kun nodded helplessly, understood, Sister Sheng. A spatial ability user reduced to a mere laborer. Zhang Kun felt resigned, yet some envied him. Jiang Yu, feeling wronged, protested, Sister Sheng. Why doesn't he have to study? Sheng An smiled slightly, because his space cannot accommodate people or cultivate crops. Jiang Yu opened her mouth. No, the trump card must be kept as the final line of defense. She swallowed her words and angrily continued to eat. Sheng An shot her a glance before returning to her arrangements. Jiashu, I've arranged for you to have 2 teachers. The water ability user can currently only provide drinking water. However, once your abilities grow to fully manipulate water, the possibilities will be endless. These 2 teachers will not only help you understand water, but also assist in developing the multifaceted applications of your water abilities. Li Xian protested. Why does she only get 2 teachers? Sheng An smiled slightly, because she has fewer classes. Li Xian, Just as he was about to question again, he suddenly felt the bloodline suppression from his uncle and promptly fell silent. How infuriating! Song Linwei inquired further, what about Long Tianyu? Sheng An paused briefly before smirking. That guy is seriously injured and needs to recuperate, so let us not worry about him for now. Moreover, the reincarnated teleporting ability user is different from Li Xin. Long Tianyu is already adept at combat, possessing substantial experience in life-and-death battles. Training isn't immediately critical. The others were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Long Tianyu's injury severe? Wait, hadn't Sister Sheng and Captain Qi just visited him? The group stiffened, becoming increasingly obedient. That evening, a somewhat recovered Long Tianyu returned to the dormitory. One must admit, ability users are indeed formidable. With such severe injuries that would require a normal person to rest for many days, he returned, already clad in white bandages. Of course, Long Tianyu had a purpose in mind. He sought out Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan, coincidentally encountering Jiang Yu as she returned, all standing outside a certain room. Long Tianyu had yet to formally move in and was unaware of whose room this was. He leaned against the corridor wall, breathing heavily, clearly still in considerable pain. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan greeted awkwardly, Long Ge. Long Tianyu's expression was unreadable. He wanted to scold these two traitors. However, recalling his purpose, he suppressed his irritation and simply said, "Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 56. Even the Grey Wolf is not as stubborn as you. The two stood quietly at the edge. Subsequently, Long Tianyu turned to Jiang Yu, raising an eyebrow. "So you were a reincarnator, just like me?" As an official team member, Hao Jingye had synchronized all the information with him. Jiang Yu nodded silently and lowered her voice. "Yes, I was reborn a year after the apocalypse." Long Tianyu's voice was not quiet. "I was reborn 2 years later." Jiang Yu gazed at him with reverence in her eyes. Surviving an extra year in the apocalypse signified his exceptional prowess compared to her. However, was it truly wise to speak so loudly? Jiang Yu extended her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Long Tianyu likewise reached out, politely shaking her hand. "Did you know me in my past life?" Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly. "No, I was at the bottom tier in my previous life, not very familiar with the ability users." She had only encountered the ability users known by Yu Litian and Chun Jiao. Other experts were nearly all unknown to her. Back then, she was solely focused on survival, with little time to pay attention to such matters. Yet, she admired a powerhouse like Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu paused, then withdrew his hand, continuing to ask, "You possess spatial abilities. Why was I unaware of you in my previous life? Weren't you at the temporary base in the capital?" Jiang Yu was taken aback, about to explain. However, Long Tianyu continued, "Spatial ability users are rare, and there are only a few at the temporary base, like the later Li Wanyun, Zhang Kuan, and Chun Jiao, and..." He paused, sighing. "It's a pity I only found Zhang Kuan. I have no idea where Li Wanyun and Chun Jiao went. Li Wanyun is powerful, and Chun Jiao has a good temperament. Both are remarkable." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Jiang Yu's expression turning unfriendly, the smile that had been on her lips fading, and her gaze becoming fierce. Long Tianyu was perplexed. "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Yu took a deep breath and smiled slightly. "Friend, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you have feelings for Chun Jiao? That makes you her enemy." Nearby, Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan were equally curious. Seeing this, Long Tianyu hastily returned to the main topic. He tugged at the white bandage on his hand, gritting his teeth. "I want to form an alliance with you." "An alliance for what?" Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled. Long Tianyu inhaled deeply, slowly declaring, "To rebel and fight for our rights as special ability users." His words resonated powerfully, reminiscent of a warrior filled with ambition. The three were left speechless, frozen in place. After a moment, Jiang Yu suddenly laughed, her previously subdued voice now free. Blinking playfully, "Brother Long, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you speak up?" Long Tianyu paused, then raised his voice slightly to repeat. "I said, we should form an alliance to rebel and fight for our rights as special ability users." Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled. And then, Ku Jiaxue cleared her throat, softly interrupting, "Brother Long, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The Special Affairs Office is a national organization. Shouldn't we cling to the state and follow Sister Sheng? Isn't that quite good? Long Tianyu, infuriated, slammed his fist against the door beside him. His face a mask of rage. What is good about it? How has she treated us? Hu Jiashua stared at his hand, gasping in shock. Zhang Kuan quickly added, it treats us quite well. He scratched his head. We have good food and living conditions. We no longer have to eat steam buns without vegetables. Tonight, I had seafood, a gigantic lobster. It was delicious. Brother Long, you should try it tomorrow. He gestured the size of a lobster. Long Tianyu. He swallowed hard, then scolded. How pathetic. Is a little food enough to bribe you? You are special ability users. Hu Jiashua timidly raised her hand. Brother Long. It's not just about the food. After dinner, Assistant Hao arranged work for us and even provided a logistics phone number, allowing us to request anything we wanted. Moreover, if we see something we want online and send it to logistics, it can be delivered the same day, faster than certain online retailers. What is wrong with that? A poor person with no vision. My goodness, it's simply wonderful. Long Tianyu, infuriated, pounded the door again, gritting his teeth. Even so, what of it? The apocalypse is approaching. The days when we can eat and buy whatever we want will soon be over. Just a few days left. Is it worth it? But Zhang Kuan cautiously spoke up. Isn't it better to follow the state than to go solo? The state is preparing. This life will surely be different from the last. Long Tianyu paused, then continued. It's not about not following the state, but rather not wanting to be ordered around by Sheng An, nor threatened by that man with a gun. We must fight for our status and rights. At this, the three gasped in surprise. Jiang Yu suppressed a smile, raising her voice innocently. Brother Long, do you mean you don't want to follow Sister Sheng, nor be controlled by her? Of course. Long Tianyu snorted coldly. Do we not have that qualification? Hu Jiashua, somewhat anxious, urged. Brother Long, please don't say that. Long Tianyu shot her a glare, irritated. Hu Jiashua, have you forgotten our phantom ability user team? We can join the state, but we must have status. I have already decided. I will establish the phantom ability user team. It could be under the state's name and help the country complete certain tasks. But Zhang Kuan interrupted. Brother Long, the phantom ability user team has already disbanded. Let us just follow Sister Sheng. Zhang Kuan. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth. When did the phantom ability user team disband? Do you not recognize me as your leader? Zhang Kuan quickly revised. Tianyu, Sister Sheng, is the leader now. He shrank back. I recognize Sister Sheng. He even thought to say, if you seek death, don't involve us. After being suppressed time and again, how can he still be so audacious? Are you the Grey Wolf? Zhang Kuan silently rolled his eyes. Long Tianyu glared at him fiercely. Hu Jiashua tugged at her clothes, murmuring softly, but you really aren't as formidable as Sister Sheng. You were defeated by her, and the Ghost King was reduced to a minor figure. Naturally, we'll follow Sister Sheng. Zhang Kuan added. Moreover, following you means steam buns without vegetables, while following Sister Sheng means seafood feasts. Such a stark contrast. They were not foolish. Why not follow the right person? Minor figure. Hearing this term, Long Tianyu clenched his fist until it bled. His teeth ground together, and after a moment he spat out two words. Traitor. Hu Jiashua. This is called a reconciliation. Recognizing one's mistakes in time, keeping pace with the state, and affirming the correct stance. Her serious expression was almost as if she were swearing an oath. Long Tianyu, uninterested in further engaging with these traitors, turned to Jiang Yu, inhaling deeply, and slowly asked, What about you? I heard you had a tough time here. Are you willing to ally with me? Join my Phantom Ability user team. Currently, the Phantom Ability user team had only him, but he did not believe he would always be alone. Jiang Yu blinked, her face lighting up with interest. Long Tianyu's eyes sparked with hope, eagerly gazing at her. Are you willing? Jiang Yu smiled. I am not. Long Tianyu. He was caught off guard, furious, and slammed his fist against the door. Then, the tightly shut door swung open. Chapter 57. Team Chi entered Sister Sheng's room. The dormitory was of exquisite quality. The door, when opened, was meant to make not a sound. However, the individual who flung the door open was in a foul mood, and the sudden motion conjured a gust of wind that sent chills down Long Tianyu's spine. At that moment, Jiang Yu, Ke Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan instinctively recoiled. After all, this was Sister Sheng's domain. Moreover, Ke Jiaxue had witnessed Team Qi enter as well. Sheng An's voice was hoarse. Are you planning a rebellion? Long Tianyu froze. And then his pupils dilated in shock as he stiffly turned his head. What the hell? Was this Sheng An's room? However, what he saw was not Sheng An but the grim-faced Qi Lingwu. Clad in pajamas, the fabric loosely fastened, his muscular arm gripping the door. His atoms apple-bobbing, exuding an aura of raw masculinity. Yet, Long Tianyu had no time to appreciate this. He was under the intense scrutiny of Qi Lingwu's murderous gaze. The identity of a room was no longer significant. What mattered was that he was likely doomed. A sinking feeling gripped Long Tianyu. The moment he laid eyes on Team Qi, he realized the situation was far worse than when he had seen Sheng An. Almost instinctively, he swallowed hard and stammered. I was just joking. Yet, no one was inclined to listen to his explanation. Sheng An calmly instructed, take him back to his room to sleep. Before Long Tianyu could react, Qi Lingwu reached out and dragged him away. Already injured, he stumbled and fell to the ground under Qi Lingwu's forceful grip, who continued to pull him along like a lifeless dog, leaving behind a long silhouette. Sheng An leaned against the door with arms crossed, glancing at the others with a slight smile. Aren't you all going to sleep? Her tone was mild, yet it sent shivers down their spines. Zhang Yu replied, we'll sleep soon. She added fuel to the fire. Sister Sheng, that Long Tianyu is utterly out of control. Deal with him. He deserves it for saying Chun Jiaojiao has a good temper. With that, she turned and fled. Ke Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan quickly followed suit, retreating into their rooms. As for their brother Long, they mourned silently for him. After all, they had hinted at this repeatedly, yet he still chose to provoke. That night, the Special Operations Dormitory echoed with blood-curdling screams, yet no one ventured out to investigate, as if they had grown accustomed to it. Doomsday Countdown, 12 days. Long Tianyu emerged from the hospital before dawn, dragging his injured body, bruised and limping. He refused to accept defeat. If he had been bested by a more powerful ability user, he might have conceded. But who was Qi Lingwu? Not only was he a rival, but merely an ordinary person. How could a mere mortal subdue him to the point of complete helplessness? Gritting his teeth, Long Tianyu thought it was just because Qi Lingwu had a gun and he was too gravely injured to evade effectively. He could not allow himself to concede so easily. He needed to fight back. Zhang Yu and Ke Jiaxue were unreliable, but there was still another metal ability user, Li Xian, whom he had known in his previous life. Long Tianyu was confident he could persuade him, so he disregarded his injuries and set out early in search of Li Xian. Meanwhile, Li Xian, unusually, rose earlier than scheduled. Eager to carve out time for combat training, he skipped breakfast, hastily grabbing a bite before rushing out. He was excited to find Yufeng. On the training ground, he shouted exuberantly, Yuga, I'm here. I want to learn combat from you. An hour later, Li Xian limped away from the training ground, sporting a bruised face. Looking somewhat dazed, how could learning combat involve getting beaten? Li Xian did not understand. He posed his question to Yufeng, who explained, Team Qi said that as how we learn. First we take a beating, then we learn to dodge, then we counterattack, and finally, Li Xian interjected, finally victory? Yufeng rolled his eyes. What a joke. Winning against Team Qi is a dream. The goal is to endure less punishment. Li Xian was left speechless. This was not how he envisioned learning combat. Wasn't it supposed to be about acquiring skills and becoming a top-tier expert? No one had warned him that the process would be so painful. He touched his face, grimacing. Suddenly, he questioned his decision to carve out time for combat training. Was it not merely subjecting himself to more suffering? As he pondered, a voice called out, Li Xian? Li Xian turned to see a similarly bruised face, hesitating momentarily before tentatively asking, Long Tianyu? The two nearly failed to recognize each other. In unison, they exclaimed, How did you end up like this? Long Tianyu touched his nose, forcing a smile. Just a little accident. It's nothing. How about you? Li Xian offered a similar forced smile. Same here. Just a small issue. He quickly shifted the topic. Did you need something? Long Tianyu seized the moment to steer the conversation. Yes, I wanted to meet you. You might not remember me, but I know you. We were acquainted in our previous life. Li Xian was taken aback. Then excitement surged within him as he stepped forward to inquire, "You really knew me? What was I like in the past? Was I also a metal ability user? When the world has reincarnators, who wouldn't he be curious about their past selves?" It was akin to peering into the future. Long Tianyu replied, "Yes. You awakened your abilities at the onset of the apocalypse, and later, you became one of the most formidable metal ability users, known as Invincible Iron Man." Li Xian gasped in astonishment. He truly became Iron Man. Ecstasy washed over Li Xian. Long Tianyu smiled, seemingly lost in memories. "In our previous life, we were both strong, had several encounters, and even collaborated on missions. We had a good relationship. You were quite renowned during the apocalypse, free-spirited and respected by many." Li Xian's lips curved into a broad smile, his eyes brimming with excitement. Even the aches from his recent beating seemed to dissipate, leaving him invigorated. Indeed, he was invincible in his past life. The future Long Tianyu painted matched Li Xian's imagined life during the apocalypse, envisioning himself being revered and respected, prompting him to laugh heartily. However, Long Tianyu's tone shifted. "But in your previous life, you didn't align with the government. You were a free spirit, a notorious lone wolf. What prompted you to join the National Department this time?" He blinked, scrutinizing him with curiosity. "Did they offer you immense benefits to join? By the way, what have you been up to lately?" Li Xian's smile vanished in an instant. His expression soured as he cursed. "What immense benefits? It's a debt. Because of the debt, I'm forced to study every day, with no freedom at all. I can't even skip half a day of classes. Sheng An is nothing but a female villain." A subtle smirk crept across Long Tianyu's lips. It worked. In truth, he had spun a tale. In the past, Li Xian was indeed a strong metal ability user. But he was a solitary figure who faced numerous hardships due to his brash and immature nature, rendering him quite unlikable. Few strong individuals were willing to engage with him. They had completed missions together, yet their personalities clashed, resulting in a strained relationship where they were at odds with each other. Moreover, it appears that Li Xian met his demise even earlier, just days before his own death in the previous life. He heard that Li Xian had engaged in a fierce battle with a mutant abilities wielder, resulting in their mutual destruction. Naturally, Long Tianyu would never disclose such information. Adolescents endowed with extraordinary powers often detest being controlled, and with Sheng An exercising authority over him, how could he possibly remain indifferent? Long Tianyu gazed at Li Xian with eager anticipation. Chapter 58. The proactive reporting of superhumans. As Long Tianyu was about to speak, Li Xian suddenly exclaimed, "It's all your fault. What does rebirth even mean? If you hadn't been reborn, the country wouldn't have discovered us, nor would they have assigned that female antagonist, Sheng An, to keep us in check. It's all because of you reincarnators that I nearly couldn't even become Iron Man, and now I'm constantly being bossed around." Long Tianyu thought to himself. Repeating his life, this fellow remains as unlikable as ever, making one want to strike him. He took a deep breath and composed himself. With a smile, he addressed Li Xian. "Actually, there's a way. As long as we unite as superhumans, Sheng will have no power over us." Li Xian looked at him, somewhat hesitant, but his expression clearly showed interest. Seizing the moment, Long Tianyu stepped closer, enticingly proposing, "I happen to have a plan. Join me, and we can form a team of superhumans to advocate for our rights and gain our freedom. At the very least, we can free ourselves from Sheng An's rule. What do you think?" "Yes." Li Xian readily agreed. "That's fantastic. I've been dissatisfied with her for a long time and don't wish to be controlled by her. Long Go, what shall we do?" Unexpectedly, the response was so smooth. Long Tianyu's smile grew brighter, though it tugged at the wounds on his face, revealing his teeth in a grimace. "We can start by," before he could finish, an elderly man shouted from a distance, "Li Xian, are you attending class or not? Have you gotten too bold to skip your grandmother's class? Do you want to be punished?" Li Xian nearly jumped in shock. He raised his voice, "Oh no, Longa, I forgot this morning was my grandmother's class. I'm doomed." He turned to leave, urgently calling out, "Wait for me, Longa. After I finish class, probably around 10 tonight, we can discuss our rebellion." 10 tonight? Long Tianyu was taken aback and quickly grasped his arm. "We're about to protest and rebel, and you want to wait until 10? What class?" Li Xian hesitated for a moment. Just then, an elderly lady appeared. She exuded an elegant demeanor, wearing reading glasses, and smiled slightly. So foolish and disobedient, old man. Is this dim-witted child truly my grandson, planning a rebellion with others? If that were possible, this dragon wouldn't be so battered now. Moreover, it was evident that this fellow was merely trying to deceive the miners. Only Liexan, the fool, would believe him. Their family is filled with intelligent individuals. How did Liexan end up with such a genetic mutation? Is it true that being brawny yet simple-minded is the only qualification for a superhuman? Father Song hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to consult Lin Lin and Li Huai. Witnessing his grandparents doubt his lineage, Liexan exploded grandma. At that moment, Li Huai and Song Lin Lin rushed over. Song Lin Lin wore a stern expression, while Li Huai said nothing and charged forward with a broom. Dad, don't hit me. I made a mistake. I didn't mean to skip class. It was Longa who delayed me. I'm in class right now. I was wrong. Dad, be gentle. Don't break the broom. You've already broken more than 10 in the past few days. Long Tianyu watched as Liexan was being beaten, jumping around, and fell into silence. No one informed him that Iron Man had parents and grandparents. Currently, it seemed that this ally was also a lost cause. Did he have any other options? Suddenly, Long Tianyu felt a sting from his wounds. He sighed and turned, limping toward the camp hospital. Perhaps it would be wise to seek medical attention. Long Tianyu was eager to find someone to join him in rebellion and fight for the rights of superhumans. Should they intervene? Hao Jingye inquired. Sheng An, calmly twirling a pen between her fingers, responded, "Ignore him. He won't cause any significant commotion." Jiang Yu and the others had already firmly chosen the nation. Liexan was eager to rebel, but his entire family of clever individuals was in the camp, making it impossible to create a significant uproar. Song Linwei frowned. He's truly stubborn, unwilling to settle down. Should we consider a more conciliatory approach? Sheng An shook her head, addressing the core issue. Being lenient with him is futile. 2 years of survival in the apocalypse have forged his own logic for existence. The more concessions we make, the more reckless he will become. Pausing for a moment, Sheng An added, "Of course, I find him quite displeasing and would like to give him a good beating." Song Linwei, could he say that he suspected the latter was the primary reason? Long Tianyu resembled a crooked tree, and Sheng An's current goal was to subdue him and then prune the chaotic branches according to the best strategy. Song Linwei couldn't help but sigh. What a hassle. Gathering these individuals one by one is no simple task. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with resignation. There is no other way unless we can directly control superhumans like Xiaoyu. Otherwise, it will be difficult to make them fully compliant. The Special Affairs Department is the core of the Apocalypse's superhuman organization. It requires the most primal cohesion to influence future recruits. Awakening superhumans before the apocalypse was exceedingly rare, and those who did were incredibly powerful, capable of overpowering those who awaken later. Even if they couldn't maintain dominance indefinitely, the advantage they brought at the onset of the apocalypse was immensely beneficial to the nation. They can suppress those who awaken subsequently. Once the apocalypse began, many superhumans would awaken in succession. At that point, it would be impossible to subdue them one by one. The best order must be established at the beginning. Superhumans must sincerely belong to the nation and fight alongside the Special Affairs Department. Thus, regardless of the upheaval that may arise during the apocalypse, or how many unforeseen events occur, they will stand united. Therefore, to maintain optimal order from the outset, different attitudes must be adopted when dealing with different individuals. Hao Jingye murmured, "Even if we were to adopt Xiaoyu's approach, it may not be without its drawbacks. Due to the nature of their powers and their personalities, Sheng An and Xiaoyu were on entirely different paths. Who is truly better remains unknown." Upon hearing this, Song Linwei rubbed his temples. Isn't there a superhuman who is slightly more manageable? At the very least, someone willing to actively cooperate with the nation? Hao Jingye replied, "Regrettably, there are currently no heretical individuals proactively reporting to the nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be gathered here, meticulously sifting through information." Sheng An suddenly asked, "Will Li Wanyan arrive?" Hao Jingye became serious. "Tonight at 8. Sheng An glanced at the time and nodded. "That is still early. After dinner, we'll go pick her up." Song Linwei paused. Pick her up. Is it truly to simply pick her up? The one being picked may very well be terrified. As they conversed, all three of their phones suddenly lit up. Sheng An casually glanced at her phone, her expression instantly turning serious. There was a superhuman who had proactively reported and was awaiting pickup at the Public Security Bureau in Beijing. The Special Affairs Department would handle the retrieval. Relevant information followed. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei were equally stunned. A proactive report. Just moments ago, they had stated there were no proactive superhumans, and now one had emerged. Sheng An leaped to her feet, hurriedly putting on her coat as she moved towards the exit. Sheng Jia, why are you in such a rush? Song Linwei quickly stood up. In unison, Sheng An and Hao Jingye declared, we're going to snatch them. Chapter 59. Sheng An, you cannot always when the astute Song Linwei quickly grasped the situation. This extraordinary individual was indeed a rare breed of intelligence, willingly reporting to the state and exhibiting a cooperative spirit, distinctly different from the usual characters they had encountered. Most importantly, an ice-type ability user, another formidable force. This news was not exclusively sent to Sheng An. Qiuyu would also be informed, and they would undoubtedly vie for the opportunity. As he watched Sheng An and Hao Jingye depart, Song Linwei resumed his duties, managing the arrangements for Group B and overseeing the daily schedules for several individuals, including the miscellaneous tasks that Sheng Jia had passed on to him. Rubbing his temples, he reflected on why Sheng An had been so eager to recruit him. He had previously speculated whether it was related to her nephew, but now his thoughts had shifted entirely. Sheng An had indeed spoken the truth. Group B of the Special Affairs Department genuinely needed him. Sheng Jia was not one to concern herself with trivial matters. Previously, she had delegated everything to Hao Jingye. But now that he had arrived, Hao Jingye had directly handed over logistics and tasks related to screening aberrant information. It was a whirlwind of activity, leaving him no moment of respite. Hey, Wan Yuan, it's me, Song Linwei. Where are you? At the Public Security Bureau in the capital, the director awaited at the entrance. When Sheng An arrived, Qiuyu was already there with Gu Cheng, seemingly having been present for a while. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Team Leader Qiu. Qiuyu replied with a cold smile. Team Leader Sheng. Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng greeted one another, maintaining a facade of politeness. As long as their temperamental ability users were absent, the two groups appeared quite harmonious. Sheng An turned to Director Xiao, getting straight to the point. Director Xiao, where is the person? Can you take us to meet them? Right this way, please, Director Xiao replied hastily. Sheng An and Qiuyu followed Director Xiao, with Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng trailing behind. Qiuyu's tone was indifferent. I haven't congratulated Team Leader Sheng on acquiring 3 new team members. Impressive work, Team Leader Sheng. Her tone was calm, making it difficult to discern whether it was praise or sarcasm. Casting a glance at Sheng An, Qiuyu felt a mix of emotions. She had always known Sheng An to be astute, sharp, and quick to find critical points. When she had suddenly inquired about ghost encounters last time, she had realized that Sheng An had uncovered something. Yet, she had never anticipated this would unfold so swiftly. In just a few days, from detecting the anomaly to identifying the target and executing the apprehension, everything had proceeded seamlessly, leaving no room for interference. Once again, she had been outmaneuvered by Sheng An. Qiuyu pressed her lips together. Sheng An chuckled lightly. It's merely a coincidence. I happened to stumble upon relevant information and pinpointed the individual. As she locked on a long Tianyu, Qiuyu promptly received the news and decisively withdrew, refraining from any interference or sabotage. Though Qiuyu wished to win, she was also capable of accepting defeat. Quite commendable. Qiuyu scoffed. Sheng An, you cannot always win. Sheng An tilted her head, innocently blinking. Then, Team Leader Qiu, why not let me have Xiang Han's Huang? I'll concede immediately. Qiuyu's expression shifted multiple times before she finally huffed in frustration and quickened her pace. On their way, they received the complete dossier on today's ability user. Xiang Han's Huang, a lawyer, possessed an ice-type ability that had just awakened last night, and she had voluntarily reported to the state today, awaiting contact with relevant personnel. As director, Xiao ushered the 4 into the meeting room. They found Xiang Han's Huang seated quietly inside. The deputy director stood, nodding in their direction. Upon entering the conference room, Sheng An observed Xiang Han's Wang. With shoulder-length black hair partially tucked behind her ear, adorned with pearl earrings, and a simple luxury necklace gracing her neck. She wore a silk blouse paired with a chic skirt, a young woman of considerable poise. Upon their entrance, she extended her hand. Qiuyu shook her hand. "Hello, I'm Qiuyu." Sheng An smiled and followed suit, giving a gentle handshake. "Hello, I'm Sheng An." They took their seats, with Sheng An and Qiuyu sitting together, while Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng occupied the flanks, and Xiang Han's Wang sat opposite them, with Director Xiao positioned to the side. Director Xiao expressed gratitude. "We extend our sincere appreciation to Comrade Xiang Han's Wang for your support of the state by reporting this extraordinary situation." Xiang Han's Wang replied candidly, "If I had suddenly gained superpowers during my school years, I would have been exceedingly excited. Of course, I'm pleased now as well. However, I do not believe I can independently utilize superpowers in modern society. In fact, it may bring about more trouble. Therefore, the most expedient and prudent course of action is to seek the state's assistance. Regardless of whether my situation is unique, I trust the state will provide me with the most satisfactory answer." Hao Jingye couldn't help but nod in agreement. She was indeed a clever individual. Xiang Han's Wang continued, "And judging by your reactions, I gather that I am not particularly special." Despite the gravity of the situation, she remained composed. Sheng An regarded her with approval. Qiuyu, too, felt satisfied and managed to muster a rare smile. "Indeed, you are not unique. I believe we should first brief you on the current circumstances." "Please proceed," Xiang Han's Wang replied. Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng expeditiously conveyed all pertinent information to her, covering topics such as the apocalypse, rebirth, ability users, the state's preparations, the Special Affairs Department for the apocalypse, and even the two groups, A and B. Even someone as composed as Xiang Han's Wang could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, momentarily stunned by the overwhelming information. The world was on the brink of apocalypse. Her heart raced in disbelief. Prior to her arrival, she had entertained numerous speculations, but none had prepared her for this shocking revelation. She was not alone. There were other ability users and individuals who had experienced rebirth. Most critically, calamity was imminent, and the world was on the verge of destruction. Xiang Hanchuang's expression paled momentarily before she abruptly regained her composure. Fortunately, she had awakened her powers. As long as she possessed abilities, she could survive the apocalypse and avoid becoming a mere insect, cast into the depths of despair. She grasped her glass and took a hearty sip. Sheng An spoke slowly. "It is indeed difficult to accept, but it is the truth we must confront together. Miss Yang, do you still wish to join us?" Without hesitation, Xiang Han's Wang responded, "Of course." Setting her glass down, she clenched her hands tightly, striving to maintain her composure, her voice hoarse. "Given that we face an impending cataclysm, would it not be tantamount to courting death to not align with the state and unite all possible forces? How could one survive alone in an apocalypse? Even if one were strong enough to endure, what would be the meaning of surviving alone when everyone else has perished? The greater the disaster, the more one must rely on a stronger force. The state is the best option." Sheng An couldn't help but nod. After encountering numerous headstrong individuals claiming to be fated, it was truly refreshing to meet a calm and intelligent person. Qiuyu regarded her intently, enunciating each word. Then, "Ms. Xiang, do you wish to join Group A or Group B?" This was the pivotal question. Xiang Han's Wang paused slightly. She glanced at Sheng An and then at Qiuyu. Hao Jingye felt a surge of tension, while Gu Cheng watched her intently. Leaning back in her chair, Sheng An maintained a gentle smile. "No worries, we respect your choice." Chapter 60. Drawing a heart on the target, Xiang Han's Wang hesitated, her face revealing uncertainty as she tentatively spoke. "May I ask a few questions?" Qiuyu nodded, "Of course." Sheng An naturally would not object. "Go ahead." Xiang Han's Wang exhaled deeply, her brow furrowed. "Are all those with abilities labeled as heretics? Is this the nation's stance towards us?" Indeed, a lawyer, sharp and detail-oriented, she was adept at probing. Although she outwardly referenced the term heretic, she was, in fact, inquiring about the status of those with abilities and her own future standing. Sheng An and Qiuyu were both astute, instantly comprehending her intent. Qiuyu frowned slightly before speaking slowly. One cannot simply use a single term to determine the nation's attitude towards you. The term heretic inherently bears no malice. Moreover, it originated as a designation for the first discovered individual with abilities and has continued since. Just by observing our demeanor, you should realize that the state holds expectations for all heretics. It is one of goodwill and welcome. The Special Affairs Department possesses the highest authority. Should you join us, you will naturally share the same privileges. Ms. Xiang, upon joining Group A, you will be my deputy. This was a promise made by Qiuyu. Once Xiang Hanzhuang entered Group A, she would indeed hold significant authority. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hanzhuang nodded, though her brow remained tense. Suddenly, Sheng An interjected, I have already reported this matter. The state will officially change the designation, but it will take some time. She wore a smile, calm and composed. I hope you will trust us and the state, for the state refers to a whole. You are the hope for the future, and the nation harbors no ill will towards you. As she gazed at Xiang Hanzhuang, her serene eyes seemed to pierce the soul with sincerity. Relaxed in her chair, no one doubted her seriousness. Xiang Hanzhuang returned her gaze, visibly moved. Yes, the state is a collective. If her existence is beneficial and advantageous to the nation, then the state would spare no effort to protect her, certainly never to harm her. Her brow finally unfurled, all lingering doubts completely dispelled. Yet, Qiuyu was taken aback. She abruptly turned to Sheng An, her brow furrowing. When did you report this? Sheng An replied nonchalantly, 8 days ago. 8 days ago, the day after Sheng An received her appointment to seek out the first heretic. Had she already reported to the state, requesting a change in title, immediately after encountering the first heretic? Qiuyu's grip tightened. Xiang Hanzhuang scrutinized Sheng An with newfound admiration in her eyes. Sheng An remained composed, smiling as she asked, Ms. Xiang, do you have any other questions? Just one last question. Xiang Hanzhuang softly inquired. Will Team Leader Qiu use her abilities on her subordinates? If memory serves, Team Leader Qiu already possesses the puppet ability, and it is quite formidable. Does the power awaken before the apocalypse surpass that of those who awaken post-apocalypse? Qiuyu nodded. Yes, according to the existing information. The abilities currently awakened are equivalent to the strength of high-level abilities post-apocalypse. The reason remains unknown. Pausing, her voice turned cold. I cannot deny that should they prove non-compliant, I will use my abilities on my subordinates. Ms. Xiang is a clever individual. I prefer dealing with intelligent people. Thus, there is no need for me to employ my abilities. As Xiang Hanzhuang posed her final question, Sheng An smiled gently. At that moment, Qiuyu concluded her response. Everyone turned to Sheng An, awaiting her invitation to Xiang Hanzhuang. However, Sheng An said nothing, merely gazing calmly at the person seated across from her. Xiang Hanzhuang tucked a stray hair behind her ear, offering Sheng An a gentle smile. I hold great admiration for Team Leader Sheng. You are far more astute than I, and it is evident that you possess remarkable capability. Qiuyu's expression darkened. Was she opting for Sheng An? Director Xiao shared the same sentiment. Throughout the trio's dialogue, Xiang Hanzhuang's concerns regarding the status of heretics had already been addressed by Sheng An the day after meeting Jiangyu. This was her stance. Meanwhile, Qiuyu, in a domineering fashion, would only state, behave, and I will not use my abilities. In other words, should her subordinates become disobedient, she would not hesitate to employ her powers. The disparity was evident. Yet, Sheng An smiled and replied, You flatter me. Rising slowly, she straightened her attire and extended her hand. Though you choose Group A, you are still welcome to join the Special Affairs Department, and I congratulate Team Leader Qiu. Xiang Hanzhuang extended her hand, shaking it with Sheng An once more, her eyes reflecting a sense of regret. Sheng An simply smiled, then turned to leave. How could Jingye, momentarily stunned, quickly grabbed his belongings and followed. Inside the conference room, Xiang Hanzhuang sat across from Qiuyu, offering her a slight smile. Team Leader Qiu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Qiuyu's expression was complex. After a pause, she narrowed her eyes slightly. May I inquire why? Outside the Public Security Bureau, Hao Jingye hurriedly caught up, bewildered. Sister Sheng, why did she choose Qiuyu? It is evident she admires you more, and honestly, I cannot see where you fell short compared to Qiuyu. Sheng An scoffed lightly. I'm not inferior to Qiu. But Xiang Hanzhuang does not evaluate us based on our performances. She does not concern herself with the conditions we offer. Huh? How Jingye was perplexed. Sheng An continued, I'm not an ability user. That is simply the crux of it. Her tone remained as calm as ever. Qiu is formidable, and her abilities are powerful, which is why Xiang Hanzhuang chose her. Presumably, she believes that following Qiu yields a higher survival probability than aligning with Sheng An. Sheng An smiled as she walked towards the car. Hao Jingye, with a complicated expression, gritted his teeth and muttered, she has truly made the wrong choice. She will surely regret it. He then quickened his pace to catch up. Sister Sheng, wait for me. Back in the conference room, Qiu lowered her gaze. Is it merely because she currently lacks abilities that you chose me? You underestimate her. Xiang Hanzhuang smiled. I'm a lawyer often. I do not consider emotions or thoughts. I rely on evidence. The evidence suggests that those with abilities prior to the apocalypse are superior to those who awakened afterward. The evidence also indicates that the team leader Qiu, possessing the puppet ability, is stronger than team leader Sheng. Is she not? Qiu remained silent, fixing her gaze on Xiang Hanzhuang. After a moment, she smirked. Indeed, I'm stronger than her. Returning to the training grounds, Sheng An headed straight for the training area. At that moment, there were few people present. Xin was undergoing an abilities test so that the expert team could plan his course for the following day, while Jiangyu circled the training field with a watering truck, practicing watering techniques. In the center of the vast training ground, Qi Lingwu was setting up a target to practice shooting. Bang! Each shot hit the bullseye perfectly. As Sheng An stepped into the training ground, Xin rushed over, exclaiming, Sheng An, what is going on? That guy Lu Mingwei just came to gloat, saying you couldn't outshine Qiu, and that ice ability user has joined Group A? Xin was astonished. Given Sheng An's prowess, how could she fail to recruit an ability user? Qiu clearly did not seem like a good person, more like a deceptive figure. How could she not have outperformed her? Did she perhaps offend the ice ability user with her sharp tongue? Xin was bewildered. Sheng An shot him a glance, her expression impassive. What? Training is finished? Then add some more. Sheng An. Xin gritted his teeth. Hao Jingye shot him a glare. Xin continued to grumble. I just wanted to ask, did you not see the smug faces of those in Group A? It infuriates me. Sheng An ignored him and swiftly approached Qi Lingwu. As she neared, Qi Lingwu set down his equipment and turned to face her. Sheng An remained silent, extending her hand. Qi Lingwu handed her the firearm, and Sheng An, her expression impassive, grasped the weapon and discharged several rounds towards the distant target. Bang, bang, bang. As a sharpshooter, Qi Lingwu was accustomed to shooting at great distances, yet Sheng An, firing multiple shots in succession, found some bullets straying from the bullseye. A scoff escaped her lips. It seemed she had not practiced in quite some time, unwittingly regressing. At times, she pondered that after years of training, the strength one aspired to attain might merely be fleeting. Just as she was about to lower the gun, a hand clasped around hers, while another placed tactical goggles upon her. Qi Lingwu enveloped her, holding her hand firmly, bending slightly to rest his head on her shoulder, pressing down on her index finger. His breath brushed against her cheek as he murmured softly, Sheng An, you are being hasty. As his words settled, he and she simultaneously pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The initial shot landed above the target. The second below, the third, fourth, and fifth shots. With these 2 points, they inscribed a perfect heart shape upon the target. Sheng An was momentarily taken aback. Then, a smile graced her lips. Indeed, she had been impatient and should have aimed more carefully. As her words lingered in the air, Qi Lingwu withdrew his hand, allowing Sheng An to shoot once more. With a series of shots, each struck the bullseye. Qi Lingwu's eyes sparkled with delight. Just then, Xin, having just caught up, persisted insistently, hey. Sheng An, his voice abruptly ceased as he beheld the astonishing results. Multiple shots had landed in the same spot, creating a singular hole in the bullseye. Sheng An turned, holding the gun, her eyes visible beneath the goggles as she regarded him calmly. What is the matter? Xin swallowed hard. Are you hungry, Sheng An? Would you like to have dinner? Sheng An set down the firearm, removed the goggles with one hand, and a smile graced her lips. Yes. Let us invite Group B as well. and bring along Long Tianyu. I find myself suddenly curious about the life he experienced in his past. Chapter 61. Sister Sheng is impressive. After speaking, Sheng An stepped outside. Qi Lingwu holstered his weapon and walked alongside Sheng An, the two of them advancing in parallel. Li Xian swallowed hard. He first glanced at the target, shaking his head in disbelief. How ruthless. I didn't expect Sheng An's marksmanship to be this exceptional. Is there no mercy at all? At that moment, Li Xian suddenly noticed not only the holes in the bullseye, but also a distinct ring of marks. In the shape of a heart, a perfectly formed silhouette. Li Xian jumped up, exclaiming, "Damn," flaunting love at any time and place. How infuriating. Being in a relationship is such a big deal. He took a few steps, but abruptly halted. Wait a minute. Shooting in the shape of a heart isn't too difficult. Qi Lingwu's shooting skills are impeccable, but to draw a perfectly symmetrical heart, that certainly requires practice. This must have been rehearsed, right? Reflecting on Sheng An's calm demeanor, Li Xian's lips twitched. What a couple they were, truly extravagant in their displays of affection. In the cafeteria, Group B was quite crowded. Sheng An sat in the center, with Qi Lingwu naturally beside her. Ku Jiaxue and Jiang Yu fought for the space on her other side, ultimately resulting in Jiang Yu securing the spot by a narrow margin, leaving Ku Jiaxue to sulk beside her. An empty seat across the table awaited Long Tianyu. Jiang Yu frowned. He probably won't cooperate, right? That guy's incredibly arrogant. Qi Lingwu remained silent, merely adjusting the gun resting beside him. Li Xian instinctively shrank back. That's fine. Use force to keep him in line. However, Sheng An interjected, this time, we won't resort to force. Let us bring some delicious food. Ku Jiaxue hesitated. But that probably won't work, right? Long Ge has said he won't be swayed by material temptations. Sheng An waved her hand dismissively. Just do as I say. The cafeteria staff immediately complied. Song Linwei looked puzzled. Captain Sheng, why are you suddenly curious about Long Tianyu's past? We already know about his experiences. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan had thoroughly divulged Long Tianyu's history, and how Jingye had inquired further. His previous life had been documented in detail. Was there any need to ask again? Sheng An shook her head. What I wish to know is not just about his past, but the apocalyptic world he experienced and the other individuals he knew. This was always my intention. Long Tianyu had previously been uncooperative, but now is the right time to inquire. Of course, Sheng An did not regard the past life as an established fact. No one could make definitive judgments about a future yet to unfold. Before long, Hao Jingye brought Long Tianyu over. Initially, Long Tianyu was quite disgruntled, even grumbling along the way. But upon entering the cafeteria, both Sheng An and Qi Lingwu turned their gazes toward him. Long Tianyu froze. The terror from the hospital echoed in his mind once more. These two were not to be trifled with. They could turn hostile at any moment. Long Tianyu suppressed his anger, speaking in a muffled tone. What do you want? Can't you find me at the hospital if there's something urgent? I'm an injured person. How could? His voice trailed off as he suddenly noticed the array of delectable dishes laid out on the table. An assortment of scrumptious meals, ranging from seafood to stir-fries, even featuring some famous delicacies from various cuisines. As a person reborn from the apocalypse, Long Tianyu couldn't help but swallow hard. Sheng An smiled, dig in. It's prepared for you. Isn't it poisoned? He asked suspiciously. Do I need to poison you to deal with you? Sheng An replied with a slight smile. This is a reward for your cooperation. Upon reflection, he realized that if Sheng An intended to dispose of him, poisoning him would be overly complicated. Long Tianyu strode forward, adopting a serious demeanor. Of course, cooperating with the captain is my duty as a team member. Am I allowed to enter this cafeteria normally? Why hasn't anyone given me a logistics call? Li Xian was puzzled. Long ago. Weren't you unwilling to? Long Tianyu covered his mouth, smiling slightly. What are you talking about? I can't understand you. Let's hurry and eat. Don't waste this feast. You'll regret it when the apocalypse comes and food is scarce. Jiang Yu chimed in. Can't understand? Let him finish. Let us see how much he understands. Long Tianyu ignored her, casting a reproachful glance at Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan. Those two traitors. How could they indulge in such luxury behind his back? Noticing the condemnation in his eyes, Ku Jiaxue retorted, Long Ge, didn't you say you wouldn't be swayed by food? So, He wavered so quickly. Long Tianyu raised his chin defiantly. Of course, it's just food. Only those lacking ambition would be tempted by a mere meal. It's not something so extraordinary. Where can't you find food? He picked up his chopsticks. I'm hungry. I'll eat first. You all do as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he devoured the food with remarkable speed, akin to a locust swarm, leaving the others devoid of appetite. Good Joshua, thought to herself. She finally understood. Her Longo was all talk. Sister Sheng truly was impressive, not only able to exert force, but also to entice with precision. Hao Jingye looked disdainful. Goodness. How long has it been since you last ate? There's plenty. Why the rush? Long Tianyu, without lifting his head, mumbled, delicious, really delicious. Sheng An and the others were speechless. Once he finished and wiped his mouth contentedly, he nodded. Ask away, what do you want to know? In light of this meal, I will speak freely. While saying this, he didn't forget to drag some snacks over, continuing to eat while observing Sheng. And aren't you still hungry? Li Xian was astonished. Long Tianyu replied casually, just a little snack. Yet, as he said this, he showed no signs of stopping. The others were left dumbfounded. Sheng An, unfazed, directly inquired, which formidable ability users did you know in your past life? Do you know Xiang Han Huang? Long Tianyu was taken aback. Xiang Han Huang? You know her? Hao Jingye quickly asked. Is she very powerful? Long Tianyu nodded. She is incredibly powerful, one of the first batch of awakened ability users during the apocalypse. It is said that she spent 5 days awakening her powers, suffering a great deal in the process, which made her ruthless and merciless after awakening her ice-type abilities. The precursor to awakening is a high fever, similar to having cold. Most people awaken within a few hours, while some take several days, the longer it takes. The higher the risk of death and the greater the likelihood of awakening powerful abilities. That woman is indeed fierce. Anyone who offends her does not see the sun rise the next day. Even a misstep in speech before her can lead to death. She formed an ability user team, rampaging with impunity, naturally eliminating many aberrations. Long Tianyu continued. Li Xian gasped in astonishment. Then he remarked, with her joining Group A, it seems their strength has significantly increased. Long Tianyu responded, that woman has joined the country as well? He appeared genuinely surprised. Hao Jingye remarked coolly, Xiang Han Huang is a clever individual. Upon awakening, she naturally recognized that aligning with the nation was the correct choice and took the initiative to join, unlike certain individuals. Long Tianyu was momentarily at a loss for words. He then lifted his chin, chewing his food with a hint of schadenfreude, but she joined Group A, which implies that, in her eyes, Group A is stronger than you all. That may not necessarily be the case. Song Linwei sneered. Hao Jingye proceeded to list the names of Group A's members, curiously asking, are there any other powerful individuals you recall? Long Tianyu was astonished. Luo Mingwei, Yang Chuan, and Huang Weiyang have all joined? They're all future renowned ability users. Especially Luo Mingwei, known for his lightning abilities, is a well-known combat expert. However, he isn't currently at the temporary base in the capital, and I haven't had any dealings with him. I've only heard of his reputation. Sheng An and Qi Ling Wu exchanged glances. It seems that in Long Tianyu's memories from his previous life, the members of Group A have all made an appearance, and they're all exceptionally skilled. Jiang Yu lamented, Group A is indeed a gathering of experts, and with Captain Qiuyu, who possesses the rare puppet ability, our group seems to be lacking in extraordinary powers. Wait, who? Long Tianyu suddenly lifted his head. Jiang Yu, in confusion, replied, Qiuyu. Long Tianyu gasped in astonishment. His expression shifted dramatically, and he momentarily forgot about his meal, raising his voice. The leader of Group A is named Qiuyu? The puppet ability wielder Qiuyu. Chapter 62. What about Sister Sheng's abilities? From Long Tianyu's reaction, it is evident that Qiuyu was not an ordinary individual in her previous life. Hao Jingye nodded, confirming. Indeed, she was a puppet ability user, the leader of Team A. Was she exceptionally powerful in her past life? Long Tianyu nearly leaped up, raising his voice. It would be an understatement to call her powerful. She was simply monstrous. Taking a deep breath, he recounted seriously under everyone's gaze during the first year of the apocalypse. Qiuyu seemed rather obscure. At least, I never heard her name then. However, in the second year, she emerged like a comet, the only puppet ability user in the world, so powerful it bordered on the abnormal. She would appear with her puppets, vanishing and reappearing at will. To put it simply, due to the global catastrophe, transportation became exceedingly difficult. Aside from those with the ability to fly, others struggled to navigate temporary bases. Yet, every base was likely aware of the name Chiyoyu. She would arrive with her puppets at every base besieged by the mutated creatures, engaging in frenzied battles that often led to mutual destruction. Ku Jiashua blinked. Doesn't that imply she was akin to a savior? Long Tianyu shot her a disdainful glance, shaking his head. If she were a savior, how could I label her as monstrous? It was said that she carried countless fragments of meteorites, making her one of the most formidable ability users. Naturally, to combat the mutated creatures, she required fearless puppets. Hence, she would attack the mutated creatures, turning encountered ability users into puppets, and then lead them to fight against the mutated beings. In the second year of the apocalypse, wherever the mutated creatures appeared in abundance, she and her puppets would follow suit. Long Tianyu shook his head. I've never seen her. Ability users tend to steer clear upon hearing her name. The crowd gasped in unison, especially Zhang Kun, Ku Jiashue, and Li Exen, who, as ability users, imagined the horror of confronting Chiyoyu, who would control them recklessly against the mutated beings, leading to their sacrifice. No wonder she was labeled as monstrous. Song Linwei sighed. This is a scenario of mutual destruction. As the mutated creatures perish, so too do the ability users, leading the world to its inevitable demise. Indeed, she was quite peculiar, transforming ability users into puppets without sparing ordinary people, Long Tianyu remarked, his expression one of confusion. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with understanding. Not harming the masses, it was an ingrained principle for them, because those masses were the very entities they once protected with their lives and blood. What happened next? Jiang Yu inquired. Long Tianyu provided an answer they had not anticipated. She died. What? Hao Jingye gasped. How did she die? Long Tianyu shook his head. I don't know. I vaguely heard that ability users united with the mutated creatures to eliminate her. In any case, she was already dead before I met my demise. The group exchanged glances. Sheng An spoke slowly, ability users uniting with the mutated creatures. She scoffed. So it turns out that in the face of a common enemy, real adversaries can indeed join forces? Seeing her reaction, Long Tianyu grew curious. Are you enemies or friends? Sheng An regarded him with a slight smile. Long Tianyu immediately fell silent. Ku Jiashue interjected, if even a powerful ability user like Chiyoyu could fall in the apocalypse, it truly is a hellish world. Long Tianyu resumed eating, raising an eyebrow. Many have perished. I died. Xiang Hanzhuang also died. Who knows how long Lu Mingwei and the others can survive? Xiang Hanzhuang is dead? Zhang Kun exclaimed. Wasn't she quite strong? Long Tianyu replied, she actually died rather early. That woman was incredibly domineering. Later, when she clashed with him, they fought fiercely until one of them perished. Xiang Hanzhuang died, and he was gravely injured, leading to a mutual demise with the mutated creatures. He pointed at Li Xian. The group turned to look. Li Xian was eating, oblivious. When he lifted his head, a few grains of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth, looking foolish. Huh? The group collectively sighed. He certainly did not appear to be a formidable expert. Song Linwei felt a twinge of complexity in his heart, instinctively glancing at Sheng An. It seems the last life was quite tragic. Sheng An pursed her lips, her gaze dangerous. These individuals, if left unchecked, will undoubtedly cause trouble. They should be united to confront real enemies. When ability users clash amongst themselves, it becomes infighting. In such an apocalypse, it only accelerates destruction, providing an opportunity for the mutated creatures to exploit. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Long Tianyu instinctively touched the back of their heads, feeling a chill. It seemed they had grasped all they needed to know. Jiang Yu sighed. Alas, Team A's abilities are already formidable, and Chiyoyu seems quite terrifying. Are we destined to lose to them? Just having Li Xian and Long Tianyu is insufficient. She looked expectantly at Long Tianyu. By the way, are there any other ability users in our team? Yu Feng, Wan Yuan, Hao Jingye, and Song Linwei. Has anyone awakened their abilities? Long Tianyu pondered seriously, shaking his head. I haven't heard of any. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged glances again, frowning simultaneously. Not a single one had awakened. Even if they had not awakened abilities, none had made a name for themselves. Jiangyu refused to give up. What about Team Qi? She had never encountered a man with such a strong presence in both lives. Could he awaken abilities? Long Tianyu, with a forced smile, replied, Sorry, I haven't heard of him. Perhaps he yes, just another bystander. He shot a glance at Sheng and, adding with a hint of mystery, Some individuals need to open their eyes and recognize who truly holds significance. Qi Lingwu, expressionless, moved his hand toward his waist. Long Tianyu, startled, vanished from sight. Reappearing in another direction, his face wary, what are you doing? Qi Lingwu adjusted his attire, retracting his hand. He said nothing, merely lifting his eyelids to glance at him. However, in light of his earlier actions and reactions, the mockery was palpable. Jiang Yu and Ku Jiaxue nearly burst into laughter. Long Tianyu, teeth clenched in frustration, sulked back into his seat. There was still one crucial individual. Jiang Yu leaned forward. What about Sister Sheng? Long Tianyu paused. Then, shaking his head, he replied, I've never heard of her nor seen her in my previous life. He stroked his chin, perplexed. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. You, woman, seem to resonate with me. If I had seen you, I would surely remember. Moreover, I must admit, based on Sheng An's style, she hardly seems like an obscure figure in the apocalypse. Even Qi Lingwu didn't seem. This was truly perplexing. Sheng An shot him a cold glance, uninterested. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. How is that possible? It's so strange. I always feel that according to Sister Sheng's mannerisms, she couldn't lack any reputation. Li Xian swallowed hard, unless. The group fell silent. Sheng An slowly spoke. Unless I perished on the very day of the apocalypse. Jiang Yu's face blanched, while the others shared similarly complex emotions, including Li Xian. He truly believed this woman was a major antagonist. Yet, if such an extraordinary individual were to die on the first day of the apocalypse, it would be an immense pity. For a moment, the cafeteria was engulfed in silence. Hao Jingye suddenly declared, I refuse to believe Sister Sheng would die on the first day of the apocalypse. Nor do I believe the entire Team Zero was obscure, with not a single person rising to prominence. Song Linwei inhaled deeply, looking at Sheng An. There's another possibility, a greater one, a secret that you ordinary ability users cannot fathom. The mysteries continued to multiply. Jiang Yu's head throbbed. Long Tianyu scoffed. What other secret could there be? Even if there were, it's impossible for none of them to have ever appeared, right? The probability of awakening abilities is very low. They must have simply not awakened. No one paid him any mind. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei turned to Sheng An, hoping to glean more insights from her. However, Sheng An glanced at the time, rose to his feet. It was nearly time to fetch Li Wanyan. Chapter 63. The Return of the International Courier Li Wanyan. Long Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, did you just say who? He suspected he had misheard. Jiang Yu tilted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Li Wanyan, a reborn spatial ability user. What do you think? The chosen one, yet you seem rather unremarkable. Long Tianyu was utterly astonished. He reached out to grasp the arm of Sheng An, his face a mask of confusion. What is going on? Why is Li Wanyan here? And she has been reborn as well. His mind was a whirlwind of questions. Recalling his earlier cooperation, Sheng An instructed Hao Jingye to briefly explain Li Wanyan's situation. After listening, Long Tianyu felt dazed. Li Wanyan had the same extraordinary gifts as he did, and she had been reborn before him. She had acquired a script title beginning with 50 billion, yet she had already drawn the attention of Sheng An and her team. Li Wanyan was currently aiding the nation in international cargo transport, while Sheng An's group was preparing to retrieve someone. The information was overwhelming, leaving Long Tianyu stunned. In that moment, he was at a loss as to whether to envy or sympathize with Li Wanyan. After a long pause, he swallowed hard and managed to utter, there are just too many reborn ability users. Indeed, far too many, Sheng An replied, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. Long Tianyu quickly stood up, urgency in his voice. I want to accompany you. Fearing their refusal, he raised his chin defiantly. Li Wanyan's spatial abilities differ from Zhang Kuan's. She can engage in spatial combat, a formidable combination of offense and defense. At his words, Sheng An's eyes narrowed slightly. A combination of offense and defense? That certainly suggested she was exceptional. Hao Jingye scoffed. Why will we take you along? Are you just going to cause trouble? I won't be a nuisance. Long Tianyu protested, nearly swearing an oath. Sheng An scrutinized him carefully, her phoenix eyes betraying no emotion. Just as Long Tianyu began to feel disheartened, Sheng An suddenly said, as long as your body can withstand it, let us go. Long Tianyu was taken aback. Although it had been his suggestion, Sheng An's agreement still surprised him. Without looking back, Sheng An added, you are one of us as well. Joining forces is simply a matter of time. Long Tianyu stood in stunned silence for a moment, his emotions suddenly complex and indescribable. Yet, he quickly shook off the turmoil and followed suit. Behind him, Li Xian and Jiang Yu exchanged glances, both sighing in unison. They too longed to be part of the action. Damn it! How long were they going to be stuck in classes and studying? Li Xian mumbled. If it weren't for the chance to grow stronger, I wouldn't want to attend a single class. It's just too torturous. Jiang Yu remained silent, tears brimming in her heart. She couldn't even grow stronger through her studies. How infuriating. Today was supposed to be the day she revealed her golden finger. In the vehicle, Hao Jingye reported the current situation. 3 hours ago, Li Wanyan arrived at the port and took a coach to the Beijing passenger station. We will arrive just in time. Li Wanyan had endured significant hardships during this journey, stockpiling a wealth of resources, but in the process, she had become destitute. With only 12 days until the apocalypse, she had nearly exhausted her funds in America, leaving her with merely a handful of change, insufficient even for a taxi back from a port. Perhaps she had still harbored hopes of borrowing more from Xiao Yi upon her return. Sheng An nodded in understanding. Long Tianyu turned his gaze to the screen in front of Sheng An. Li Wanyan was slumped against the bus seat, asleep, her face weary. Glancing at the detailed list Hao Jingye had sent, he saw it contained all the materials Li Wanyan had in her space, ranging from firearms to a simple pancake casually stored away. Long Tianyu swallowed hard. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the capture he had never quite understood was, in fact, not unjust at all. Of course, this did not mean he would surrender. As if struck by a revelation, Long Tianyu's eyes sparkled, and a smile crept onto his lips. He had interacted with that woman, Li Wanyan. She was not someone to be trifled with. If Sheng An intended to subdue her, it would not be an easy task. The current atmosphere suggested that they were likely to resort to forceful suppression. The more they suppressed her, the greater her dissatisfaction would become. In that case, he could ally with Li Wanyan to rebel. With that thought, Long Tianyu's smile grew broader. In the rearview mirror, Wan Yuan glanced at him and whispered, Sister Sheng, what's wrong with him? Sheng An lifted her gaze and replied nonchalantly, he might have gone mad. Wan Yuan. Long Tianyu glared at them, irritated. I can hear you. Don't you know that ability users have enhanced physical qualities? The entire vehicle remained unresponsive. Sheng An continued to peruse her information, while Qi Lingwu barely blinked. Their silence conveyed a clear message. What's heard is heard. What can you do about it? Long Tianyu. Clenching his fists, he was about to speak when Sheng An interjected. How does Li Wanyan's space engage in combat? The concept of spatial combat abilities is indeed difficult to fathom. Long Tianyu's interest peaked instantly. Leaning forward, he relished the opportunity to gloat. Did you think spatial ability users could only store items, like Zhang Kuan, serving as mere warehouses? The variety and methods of ability users surpass your imagination. Li Wanyan is a combat-capable spatial ability user. In my previous life, before my demise, she had already mastered the art of using spatial blades in combat, severing space, and taking lives invisibly. Other ability users might survive, but ordinary folks. The last 4 words he spoke were laden with meaning, deliberately casting a glance at Qi Lingwu. Clad in uniform and armed, Qi Lingwu had not spared him a single look. His gaze occasionally drifted to the window or towards Sheng An fell in a deep thought. She grasped Long Tianyu's implication. The Li Wanyan he had encountered in his previous life was formidable. Now, reborn, with the examples of others before her. Or considering her spatial size, it was likely that Li Wanyan had become a powerful entity. The spatial blade might be within her arsenal as well. Fortunately, when Team Zero was in America, she had cautioned them to be wary of ability users with unique methods, and they had remained vigilant enough to avoid being harmed by Li Wanyan. Long Tianyu smirked. Are you afraid? Sheng An smiled faintly. No, I'm quite pleased. Long Tianyu. How could she be happy about capturing a formidable target? Sheng An explained. This indicates that the strength of our Special Operations Department's team, B, has ascended to new heights. Long Tianyu's mouth twitched in disbelief. What a joke. That woman had yet to join the Special Operations Department, and Sheng An was already treating her as a team member. He was eager to witness a confrontation between Li Wanyan and the Special Operations Department. Naturally, he knew she would not win, but being suppressed would ignite her fury, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to form an alliance. Long Tianyu laughed aloud once more. From the rearview mirror, Yufeng silently mouthed fool. At the passenger transport terminal, standing on her homeland, gazing at the enormous characters spelling Beijing overhead, Li Wanyan felt tears welling up. She had finally returned in full circle. During her time away, she had endured significant hardships. While it appeared she possessed assets worth billions, every ounce of stockpiling and covertly tailing arms dealers had been nerve-wracking. She had refrained from using her spatial blades carelessly. The stockpiled goods were of no use, and while tracking the arms dealers, the sheer number of their personnel, coupled with their rigorous training and extensive weaponry, left no openings for her to exploit. They were more formidable than regular troops. Had it not been for their internal conflicts, she would not have even encountered the vast arms depots. Thus, she had spent the entire time in hiding. Moreover, the overwhelming busyness had prevented her from eating properly, and the food in America had been unpalatable. Li Wanyan felt as though she had been tossed about like a leaf in the wind, her suffering palpable. Fortunately, she has returned. With the stockpiled resources in her dimensional space, she requires no further preparations before the impending apocalypse. All she needs is to safeguard her fortress, indulge in hearty feasts for several days, and then take a moment to regroup, ready to face the end of days. The mere thought of the abundant supplies in her space nearly brought a smile to Li Wanyan's lips. Grains, meats, salt, sugar, and even military rations procured on the black market, along with essential medicines. Everything most vital for survival in a post-apocalyptic world is abundantly stored within her space, enough to last several lifetimes. Furthermore, there's a warehouse brimming with firearms acquired at no cost. Truly, her fortune is extraordinary. Is it possible that the heavens themselves are favoring her? Chapter 64. Li Wanyan, you are suspected of smuggling billions. At that moment, Li Wanyan was distressed over her inability to purchase sufficient arms when an arms dealer-esque rivalry presented her with an opportunity to seize the opponent's entire stock. Of course, this came at a price. Her space was already full. Clutching her chest, Li Wanyan could hear the exhilarating rhythm of her heartbeat, her fatigue dissipating in an instant. Unable to contain her joy any longer, she burst into laughter. Despite the wrinkles in her clothes from the car ride, her disheveled hair, and the dark circles under her eyes, she radiated a spirited confidence and arrogance, embodying the belief that fate is on my side. As she laughed, suddenly, a hand patted her shoulder from behind. Li Wanyan froze, her smile vanishing as she turned back, puzzled. Behind her stood a young woman with her hair casually tied in a ponytail, clad in a white windbreaker, exuding an air of carefree elegance. Her sharp phoenix eyes glinting with intensity. Upon catching her gaze, the woman smiled gently. Li Wanyan frowned. Who are you? Sheng An's smile grew brighter, her eyes curving. Hello, Li Wanyan. I've been waiting for your return. Li Wanyan's pupils constricted. Without time to ponder, her body reacted instinctively. She swiftly raised her hand in an attempt to push the woman away and escape. This was an ingrained intuition from her previous life. She elbowed Sheng An's abdomen with significant force and surprise. However, Sheng An seemed prepared, raising her hand to block the blow. The impact sent pain coursing through Li Wanyan. Undeterred by the ache, she immediately turned her hand to break free from Sheng An's grasp. In a brief minute, they exchanged blows multiple times, growing increasingly alarmed. Li Wanyin was astonished. The combat techniques she had honed between life and death in her past life were no match for this woman. Who was she? Sheng An ceased her probing and increased her force, one hand blocking and the other controlling, sweeping her leg to easily pin Li Wanyin to the ground. Sheng An practically loomed over her. From a distance, it appeared as though they were merely playfully tussling, but only Li Wanyin understood that this woman had her firmly restrained, rendering her unable to struggle. Li Wanyin's gaze hardened. She then felt something pressed against her heart. A gun. In her ear. Sheng An's tone was laced with amusement. In broad daylight, it would be unwise to utilize spatial blades. Moreover, should you kill me, I can just as easily eliminate you. Li Wanyin's expression turned icy. In an instant, the gun in Sheng An's hand vanished. This woman underestimated her. As Li Wanyin prepared to strike, Sheng An, seemingly unconcerned by the gun's disappearance, added, I have yet to finish speaking. In addition to myself, there are over a dozen skilled operatives surrounding you, including a top sniper aimed at you. The area outside the station is already encircled by SWAT. Li Wanyin's breath hitched. She could handle Sheng An, but she couldn't guarantee her escape from those encircling her. Li Wanyin ceased her actions. Her voice hoarse. Who exactly are you? Sheng An gazed at her, their eyes locking, her expression suddenly turning severe. Special Operations Division, Sheng and Li Wanyin. You are suspected of smuggling, amounting to billions. I hereby formally declare you are under arrest. Li Wanyin's pupils trembled. In that moment, countless chaotic thoughts enveloped her. Who was this woman? How did she know about the billions worth of goods? What was the Special Operations Division? Why had she never heard of it in her past life? Drowning in complex thoughts, Li Wanyin fixed her gaze on Sheng An and squeezed out a question from her throat. What do you want? Sheng An chuckled lightly. I'm inviting you to join us. Li Wanyin was taken aback, then coldly scoffed. What if I refuse? Sheng An's smile remained unchanged. Li Wanyin, suspected of smuggling billions, refusal to cooperate with the state, serious circumstances. The sentence is execution by firing squad. In that instant, Li Wanyin clearly sensed a shroud of death enveloping her. Someone was targeting her from the shadows. It wasn't the aim she had just encountered. It was a true intent to kill, an instinct of death. Qi Lingwu, in the security room on the second floor, had donned headphones and already set up his sniper rifle, aiming at Li Wanyin. This distance was trivial for him. Yet, as Li Wanyin was a spatial ability user, Qi Lingwu was fully focused, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to shoot with the slightest movement. Simultaneously, members of Team 0 and SWAT, hidden within the crowd on the first floor, all had their sights trained on that direction. Hao Jingye, Wan Yuan, and Long Tianyu were also concealed among the crowd. Hao Jingye inhaled deeply. Sister Sheng is in great danger. Li Wanyin is a master capable of using spatial blades. Moreover, from our observations and analyses, this woman, like Long Tianyu, possesses a certain arrogance, making her difficult to negotiate with. One misstep, and a spatial blade could instantly sever Sheng An's neck. Wan Yuan, however, remained unconcerned. They had faced far more perilous tasks before. He fixed his gaze ahead, casually stating, it's merely a test. The more skilled the opponent, the harder they are to subdue. We must first display our strength to Sister Sheng, and let Li Wanyin see the capabilities of Team B. This is the current distinction between them and ability users. If it were Qiuyu, she could simply demonstrate her puppet abilities and have Li Wanyin engage in conversation. But Sheng An is just a normal person now. She must first showcase her abilities. The dangers in this are what she must confront to recruit Li Wanyin. Haven't you seen that Team Qi hasn't uttered a word? Everyone has their duties. They are teammates, capable of concern, but unable to hinder. They must cooperate with Sister Sheng, allowing her to trust them with her back. Beside them, Long Tianyu was nearly laughing. As expected, this woman still opted to use force to compel Li Wanyin's submission. What a joke. He knew himself and Li Wanyin well enough. Both were somewhat alike. In the face of such a situation, especially when pride was at its peak, how could she easily surrender? She would resist, and in her resistance, the conflict would inevitably escalate. Even if they forcibly compelled Li Wanyin to join the Special Operations Division, she would harbor resentment. At that moment, they could form an alliance. Long Tianyu looked at Li Wanyin, feeling as though he gazed upon a future ally. However, his abilities coursed through his body. Should Li Wanyan decide to strike at Sheng An, he would still have to intervene. After all, he rarely encountered a woman he so admired. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Long Tianyu unconsciously moved a little closer. He was not mistaken. Li Wanyan indeed intended to resist. Those of them who had returned from the apocalypse harbored a fierce defiance against death. Regardless of this woman's intentions in subduing her, she would never allow herself to be overpowered. At the very least, she would fight to win before any negotiations could commence. Winning or losing would vastly alter the power dynamics. Just as Li Wanyan was about to strike, she suddenly spotted a familiar face not far away. Long Tianyu, with a bruised visage. It was him, the one with the flashing ability. Li Wanyan's pupils constricted in disbelief. Sheng An leaned down and whispered in her ear once more. In that instant, the tension in Li Wanyan's hand dissipated. Sheng An released her grip, stood up, and once again extended her hand with a warm smile. Li Wanyan, welcome to join us. Her hand remained poised before Li Wanyan, waiting. Li Wanyan's expression shifted through various emotions. Ultimately, she reached out, placing her hand in Sheng An's, who pulled her up. As this gesture unfolded, everyone surrounding them lowered their weapons, and Qi Lingwu slowly relaxed his grip. Long Tianyu, who was ready to intervene, was left bewildered. What had Sheng An said? How could a single sentence compel Li Wanyan to relinquish her resistance? Chapter 65. It was merely a word from Sheng An. Long Tianyu was perplexed. Just moments ago, the atmosphere had been charged with tension, as if a conflict was imminent. How could it be that with a mere utterance from Sheng An, Li Wanyan surrendered so readily? In that instant, Long Tianyu felt a mix of confusion, astonishment, and even a subtle reverence. Sheng An. This woman was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. He swallowed hard. For the first time, he felt an inner conflict regarding his plan of rebellion. Could he truly contend with such a powerful woman? At that moment, Li Wanyan was contemplating. Sheng An, this woman might be even more capable than she had imagined. After all, even the arrogant Long Tianyu had been subdued by her. Hadn't he? Just moments before, Sheng An had whispered in her ear, "Are you watching Long Tianyu? He is also one of us, a reincarnated flash ability user. Just like you. You two could have a conversation." Such a simple statement, yet it carried significant weight. While shocked, Li Wanyan processed three crucial pieces of information. First, Sheng An had managed to tame Long Tianyu. This filled her with dread, for she knew just how powerful he was, and it was clear he had suffered greatly. Second, Long Tianyu had also been reincarnated. This replaced her anger with a sense of bewilderment. Third, Long Tianyu could potentially take action. Sheng An, the hidden marksman and sniper, combined with the reincarnated flash ability user, rendered their situation hopeless. She need not struggle against the inevitable. In that moment, the awe that both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan felt towards Sheng An reached its zenith. The crowd began to draw closer to them. Li Wanyan, her voice hoarse, asked, "How do you know my secret?" Every heretic discovered would pose this question. As her words settled, others approached. It was Hao Jingye who greeted her with a smile. "Hi. Long time no see." Li Wanyan was taken aback, her gaze fixated on Hao Jingye's face, filled with disbelief. Sheng An smiled slightly. "Let me introduce, this is my assistant, Hao Jingye." Hao Jingye. Li Wanyan stood in stunned silence for a moment, gritting her teeth as she articulated, "Little Hao, little Jing, little Yi. Hao Jingye." Hao Jingye scratched his head, beaming as he said, "That's me." Li Wanyan's breath hitched. She then abruptly turned to the side. Next to Hao Jingye stood the local guide from the Special Affairs Travel Agency, Little Wan, followed by Yufeng and several familiar faces approaching from behind. At that moment, Qi Lingwu walked over, a face that was vividly imprinted in Li Wanyan's memory. Li Wanyan gasped, recognizing key figures among the arms dealers. She inhaled sharply, almost leaping up, raising her voice, those arms, the arms." Her excitement rendered her speechless. Sheng An smiled gently. "Thank you, Comrade Li Wanyan, for helping us transport the arms back. The mission was executed flawlessly, and you must be credited for it." Li Wanyan could only respond with silence. Sheng An continued, "In a moment, we will take you to submit the mission and deliver the items to the arms depot." Li Wanyin was dumbfounded. All the hard work and effort she had expended to bring back the arms from America had merely been a mission. Why had she not received any notification? Gritting her teeth, she replied, "What if I decide to withhold them?" Sheng An tilted her head with a gentle expression. "I've heard that space ability users can explode with resources. The researchers are quite curious. Perhaps we could provide a demonstration." Li Wanyin was at a loss for words. Hao Jingye produced a list and presented it to Li Wanyin. "Comrade Li Wanyin, please confirm the transported items. If everything is in order, you may sign to proceed with the delivery." Li Wanyin stared at the list filled with her space resources, unable to contain her fury. "The arms belong to you. I can return them, but those resources are mine. How do you know how many resources I possess? Why do you even know about the bags of rice I bought at the supermarket? And on what grounds do you assume you can take everything from my space?" Her outrage surged, her eyes wide, losing all semblance of composure. Grasping the list, shock and anger intertwined, causing her hands to tremble. Unbeknownst to her, every transaction she had made was under their scrutiny. Sheng An blinked innocently. "We haven't taken everything. That pancake you put in, we didn't plan to take." Li Wanyin retorted, "I have to thank you for that." Sheng An smiled sweetly. "You're welcome." Li Wanyin felt a surge of murderous intent. Long Tianyu instinctively shrank back, feeling the weight of Li Wanyin's anger, even though he was not the cause. Li Wanyin was different from Jiangyu. The resources in Jiangyu's space were meager and not preserved. However, Li Wanyin possessed resources worth billions, and just 10 minutes ago, she had believed they belonged to her. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses and pulled out a folder, stating, "Firstly, according to regulations, smuggled items must be confiscated. Ms. Li Wanyin, you owe taxes on this billion worth of resources. Secondly, are you certain you purchased them with your own money?" He extracted a loan agreement signed by Li Wanyin. Li Wanyin gasped, recollecting that the collateral for the loan was her house. However, it stated that if she failed to repay within the stipulated time, she would owe a penalty equal to the loan amount along with the principal. 1 billion. She had thought the repayment time fell after the apocalypse, thus disregarding it, as if the due date was precisely 1 day after the end of the world, and clearly, she would be unable to repay 1 billion. This implied that her originally possessed 5 billion was no longer hers. Li Wanyin felt her vision darken, nearly losing her balance. Sheng An kindly supported her, gently saying, "It's all right. Joining the Special Affairs Division will ensure a high salary. You could repay that billion in less than 50 years. Li Wanyin could hardly believe her ears. Confiscated resources and still needing to repay 1 billion. Indeed, Hao Jingye replied politely, "The smuggled items will be confiscated, but the money still needs to be repaid on time." Li Wanyin contemplated rebellion. However, her peripheral vision caught Long Tianyu, who was fixated on her as if anticipating her every move. A flash ability user was indeed challenging. Li Wanyin held back her anger, inhaling deeply, her voice still laced with unresolved fury. "I truly appreciate your help." Sheng An responded, "You're welcome." Hao Jingye added, "We're all colleagues here." Li Wanyin's fingertips pressed in her palm, nearly drawing blood. Yet, surveying the well-trained individuals around her and the increasingly watchful Long Tianyu, she had to endure. Long Tianyu's eyes were unblinking. He was astonished. During their negotiation, he had been fixated on Li Wanyin, silently urging her, "Fight. Please fight." Yet to his disappointment, Li Wanyin remained passive. Did Sheng An possess unknown methods? Otherwise, given Li Wanyin's character, how could she not resist under such duress? The Li Wanyin he remembered would have already subdued Sheng An and the others. But this Li Wanyin was obedient and compliant. Just a single word from Sheng and had her subdued. How terrifying was this woman? What incredible power she wielded! Long Tianyu swallowed hard. At that moment, his rebellious spirit vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. As for Sheng An, this woman, she seemed to harbor countless hidden cards. How could one possibly contend with her? Chapter 66. Do you agree to my intent to kill? Sheng An gently patted Li Wanyin's shoulder, his demeanor calm. "Let us return. I know you have many questions, and we shall address them all. We also need to gather some information from you." Li Wanyin cast aside her other emotions and posed the most pressing question. "There are many like me, yet you are gathering us together?" Sheng An understood her inquiry. Her expression suddenly became grave, her eyes earnest. Indeed, we aim to consolidate all of you in the Special Affairs Department, which will serve as the future hub for those with extraordinary abilities, harnessing national strength to combat the impending apocalypse. Li Wanyan's countenance shifted through various shades of emotion. First, she was stunned. Then, realization dawned upon her, followed by a sense of relief. The fact that the state could identify her and even leverage her to stockpile vast resources was a clear indication. The nation was preparing, stockpiling supplies at its core, and gearing up for battle, far surpassing what she could achieve alone. If the national order did not collapse, perhaps life in the apocalypse would be better than if she were isolated. In her previous life, she had only survived 2 years into the apocalypse. Who could foresee the calamities that lay ahead? While she had amassed considerable supplies, she did not wish to witness a world where she was the sole survivor. Taking a deep breath, Li Wanyan contemplated that joining the state might indeed be the optimal choice. Long Tianyu had also joined, which suggested a shared sentiment among them. As if sensing her thoughts, Sheng An spoke softly. In the Special Affairs Department, you will encounter many familiar faces, such as Li Exen, Lu Mingwei, Yang Chuan, Huang Weiyang, the recently joined Xiang Han Huang, and the puppet ability user, Qiuyu. Li Wanyan's pupils constricted, momentarily dazed by the revelation. So many acquaintances. Qiuyu was also among them. The power of the state was immensely more formidable than she had imagined. A myriad of thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately solidifying her resolve to join the nation. She pressed her parched lips together and slowly declared, "All right, I will join you." Sheng An nodded with satisfaction. Not far away, Long Tianyu gasped in surprise. Li Wanyan had truly agreed to join. Sheng An had effortlessly compelled her to surrender, seizing all her possessions and burdening her with immense debt. Yet she still consented to follow Sheng An's lead. What had Sheng An said to her? He longed to ask, but refrained. Moreover, now that Li Wanyan had joined, Sheng An's group could easily overpower him, and with Li Wanyan added to their ranks, Long Tianyu envisioned a grim scenario. He would be struck down the moment he appeared, only to be beaten again upon reemergence. How dreadful! His heart raced as he tentatively approached. Finally managing to speak, "Sister Sheng." His tone was uncharacteristically submissive. Sheng An smiled and nodded. "What is it?" "Nothing," Long Tianyu stammered, feeling a mix of emotions upon seeing Li Wanyan again. Li Wanyan's eyes flickered with understanding. Indeed, Long Tianyu was undoubtedly Sheng An's subordinate. Moreover, it was evident that he had been thoroughly subdued. In her previous life, she knew Long Tianyu to be incredibly arrogant. Few could compel him to bow. Sheng An was truly remarkable. Her decision not to resist was wise. Otherwise, who could predict how Sheng An would have dealt with her? Long Tianyu was already battered and bruised, yet he remained obedient. Undoubtedly, he had endured inhumane torment in the interim. Joining the state seemed to be the wisest choice, so she decided to cooperate and avoid suffering in vain. Observing the two troublesome individuals standing obediently before her, Sheng An felt immense satisfaction, smiling as she nodded. Qi Lingwu had been watching Sheng An intently, a faint smile gracing her features. Hao Jingye and Wan Yuan, among others, shared a knowing glance. Indeed, Sister Sheng is truly remarkable. This maneuver was worthy of admiration. Those privy to the details could only exclaim bravo. Did they truly believe that bringing Long Tianyu along was merely to showcase him as a good teammate? This was a strategic move to capture two individuals at once. The operation concluded. Sheng An escorted Li Wanyan back to the Special Affairs Department. Upon arriving at the parking lot outside the bus station, Li Wanyan abruptly halted, her brow furrowed in hesitation. Her previously resolute stride faltered inexplicably. Everyone turned to her, puzzled. Hao Jingye inquired, "What's the matter?" Li Wanyan pursed her lips, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Joining the Special Affairs Department for the apocalypse means I will likely have to act according to state directives. You all know I am a reborn individual. Are you aware that I have enemies?" Sheng An regarded her intently. Li Wanyan continued, "There are two individuals I intend to deal with. Will you prevent me?" Unlike Jiang Yu's perspective, Li Wanyan had learned from the mistakes of her past life, where her compassion had led to her downfall. Out of familial ties, she had spared Li Jinli and Li Qiansheng, only to suffer a tragic fate. Now reborn, she sought to compel Li Jinli to provide her with funds, thus refraining from immediate action. Yet her resolve had long been set. Upon returning from the United States, she would eliminate them. Now that she had joined the Special Affairs Department, a governmental entity, would they hinder her desire for vengeance? After all, Sheng An was an official representative. Long Tianyu also halted, hope igniting within him once more. When negotiations falter, Li Wanyun was ruthless, her thirst for revenge stemming from her previous life. Though Sheng An was indeed formidable, she was ultimately a person of the state, possessing a sense of righteousness. Given that these matters belonged to her past life, could the state truly consent to Li Wanyun exacting revenge on her former enemies? If this were unacceptable, they would undoubtedly take action. That would present an opportunity for him. Long Tianyu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Upon hearing her words, Sheng An met her gaze, their eyes locking. Li Wanyun stared intently at her. Sheng An replied calmly, "For now, we are still on the verge of the apocalypse. You must understand the rules and order. I cannot allow you to act recklessly." Li Wanyun's fists clenched tightly, her gaze transforming into one of fierce determination. How absurd! By joining the state, she would be barred from avenging her grievances? A palpable tension enveloped the air, thickening around her. Sheng An remained unfazed. She extracted 2 sheets of paper from the folder beside her, her expression still composed. The first document contains evidence of Li Jinli and Li Qianxing's tax evasion and fraudulent accounting. The second contains evidence of their plot against your parents. Sheng An extended the papers toward Li Wanyun, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Before the apocalypse, we require rules and order. Once you have dealt with this matter, contact the number provided and someone will ensure it is handled appropriately." Li Wanyun was taken aback, staring blankly at Sheng An, momentarily at a loss for words. Sheng An raised her chin, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Go ahead. One night should suffice, yes? You must report to the Special Affairs Department by tomorrow morning at the latest." Is there a problem? Chapter 67. She serves the nation, and the nation supports her for reasons unbeknownst to her. Li Wanyun felt her eyes suddenly brim with tears, overwhelmed by an indescribable complexity and bitterness. Throughout her 2 lifetimes, she harbored doubts that her parents had been killed by her uncle, Li Jinli, and his son. Yet, she had never managed to find any evidence to substantiate her suspicions. Now, Sheng An presented her with the proof she had long sought. While they kept her under surveillance, they also uncovered the truth she had yearned to know. In her previous life, Li Wanyun endured countless hardships, having witnessed the cruelty of the world. Why, after being reborn from the apocalypse, did she not immediately seek the support of the state, but instead attempt to rely solely on herself for a better future? It was because they had all experienced the struggle of fighting alone, without any support, and had learned to trust only in their own capabilities. Now, Sheng An regarded her with calmness, offering her the evidence while informing her that arrangements would be made for her by the next day. His demeanor was so unpretentious and composed that it inexplicably brought tears to her eyes. Sheng An's attitude mirrored that of the nation. She served the country, and in return, the country provided her with support and reliance. At that moment, the once forlorn and isolated soul of Li Wanyun seemed to find a place to rest, a sense of belonging. Taking a deep breath, she slowly smiled, the sunlight radiating warmth. Turning on her heel, she waved the 2 pieces of paper in her hand and declared, "No need to wait all night. I shall see you in 3 hours at the Special Affairs Department." With that, Li Wanyun departed. Sheng An watched a retreating figure, a smile curving his lips. First, they would employ force, then courtesy. This was the gift they bestowed upon Li Wanyun, the reborn woman with a starting capital of 50 billion, officially joining the Special Affairs Department. Yu Feng entered the vehicle, raising an eyebrow with a smile in his voice. "This girl probably thinks we are all upright and incorruptible heroes. What a joke. We, who tread on the edge of danger, executing missions for the nation, have seen more blood than we care to admit. How can we claim to be good people? They had a soul to support them, a spiritual home, and they fought valiantly for their country. Yet, not a single one among them could be called a pure-hearted good person." Hao Jingye and others also climbed into the vehicle, while Qi Lingwu sat beside, Sheng An outside. Long Tianyu stood in a daze. Sheng An glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you leaving? Long Tianyu swallowed hard and silently got into the car, sitting obediently in his seat, fastening his seatbelt and folding his hands on his lap. Sheng An paid him no mind. The lesson had been effectively delivered. Hao Jingye sighed. When Li Wanyan returns, we must inquire about her past life. Another reborn individual. It feels as if our world has been pierced like a sieve. Wan Yuan remarked. It is not a bad thing. He stroked his chin, his face reflecting awe. Whether they are reborn or awakened powerful abilities before the apocalypse, it is not a curse, but rather a glimmer of hope for this world. Hao Jingye glanced at Long Tianyu and nodded in agreement. Indeed, whether it be Long Tianyu, Li Xian, Xiang Han Huang, or Qiu Yu, as well as Li Wanyan, none of them survived long in the apocalypse. Barely 3 years, and these so-called strong individuals from their previous lives have perished. This speaks volumes about the brutality they faced. In their memories of that past life, did humanity truly have a chance to survive? With the rise of the extraordinary, the dwindling of humanity, and the depletion of resources, it was easy to imagine that a doomed end awaited them. Now, with these reborn individuals, the nation could receive advance warnings and prepare accordingly. Such remarkably powerful abilities could allow more people to survive the apocalypse and preserve more resources. Indeed, it was a boon. Yu Feng raised an eyebrow. Could it be that heaven is assisting us? Perhaps it does not wish for the world to meet its end. Hadn't novels often claimed that the world's consciousness sought to save humanity, or that fate had a hand in it? Hao Jingye sighed deeply. If only there were truly a heaven. After a pause, he added, the presence of so many reborn individuals and extraordinary powers is indeed peculiar. Perhaps it is a lifeline granted to us by the heavens. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu instinctively straightened his back and raised his chin. He was indeed the child of destiny, the hope bestowed by the heavens. Just as he was about to feel prideful, he suddenly noticed that Sheng An and Qi Lingwu had remained silent. The two were staring vacantly at a spot, seemingly deep in thought, their brows slightly furrowed. He instinctively retracted his neck and weakly asked, "What are you thinking? Surely not how to deal with me?" Sheng An's vacant gaze sharpened. She lifted her head to meet Qi Lingwu's eyes, and in that moment, they both recognized the shared uncertainty they felt. Indeed, they harbored the same questions. Taking a deep breath, Sheng An slowly began, "When I just faced off against Li Wanyan, I had initially planned to subdue her immediately. However, sensing some doubt, I opted to probe further." The others were momentarily taken aback. Yufeng suddenly recalled, Sister Sheng did indeed grapple with Li Wanyan for a while. Given her capabilities, she could have subdued her much sooner. I thought she was simply cautious to avoid causing harm, but now it seems there were other issues at play. The group instantly tensed. Sheng An continued, "It was rather vague. I thought it was a misperception on my part, as it did not align with logic." She maintained a composed expression as she turned to Qi Lingwu. He slowly articulated, "Li Wanyan's techniques closely resemble those I and Sheng An developed during our training, designed to quickly subdue an opponent and block their attacks. It was rare for him to elaborate so extensively, yet it left everyone gasping in shock." Wan Yuan exclaimed, "Really?" Sheng An nodded slowly, leaning against Qi Lingwu, her voice layered with complexity. "Those techniques are more suited for novices with limited combat experience. They would not be utilized by Team Zero. Therefore, for now, it should only be known to Qi and me." Qi Lingwu nodded. Li Wanyan used similar techniques, but there were also some differences, which is why I cannot be certain. Sheng An exhaled. Her techniques have been modified. Hao Jingye found it difficult to breathe. Raising his voice, "Where on earth did Li Wanyan learn this? Did Sister Sheng or Team Leader Qi teach her in her previous life? If that were true, it would mean she had previous contact with Sheng An and Qi Lingwu." Wait. Hao Jingye quickly negated his own thought. She did not know Sister Sheng or Team Leader Qi, and her reaction just now indicated something was amiss. Indeed, it is strange. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Let us wait for Li Wanyan to return and ask her." Qi Lingwu nodded in agreement. A new question lingered in the hearts of the group. Chapter 68. In the aftermath of a year-long survival in the apocalypse, familiarity had blossomed. Upon returning to the Special Operations Camp, Song Linwei hurriedly exited the office. "Where's Li Wanyan?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. Sheng An responded, "She is handling some matters and will return shortly." She then instructed, "Hao Jingye, send a message to the Research Institute to inform them of the situation and request a list of plan for Li Wanyan space. A vast, static preservation space should never merely serve as storage for supplies. It should harbor the hopes of humanity's future. As for supplies, more spatial ability users will emerge post-apocalypse." Hao Jingye nodded busily. "I've already reported this on the way. The Research Institute is preparing." Sheng An acknowledged with a nod and turned her attention to Song Linwei. "What have you discovered?" His earlier reaction had been unusual. In response, Song Linwei's expression grew serious. "I meticulously sifted through the information sent by Wan Yuan and indeed found a potential heretic." Instantly, the atmosphere shifted as everyone focused intently on him. Gathering his thoughts, Song Linwei elucidated the situation. The suspicious information originated from the third hospital, specifically a psychiatric facility. This institution frequently received peculiar patients, and without our explicit request, they might not have reported this case. Such occurrences, deemed strange in the outside world, were, in fact, commonplace at the third hospital. They encountered individuals of every conceivable variety. The patient in question had previously sought treatment there, as his parents believed him to be overly withdrawn and somewhat introverted. I reviewed his diagnostic report, and it revealed that he had been entirely normal, exhibiting no signs of mental illness. Yet his parents, unconvinced, compelled him to seek medical intervention and take medication. This alone does not constitute heretical behavior. However, 2 days ago, this individual voluntarily registered for an appointment at the third hospital, stammering before the physician, but ultimately failing to articulate a single word before fleeing. This was not the first instance of such behavior at the third hospital, hence the casual inclusion of his case in their reports without special notation. Last night, Wan Yuan was tasked with searching through the reported individuals, not individually, as the sheer volume was staggering. He implemented a screening system that automatically identified keywords from their chat records and analyzed their search histories and purchase records for significant information. Song Linwei was responsible for examining the flag cases to discern their conversations and inquiries, determining any possible links to heresy. This individual appeared otherwise normal. However, after registering, he searched for terms like, "What if I mutate? Are there signs of mutation?" and unusual physical changes after adulthood. Song Linwei handed the printed search records to Sheng An. The urgency of his repeated searches was evident. After failing to find satisfactory answers, he deleted his search history, an act that suggested an attempt to conceal something. Moreover, he had also booked an appointment with a specialist from the third hospital. This behavior resembled that of a person experiencing a shocking transformation, evoking instinctual reactions. Hao Jingye pondered aloud. Mutation? Why would he describe himself in such terms? Is it a sign of awakened abilities? Sheng An lowered her gaze in contemplation before asking. "What's his name?" "Wu Buyu," came a reply. Yu Feng chuckled. His name means not speaking, yet he is perceived as taciturn, with parents believing him to be introverted. It seems rather fitting, yet ironically, he bears the surname Wu. So, is he truly reticent? Or does he simply have much to say? Hao Jingye shrugged. Sheng An then queried Long Tianyu. "Do you know Wu Buyu?" Long Tianyu thought for a moment before shaking his head resolutely. "I have not heard of this name. At least, not in my previous life. Those who awakened their abilities before the apocalypse generally possessed some level of capability. Capable individuals are usually known. Yet, Long Tianyu had no recollection of Wu Buyu." Hao Jingye pulled out his phone. "Let me ask Yang Chuan and Jiang Yu if they recognize him." Yang Chuan, an Earth Elemental Ability user and also a reborn individual, responded swiftly, while Jiang Yu's reply came in shortly after. Neither had heard of him. Yang Chuan's response took a bit longer, but was cooperative. He too had never encountered that name. Hao Jingye's brow furrowed in confusion. What could his situation be? Is he an early awakened ability user? Or perhaps a reborn individual? A reborn person shouldn't he be searching for mutation? Sheng An's gaze fell, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a restaurant in the capital, a sign proclaimed, warmly celebrating the 80th birthday of Elder Wu Xian. May he enjoy the blessings of the East Sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. Clearly, it was a birthday banquet. As the festivities concluded, guests began to depart. Wu Biyu followed closely behind his parents, Wu Dad and Wu Mom, seeing off the guests. With his head bowed, his two-dimensional hairstyle obscured his brow and eyes. The once popular alternative style now appeared rather unappealing. Relatives glanced at Wu Biyu and urged his parents, "You really ought to teach him better. He seems to be deteriorating. Graduated for years, no classes, no girlfriend, never steps outside. What's the point of staying cooped up at home?" Indeed, he was quite clever as a child. What happened as he grew up? Brother and sister-in-law. I'm not one to criticize, but how could you raise your son to be like this? If I may say, perhaps the name is to blame. Calling him not speaking instead of speaking more seems to have turned him mute. How does a name affect anything? He is named Wu Buyu, and he bears the surname Wu. Wu Dad and Wu Mom felt awkwardly cornered, nodding stiffly. Wu Mom shot a furtive glare at Wu Buyu. Wu Dad, on the other hand, proudly pulled over their 7-year-old youngest son, saying, "While Buyu may not amount to much, this little one is different. He's clever and talkative," finishing all his brother's sentences. Ha ha ha. He even topped his class this year. Wu Shanyu waved at the guests, eliciting a chorus of compliments. Meanwhile, the taciturn Wu Biyu stood quietly at the back, still with his head lowered and not uttering a single word. Occasionally, relatives caught sight of him and shook their heads in disappointment. It was no wonder his parents were preoccupied with the younger son. This eldest one truly seemed lost. Once the relatives departed, Wu Mom gathered the youngest son into the car, while Wu Dad grumbled, "I should Tia brought you along today. When others spoke to you, you acted as if you hadn't heard, not even lifting your head. You're embarrassing your father." Wu Biyu continued to keep his head down, silent. Wu Mom took a deep breath, ignoring him as she soothed the younger son. Wu Dad continued his tirade. "After all these years, I've accomplished something, yet it's you, this useless son, who brings me shame. Tomorrow, you'd better go out and find a job. From this day forth, I shall no longer give you a single penny. You thought to sneakily enroll in a media school? If I hadn't redirected you to computer science, you'd be hopelessly unemployed now. It's just." Wu Dad's scolding seemed endless. Wu Biyu gazed out the window, the disheveled strands of hair partially obscuring his face, revealing a pair of bright eyes. He watched the outside world, filled with stars. After a while, Wu Dad shouted, "Say something, will you? Are you mute?" Wu Biyu withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and, after a pause, quietly remarked, "Dad, your zipper is down." Wu Dad froze momentarily, and after a beat, his face flushed with anger. "When did you notice?" Wu Biyu maintained his downcast gaze, softly replying, "When you and Aunt May came out of the restroom." "Wu Dad, Wu Mom." Then Wu Mom let out a piercing scream. "Wu Hai, you scoundrel! How dare you betray me? What exactly have you done? You fought with that wretched person." Wu Biyu, now free of auditory distractions, continued to gaze out the window, her eyes, hidden beneath her hair, sparkling like shattered stars. In the Special Affairs Department, Li Wanyan had returned. She was aware that Sheng An and the others had numerous inquiries to address. However, she was taken aback when Sheng An's first question was, "Did you know Wu Buyu in your past life?" Li Wanyan was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion crossing her face. Soon after, she fell into deep contemplation, as if recalling something significant. Her eyes widened, and her voice rose in realization. "Wu Biyu, it's him. Do you know him?" Hao Jingya asked, astonished. Long Tianyu was equally surprised, exclaiming, "You actually know him? How come I've never heard of this?" Li Wanyan regarded him with disdain. "Not only do I know him, but you do as well. No one who has survived in this post-apocalyptic world for over a year could possibly be unaware of him." Long Tianyu was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 69. The first gossip in the apocalypse. Everyone was taken aback. They all recognized him. How renowned must one be to be universally acknowledged? Song Linwei inhaled sharply, astonished. Could it be that he is as formidable and fearsome as Qiuyu, able to traverse various spaces? The last person everyone recognized was indeed Qiuyu. Impossible. Long Tianyu vehemently shook his head in denial. If he were a powerful individual, how could I not know him? Moreover, I have never even heard this name. Li Wanyan was momentarily stunned. Then, as if struck by a revelation, She shook her head. Ah, I forgot that you all are unaware of his real name. His actual name is Wu Buyu. However, due to his notorious nickname, he is predominantly referred to by that. Long Tianyu furrowed his brow. Who exactly is he? The crowd looked at Li Wanyun with curiosity. From her reaction, it was evident that this Wu Buyu was no ordinary character. Li Wanyun explained. He is not an ability user. He is a mutant with ancestral traits. Everyone's breath hitched. Even Sheng An straightened up instantly. A mutant with ancestral traits. This was the first they had encountered. Sheng An, with her keen eyes, tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her voice devoid of emotion. Elaborate further. Li Wanyun continued. You all should be aware that in the apocalypse, the transmission of information between temporary bases is exceedingly slow. Many temporary bases are completely cut off from contact with others. The others nodded in agreement, urging her to proceed. Long Tianyu, growing impatient, interjected, just tell us who Wu Buyu is without all this unnecessary preamble. He raised his chin defiantly. It's true that communication between bases is challenging, but thanks to flying mutants and speed ability users, there are instances where information does circulate between bases. His expression seemed to convey, you know this, I know this. Li Wanyun shot him a cold glance. If I don't clarify, you might understand, but Sheng An and the others won't. With that, she ignored him and continued. Flying mutants act as messengers, relaying information between bases. Due to the perils they face while traversing these bases, they encounter far more dangers than the ability users within the bases, resulting in significant casualties. Eventually, a powerful flying mutant united all the flying mutants across the nation, establishing apocalyptic airmail, which gathered information from various bases, compiled it, and printed it into a little paper of the apocalypse. These flying mutants then sold the papers at different bases in exchange for food, while also managing bounties for message delivery and investigations. Within a year, apocalyptic airmail gained considerable fame. Long Tianyu leapt to his feet, raising his voice. What? Wu Buyu is associated with apocalyptic airmail. Hao Jingye stroked his chin, musing. Sounds quite promising, doesn't it? Promising my foot. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun retorted in unison. Long Tianyu shook his head. Initially, apocalyptic airmail seemed beneficial, but the little papers hardly generated any food. After all, as long as a small portion of the base's populace purchased them, the majority simply benefited without paying. Li Wanyun added. Thus, the founder of apocalyptic airmail, that powerful flying mutant, shifted focus towards bounties for information delivery and investigations. To learn about other bases or to seek individuals in other bases, one would have to offer hefty rewards. Long Tianyu continued. What is even more alarming is that this individual somehow gathered information and secrets about various strong individuals and sold it at high prices. For a while, nearly all powerful individuals had to pay to acquire their own information, spending copious amounts of food, which prevented apocalyptic airmail from disclosing their secrets and weaknesses. Li Wanyun nodded, exclaiming, the founder knows far too much gossip and is exceptionally skilled at consolidating information, hence the nickname apocalyptic gossip. He is, without a doubt, the most detested person among many ability users. Apocalyptic airmail is incredibly unscrupulous. I've long wanted to deal with them, but unfortunately, the gossip hides too well. I cannot locate him. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth. In this lifetime, I must eliminate that gossip beforehand. Amidst the wealth of information, Sheng An and the others listened intently, displaying notable patience. Yet, Li Xian could barely contain himself. Li Wanyun, what exactly do you want to convey? Why are you rambling on? Li Wanyun cast him a sideways glance and replied coolly. In your past life, you must have offended the gossip, as that individual leaked a plethora of your secrets. For quite some time, the temporary base in the capital was rife with your scandals. Li Xian interrupted. You're talking nonsense. Just as tensions were about to escalate, Sheng An raised her hand, striking at the core. Is Wu Buyu the apocalyptic gossip? Li Wanyun nodded. Indeed. I learned his name purely by chance. Long Tianyu was astounded. What? Wu Buyu is that apocalyptic gossip, the leader of apocalyptic airmail? In the next moment, Long Tianyu's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Rarely did he look at Sheng An with such gravity. If it is him, you should refrain from attempting to recruit him into the Special Affairs Department. That guy has peculiar habits, an eccentric personality, and a lack of moral compass. He is certainly not a reliable teammate. Sheng An remained non-committal. Her fingers, which had been tapping the tabletop, suddenly ceased, and a slow smile graced her lips. Regardless of his character, we have now discovered him, have we not? The crowd fell silent, realizing the truth in her statement. Wu Biyu had become a mutant. He was undoubtedly attempting to conceal himself, striving to remain undetected. Yet they had reborn individuals among them, and knowing his name meant they could uncover everything about him. Wu Biyu was instantly exposed, his secrets laid bare. The very things he himself was unaware of were already known to them. Long Tianyu insisted, "That guy is truly not a suitable teammate, duplicitous and untrustworthy." Sheng An regarded him, responding calmly, "Not all must be trusted." Long Tianyu appeared perplexed. Qi Lingwu raised her gaze, her voice raspy. "Flying mutants are immensely valuable, and he possesses the ability to uncover countless secrets. He likely has more than just the ability to fly. Possessing multiple abilities at this critical juncture before the impending apocalypse could prove to be invaluable." Sheng An's expression remained inscrutable, as she spoke with an air of tranquility. "For now, I only need him to cooperate. Trust is not something that can be established overnight. What I require is not Wu Buyu's trust, but rather his capabilities. By any means necessary, I need him to be effective when the apocalypse descends." Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged glances, recognizing the same intentions reflected in each other's eyes. They shared a knowing smile. For reasons unknown, an uneasy chill crept down Long Tianyu's spine. Sheng An tapped the table lightly, smiling gently. "We'll discuss Wu Buyu's matter tomorrow. For now, let us investigate his background and formulate a plan. Li Wanyan, Long Tianyu, let's have a thorough discussion tonight." Long Tianyu scoffed. "I already told you everything I know." With that, he slouched casually on the table, resting his feet on the chair. Li Wanyan rolled her eyes and settled beside Sheng An. "Ask away. I'm ready to cooperate." Li Wanyan accepted the water handed to her by Hao Jingye, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you." It was already quite late. As the course concluded, Li Xian and the others hurried in. Upon stepping into the room, they heard Sheng An inquire, "Li Wanyan, where did you learn your skills?" Chapter 70. One step closer to the truth. Li Wanyan was taken aback, her gaze filled with confusion. "What technique? Who taught you the techniques you used when fighting with Sister Shang today?" Yu Feng inquired, leaning closer. Li Wanyan furrowed her brows. After a long contemplation, she suddenly declared, "It should be something I figured out on my own." "You figured out on your own?" Yu Feng questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Wan Yuan's expression turned peculiar. "Should?" Her choice of words was indeed puzzling. How could one claim to have discovered a technique independently, yet use the word should? Li Wanyan pondered seriously for a moment before confidently stating, "I discovered it myself because, to the best of my recollection, no one taught me those techniques. They're instincts I acquired from numerous battles." "Impossible," Qi Lingwu replied calmly, yet his assertion held firm conviction. "Why?" Li Wanyan frowned. Sheng An lifted her eyelids to glance at her, speaking coolly. "Your techniques are not instincts born from combat. You may not recognize it. But there is a distinct difference between combat instincts and techniques crafted through training. Moreover, those techniques bear the influence of both myself and Qi Lingwu." Yu Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Li Wanyan shook her head, exasperated. "But truly, no one has taught me." Sheng An proposed, "It's possible that you have seen them before, stored them in your mind, and later, during various battles, unconsciously utilized them." Pausing, she regarded Li Wanyan, calmly articulating a chilling conjecture. "It is also possible that someone taught you, but you have no memory of it, or perhaps that memory has been erased." The room fell into an immediate silence. Even Long Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine. Li Xian rubbed his arms nervously. "Please, don't say such terrifying things. Besides, how could someone teach another and then erase their memory?" He turned to Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan. "Do either of you recall anyone with such extraordinary abilities?" Both shook their heads in unison. "No." Hao Jingye appeared deep in thought, and after a moment, he posed another question. "Li Wanyan, do you know Sheng An and Team Qi?" Sheng An, Qi Lingwu, me, Wan Yuan, Yu Feng, Zhao Zicheng, Chunyu, Jiang Haishu, Li Shuang, Jiusu, the core members of Team Zero. Li Wanyun strained to recall those names, ultimately shaking her head with determination. No, I have never heard of you nor seen any of you. Her gaze swept over Sheng An and Qi Lingwu, if she had encountered them in her previous life. There should have been some hint of recognition. Everyone fell silent, an increasing sense of strangeness enveloping the atmosphere. None of the reincarnated individuals recognized Sheng An and Team Zero members. Had they all perished on the day of the apocalypse? Or had they transformed into something else? All wore expressions of deep contemplation. Sheng An lowered her eyes and, after a long pause, asked a peculiar question. When did you die in your previous life? Li Wanyun replied, at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. What a strange question. Hao Jingye suddenly froze, and Song Linwei also grasped the implication. They exchanged horrified glances. What is wrong? Jiang Yu asked, bewildered, scratching her insufficiently understood head. Hao Jingye took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. Aside from you and Wu Ji, the others all perished in the last few months of the second year of the apocalypse. Sheng An took a piece of paper and pen nearby, writing end of the second year of the apocalypse. Then, she listed all the names according to the months. Integrating information from Group A, Yang Chuan had died at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. In his memory, Huang Weiyang and Geng Liqian had perished in a massacre involving hybrids just a month prior. Though the groups were not on friendly terms, essential information had to be shared without delay. Neither Sheng and nor Qiu Yu would manipulate such matters. Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng also held a sense of moral responsibility as national assistants. Competition existed beneath the umbrella of collective interests. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan had died before Li Xian, according to Long Tianyu's information. Subsequently, Li Xian killed Xiang Han's Huang, and he himself perished alongside the hybrids. Sheng An wrote down several more names. Hao Jingye spoke with excitement. Next was Long Tianyu, followed by Li Wanyun. The final name was Li Wanyun. The end of the second year of the apocalypse, not yet officially entering the third year. Sheng An paused, raising her head, her gaze piercing. What about the two others? The lightning elemental user Lu Mingwei and the mutant Wu Buyu? Long Tianyu replied, Wu Buyu is also dead. He frowned. I don't know how he died, but that information is absolutely certain. It was frustrating. After the paparazzi's death, he hadn't even had the chance to celebrate before he too was gone. Li Wanyun's face turned icy, her voice hoarse. Have I not mentioned that the leader among those who targeted me was indeed Lu Mingwei? Pausing, she sneered, and I chose to perish alongside him, dragging him straight to hell. She had been reborn, believing she could finally deal with Lu Mingwei decisively. Little did she expect him to awaken his powers ahead of time. That man's abilities were not to be trifled with. Sheng An's eyes darkened slightly as she wrote down Wu Buyu's name before Long Tianyu's. Finally, she inscribed Lu Mingwei's name, drawing a line beneath Li Wanyun's on the timeline, adjacent to into the third year of the apocalypse. The room descended into a profound silence. Ku Jiaxue murmured, why did everyone die in the second year of the apocalypse? Hao Jingye corrected her, it's not everyone, but all reincarnated ability users and those who awakened early, who died at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. Wu Ji perished when the apocalypse began. Jiang Yu died in the first year of the apocalypse. But they shared a common trait. None were ability users, merely pure reincarnators. Jiang Yu possessed spatial abilities not due to powers, but because of an ancestral bracelet. Song Linwei's expression grew obscure, his voice hoarse. It's truly strange. Why did it happen before the third year of the apocalypse? Was there some event? Or is it merely a limited sample? Everyone shook their heads. The reincarnators were unclear, let alone those who obtained information from them. Sheng An fixed her gaze upon the paper, then slowly raised her head. Her eyes were unfathomable, yet a smile graced her lips. I believe that when we unravel this secret, we may touch upon the fundamental reason for your appearances. Discovering this will bring us closer to the truth, which is a positive development, is it not? Jiang Yu and the others could not muster a smile. On the contrary, they felt as though a vast abyss lay before them, unfathomably deep, instilling an inexplicable fear. After a moment, Qi Lingwu curled his lips, nodding. It is indeed a good thing. Sheng An twirled her pen, capped it, tossed it onto the table, and handed the paper to Hao Jingye. After organizing the information, share it with Group A and submit it to the higher-ups for professional analysis. Understood. Hao Jingye immediately agreed and turned to execute the task. Then, Sheng An looked at Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu, wearing a gentle smile. However, the two felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. Long Tianyu stammered, "WW, what are you planning to do?" Chapter 71. This is from the heart, not cowardice. Whenever Sheng An smiles in such a manner, one can be certain that mischief is afoot. Long Tianyu felt a primal instinct stirring within him. Sheng An's smile remained unchanged as she stood and patted their shoulders. Our team's overall strength is inferior to Team A. Fortunately, we have both of you, so I must trouble you to exert yourselves a bit more. Your tasks have been arranged. She cast a glance at Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye, who was busy drafting a report, looked up and mechanically recited, 1. While balancing training, carefully recall the high-level abilities of the previous life. 2. Remember which abilities perished in the second year of the apocalypse. 3. Review the information and determine which are heretical. 4. Recall the aberrations. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun exchanged glances, bewildered. Wait a minute. Is this the work assigned to them? The tasks are so numerous that they can't even keep track. Even the most unscrupulous bosses wouldn't assign such a workload. Still in a daze, Long Tianyu began counting the items on his fingers as Hao Jingye continued speaking. Li Wanyun, captivated by the keywords, asked, "What are teams A and B?" Seated nearby, Song Linwei smiled and explained the distinctions between teams A and B, as well as their current statuses. Li Wanyun fell silent. Thus, Team A consisted of Qiuyu, Lu Mingwei, Yang Chuan, Huang Weiyang, and Xiang Hanzhuang, among others. Why didn't you tell me Qiuyu is in Team A? Li Wanyun thought she was only dealing with the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department, entirely unaware of the distinction between the two teams. Sheng An turned her gaze toward her, gently patting her shoulder with increasing tenderness. What is the matter? Do you wish to leave Team B and join Team A? Beside her, Qi Lingwu silently polished his weapon. Li Wanyun's body tensed, her expression grave. No, I believe Team B is quite excellent. Really, I admire all of you and am very willing to remain in Team B. Following Sister Sheng, Team A included Lu Mingwei, whom she detested, as well as Qiuyu, whose intentions were uncertain, and the cunning Xiang Hanzhuang. Joining would not bode well. She reassured herself, resolutely refusing to acknowledge that she was being cowardly. This was from the heart, not cowardice. Seeing this, Sheng An nodded in satisfaction and withdrew her hand. Qi Lingwu finished polishing his gun and put it away. Sheng An reassured them, "Do not worry. A team of experts will arrange your daily training. Additionally, the screening task will be assisted by Song Linwei and the others, allowing you to focus solely on your work." The expressions of both individuals grew tense. At that moment, Song Linwei turned the computer screen toward them. The screen was filled with an overwhelming number of folders from various sources, units, and channels, each rich in content. As he scrolled the mouse, the folders seemed endless. Both of them felt a wave of dizziness. Almost simultaneously, they spoke. Long Tianyu, am I being overqualified for this task? Li Wanyun, I believe I am capable of more significant endeavors. Sheng An's almond-shaped eyes curved gently, her tone warm, yet undeniably firm. No, this is precisely what you're needed for. I have faith that you will excel. Both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun, known for their rebellious spirits, felt a surge of anger at her words, eager to retort. However, as the words formed at their lips, they swallowed them back. Li Wanyun thought, Sheng An is not one to be trifled with. I'll let Long Tianyu speak first. Long Tianyu mused, this woman possesses terrifying methods. Perhaps I should wait for Li Wanyun to voice her opposition. Thus, both remained silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, still no one dared to speak. Li Wanyun wondered, has Long Tianyu truly been so harshly subdued? Long Tianyu pondered, has Li Wanyun genuinely submitted to Sheng An? Is she truly that obedient? Neither of them uttered a word. Sheng An broke the silence, posing a question to Li Wanyun. What do you think? Long Tianyu looked at her expectantly. Quickly refuse. Quickly oppose. Li Wanyun, of course, found it unsatisfactory. She wanted to argue, yet with Long Tianyu's piercing gaze upon her, and Qi Lingwu resuming his gun polishing beside her, Li Wanyan took a deep breath and, word by word, stated, I think it is quite good. Forget it. Long Tianyu has been reduced to this state. Having just arrived, I am unaware of their methods, so it is better not to act rashly. Sheng An then turned to Long Tianyu, smiling slightly. And you? Long Tianyu stiffened, managing to squeeze out 2 words. Pretty good. Damn, what on earth did she say to Li Wanyan? There must be some hidden, more terrifying tactic. Otherwise, how could Li Wanyan endure so much? Fine, I shall endure as well. At that moment, their mutual dissatisfaction peaked. Seeing their cooperation, Sheng An nodded in approval. Excellent. Your enthusiasm for work is commendable. She waved her hand, turning to leave while leaving behind a motivating remark. Keep up the good work. The two exchanged powerless glances at the screen. What good work? We must engage in passive resistance. We are powerful abilities, the hope for the future. How can we toil like this? As Sheng An reached the door, she suddenly turned back. Work diligently and keep an eye on things. Keep an eye on them. Those 4 words held no ambiguity. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan simultaneously cursed in their minds. Damn, she even has the audacity to monitor me. Both stiffly opened the folders, sifting through names and photos of abilities they might have known in their previous lives, with the thought of each other overseeing their work. The two were exceptionally diligent. Li Wanyan, exhausted from a long day, was already weary. Yet with Long Tianyu still working beside her, she felt disgruntled. Assuming he would continue to monitor her, she could only suppress her fatigue and keep reviewing. Long Tianyu was utterly frustrated. Wasn't Li Wanyan just new to the Special Affairs Department? Why was she so obedient? It was late, yet she was still working. But with her working and Sheng and having her supervise, how could he dare to leave? Long Tianyu bit back his irritation and continued with the screening. As he worked, he suddenly noticed that Li Wanyan was faster than him. How can this be? Long Tianyu gritted his teeth in anger and hastened his pace. Li Wanyan thought, this person is still injured. Doesn't he feel tired? Realizing he was monitoring her and not wanting to lose to him, she gritted her teeth and steeled herself, accelerating her progress. Long Tianyu clenched his teeth, attempting to outpace Li Wanyan. Li Wanyan was determined not to fall behind Long Tianyu. Thus, both became increasingly serious and swift, and as time passed into the midnight hour, instead of suggesting sleep, they doubled their efforts. Hao Jingye set aside his work, rubbed his eyes, and noticed their seriousness, momentarily taken aback. Then, Hao Jingye and Song Linwei exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes. These two are truly efficient. The screening progress has surged. Moreover, both were exceptionally earnest. Having completed their work, they left together. Hao Jingye remarked, we ought to bring them a midnight snack. They've worked too hard, even more so than I. Song Linwei replied, abilities are indeed different. Their energy is boundless. How wonderful. The two sighed in admiration before returning to their quarters for rest. In the office, Long Tianyu, with bloodshot eyes, declared, I want to leave until Li Wanyan does. Li Wanyan gritted her teeth. I absolutely cannot fall behind Long Tianyu. The next morning, Hao Jingye entered the office, munching on a bun. Upon seeing the two stiffly seated in their chairs, he glanced at their screens. With a task that would normally require several days of effort from many had nearly reached completion overnight, Hao Jingye was taken aback, even forgetting to chew his bun. Now, this is what true dedication looks like. Chapter 72. The Subtle Onset of Involution Countdown to the Apocalypse. 11 days the cafeteria of the Special Operations Department continued to offer a sumptuous lunch, with an array of dishes comprising everything edible and nutritious, whether it flew, ran, or swam. Thus, regardless of how exhausting or busy their schedules were, all members arrived punctually for their meals. The nation's sincerity towards the members of the Special Operations Department was evident in every aspect. Sheng An was enjoying her meal, consisting of a bowl of rice accompanied by 3 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and a soup. The meat dish was a clear braised crab meat lioness head. The vegetable was boiled cabbage, and the soup was a seafood broth. The crab meat lion's head was specifically requested by Li Xin, while the boiled cabbage was chosen by Jiang Yu to broaden her culinary horizons. The seafood soup was ordered by Zhang Kun, a passionate seafood enthusiast. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu were too indifferent to make their own selections, so the kitchen prepared their meals based on what others had ordered. nutritionally balanced and delicious. They sat on the left side of the cafeteria, while the right side was occupied by Qiu and Team A. It was a rare occasion for both groups to be present in the cafeteria simultaneously. Luo Mingwei from Team A glanced over at Sheng An and her companions, deliberately raising his voice to engage his teammates. Sister Xiang is truly formidable. Her combat prowess is off the charts. Of course, this was a reference to her ice-based abilities. After the meteor strike, the world would ignite, and the temperatures would soar. Sister Xiang's powers were undeniably practical and valuable. Brother Luo is impressive too, with his lightning abilities. He can unleash a blast that rivals a bomb. It's clear that we need powers like ours. No matter how strong an ordinary person is, they will always hit a ceiling. Our Qiu Jie is the real deal. She was feared in her past life, and in this life. She leads strong individuals like Sister Xiang and Brother Luo. By the way, have we discovered another ability user? Yes. Let's hope this one is a strong fighter too. If so, our team will be invincible, ha ha ha. The cafeteria buzzed with boastful chatter. From the perspective of abilities, Team A was indeed somewhat stronger than Team B, especially with Qiu, a puppet master, as their leader. Their bragging subtly ridiculed Team B. Song Linwei's expression darkened as he contemplated a rebuttal, but Sheng An turned to him and asked, "Have the disaster relief locations been planned?" Song Linwei snapped back to attention and addressed the matter at hand. Yes. In 6 days, the nation will formally announce the apocalypse. The document issued this morning details the location planning. The Special Operations Department will be stationed in the eastern suburban villa area, the core shelter. Sheng An nodded. Song Linwei continued, "Once we finish filtering the current information, we will need to relocate as well. However, the core shelter is limited in space, not as spacious as here, and the dormitory conditions will be somewhat inferior, requiring us to share accommodations with Team A." The thought of sharing space with Team A was less than appealing. Sheng An paused momentarily before raising her head with a profound look. Accommodation is not a concern. Furthermore, once Wu Buyu joins us, we can prepare for relocation. The filtering work that needed to be done before today should be completed, and we will need to reach out to several anomalies. Time is of the essence. Huh? Song Linwei was taken aback. Just then, Hao Jing entered with Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan. Both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan appeared haggard, resembling specters, their eyes devoid of spirit and tinged with red veins, as if drained of life. Their entrance caused a brief lull in Team A's banner. For one was a combat space ability user, and the other possessed a unique teleportation ability. Both were top-tier experts. Luo Mingwei frowned upon seeing them. Are they really the reincarnated masters? They don't seem impressive. With their ghostly demeanor, they hardly exuded any sense of intimidation. Li Wanyan's gaze shifted to them, pausing on Qiu and Xiang Han's Wang, before landing on Luo Mingwei's face, her eyes sharp and icy. After all, he had been the one responsible for her demise in her past life. Li Wanyan sneered, "Not impressive? Care to compare?" Luo Mingwei sprang to his feet, a look of fury on his face, ready to confront her. Sheng An interjected coolly, "Let us eat." Li Wanyan bared her teeth. Was she someone who could overlook her enemies for a meal? Her eyes scanned the table, and at that moment, the staff delivered her lunch, grilled fish, a rare seafood platter, abalone rice, vegetable salad, and a sweet pearl yam dessert. A radiant smile slowly broke through her cold demeanor. Very well. In truth, she had already avenged herself against Luo Mingwei in her past life, so there was no rush this time. She swiftly took her seat, while Long Tianyu had already begun to eat. They devoured their meals like famished ghosts. After all, they had spent 2 years surviving in the apocalypse in their previous lives. Luo Mingwei still wanted to rant, but Sheng An shot him a glance that silenced him. She then addressed the group. "How is the filtering work progressing?" Hao Jingye exclaimed excitedly. "Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan are incredible. Using their memories from their past lives, they completed all the filtering work last night. They even identified several problematic individuals, and I have instructed the information department to investigate." Song Linwei was astonished. "You didn't sleep all night?" Hao Jingyan nodded earnestly. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Li Exine entered the cafeteria, catching the tail end of the conversation. They exchanged glances. What is this new form of involution? surpassing sleeping while attending class and only sleeping 6 hours. It's staying awake all night. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan were indeed fierce. How could they work so hard? Were they trying to drive everyone else to exhaustion? Suddenly, they stumbled in their steps. Sheng An praised them. Excellent work. You've helped us gather our teammates more swiftly. Well done. It was a rare occasion for her to commend them. Long Tianyu paused mid-bite, cleared his throat, and raised his chin. Just average after all. I'm now a member of Team B in the Special Operations Department. Li Wanyan was not one to be outdone. She immediately looked up and stated, "Thank you for your praise. It's only right to serve our country." Song Linwei understood the implication and exclaimed excitedly, "Does this mean we'll have more team members? With your help, Sister Sheng's recruitment speed will soar. You are maximizing the benefits of your reincarnation." Yang Chuan, who had been boasting earlier in Team A, fell silent. He too was a reincarnated soul, yet he had done nothing. Xiaoyu shot him a disapproving look. Yang Chuan shrank back, feeling deflated. Sheng An inquired, "Jiangyu, Li Xian, how was today?" With Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan leading the charge, they had no choice but to respond positively. Jiangyu smiled slightly. "We learned a great deal today. The range for spatial planting has expanded." Li Xian gritted his teeth. "It was good. I've learned about the various colors of metals and successfully completed the color transformation today." Nearby, Luo Mingwei and Xiang Hanzhuang lowered their heads. Xiaoyu cast a cold glance at them. Sheng An asked, "What about Ku Jieshue and Zhang Kuan?" Ku Jieshue replied obediently, "Today, I learned about water friction and water pressure explosions. The results were remarkable." The water ability user from Team A, Huang Weiyang, looked utterly defeated, his head nearly drooping onto the table. Xiaoyu turned her gaze towards him. Zhang Kuan scratched his head. "I don't have much skill. I only have one space ability, which allows me to transport goods for the country and store important items in my space for the impending apocalypse." The members of Team A, lacking space ability users, fell silent. Sheng An smiled. Everyone is fulfilling their roles well. Our team is doing great. Even if we are not invincible, we are all striving for improvement, which is commendable. The members of Team A, who had boasted of their invincibility, remained quiet. Silence spread among them. They had boasted of their powerful ice and lightning abilities, yet others possessed teleportation, spatial abilities, and metal abilities, all while striving for self-improvement with tangible results. They had claimed to have discovered another anomaly through the relentless efforts of the reincarnators. Several discoveries were made in one fell swoop. Boasting of their invincibility, just take a moment to assess the combat prowess of the neighboring group. Rumor has it they've set their sights on a retrogressive mutant, and with a few more newly awakened abilities, the situation seems dire. Lu Mingwei felt a twinge of discomfort on his face. Xiaoyu's expression darkened to a point of inky blackness. Suddenly rising, she fixed her icy gaze upon her team, her voice slicing through the air. "I believe I've been too lenient with you all. It is time for a meeting." With that, she turned and strode away. The atmosphere of competition was evidently brewing among all members of the Special Affairs Department. Team A members exchanged glances. Their spirits dampened as they reluctantly stood up to follow her. Yufeng called out to their departing figures, "Friends from Team A, have you not finished your meal yet? Why leave so soon?" Team A members gritted their teeth in frustration. Lu Mingwei could not help but turn around, preparing to intimidate them. However, as he pivoted, he was met with Li Xian, Long Tianyu, Li Wanyan, and Ku Jieshue, all raising their hands, ready to retaliate. Qi Lingwu, Yufeng, and Wan Yuan held their guns loosely, as if in a tacit understanding. Sheng An regarded him with an impassive expression. Lu Mingwei, the middle finger he raised signified his last vestige of defiance. Then, in a flash, he fled to catch up with Xiaoyu and the others. Team A retreated. Hao Jingye scoffed lightly. "Still daring to boast? Just look at team leader Qiu's reaction. Let them compete amongst themselves." Meanwhile, the architect of this competition had already finished her meal. Li Wanyan wiped her mouth and declared, "This afternoon, I intend to take a good nap. No one is permitted to disturb me." Long Tianyu nodded in vigorous agreement. "Me too." Sheng An cast a glance at them. It was a rare moment of unified thought between the two. Should she oppose them, they would surely rebel. "Very well." Sheng An nodded, her acquiescence surprisingly straightforward. The two exchanged bewildered looks. Was it their recent collaboration that prompted such leniency? Sheng An set down her chopsticks, dabbed at the corner of her mouth, and smiled. The inspection department has already acquired evidence of Wu Buyu's awakening. This afternoon, we shall seek him out. Given Wu Buyu's personality and abilities, this operation promises to be intriguing. Originally, I intended to bring everyone along, but since you wish to rest, do so. I shall take Jiang Yu and the others. Consider it a delightful team-building exercise. Chapter 73. Be a person. The two of them were engrossed in their tasks. Suddenly, they straightened up, their expressions turning grave. Long Tianyu declared with righteous fervor, "Of course, work is paramount. The paparazzi are notoriously ruthless. I must join you." He was only jesting. After all, this was the future's foremost paparazzo. Given Sheng An's modus operandi, it was certain that Wu Buyu would be made to comply. They were in for an intriguing spectacle. Li Wanyan spoke with unwavering resolve. Those with abilities possess robust physiques. They can forego sleep for several days without issue. Work comes first. She was equally curious about how Sheng An intended to persuade Wu Buyu to join. That individual undoubtedly walked a unique path. Neither moral righteousness nor bribery seemed plausible. Could it be coercive force? Long Tianyu pondered that if Sheng An were to resort to force against Wu Buyu, then his earlier rebellion plan would have found willing accomplices. Is there anything more important than watching a show? They were both adamant. Sheng An nodded in satisfaction, setting down her napkin and rising. Since you are so devoted to your work, remember to document all the information about the 3 newly discovered anomalies before we depart. Good luck. The two exchanged glances, speechless. Damn, is this woman a devil? Sheng An departed, with Qi Lingwu naturally following her lead, while Hao Jingye and Song Linwei hurried to catch up. Once outside the cafeteria, Song Linwei questioned, "Sister Sheng, why are you deliberately putting them through this?" It was evident that Sheng An was doing so on purpose. Hearing this, Sheng An chuckled lightly. She clasped Qi Lingwu's hand, playfully toying with his fingers, her tone relaxed. These two troublemakers, though temporarily compliant, have just joined the Special Affairs Department. As long as they have energy, they will undoubtedly stir up plenty of chaos. Just like Long Tianyu's previous rebellious desires, Li Wanyan was no less fervent. After all, he is someone who dared to spend 100 billion to stockpile goods abroad. Hao Jingye laughed. So, Sister Sheng aims to exhaust them. If they behave for the first few days, everything will fall into place, significantly reducing the chances of unrest. The period just after joining the Special Affairs Department is when troublemakers are most likely to cause a ruckus. As long as we suppress them now, they will acclimate and cease their mischief. Song Linwei suddenly understood. He fell silent, slowly giving Sheng An a thumbs up. Sheng An released Qi Lingwu's hand, her demeanor turning serious. Let us see how Wu Buyu is faring. This individual possesses a rare temperament. I have long suspected he harbors other abilities. The group's expressions turned solemn as they committed themselves to their duties. In the cafeteria, Li Xian could not contain his complaints. You all are truly something else. Why are you working so tirelessly? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourselves? Long Tianyu shot him a cold glare. Did he think he was doing this willingly? It was all due to those two infuriating women, Sheng An and Li Wanyan. Li Wanyan, too weary to respond, felt utterly drained. Both were quintessential troublemakers, enthusiastic about causing disruptions. Yet now, they had been worn down by Sheng and to the point where their sole desire was to get a good night's sleep. Please, just let them sleep. Don't disturb them. Jiang Yu had been observing Li Wanyan, alternating between bites of food and glances at her. Li Wanyan finally snapped. What are you doing? Jiang Yu immediately beamed, her eyes sparkling. I've long admired your reputation and have always wanted to meet you. A space ability user who can fight. How impressive. The last 4 words were spoken sincerely. Li Wanyan regarded her with a puzzled expression. Your space is a vast black land. I am merely a fusion of a space ability user and a combat ability user. Yours is truly unique. Indeed, Jiang Yu's space was extraordinarily distinctive. That expanse of black soil represented hope in any dire situation. Had Li Wanyan not been reborn before the apocalypse, awakening her abilities later as in her previous life, she would have struggled to survive, no matter how formidable she was, especially during such a resource-scarce time. Jiang Yu sighed in despondency. I still believe you are far more capable than I, and having a space like yours is far more convenient. At least you don't have to farm. Li Wanyan replied, Farm? Jiang Yu nodded emphatically, beginning to lament her plight. You have no idea how tough it is. I have to learn to operate tractors and various farming equipment, and I must. Her complaints went on. Li Wanyan listened attentively, occasionally nodding, her gaze complex. After Jiang Yu finished, she looked at her. Sister, do you think my situation is tragic? We'll have space users reborn how to study every day. Li Wanyan's expression turned grave. Jiang Yu, you're mistaken about this. Jiang Yu blinked in surprise. Li Wanyan spoke with conviction. Your space is exceptionally blessed, with a vast expanse of black soil, and the government has provided you with an array of seeds and tools. Once you master them, you will become the world's most priceless resource. Your space is the last bastion of purity. Tell me, who would dare to harm you? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Li Wanyan continued. Even if you lack combat abilities, with your skills and your space, countless individuals would be willing to protect you. Many with a sense of justice would rather sacrifice themselves than let you perish. Tell me, is your space not significant? Is learning not important? Jiang Yu had never considered this perspective before. She opened her mouth, unable to articulate a single word. Was it really so? It seemed to be. Li Wanyan pressed on. To take it a step further, as long as you master these abilities, even if you face unforeseen challenges in the future, with your space and agricultural skills, will you not be able to survive? Jiang Yu gasped. So, learning is for my own benefit? Indeed, Li Wanyan replied matter-of-factly. What is there to fear in hard work? Surviving and aiding all of humanity is of utmost importance. Jiang Yu suddenly sprang to her feet, her cheeks flushed and her voice fervent. We have a team-building event this afternoon. I must seize the time to study a little longer. She turned and dashed off, brimming with determination. Long Tianyu regarded Li Wanyan in confusion, skepticism written across his face. Why are you suddenly so righteous? Li Wanyan rolled her eyes. What nonsense! I'm just speaking. It's not like I have to study myself. If I were to study like Jiang Yu, I would be far more irritable than she is. Long Tianyu was speechless. After a moment of silence, he muttered, Be a person. Ignoring him, Li Wanyan stood up. Let us complete our tasks quickly. Perhaps we can catch a bit of sleep afterward. This afternoon, I want to accompany Sheng and to observe Wu Buyu. That guy was so mysterious in his past life. I'm eager to see what he is truly like and how he knows so much gossip. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu also became intrigued and hurried back to work. The foremost paparazzo of the apocalypse, Wu Buyu. How could one not be curious? Chapter 74. Always possessing special abilities last night. A fierce argument erupted between Wu's father and mother, culminating in physical confrontation. Wu's mother took their child, Wu Shanyu, back to her parental home. In this moment of solitude, Wu's father turned his attention to the secretive Wu Buyu. He seized a stick but soon realized that Wu Buyu had retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. Wu Buyu, come out. Wu's father bellowed, but silence reigned within. Frustrated, he kicked the door twice, yet it remained steadfast. He stood still, breathing deeply, gripping the stick tightly. Throughout his upbringing, Wu Buyu had been a source of vexation for him. Once a clever and understanding child, he had inexplicably begun to spout nonsensical utterances. This was not the worst of it. When taken out, he would often follow strangers, leading to altercations and even police involvement due to accusations of stalking. It could be said that this eldest son had brought considerable shame upon them. Consequently, the couple undertook rigorous efforts to correct his behavior. Wu's father believed firmly that discipline was the path to filial piety, hence he maintained a stern approach to parenting. This method yielded some results. After receiving their corrections, Wu Buyu ceased his nonsensical speech, but transformed into a reclusive and taciturn individual, often ignoring conversations directed at him. Even when he occasionally uttered a word, it would invariably provoke ire. Relatives often targeted Wu Buyu with their jibes, having been silenced by his unexpected retorts in the past. As time passed, Wu Buyu spoke less and less, sometimes remaining mute for days on end. He neither sought employment nor social interaction. Wu's parents speculated that his condition was a combination of social anxiety and autism, a realization that greatly troubled them. They had attempted to force him out, but he would often wander off, following others. Had it not been for an intelligence test, Wu's father would have questioned his son's mental faculties. The eldest son seemed destined for failure, prompting them to focus their nurturing on their younger son, Wu Shanyu. At last, they experienced the joys of parenthood through him, reveling in the delight a normal child could bring. Contemplating his wife's return to her family and the secrets that had been unveiled, Wu's father felt the flames of anger reignite within him. From tomorrow onwards, you must go out and find a job. I will no longer provide you with a single penny, nor will anyone prepare a meal for you. If you refuse to leave, you may starve, and I shall not intervene. Previously, he had merely ignored his eldest son, but now he genuinely wished for him to vacate the house. After all, his son was of age and unlikely to perish outside. Inside the room, Wu Buyu murmured to himself, "It seems I can no longer stay here." The following noon, upon waking, Wu's father discovered Wu Buyu's door ajar, the room meticulously tidy, indicating he had departed some time ago. Furrowing his brows in confusion, he wondered how his son had left without his notice. He then muttered a hope that Wu Buyu had truly gone to seek employment rather than returning at night. It was not the first time Wu Buyu had left quietly, but previously he would return at mealtime. At times, Wu's father mused that Wu Buyu did not view this place as home, but merely as a stopover for meals and shelter. This time, however, it felt different. Even if he returned, he would be compelled to leave again. Having left the house after lunch, Wu Buyu ambled along the street at a measured pace. A closer examination of his chosen path revealed a deliberate avoidance of others. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye spread out documents, his expression grave. It has been confirmed. Wu Buyu is a retrogressive mutant. Song Linwei examined one of the files, which contained images from spy satellites and road surveillance, accompanied by an analytical report. The pursuit of evidence regarding Wu Buyu's mutation was considerably more straightforward when one already possessed answers. At a specific moment, he appeared in the footage, only to vanish upon entering an area devoid of surveillance. He re-emerged on the other side of the city, clearly having navigated through the forests. The report outlined countless possibilities, yet none held up. In the end, the most plausible explanation was that he could fly, thus corroborating the theory of Wu Buyu as a flying mutant. Regarding the nature of his flight, a drone had captured a blurry silhouette, which, after numerous edits by the information department, was determined to be a human figure with wings. It was as though he bore a glider, yet his speed surpassed that of any glider, and an analysis of wind speed and altitude ruled out the possibility of a glider entirely. With all information consolidated, the truth emerged. Wu Buyu was an early awakening retrogressive mutant. His movements were elusive and difficult to track. Hao Jingye clicked on a video for them to view. Sheng An narrowed his eyes. On the screen, Wu Buyu, who had been walking straight ahead, suddenly paused, then turned to follow someone in another direction, gradually moving away. The surveillance switched, and, after an indeterminate duration, he halted once more, now trailing a woman. Subsequently, he followed her to a hotel, witnessing a dramatic scene unfold. Afterward, he became embroiled in a brawl, leaving with a bruised face. Hao Jingye remarked, "Wu Buyu rarely ventures out, and the surveillance footage we have gathered is scant. To acquire more, the information department will need time to search. It may feel like searching for a needle in a haystack, but if Sheng An requires it, the state can deliver." "He is quite peculiar," Song Linwei mused. "I can't shake the feeling that he knows what will happen." Premonition? Hao Jingye speculated before shaking his head. That doesn't add up. If he had foresight, he wouldn't have approached and gotten hit. If he knew what was coming, he wouldn't have been struck. If he was unaware, what compelled him to follow? Qi Lingwu had been fixated on the screen and, after a moment, declared, Wu Buyu's ability to gather information must not have started post-apocalypse. This implies that he possessed special abilities even before the cataclysm. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei shared a silent realization but refrained from confirming it. As Qi Lingwu concluded, both gasped in astonishment, instinctively glancing at Sheng An for answers. However, Sheng An, lost in thought with his chin in hand, appeared contemplative. At that moment, Hao Jingye received news. Wu Buyu had left home. He abruptly lifted his head. Sheng An snapped out of his reverie and stepped outside, stating, "Let us move." An hour later, Sheng An observed Wu Buyu's situation from across the street via the screen. Long Tianyu leaned in curiously. Why not get closer? His head almost rested on Sheng An's shoulder. Qi Lingwu remained silent, extending his hand to push Long Tianyu away, causing him to grimace in pain. Hao Jingye explained with precision, "This individual is quite strange, seemingly possessing a degree of precognitive ability. It's best not to get too close." Li Wanyan frowned. "Isn't it already confirmed that he has awakened? Why not approach him directly?" Her gaze turned toward Sheng An, inquiring. Among all the reborn individuals with abilities, none harbored fondness for this future paparazzo. Universally, they wished to see him stumble. Sheng An's eyes remained fixed on the screen, unhurried, bidding for a moment more. She seemed to have recalled something, raising her gaze to the others, and advised, "Listen carefully as long as I remain silent. No one is permitted to approach him or make any movement." Chapter 75, a half-hour revelation. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Under Sheng An's gaze, they nodded obediently. Just as Long Tianyu was about to inquire about the matter, Hao Jingye's phone buzzed. He glanced down and promptly announced, "Sister Sheng, I found out that Wu Buyu exposed his father's infidelity and was cast out as a result. Before leaving, Sheng An had instructed us to investigate. This fellow rarely ventures out, but his appearance today must have a purpose." Hearing this, Sheng An smiled. "This presents our best opportunity. The Wu family is expelling him. It would be unreasonable for them not to reach out." Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan furrowed their brows in unison. What does this mean? Is Sheng An opting for a peaceful approach towards Wu Buyu? Instinctively, both of them shared the same thought. Why should she? However, they exchanged glances, their emotions calming. Even if Sheng An desired a peaceful reconciliation, that peculiar individual might not agree. As it stood, he seemed to harbor a strong aversion to human interaction. How could he possibly consent to join? Furthermore, as long as Wu Buyu resisted, Sheng An would undoubtedly deal with him. They were in for quite the spectacle. The two rubbed their hands together, their faces alight with anticipation. Jiang Yu, having no previous acquaintance with Wu Buyu, nor possessing any past memories like Li Xian or Ku Jiaxue, felt no animosity towards him, only curiosity. Jiang Yu gazed at the surveillance footage, murmuring, "This guy seems rather quiet and well-behaved, though his overly introverted demeanor prevents him from even lifting his head while walking." His understated and reclusive nature appeared to envelop Wu Buyu. Li Xian nodded in agreement. "He doesn't seem like a particularly terrifying individual. Isn't he merely socially anxious? What is there to fear? Social anxiety is a common trait." Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan exchanged blank expressions at his words. Li Wanyan remarked, "You didn't think so in your past life." Long Tianyu added, "Social anxiety? More like a societal menace." Hao Jingye then handed the tablet to Sheng An. This is his previous outing's trajectory. His destination was a temple in the suburbs. Judging by his current direction, he is still bound for the temple today, just as he was before. Sheng An nodded, taking the device to examine it. Wu Buyu wandered outside. Rarely did he leave his home, especially not to visit crowded places. However, he could no longer remain in the safety of his home and was left with no choice but to roam. Am I to survive in the wilderness? Wu Buyu muttered to himself. He believed he had wings and could thrive even in the wild, perhaps even quite well. But living in the wilderness would be far too dull. If my phone has no signal, it would be even worse, no entertainment whatsoever. He shook his head in denial. Wu Buyu continued onward, appearing remarkably composed in his neatly arranged attire. However, his unconventional hairstyle significantly affected the impression he left, and he consistently kept his head bowed, his disheveled hair obscuring his brow and eyes, causing people to instinctively keep their distance. He was heading towards the outskirts of the city, deliberately avoiding any mode of transportation. Yet, even while evading others, he still brushed past a few individuals. He hesitated briefly, and almost instinctively, he altered his course, following a man to a dilapidated old building. He glanced upwards and then pulled out his phone, dialing the police. "Hello, I've discovered a kidnapping incident. The address is..." Wu Buyu reported mechanically before hanging up. He murmured softly, "Helping others, an unsung hero. I truly am a good person." With that, he departed with light steps, believing no one was aware of his actions. However, far off in a vehicle, Sheng An and her companions silently observed the scene. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan wore expressions of indignation. An unsung hero? A good person? Ugh. How I wished to spit in his face and tell him to go away. Wu Buyu made his way to the suburban temple. The temple was not particularly bustling with visitors. It only attracted crowds during New Year's Eve, the first day of the new year, and holidays. Today, being a weekday and with renovations ongoing, the gates were tightly shut, leaving no room for worshippers. It was as if the entire mountain were deserted. With the main entrance closed, Wu Buyu, familiar with the surroundings, circled to the back and climbed over. The ongoing renovations were substantial, with many halls closed and high scaffolding erected. However, for reasons unknown, the work had come to a halt. The entire temple was devoid of workers, which provided Wu Buyu with a sense of security. A smile crept onto his lips as he appeared more at ease, lifting his chin slightly to reveal his brow and eyes. Clearly, the environment relaxed him, allowing him to expose himself. He casually entered an open hall, which seemed to house a Vajra Buddha. The statue sat on a pedestal, gleaming with golden light, and the merit box and prayer mats were placed rather far from the statue. For some reason, Wu Buyu felt that the Vajra Buddha and the massive pedestal seemed somewhat disproportionate. Perhaps it was due to the ongoing renovations. Wu Buyu did not dwell on it. He dragged over a prayer mat, sitting down and gazing up at the statue, remaining silent for a long while. Social anxiety, an aversion to speaking, yet, in the next moment, he broke his silence. I can't take it anymore. Holding back my words every day is nearly driving me insane. But I truly am afraid to speak. I fear that once I open my mouth, I will reveal that my father is having an affair with his secretary. That Wu Shanyu is the offspring of my mother and Uncle Wang, that Li saw as pilfering my mother's bird's nest. That Wu Shanyu's assignments are all done by others for a fee. That Uncle Zhao next door has squandered all his money gambling, yet deceives his wife into investing. That the little star downstairs is involved with 2 people, and that Grandpa Su, who loves playing chess at the entrance, is linked to a murder, and that the seemingly honest Baozi shop owner outside is unscrupulous. He unleashed a torrent of revelations without pause for half an hour. Wu Buyu moistened his dry lips, exhaling a deep breath, his eyes shimmering like a galaxy as he gazed at the Vajra Buddha. Tell me, why have I grown wings and transformed into a birdman? Of course, there was no response. He continued, ever since I was little, I have been different, heaven granted me this peculiar ability, making me most suited to be a journalist. Yet my father altered my aspirations. Fine, let it be. If I can't contain my words, I might end up getting beaten by others. But now it seems I need not fear. I have wings. I can run. Why did I suddenly grow wings? Could it be that I was a bird in my past life? Hence, this life, I have become a birdman. Ha ha. Even if I were a bird, I should be a celestial bird, right? Otherwise, how could I have wings after reincarnation? I think my wings are somewhat stylish, yet I am too shy to show them to others. Wu Buyu revealed his wings, large, black feathers sprouting from his back, tearing through his clothes. He inhaled sharply. Oh no, my clothes are ruined. I'm quite poor right now. Where would I find the money to buy new ones? Cradling his wings, he murmured, such magnificent wings. It would be a shame to not let anyone admire them. But then again, it feels rather shameful to have others see my wings. Perhaps I should just appreciate them myself. Wu Buyu admired his wings for a while, but soon felt a pang of hunger. He wrapped his wings around himself, looking pitiful. Had I known, I would not have mentioned my father's affair, leaving me with no place to go. If I were amidst a crowd, I would certainly suffocate. When surrounded by others, he always kept his head down, too afraid to speak. But now, with no one around, Wu Buyu's mouth ran freely, voicing his thoughts as they came. Perhaps I could just stay here. As for money, I could just take a bit from the merit box. After all, I was a celestial bird in my past life. It's only right that I take what belongs to me. With that thought, he raised his hand, and the merit box floated towards him. His hand transformed into a sharp claw, tearing open the box. However, inside, there was nothing. Wu Buyu fumed. Damn it. Where's the money? Enraged, he threw the wooden lid to the ground, his mouth morphing into a beak, instinctively wanting to peck at it. Wait, if someone sees me pecking at wood with my beak, would they laugh themselves to death? Wu Buyu muttered, realizing how unflattering this appearance was. He sincerely wished he only had wings. Suddenly, he chuckled to himself. I am the sole occupant here, unseen by any other eyes. As his words settled, he transformed, his beak pecking at the wooden board. Tap tap. The sharp beak moved with such swiftness that it nearly became a blur, and Wu Buyu's features relaxed into a smile. His mouth had longed to peck at something, yet the shame of his humanity had restrained his avian instincts. Now, in this solitary moment, he surrendered to his desires, feeling an exuberant joy. Just then, his gaze fell upon an apple beneath the altar. Ah! Wu Buyu's eyes sparkled with delight. His feet had taken the form of claws as he hurried towards the fruit, his beak poised to strike. However, in the next instant, Wu Buyu abruptly lifted his head, a serious expression crossing his face, his gaze sharp. Who? Chapter 76. The Death of Social Identity. Wu Buyu's tone was sharp, tinged with an undercurrent of panic. He was unequivocally certain that someone was present, his gaze fixated on the golden Buddha statue, hesitating momentarily. However, in the next instant the Buddha stirred. Its previously motionless eyes blinked, and its clasped hands unfurled, while the legs that were once crossed began to stretch. Gradually, the body transitioned from its original form, reshaping itself into that of a human. A real-life transformation. Li Exan, astonished, exclaimed, "How did you discover my presence?" He flexed his neck and blinked his still metallic-hued eyes. "You talk an awful lot for someone who seems socially anxious. How do you know so many secrets, and what is your special ability?" A barrage of questions ensued. Yet Wu Biyu remained silent, his eyes locked onto Li Exan, radiating a deadly intent. His sharp claws twitched as he rasped, "Who are you? Why are you hiding here? Eavesdropping on my words?" He had made up his mind. He would eliminate this individual, regardless of whether he was human or something else. Killing him would ensure that the events of today remained undisclosed. There were only the two of them present. By silencing him, the secret would be preserved. Wu Buyu's wings fluttered slightly, his claws sharpening further. He lunged forward fiercely. Li Exan smirked. "What do you mean eavesdropping? We are listening openly." Wu Buyu, what? We? He froze midair, his body stiffening as confusion and bewilderment flashed in his sharp eyes. Suddenly, more heads began to emerge from behind the Buddha statue. One head, two heads, three heads, a row of heads. Hao Jingye, hi. Jiang Yu, Long Tianyu, Li Wanyun, Song Linwei, Wan Yuan, Yufeng, Ku Jiaxue, Zhangkuan. Hello. 9 heads appeared from either side of the statue. Finally, Sheng An, accompanied by Qi Lingwu, emerged from the back, smiling gently. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Wu Buyu. The once serene hall now felt overwhelmingly crowded. So, he was not alone after all. Instead, he was the solitary figure amidst a multitude of spectators. Thud! Wu Buyu, caught mid-lunge, collapsed to the ground. He raised his head, clinging to a flicker of hope. "How much did you all overhear?" Sheng An smiled slightly. "Everything." Wu Buyu. His spirit shattered. His wings fell limp, resembling a lifeless bird. After over 20 years of introversion, today's moment of indulgence had drawn a crowd of onlookers. Li Exan, puzzled, remarked, "Why isn't he moving? Was he supposed to say or do something?" Jiang Yu and the others, equally curious, encircled Wu Buyu, examining him. This was their first encounter with a winged mutant, and they were fascinated. Sheng An, he is dead. Li Exan, his expression was one of confusion. Dead? He was clearly still breathing. Hao Jingye quietly added, "Social death is still death." Long Tianyu, unable to contain his laughter, mockingly exclaimed, "I can't believe the top gossip in this apocalypse looks like this. What introversion. Turns out he is just shy and chatty behind the scenes, knowing all the gossip." Hilarious. Li Wanyun joined in the laughter, pulling out her phone with a bright smile. "Don't worry, Sheng An, I recorded everything just now. If this kid dares to disobey in the future, I can play it on loop. Ha ha." Wu Buyu lifted his head. His beak and claws had retracted, his wings vanished, and disheveled hair obscured his brows, making his expression indistinguishable. However, everyone could see his pale face and hear his emotionless voice. "I prefer warm places. When buried, please choose a ginkgo tree and do not erect a tombstone. I do not love my current name. It is a hassle. Thank you." With that, he buried his head down, motionless once more. Jiang Yu was in stitches. Sheng An laughed too, leaning against the smiling Qi Lingwu, her voice laced with gentle mirth. you must have realized that there are few normal people here. Most of us are in situations similar to yours, having awakened early. Therefore, we are here to invite you to join us. No response. Wu Buyu lay on the ground, utterly still, the two holes where his wings had protruded faintly, exuding desolation. He resembled a tragic character from a film, meeting an untimely demise. Sheng An continued, "We already comprehend your true nature. There is no need for you to conceal yourself any longer. Would it not be better to join us?" Wu Buyu remained unresponsive. Long Tianyu scoffed, fanning the flames. "Sheng An, he is not going to comply. This guy is quite the pervert. You might as well just force him to come along." Li Wanyan nodded in agreement, even attempting to play the video she recorded. Wu Buyu's death was rendered even more profound. Sheng An lifted her chin. Qi Lingwu reached out, snatching the phone away and pausing the footage. Li Wanyan felt dissatisfied but dared not confront Qi Lingwu, forcing herself to endure. At that moment, both she and Long Tianyu shared a singular thought. "Let's start a brawl." Sheng An's voice was soft. "You should have learned quite a bit about us by now, Wu Buyu. The apocalypse is imminent. Joining us is your best choice. We will provide you with a peaceful abode and gourmet meals akin to a national banquet. As long as you survive, you shall never want for food or clothing. What say you?" Wu Buyu's fingers twitched, yet he still did not raise his head. Hao Jingye squatted beside him, offering counsel. "Look on the bright side. It's just social death. Look at these folks. They all thought themselves the chosen ones and have faced their share of social deaths. You are not alone. Wu Buyu, thank you. I'd rather be dead." Wan Yuan curiously poked the two holes on his back, puzzled. "Open your eyes and tell us, can you really transform into a bird? Are you a complete bird, or a bird-human hybrid? Do you enjoy eating wood? Is it a hobby you acquired after becoming a bird?" Wu Buyu, "Thanks. I'm already dead." Song Lin Wei squatted down on the other side, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. "How do you know so much gossip? Is that why you don't like to talk? Is that the reason you're a chatterbox while pretending to be introverted?" Wu Buyu, "Thanks. No more ginkgo trees. Just bury me here." Sheng An, with one hand on each of them, pushed them aside, gesturing for them to step back. "Stay away. Don't crowd too closely." She squatted in front of Wu Buyu, gazing down at him, shaking her head. "Stop pretending. Get up. You cannot feign death forever unless you truly wish to perish. By joining us, you will not only enjoy a tranquil environment and delectable food, but also engage in activities that interest you." Wu Buyu's ears twitched. Sheng An noticed and smiled faintly. "In the apocalypse, signals will be lost, and the internet will collapse. You will no longer be able to surf the web for gossip. Life will become rather dull for someone who enjoys gossiping. Wouldn't it?" Wu Buyu hesitated. "Sheng An, but if you join us, you will become one of the heads of the information department in the apocalypse, responsible for gathering various information and disseminating it to shelters and future bases across the nation." Wu Buyu's fingers moved slightly. "Sheng An, moreover, you will also serve as the editor-in-chief of the Apocalypse News Department and a frontline reporter, possessing the most information and secrets. With the nation backing you, free from any repercussions of holding secrets." Wu Buyu's head moved slightly. "Sheng An, you must have observed this group of people. As one of the most unique humans, you will find countless amusements awaiting you in the core department of the future." Wu Buyu felt a stirring in his heart once more. Indeed, this group of individuals is brimming with amusement. In a mere moment, he felt as though he had perused several fragments of novels. Sheng An lowered his gaze, his voice tender. "So, Wu Buyu, do you truly not wish to join us?" Wu Buyu abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling. "May I propose a condition?" Sheng An replied without hesitation. "Speak your mind." Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan were taken aback. What does this mean? Sheng An, he could propose conditions just like that. Li Wanyan exclaimed. Sheng An, this is unfair. They had anticipated a clash, yet the atmosphere remained unexpectedly tranquil. No one could have foreseen that Wu Buyu would exhibit such a disposition. After facing social death, he simply chose to give in, offering no resistance whatsoever. Even more astonishing was the fact that Sheng An, who never entertained negotiations, would acquiesce to his demands. It was utterly bewildering. Sheng An regarded them with a slight smile. His abilities are exceptional, and he will contribute significantly in the future. Moreover, he is remarkably cooperative. Long Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. What abilities does he possess? Li Wanyun wore a perplexed expression. Indeed, what abilities? Isn't he merely a retrogressive mutant? What warrants you to negotiate with him? Her tone was laced with dissatisfaction and disdain. Wu Buyu suddenly turned to Li Wanyun, pointing at Long Tianyu. He said you are a tomboy, fierce and formidable, and that you should take the lead in offending Sheng An, so that if trouble arises, it is you he will deal with, while he merely reaps the benefits. Li Wanyun, Wu Buyu then directed his gaze at Long Tianyu. Pointing at Li Wanyun, she said you are no good, utterly detestable. Were it not for your meager abilities, she would have longed to eliminate you. She has found you disagreeable for ages. Long Tianyu. Chapter 77. Mind reading. The voices heard and unheard, both individuals were engulfed in fury and trepidation. Their anger stemmed from the words spoken, while their fear arose from the realization that he was, indeed, correct. Their thoughts mirrored exactly what he had articulated. They glared at one another, yet their reactions simultaneously affirmed the veracity of Wu Buyu's claims. Li Xian was utterly astonished, exclaiming inwardly, "What other abilities does he possess?" Sheng An let out a light scoff, her voice laced with amusement. "If I'm not mistaken, Wu Buyu, it appears you possess the ability to read minds?" The last three words were spoken softly, yet with unwavering certainty. Wu Buyu remained silent, evidently acquiescing to her assertion. Aside from the already suspected Hao Jingye, Qi Lingwu, and Song Linwei, the others were left in a state of shock. Mind reading? Incredible. Such phenomena are typically confined to the realm of fiction. Does it truly exist in reality? Wait, that cannot be right. Reincarnators, spatial manipulation, and extraordinary powers have already manifested. Perhaps mind reading isn't so peculiar after all? This damned world seems to normalize the extraordinary. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, reflecting. Indeed, only mind reading fits, especially when he articulated the thoughts of Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. It became the sole conclusion. Song Linwei echoed this sentiment. No wonder you are privy to so many rumors. You can hear the unspoken thoughts. Hao Jingye added, as long as you brush past someone, you can discern their thoughts. Hence, you began to avoid crowds, as it reveals too many secrets. Song Linwei paused, continuing, yet you seem to relish gossip. You've even followed people mid-journey. Why then, do you still shy away from crowds? This was a perplexing matter for him. He understood the notion of being reclusive and not speaking much out of fear of inadvertently revealing secrets. He had evidently suffered in the past, opting to remain silent instead. Yet, his curiosity was palpable. He had pursued others mid-journey, and still, he questioned why he preferred to stay indoors, avoiding contact with people. Wu Buyu gradually rose from the ground. In response to this inquiry, he felt a sense of resignation, precisely because I am curious. I cannot venture out to engage with others. Otherwise, hearing even a whisper would ignite my curiosity, compelling me to explore. Song Linwei and Hao Jingye were left bewildered. Sheng An calmly stated, every time he steps outside, he encounters numerous individuals. The thoughts of the first person pique his curiosity, and before he can grasp the context, the next person captivates his interest. His attention is so divided that many curiosities remain unexplored. Wu Buyu, as if encountering a kindred spirit, grasped Sheng An's hand, exclaiming, "You understand me. You must comprehend the agony of hearing gossip stripped of context, right? It is unbearable. I would prefer to hear nothing at all." Thus, he refrained from venturing out to interact with others. The only people he engaged with at home had been thoroughly scrutinized, failing to spark his curiosity. As long as he avoided human interaction, he found joy in staying at home, browsing the internet and indulging in news. However, the apocalypse loomed ahead. If he were to lose access to the internet, he would surely wither away. Yet, Sheng An withdrew her hand, smiling gently. "No, I do not understand you. I am merely analyzing you." Wu Buyu felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he lowered his head in solitude. Jiang Yu queried, "Then doesn't that mean you can hear a myriad of voices at any time? Is hiding at home truly effective?" Hao Jingye rolled his eyes in disdain, retorting, "You might as well put your brain to farming. It is evident that his mind-reading ability has limitations." Wang Yuan nodded, analyzing earlier when he was seated on the prayer mat. He didn't notice us. However, when picking apples, he immediately did. He must have heard Li Xian's thoughts. Song Linwei calculated the distance. If he heard the Xian but not us, does that mean his mind-reading range extends only 2 meters? Wu Buyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these individuals were so astute. Sheng An had initially deduced his ability, and now they had meticulously unraveled his personality and powers. Indeed, a formidable group. Yu Feng remarked, "It seems you have had a challenging journey. Your findings indicate that this ability has been with you since childhood." Wu Buyu had previously faced social demise. Now, in a moment of surrender, he candidly admitted, "I initially found it rather advantageous, as it allowed me to gather much gossip. Yet, when surrounded by the same people, the content becomes repetitive, and outside, I fear confrontation. Is there no way to gain control?" Ku Jiaxue timidly inquired. Zhang Cohen rolled his eyes. If he could control it, he would have done so long ago. Wu Biyu interrupted. "Previously, I lacked control, but since my body underwent changes, I've felt a burgeoning sense of capability. If I become stronger, I may gain the ability to regulate my mind reading, perhaps even to cease or amplify it." The group fell silent, and then Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Psychic abilities. Wu Buyu possessed more than just ancestral mutation capabilities. He also harbored psychic powers. Mind reading is, indeed, a form of psychic ability. Hao Jingye murmured, "Psychic abilities are the most intricate of all powers, truly exceptional." He suddenly directed his gaze at Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu, inquiring, "How many psychic ability users have you encountered in your past life?" "Not many." Li Wanyun pondered before responding. "Psychic ability users are exceptionally unique, with abilities that vary greatly. I once heard of one from a northern base. He could directly assault a person's mind, killing them." Long Tianyu added, "I also met a psychic. Her ability could obscure others' vision, plunging them into darkness, which is highly advantageous in combat. What extraordinary powers." Song Linwei inhaled deeply, realizing that the most remarkable aspect was that Wu Biyu had possessed psychic abilities since childhood, albeit without the capacity to control them. Now, as the meteor drew closer, bringing with it extraordinary materials, Wu Biyu began to gradually master his psychic abilities. Sheng An remarked, "It is a highly useful skill." She gazed at Wu Biyu and asked, "So, what are the conditions you wish to propose?" At this, Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun simultaneously scoffed. Though displeased, they could not deny the uniqueness of this individual. No wonder even Sheng An granted him special treatment. Wu Buyu smiled bashfully, scratching his head. "My request is rather simple. I wish to remain by your side." You clearly referred to Sheng An. The group collectively raised their eyebrows. "Friend, that request is quite perilous. What happens when Captain Qi faces danger?" Wu Buyu added, "Of course, I will be content to accompany you along with this gentleman." The gentleman referred to Qi Lingwu. The group responded with astonishment. "Friend, that request is even more perilous. You wish to be a third wheel in their romantic escapade?" Qi Lingwu maintained a stoic expression. However, Sheng An arched an eyebrow, questioning, "Why?" Wu Biyu beamed, "Because I cannot hear your thoughts. Being near you is immensely comforting, which is also why I wish to join your ranks." Encountering individuals like Sheng An, from whom he could not glean thoughts, would always ignite his curiosity. Joining them was in truth inevitable. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Hao Jingye exclaimed, "What? You cannot hear Sister Sheng's thoughts? What about Captain Qi? You cannot hear his thoughts either?" However, Wu Biyu shook his head. "I can hear him." Yet his next statement caught them off guard. "But his thoughts are quite simple and have remained unchanged, so it is manageable, easier to accept than others." "Huh?" Hao Jingye was left bewildered. "What does Captain Qi's mind sound like?" Wu Biyu, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An. His voice abruptly ceased, not due to his own volition, but because Qi Lingwu had rendered him unconscious. Team leader Qi, with an impassive expression, stated, "It has grown dark. Let us take him back." Chapter 78. A touch of personal grievance. The crowd fell into a momentary silence, as if they were caught off guard, rendered speechless by the revelation of the mind-reading technique. It was rather absurd. Even a simple demonstration could elicit such reactions. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun were about to speak when Qi Lingwu cast a cold glance in their direction, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet sending chills down their spines. It felt as if anyone who dared to utter a word would meet a swift end at his hands. Wu Buyu's social demise was a self-inflicted wound, while Team Chi's social demise seemed to threaten others. Instinctively, both remained silent, and the others dared not mock Team Chi. Only Sheng An had the audacity to laugh openly. Much to Qi Lingwu's chagrin, he tossed Wu Buyu to Yu Feng, instructing him to take him back. As for himself, he took Sheng An's hand and walked out of the grand hall towards the temple entrance. Once they departed, the previously quiet crowd finally found their voices. Li Xian, bewildered, remarked, "I never would have guessed Team Chi is like this." Jiang Yu ignored him, covering her face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh, this is so thrilling." Ku Jishua nodded emphatically, also concealing her face. "I declare from this moment on, I shall only ship this couple." Wasn't this far more satisfying than the illusory screen couples and fleeting romances she had previously endorsed? A wave of delight washed over Ku Jishua. Jiang Yu turned to her, and they joined hands in silent exclamation. Starting today, they were once again best friends. Whoever ships a couple with her would be considered her sister from another mother. Long Tianyu rolled his eyes, scoffing. What is there to be so proud of? If you're capable, Qi Lingwu, awaken a superpower. He challenged, say that to his face. Li Wanyan, with a deadpan expression, retorted, and where's the pride in that? Sheng Jie and Team Qi are clearly a match made in heaven. But jealousy is futile. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth. What is it to you? Don't think I don't know you're cursing me in your heart, plotting my demise in your delusions. Did you not insult me? You want me to take the brunt for you. If it weren't for Wu Buyu's mind reading, I would have realized how insufferable you are. Are you even a man anymore? The two engaged in a verbal spar, escalating from mutual disdain to personal attacks, nearly coming to blows in their heated argument. Hao Jingye observed the contrasting figures of Sheng An and Qi Lingwu, hand in hand, alongside Jiang Yu and Ku Jishua, who were enthusiastically shipping a couple, and the bickering between Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan. He exchanged a glance with Song Linwei, both exuding a sense of exasperation. What a motley crew! Upon leaving the temple, everyone was in relatively good spirits, and Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan had ceased their quarrel. It was a rare occasion for the entire B group to act in unison. Whether it was watching Wu Buyu entertain them, or listening to his solo stand-up in the temple, or witnessing his social demise, it had all been quite enjoyable. Jiang Yu mused, if only we could have such team-building activities more often. Hao Jingye sighed heavily, his voice laced with gloom. That might be difficult. There are only 11 days until the apocalypse. No, after tonight, just 10. The peaceful days seemed destined to vanish without a trace. Sheng An glanced back at the temple undergoing renovations, her gaze profound. Qi Lingwu followed her line of sight, as if attuned to her thoughts. Tightening his grip on her hand, speaking softly, even after destruction, there can be rebirth. As long as humanity endures, civilization and hope will persist. Sheng An smiled gently. Indeed, as long as humanity existed, so too did civilization and hope, and she, along with them, was striving for that very purpose. Song Linwei, a researcher who had never believed in deities, found himself praying earnestly for the first time before the temple. If there truly are gods, I hope they bless us with safety, bless humanity, and bless this world. With a sigh, he murmured, perhaps there really are gods. Are they not living examples? He referred to the reincarnated ones, and those who had awakened their powers ahead of time. Long Tianyu raised his chin. So if gods do exist, it appears we're the chosen ones, destined by fate, huh? Ha ha ha. He burst into laughter. Li Wanyan, unusually agreeing, nodded. Hearing this, Sheng An turned to them, smiling. Long Tianyu puffed out his chest. What? Realizing my extraordinary nature? Sheng An replied, yes, I recognize your uniqueness. Her radiant smile continued. So, dear children of destiny, please recall the specific identities of the two psychic ability users you mentioned earlier, and consider if there are other psychics or high-level ability users to note down. The two exchanged puzzled glances. What had they overlooked? They had not anticipated Sheng An requiring them to remember specifics. Had they unwittingly invited trouble upon themselves? Long Tianyu's face fell. I truly cannot recall. I only met the psychic user once when she passed by our base. I only know others call her Teacher Sue. But I know nothing else. Li Wanyan nodded in agreement. I've only heard of her, and she was from the north. I've never even seen her, she added. Moreover, they may not have awakened before the apocalypse. What good is it to remember? Sheng An, unusually serious, asserted, psychic abilities are quite unique. They may hold even greater significance. It doesn't matter if they haven't awakened yet. We can keep an eye on them in advance, so think carefully. The two were taken aback. Greater significance? Reason prevailed, and they nodded in unison, beginning to reminisce about the formidable masters from their past lives, particularly those with psychic abilities. Countdown to the apocalypse, 10 days. After a comfortable night as sleep, Wu Buyu awoke to find it was already the next morning. He felt dazed, gazing around in confusion. He found himself in a splendid suite, the decor simple yet elegant, exuding warmth. Lying on a cozy bed, the room was quiet, with the morning sun streaming through the window, creating a serene atmosphere. Where was he? Soon, memories surged back. He had been at the temple, letting loose, and dozens of spectators had witnessed his words and actions. Sheng An had invited him to join. The embarrassment washed over him once more. He hadn't even pondered how he had fainted. He was too busy contemplating how to escape this scenario. The room felt so small. He imagined he could easily fit a large villa within it. Wu Buyu clutched the blanket, rolling around on the bed, screaming. A voice called from outside. Wu Buyu, if you're awake, come out. It was Sheng An. Wu Buyu buried his head in the pillow, reluctant to show his face. Social anxiety, coupled with embarrassment, made him resistant to the idea of stepping outside. However, he was given no time to think. In an instant, the door swung open forcefully. Stop playing dead. Let us go. Sheng An calmly observed as Qi Lingwu hoisted Wu Buyu from the bed and dragged him out. Chapter 79. That villa is ours. The dining hall of the Special Operations Department is most lively in the morning. During lunch and dinner, members may be out on missions, leaving the morning as the only time both groups A and B gather punctually for their meal. Sleeping in? Such a luxury does not exist among the diligent members of groups A and B. Ever since yesterday's meeting concluded, the members of Group A appeared this morning like wilted vegetables, while Group B, resembling phantoms, seemed to be catching the same malaise. Both groups were focused on their meals, a rare moment of tranquility. Hao Jingye remarked, indeed, the root of unrest lies in idleness. As long as one is occupied, there is no time for mischief. Team leader Qiu was gradually grasping the essence of this wisdom. When Sheng An entered with Wu Buyu and Qi Lingwu, they instantly captured everyone's attention. Group B exclaimed, look who our avian comrade is. Group A chimed in, is this the telepathic flying mutant from Group B? The more attention Wu Buyu received, the stiffer he became. He simply closed his eyes, bowed his head, and feigned lifelessness. However, Qi Lingwu was not inclined to play along. He unceremoniously plopped Wu Buyu into his seat before taking his own beside Sheng An. Every new arrival received special treatment. While dining, they would sit across from Sheng An, flanked on either side, occupying the central position at the table. In the past, everyone sought to be closer for first-hand information. But today was different. The moment Wu Buyu was deposited into his seat, Song Lin Wei and Hao Jingye swiftly shifted, maintaining a 2-meter distance on either side. Upon closer inspection, one could see they had previously marked this 2-meter boundary on the table. They even replaced the table with an elongated one. Thankfully, 2 meters was not too far for conversation. Wu Buyu's disheveled hair obscured his brow and eyes as he resolutely refused to look up. Opposite him, Sheng An casually inquired, not hungry? Shall we have your breakfast removed? Wu Buyu paused. He had been hungry since yesterday, and after being knocked unconscious, had remained so until now. How could he not desire food? His nose twitched as he caught a whiff of the delicious aroma. The meals at the Special Operations Department required no further description. Today's breakfast was rather light, featuring Cantonese delicacies such as boat porridge, shumai, glutinous rice chicken, crab roe buns, and delicate shrimp dumplings. Wu Buyu swallowed hard. He was not one to deprive himself. So he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat with delight. The moment the shrimp dumpling touched his palate, he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. The dining hall of the Special Operations Department incessantly conveyed one message: It was worth joining just for this delectable fare. As Sheng An sipped her porridge, she remarked, "Now that you have joined us, adapt to our pace swiftly. Later, Hao Jingye will take you to the Research Institute for a checkup and explain the workings of the Special Operations Department." Wu Buyu continued eating, not lifting his head, merely nodding in response. Song Linwei, brimming with curiosity, leaned forward and asked, "Wu Buyu, were you the foremost gossip columnist in your past life? The key figure in acquiring information? Do you have memories from your previous life?" Wu Buyu shook his head. He looked at Song Linwei, his gaze piercing through the strands of hair that veiled his features, his voice devoid of emotion. "I know nothing. The reason I could converse with you yesterday was simply because I heard your thoughts. In fact, prior to yesterday, I did not even understand why I had changed. Nor did I know that the apocalypse was imminent. Had he been more sociable, perhaps he would have brushed shoulders with government officials and prominent figures, gaining some insight. However, the truth was he preferred solitude, and there was no information available online." Wu Buyu continued thus, "Do not harbor any notions of leveraging me to take your place at work and liberate you." His tone remained emotionless. Song Linwei. He looked down, realizing that in his excitement, he had crossed the 2-meter boundary. No wonder this fellow could discern his innermost thoughts. Li Exine inhaled sharply. What a terrifying ability. Does that mean he can know whatever we think? Long Tianyu scoffed. "So you understand how much he was despised in his last life?" Li Wanyan added, "He is not particularly charming even now." Wu Buyu cast a fleeting glance at the two, his eyes flickering, but he remained silent. He resumed his meal. Hao Jingye felt a pang of regret. If only he were also a reincarnator, with the information he possessed from his previous life. They could swiftly gather the ability users and acquire even more intelligence. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he must have known plenty that others were unaware of. Sheng An also felt a tinge of disappointment. However, she never lingered in such emotions and continued. "After everyone has completed their current tasks today, we will officially commence moving. In 5 days, we must announce the disaster response plan for the apocalypse to the entire nation at the core shelter. Tomorrow, we will gather several other anomalies. Time is short, and the tasks are urgent. Let us hurry." Instantly, the expressions of everyone turned serious. There were only 10 days. No, strictly speaking, only 5 days. Nearby, a Group S Lu Mingwei suddenly declared, "We've already moved our luggage this morning. The Special Operations Department's good accommodations have been claimed by us. You're too late now." He relished in their misfortune. Jiang Yu realized, no wonder Group A looked so lackluster this morning. They must have risen too early. Li Exine gritted his teeth. "You've gone too far." Lu Mingwei wore a smug expression. Sheng An finished her last spoonful of porridge, dabbed her mouth with a tissue, and smiled slightly. "Who told you that we in Group B will be staying in a dormitory?" Everyone paused in surprise. Song Linwei suddenly remembered. Sheng An had mentioned that she had other arrangements for accommodations. "Then where are we staying?" Zhang Kuan asked, bewildered. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses. "Speaking with utmost seriousness, in a villa." Lu Mingwei. Geng Liqian frowned. "The villa has special arrangements. Even the leaders are squeezed together. How could you possibly have a villa? Having a room and bed was already a significant privilege. That was a reward for the Special Operations Department for being on the front lines. How could they possibly receive a villa?" Hao Jingye smiled slightly. "Who said we have only one villa?" He extended his hand and extracted a property deed from his folder. "The members of Group A?" Li Wanyan. Why did this document seem increasingly familiar? Li Wanyan raised her voice. "That's my villa." Sheng An glanced at her, coolly responding, "What's yours? Didn't you mortgage it to us long ago?" "That is our villa." Li Wanyan. She was left dumbfounded. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Do you wish to repay the mortgage?" Li Wanyan hesitated. "Repaying, that would require 100 billion. The thought of signing the mortgage contract with Gli, only to be manipulated by Sheng and into destitution while still having to work off her debt, the memories of her painstakingly accumulated resources worth 100 billion. She glared at Sheng and, gritting her teeth, "I demand a south-facing room." This was not cowardice. It was merely a matter of the heart. Sheng nodded. A trivial issue. Group A fell into collective silence. What could they do? They had no one to secure a villa before the nation established the core shelter. Even if they were reincarnators, they lacked the funds to purchase one. Not everyone began with 50 billion. In retrospect, Everyone in Group B truly resembled protagonists from a novel. Not to mention their reincarnation and spatial abilities. The fertile land and starting capital of 50 billion were all quintessential advantages of main characters. Oh, and now they had an added telepathy ability. Xiaoyu stood up and departed. The members of Group A hurriedly followed, and as they passed by Sheng An and the others, Lu Mingwei paused. He harbored long-standing grievances against Group B, although he had never succeeded in his endeavors. His dissatisfaction compelled him to continue his restless antics. Lu Ming stood beside Wu Biyu, scrutinizing him from head to toe, before sneering with derision. So, you're the esper that Group B went to great lengths to retrieve? A birdman with telepathy? TSK. I wonder how effective you will be in combat. Wu Biyu slowly finished his porridge. He lifted his gaze, his tousled hair obscuring his brows and eyes, and spoke in a languid manner. Your thoughts are quite fierce. Aren't they? Who is Xiaoyu? Why do you refer to her as a tyrant? Cruel, heartless, devoid of emotion. Do you intend to overturn her and slay her one day? With 1,000 cuts? Goodness, that seems rather brutal. The last 4 words were delivered with an air of innocence, reminiscent of idle chatter. Chapter 80. Welcome back to our future home. The autumn rain abruptly halted, turning coldly to glance back. Lu Mingwei, he widened his eyes and leaped up. You. You're talking nonsense. I never thought that. Xiaoyu scoffed. Lu Mingwei, I have indulged you for far too long. She raised her hand and continued walking out. No, team leader, I truly did not think that. Lu Mingwei's cries grew fainter as he was cruelly dragged away by his teammates. This was Xiaoyu's order. It was evident that he was about to face punishment. Li Xian was somewhat taken aback. Lu Mingwei is quite bold. The others nodded in agreement. After all, Xiaoyu was a mind controller, his direct superior, and it appeared he was not only defying Sheng An, but also challenging Xiaoyu. Wu Biyu remarked, in truth, he didn't think that. I fabricated it. He could not help but exclaim. That fellow wears his heart on his sleeve. His thoughts are rather simplistic. Accustomed to people who appear friendly, yet harbor dark intentions. Wu Biyu found Lu Mingwei refreshingly straightforward. He was the epitome of a simple mind with robust limbs. There was no need for mind reading. The crowd stared at him, their expressions complex. Fabricated? Must you be so nonchalant? They collectively gasped at the sight of Lu Mingwei being dragged away. This kid is ruthless. Sheng An shot him a glance, neither affirming nor denying, and simply instructed, let us move quickly. We need to relocate and bring back the other 3 teammates tomorrow. The group followed silently, maintaining a 2-meter distance from Wu Biyu, save for Li Xian, who boldly walked beside him. He cheerfully patted Wu Biyu on the shoulder. Good lad. Finally, someone is putting Lu Mingwei in his place. That guy's antics are quite annoying. But with the apocalypse looming, internal strife is prohibited by the Special Affairs Department. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him myself. You did splendidly today. Wu Biyu smiled modestly, exhibiting an endearing shyness. Li Xian inquired, by the way, since you were a birdman, how do you fight? I saw your mouth becoming pointed yesterday. It was quite peculiar. To be honest, a little ugly. Could you show me again? Wu Biyu looked up and called out. Sister Sheng, Li Xian just said you were the female villain, cruel and merciless. And also, Li Xian hurriedly covered his mouth. His tone urgent. Brother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Earlier, Lu Mingwei's thoughts had been a fabrication. However, that last remark was not. It was Li Xian's genuine sentiment. How could he not feel guilty? Wu Biyu's expression remained impassive. This was the first time the members of the Special Affairs Department had seen the core shelter. It was utterly transformed from what they had known before. Li Wanyan nearly failed to recognize it, her mouth agape as she murmured, my goodness. The villa area was not surrounded by tall walls. Instead, all the railings had been removed, replaced by a massive metallic outer sphere, resembling a bowl that enveloped the entire villa. Upon their arrival, the bowl was slowly retracting, revealing a circular shape as it receded from the villa area. Clearly, this barrier could be controlled. The silvery metal exuded a sense of technological sophistication, shimmering under the sunlight with a cold yet secure aura, as if they had instantly traversed into an interstellar age. Who could believe that such a creation could be accomplished in such a short span of time? Hao Jingye took a deep breath, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. He spoke calmly. This is the latest aerospace material, incredibly tough yet lightweight, providing insulation. It serves not only to protect against meteor strikes, but also against future disasters. The core shelter is the national hub. We cannot afford any failure. Sheng An turned to Sheng. You are currently learning how to complete the metallic modifications, correct? Sheng nodded, somewhat bewildered. Sheng An continued. Once you master it, the nation will require you to enhance the entire protective shield, making the molecules denser to fortify the shield's insulation capabilities. Only then will the national hub be secure. Sheng paused, slowly nodding, as if he finally grasped the multifaceted utility of his abilities and the significance of his required learning. It was a heavy realization, yet one filled with determination. What about the other shelters? Ku Jiaxue inquired. Sheng An replied, Sheng will fortify as much as he can. When other metal manipulators emerge, your methods will be disseminated from the hub to all shelters, which can then be modified with the help of metal manipulators. Sheng is the template, not merely a hollow phrase. With an entire research institute supporting him, he must lead the way for metal manipulators, summarizing methods to save future metal manipulators from needless exploration. The same applied to other abilities. Li Wanyun gazed at the adjusting shield, genuinely marveling. Indeed, the power of the state machinery is unparalleled. Hao Jingye raised his chin. Let's go take a look inside. He and Sheng An led the others in, explaining as they walked. The shelter is divided into 4 zones: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The surface area consists only of the villa zone. However, underground is far larger than the entire villa area. We have not only reinforced the villas above ground, but the basements have also undergone secondary fortification, able to withstand a 9.0 magnitude earthquake. The rest requires Sheng's input. The eastern, southern, and western underground zones are storage for supplies and resources, while the northern zone serves as a temporary refuge for the masses. Additionally, there are 20 other shelter points throughout the capital, necessary to cover the city and secure the surrounding hazardous areas. As he spoke, Li Wanyun and the others widened their eyes, taking in their surroundings. Indeed, it was entirely different from their previous lives. This was their first encounter with a national-level disaster preparedness initiative, witnessing the extent of what the government could achieve. How little time had passed. Just 10 days. Li Wanyun observed the transformed houses, which seemed far more secure than the fortresses she had constructed. Each fortress was equipped with various devices, interconnected in numerous forms. The exteriors were coated with fireproof materials, and small spraying machines adorned the walls, while temporary emergency canopies lined the walkways. Countless workers were busily engaged. Safety. This was her immediate impression. With such transformations in place, she no longer needed to fear meteors and raging fires. Oh, but it was no longer her house. Jiang Yu murmured, "Is this the speed of our nation?" Li Wanyun raised her chin, pride radiating from her. Indeed, in 5 days, the entire country will mobilize, with everyone contributing. Then, you will witness what true infrastructural speed looks like. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. At that moment, she suddenly felt grateful that the government had recognized them. Would this trajectory, so different from her past life, still lead to a hopeless apocalypse? The group reached the outside of the villa. Li Wanyun's villa retained its original modified appearance, albeit with additional renovations by the state. No matter how much she had been willing to spend, it could never compare to the resources of the nation. Some enhancements were simply beyond her reach, things she had never even seen. This house would remain bright even without electricity, standing like a lighthouse that would never extinguish in the night. Sheng An retrieved the key and gently opened the sturdy door, sunlight flooding into the interior. She turned back, offering a slight smile. "Welcome back to our future home." Chapter 81. His superpower can save on gas bills. Countdown to the apocalypse. 9 days. Hao Jingye held a folder, his expression grave and meticulous. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun had identified 3 anomalies: Lu Yu, Ji Yani, and Gu Qiansheng. Lu Yu, whose unusual behavior was detected 3 days prior, was recognized by Long Tianyu from his past life as a high-level fire-type superhuman. This is his profile along with recent background checks, as Long Tianyu recalled Lu Yu's character and combat prowess from their previous life. Ji Yani, a speed-type superhuman. had been friends with Li Wanyun in their past life. Among the filtered information, Li Wanyun immediately pinpointed her. This is her. Gu Qiansheng possessed a particularly unique ability, known as silence. Within a certain range, he could silence less powerful superhumans, rendering them unable to use their abilities temporarily. For ordinary individuals, it would leave them rigid and immobile. Gu Qiansheng was identified as a high-level superhuman based on the recollections of Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. But the inspection department lacked evidence to confirm that he had awakened his powers. However, since 3 days ago, his behavior had become suspicious. His online activity surged from 2 hours daily to 18, suggesting he was searching for information and likely had awakened. Sheng An nodded, her gaze fixated on the names before her. Fire, speed, silence. Indeed, these were the powers of those who awakened before the end of days. Whether in abilities or strength, they were formidable. She meticulously reviewed all the information, murmuring, one by one, swift and decisive. Meanwhile, Lu Yu sat on the sofa opposite his parents. Lu father wore a worried expression. Son, what's wrong? Lu mother, equally concerned, bore the creases of worry on her face. Lu Yu understood their thoughts. His parents were the most ordinary of migrant workers. Lu father labored at construction sites, while Lu mother worked as a cleaner. His upbringing was solely due to their relentless toil. Yet this came at a cost. Lu father, weathered by years of exposure, resembled a gnarled piece of bark, while Lu mother's back had begun to curve from years of hard work. Their bodies bore the marks of hardship and survival. Just sitting here filled Lu Yu with sorrow. Lacking skills, he graduated from university but could not secure a good job. The meager income from his current position barely allowed for a home, let alone a comfortable life for his parents. Yesterday, he resigned, threatening his parents with his life if they insisted on working today. He comprehended their worries. With eyes tinged with moisture, Lu Yu slowly spoke. Mom, Dad, I can finally provide you with a better life. The couple exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Yu looked at them reassuringly. Please do not be afraid. I have awakened a superpower. As the words left his lips, flames suddenly erupted in his palm. Lu father and Lu mother gasped in shock. Lu Yu quickly extinguished the flames, soothing his parents. Mom, Dad, this is like a power from a novel. I truly am different now. From now on, you can live comfortably. Just like the protagonists in novels, no one who obtains a golden finger continues to live in hardship. After an arduous hour, Lu father and Lu mother finally accepted that their son was not performing tricks, but had genuinely awakened a special ability. Though they struggled to comprehend it, the reality stood before them. Lu mother, anxious, asked, Son, will this harm your body? Lu father, slightly calmer, pressed his cracked lips together, a frown settling on his brow as he asked softly, Should this be reported to the authorities? Absolutely not. Lu Yu shook his head vehemently. Those who stand out are often targeted. If my unique ability is discovered, what if they want to exploit me for research? My death is inconsequential. But what about my parents? He needed to survive, to allow his parents to enjoy a respite from their lifelong struggles. Then, what can this ability do? Lu father inquired cautiously. Lu Yu paused. Indeed, what could this ability accomplish? In novels, protagonists wield their powers to conquer. But what could he do? Set fires? That seemed trivial in this age. Igniting flames was far too easy. If he accidentally caused a disaster, he could face astronomical reparations. Start a business? His ability offered no assistance there. Become an assassin? Firstly, he lacked the connections. Secondly, even if he did, could he abandon his parents? Ultimately, his life was expendable, but theirs were not. Lu Yu suddenly felt despondent. He had awakened a superpower, yet it seemed utterly useless. Perhaps he could become a firefighter? Yet, there were requirements for that as well. How could he even enter the field? How would he utilize his powers there? The weight of worry consumed him. Seeing his sudden gloom, Lu mother firmly slapped Lu father and declared loudly, Son, this ability is useful. It can save us a considerable amount on gas bills. Lu Yu responded with a blank stare. Thanks, Mom. So, awakening his powers was merely to save a few dozen yuan on monthly gas expenses? His despondency deepened. Lu father, his face serious, added, Son, even if it doesn't prove useful, your mother and I just want you to be well. Please don't quit your job. Focus on your work. Lu Yu thought, How can I go back to that mundane existence after awakening a superpower? Something felt terribly off. But how could he leverage this ability to attain wealth? The weight of worry continued to press upon him. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Knock! Knock! Lu father stood to answer, but Lu Yu hurried past him. Dad, you sit tight. I'll go. He opened the door. Who? His voice trailed off. At the door stood a group of SWAT officers, weapons at their sides. Leading them was a young woman clad in tactical gear, her hair in a ponytail. She raised her badge and smiled brightly at him. Hello, I am Sheng An from the Special Operations Department. I'm here to find you, Lu Yu, the fire-type superhuman. Lu Yu froze. How do they know? Jiani was in a state of despair. Her body had undergone a transformation, seemingly awakening an ability akin to those in novels. She felt different from others. Jiani never considered herself a protagonist, even with the power of speed. She did not see herself as one. A sudden change in her body, a bestowed golden finger? If it were a system, she might have believed it. Yet, it was merely a physical change, leaving her troubled. In a world where superhumans suddenly emerged, it indicated the existence of entities beyond the reach of ordinary people. With her newfound powers, she found it difficult to ascertain the stance of those in authority. She herself was uncertain whether awakening these abilities was a blessing or a curse, and whether it might herald disaster. Discounting that possibility, according to the laws of fiction, awakening abilities often coincided with the onset of an apocalypse. That was even more terrifying. She did not view the potential arrival of an apocalypse as a boon simply because she possessed superpowers. Rather, she understood that regardless of the circumstances, an apocalypse would bring calamity. She enjoyed a comfortable home, a leisurely lifestyle, and a luxury of ordering food that arrived within half an hour. What about an apocalypse? Would life remain so simple? Jiani was resolute. She wished to avoid disaster, whether it be from entities beyond ordinary comprehension or from the apocalypse. She decided to continue living as an ordinary person. A path will emerge when we reach the mountain, she thought, one day at a time. Jiani, in high spirits, dressed herself and grabbed her bag to go out for a delightful meal. She intended to indulge in something exquisite, believing that if calamity were to strike, she would have nothing to lament. As for her extraordinary abilities, she preferred to refrain from utilizing them unless faced with a life-threatening crisis. She resolved to act as if she possessed no such powers. With these thoughts, Jiani opened the door, only to be met by a contingent of special police standing at her threshold. Sheng An offered a slight smile and said, Hello, Jiani. First, allow me to congratulate you on the awakening of your extraordinary abilities. Jiani was left speechless, pondering how this individual could possess such intimate knowledge of her circumstances, despite her efforts to dismiss her powers. Chapter 82. How did she know? Gu Qiansheng had never been a passive individual. He had awakened his abilities 3 days prior and had been cautiously exploring them since. He could assure himself that he would not attract any attention. Throughout his life, he had been exceptional. Qiansheng. Now, he could be considered a successful individual, yet his vigilance remained intact. Gu Qiansheng never underestimated the machinery of the state. Therefore, after his awakening, he took care to avoid any potential surveillance, even refraining from sending relevant messages via his phone. When searching for information on the computer, he would not input text directly. Instead, he focused on some strange content, allowing big data to deliver related information to him. This way, he could remain informed while ensuring his safety. Who could possibly suspect him? Through his investigations over 3 days, he uncovered a wealth of useful information. First, that an apocalypse was imminent. Second, that the state was already aware and preparing. And third, that he was special but not unique. What led him to these conclusions? Gu Qiansheng confirmed the third point first. When the state began to gather those with abilities, some videos had surfaced. He sifted through the vast ocean of information and indeed found useful footage, such as that of a lightning-powered individual. One video captured the sound of thunder seemingly erupting from nowhere, along with footage of police officers. Comments suggested it was a movie being filmed, with some deriding the special effects as poor. Yet, Gu Qiansheng believed those officers were genuine, their uniforms authentic, and the thunder equally real. Particularly, he had encountered a video featuring a golden ability user, still dismissed as a television production, albeit with unclear quality. Had he not awakened his abilities? He might have believed it too, but he had awakened. Before this golden ability user, he had already encountered the lightning user. The information coalesced. He was certainly not alone. What, then, had caused the emergence of these abilities? It must be the planet's drastic changes. At this juncture, the first two conclusions could be drawn. A barrage of meteorites was about to strike, a fact well known. Currently, the international official stance reassured there was nothing to worry about, with some even jesting about a planetary explosion as a reason for a holiday. But what if the state was preparing? How could online rumors possibly trigger inflation? A sharp rise in prices could only result from a larger, unseen force at work. Moreover, he had come across news of the northern provinces hastily harvesting grain. In coastal areas, the price of dried fish had surged, and the volume of purchases was immense, leading every household to fish and sun-dry their catch. He even saw images shared by coastal netizens, showing countless military vessels setting out to sea, again fishing. Had they resorted to seizing marine resources? Military ships, fishing? This was stockpiling food. He scrutinized import and export activities. Recently, the state had halted various food exports while the volume of imports had skyrocketed. Meteorites were imminent, and the state was hoarding provisions. This spoke volumes. Additionally, he noticed that job openings were cropping up everywhere, particularly on construction sites and in factories. His classmates are discussing this in their group chat. A factory producing compressed biscuits had suddenly become a hotbed of activity, with all employees working shifts, earning substantial overtime pay but facing heavy workloads. Large quantities of compressed biscuits were being loaded onto trucks, with production happening on one end while transportation occurred at the other. One classmate lamented, wondering what colossal order the boss had signed. This prompted another classmate to chime in, stating their biscuit factory was also experiencing a sudden surge in activity, recalling all employees who had been on leave, operating 2 shifts without pause. Simultaneously, some netizens complained of incessant drilling sounds around their neighborhoods at night, indicating ongoing construction that persisted around the clock, regardless of complaints. Many replied that this phenomenon was widespread across the country. Some even captured images of peculiar spherical construction sites, with multiple instances reported nationwide. One netizen quipped, "That's Noah's Arkansas." When pieced together, these fragmented pieces of information were indeed alarming. Even more unsettling was the apparent escalation of state activity. The frequency of recent updates had notably increased, with numerous insiders subtly disclosing information. These messages, once swiftly deleted, had not been purged since yesterday, persisting despite their popularity. What had prompted the state to disregard caution, to overlook it? The apocalypse was indeed approaching, and soon, so close that the state was on the verge of making announcements, no longer concealing its preparations, even laying the groundwork in advance. Meteorites would bring about cataclysmic changes to the planet, heralding the end times. Only such a devastating calamity, beyond human comprehension, could give rise to extraordinary phenomena. For instance, the emergence of ability users. Having clarified everything, Gu Qianxing found himself restless last night. He was unlike ordinary individuals. He was a quintessential opportunist. With the apocalypse looming, he had not only awakened formidable powers ahead of time, but had also gained early access to critical information. Rather than being ordinary, he yearned to achieve greatness in the impending world. What did it matter if the state was prepared? A global catastrophe awaited, and the future was destined to belong to those with abilities. He sought not to reign supreme, but to carve out a place for himself among the heroes of this new era. In such a world, where order would be restructured, it was indeed the time for him to establish his legacy. Gu Qiansheng abruptly rose to his feet. He intended to venture to a more remote location. The capital city was not an option. Given the state's current preparations, chaos was unlikely to erupt there, but smaller locales could prove unpredictable. In such turmoil, he could establish his own stronghold, carve out his domain. Gu Qianxing swiftly purchased tickets, bringing all his assets along. He even took the property deeds for collateral. If he could stockpile sufficient resources before the apocalypse, he would be free to act after the end times commenced. With confidence radiating from his demeanor, Gu Qiansheng opened the door. Outside, Sheng An had just raised her hand. The two faced each other. Sheng An smiled slightly. Hello, the silent ability user, Gu Qiansheng. Gu Qiansheng was taken aback. How could she possibly know? The night had already fallen outside. Gu Qiansheng maintained a composed expression as he followed Sheng An and the others out of the community. Several vehicles were parked outside. Sheng An led him to the second car and opened the door. Gu Qiansheng entered the vehicle. Suddenly, he noticed two others in the back seat, a man and a woman, both seemingly tense and sitting upright. Gu Qiansheng's eyes widened in confusion. These two did not appear to be state personnel. Sheng An introduced them. These are your teammates joining today, Lu Yu and Ji Yani. She then turned to the individuals inside, saying, "This is Gu Qiansheng." The pair nodded politely in acknowledgement. Gu Qiansheng stiffly managed a smile as he settled into his seat. The vehicle began to move. Sheng An, Qi Lingwu, and Hao Jingye engaged in serious discussions. The three in the back seat fidgeted, a sense of unease looming over them. Ji Yani swallowed nervously and cautiously spoke up. "You're ability users too, right? What abilities do you have?" Pausing for a moment, she introduced herself. "I am of the speed category." Lu Yu immediately responded, "I am of the fire category." Gu Qiansheng added, "Silent ability." "Wow!" Lu Yu and Ji Yani exclaimed, looking at him in awe. "Such a unique ability." Gu Qiansheng instinctively puffed out his chest. Yet, silence fell again. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the three of them. Clearing his throat, Gu Qiansheng tentatively asked, "Are you all willing to join the Apocalypse Special Affairs Office?" Lu Yu sighed. "What choice do we have if we don't join? My abilities appear to be satisfactory. However, in the face of impending doom, I may not be able to safeguard my family. Joining the nation seems advantageous, as it provides sustenance, shelter, and a structured role, while also ensuring that my parents are assigned to manageable logistical tasks." He can still vividly recall the moment when Sheng An enumerated the conditions, stirring an unexpected thrill within him, particularly resonant